Chapter 171. Hello? Xiao Gui asked Xiao Yuan. But there was no sound from the other end, only very intense breathing sounds. Xiao Gui tried to call many times. With a swish, Xiao Yuan hung up the call and disappeared completely. Xiao Gui was stunned for a long time. He rarely encountered such a situation. It was equivalent to the program process being cut. The second half of the program should be him analyzing Xiao Yuan's problems, and the audience of the barrage would give advice to the caller. Xiao Gui was a little sluggish. He didn't dare to speak at all, and couldn't open his mouth to comment on the story he just heard. A strange force was stopping him. He always felt that he would meet a very bad end if he commented on himself without authorization. The live broadcast room fell into silence for a while. After 2 seconds, the barrage began to swipe the screen crazily. What's going on? Why is there no sound? Don't scare me. Xia Yuan, are you okay? Do you need me to call someone for you? It's so scary. She won't be killed, right? But she didn't say anything help. The live broadcast room was flooded with snowflakes of bullet comments. Everyone was discussing too intensely. Later, someone warned in red font, just a few big words, don't talk to it. Don't talk to it. The red bullet comments covered the entire live broadcast room, and then the video was disconnected, and the tomb post was red. Ding, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations on triggering the random task. Another self. Task goal, unlock the secret of another self, assist in finding the truth of death, purify the polluted area. This task is a random task, not a mandatory task. Please choose whether to accept it. This task will be automatically closed before dawn. Please make a decision carefully. The progress bar of the side task of finding the truth of death is only the last point left. It seems that this task can be completely solved. The name of this mission is also very interesting. It is called Another Self. Is it hinting something to Zhu Ning? This mission may be the final destination. Zhu Ning clicked yes. The mission is accepted successfully. Please complete it before dawn. Before going, Zhu Ning planned to do some homework. Zhu Ning opened his secondary brain and searched for relevant information on the internet. He did not find the column Little Ghosts Telling Ghosts. There was no trace of the host on the internet. Why? The column was cleared. Zhu Ning changed the keywords again. This time, he changed to another self, or the same self, an extra person in life. This time, some scattered netizens shared it, and various versions were spread. It seemed like an urban legend. Basically, they felt that their lives were not right, and there was an identical person at home. There is a warning circulating on the internet. If someone like you appears, don't talk to it. Once you talk, you will complete a certain transaction, and you will disappear completely. There are no clues on the internet. Zhu Ning can only think carefully about the video he just watched. There is some key information in it. 1. Xia Yuan is probably a girl. Although her voice has been changed by a voice changer, her gender can be clearly sensed from the words she uses and her closeness to her sister. 2. Xia Yuan has many brothers and sisters, which is not common. Because the life pressure in District 103 is too great, and the world is too bad, people always think that bringing children up is a sin. Everyone has a clear understanding that they are consumables. Dinks like Huang Yero are more common. 3. Her house should be quite big. It is mentioned that the kitchen is on the first floor, which proves that there is a second floor. 4. Why didn't she mention her parents? Zhu Ning didn't find any accurate information. If this was the terminal, it would be very troublesome. Before leaving, Zhu Ning thought about it, and sent a message to Su Ming. She had promised Su Ming to let her know where she was going. Captain, I'm on a mission today. Su Ming didn't reply. She probably hadn't woken up yet. Zhu Ning sent the address again. I'm going here. I see you tomorrow. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when she received the tomb post. The rest of the things were handed over to Huwensi. Now the cleaning center was in chaos. Zhu Ning, a small person, couldn't do anything. Zhu Ning went back to the Honorable Queen's store and put on a full set of black protective clothing, a cleaning backpack, and the weapons prepared for her by Prometheus. The luxury car turned on the automatic navigation mode to the destination. It was also very close to the garbage dump. From here, you can see the garbage mountain, which is also not far from the beehive. Zhu Ning found that several mission locations were actually quite close to her home. Zhu Ning stopped the car and saw an old red house hidden in a dark alley. The red house is a little faded due to its age. There is no light at all. It looks like a strange red cemetery in the night. The style of this building is very old. It is a wooden house. It appears in the Steel Forest like 103 area, like an ancient building that has directly traveled to the high-tech era. There is no federal cordon. Zhu Ning searched for specific coordinates in the technical department of the cleaning center. This polluted area was not registered at all. In other words, the cleaning center officials don't know this place at all? Zhu Ning searched around, but it seems that no one knows where this is. Is it so mysterious? The news about this polluted area seems to have been cleared up by someone. There is not even a word on the internet. Zhu Ning doesn't even know what this house is used for. Did Prometheus hide this place on purpose? But there is no clue at all. What role will she play in the contaminated area later? The red house is surrounded by weeds. It looks like no one has lived there for many years. Zhu Ning walked to the front door and opened it with a master key. The door opened with a creaking sound, and a gust of dust and stench came to her face, as if something had died inside. The helmet system broadcasts data. It has been confirmed that the cleaner Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area. The pollution level is roughly estimated to be Class B. Please choose whether to report to the technical department of the cleaning center. The current pollution concentration has reached a maximum of 170, and the contaminated area is 25,000 cubic meters in size. It is impossible to detect whether there are pollutants inside. It is only Class B? The pollution concentration is the same as that of the black dentist's clinic. She thought the final destination would be at least Class S. However, if the pollution concentration is too high, it will definitely attract the cleaning center and be cleared in advance. No one cares too much about a Class B contaminated area. The night vision function of the helmet was turned on, and gray-black lines appeared in front of my eyes, and the background color of the polluted area appeared. The interior of the house was also painted red, and it looked gloomy under the green filter. There was no one inside. The red house had at least 8 floors, and each floor had a row of small rooms. It didn't look like an ordinary person's home, but more like a school dormitory or an orphanage. Yes, an orphanage. Zhu Ning suddenly understood the strangeness of the owner of the grave sticker. Why didn't she mention her parents? Xiao Yuan might have been an orphan, so she said she had many brothers and sisters. As an orphanage, this place is not big, and there can be at most 100 children here. Zhu Ning's original body should also be an orphan. She thought of the information Yu Kaiyuan found, which showed that she was not raised by Lao Yang, but by a mechanical mother. So which orphanage was she in? There were many graffiti drawn by children on the wall, with black brushes drawn from one end to the other. The ground was full of dust. Zhu Ning walked carefully after entering the door. The red wooden floor made a creaking sound when people stepped on it. It was similar to Xia Yuan's description. There was indeed a kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen was quite large and could accommodate 20 people. It was just like a hotel kitchen. The stainless steel countertops were covered with dust, and there were traces of food on the table. The perishable food had rotted away, leaving only a pile of animal bones with spider webs on them. There was still rotten meat and bones in the pot, as if someone had once cooked here. No wonder the demon hunter likes to bulldoze violently. When you grow to a certain stage, you really don't have the patience to find clues. Unfortunately, she is not here to purify, but to find clues, so she can only look for clues bit by bit. Xiao Yuan said before that the other one was here making cakes with her sister, and Xiao Yuan herself was outside the window. Xiao Yuan ducked down and hid herself when her sister turned around. This is a blind spot, and she can't be seen at all hiding under the wall. Zhu Ning tried to simulate the scene. This is the location of the refrigerator, and the corresponding position should be this table, which just happens to face the window. Zhu Ning was still looking for the right position, and suddenly looked up and saw a black shadow flashing on the reflection of the window. Zhu Ning had already prepared himself mentally. He might meet another self in this polluted area, so he didn't panic. According to normal logic, when she looked up, she might just see another self looking at her with horror, and she would repeat Xiao Yuan's horror. But no, she only saw a piece of ordinary glass after she looked up. The glass was covered with dust, and she couldn't even see clearly outside the window. There was a very old tree outside the window, and the leaves were blown by the wind, as if a shadow was floating by. So anti-routine? Zhu Ning searched the kitchen for a circle without any clues, turned around and prepared to leave. She planned to go through all the places Xiao Yuan mentioned. Kitchen, dining room, audiovisual room, and the most important wardrobe. The last place Xiao Yuan appeared was the wardrobe. What happened to her? Why did she disappear suddenly? Because she accidentally talked to another self? This polluted area is also very strange. No pollutants have appeared so far. This is just a very ordinary abandoned orphanage. Zhu Ning went up to the second floor, which was probably the dormitory for the children. The small doors looked like pigeon cages. She carefully pushed open a door. There was only a single bed in the door. The bed was not put away yet, and the mattress exuded a musty and rotten smell. The room was a wardrobe, a bed, and a table. Awards were hung on the wall, such as 3 good students and best sprinter. Many children would hang their medals of honor on the wall. I didn't expect that the Wasteland world would be so traditional in this regard, and it was almost the same as before. From the traces in the room, it can be inferred that a little boy lived here before, but what happened to this place? Even the luggage was not packed, as if all the children here evaporated overnight. What happened to Xiao Yuan in the end? Was the other children replaced by another self? Zhu Ning looked at each room one by one, trying to find clues from each room. What was Xiao Yuan's room like? She definitely couldn't swim. There would probably be game consoles, or some novels in it. She was the only one in the whole red house. The corridor was gloomy and cold, and there were gray and black lines all around. She walked into the next room. The room was still the same structure. There was a dark window opposite, and the closet door was half closed. There were a few moldy sportswear hanging inside. It was judged that it should be the little girl's bedroom. This child had a lot of awards, which were densely pasted on a large area. However, they were so old that the paper was yellow and broke when touched. Zhu Ning was just looking at it casually, and suddenly he was stunned. Among the pile of awards, one stood out. There was a line of words written on the yellow paper. First place in the women's group of the shooting competition, Zhu Ning. Is this a room? Chapter 172. There are many people with the same name, but they also happen to participate in shooting competitions and live in an orphanage. How could it be such a coincidence? Zhu Ning's name suddenly appeared in the center. The paper was yellow, and under the green filter, it revealed a strange sense of age. The other certificates were basically 100-meter races and long jump competitions, which were all events that Zhu Ning would participate in. She wanted to try all kinds of sports when she was a child. This was the first time she saw traces of herself in the polluted area. Was this a message from another self, or was it forged by the polluted area? An attempt to pollute her mind? Zhu Ning looked away with difficulty and opened the drawer. There were a bunch of scattered gadgets in the drawer, as well as a basic mechanics textbook, but her name was not written on it. She usually has her own habits when searching for things. For example, she would feel around the top and bottom of the drawer because she liked to hide things in this position. She was just touching it casually, and she really touched it. It was very inconspicuous. It was a piece of paper, folded into a square, and then taped to the top of the drawer with transparent tape. The note was very thin, and had a low presence. Zhu Ning frowned after touching it. This habit was very similar to hers. If the polluted area just forged her information and knew her name through some means, it would be normal, but is it too exaggerated to know her living habits? Zhu Ning carefully unfolded the note, and there was her own handwriting inside. The Wasteland world is too scary, I must find a way to escape. The short sentence at the beginning had a strong impact on Zhu Ning. She felt a chill on her back. She had entered so many polluted areas, but none of them were as scary as this sentence. What does it mean that the Wasteland world is too scary? Normal people in the Wasteland world would not say such things. At most, they would say that this era is too scary, or that Area 103 is too scary. Only people from other worlds would say such things. For example, Zhu Ning, who came from the zombie world. And the handwriting is not a child's note, it looks like something written by an adult soul in a child's body. There is a possibility that she came here a long time ago, and was rescued by Lao Yang when she just came here, but Lao Yang and his people were defective, and could not raise a child. So they sent her to the Red House to be raised by the mechanical mother. Then she restarted herself, and all her memories were washed away, making her mistakenly believe that she had just come here. If the award certificate and this note are both true, this room is the room where Zhu Ning lived, and her inference is the correct answer. The person who wrote this sentence is really my childhood self? Why did I write it as a note, and put it under the table? Because I was afraid that I would forget it. Suppose, assuming that it was really written by myself, it means that my childhood self already knew that there was spiritual pollution in the world, and I was afraid of losing my mind. So I left a reminder. She seemed to understand the horror of this polluted area. She could no longer distinguish between reality and pollution. Bang! Zhu Ning was thinking when the door behind her suddenly slammed shut. Zhu Ning turned around. The narrow room was too small for an adult. She felt like she was locked in a coffin. At the same time, a light came on outside, coming in from under the door. It's time to go to bed. The broadcast suddenly came from outside, and the entire polluted area came alive. A mechanical female voice sounded, the tone was very slow, and each word was pronounced with emphasis. All children should go to bed early, and you are not allowed to go out without permission after the lights are turned off. It was obviously said to coax the children to sleep, but because it was a mechanical voice, there was a sense of mechanical imitation of human speech, which sounded a bit creepy. Good night, all children. After the broadcast ended, footsteps began to be heard in the corridor. Zhu Ning held her breath and did not move. There was someone at the door, and a pair of feet stood at her door. Zhu Ning reached for the gun with one hand, and her God's perspective opened, and she saw a person standing next to her door. I don't know if she can be called a person. She is a robot, but the structure is too simple, with exposed mechanical skeletons and a layer of unrealistic human skin covering the bony skeleton, like a wax figure. She was wearing a red suit and an apron around her waist. Zhu Ning didn't know why, but she immediately knew that she was the legendary mechanical mother. Zhu Ning had an instinctive fear of her, as if it was engraved in her bones. The mechanical mother stood at her door. She knew that Zhu Ning was particularly naughty, and very difficult to discipline. She always did something out of line, so she put one ear on the door, waiting for Zhu Ning to disobey. But this time she heard nothing. A minute later, the mechanical mother left with some disappointment. From Zhu Ning's God's perspective, she checked the door of each child's room to make sure they were all locked. Finally, she walked to the end of the corridor to turn off the lights, and then went to check the children on the third floor. The sound of footsteps completely disappeared. Zhu Ning was relieved when the mechanical mother went up to the third floor. Her heart almost jumped out just now. Why is she so afraid of the mechanical mother? Because this sense of authority has been shrouding her since she was a child. Even if she doesn't speak, it will be a deterrent to the child? Zhu Ning seemed to understand that if she really lived here before, the role she needed to play was herself. She had played the role of a dentist, a cashier at a hot pot restaurant, and a tourist who strayed into a deserted village when she entered the polluted area. This was the first time she played the original owner. What should I do next? Sleep? Or take the opportunity to go out and take a look? Zhu Ning touched the quilt, which smelled musty, and the bed was a little small for her. Zhu Ningjing sat quietly in the night, still unable to believe that she had entered a strange place. Since the appearance of the mechanical mother, it seemed that the air had become heavy, and she felt uncomfortable everywhere. She was very anxious, and just wanted to leave here. Zhu Ning put away the note, and carefully explored the structure of the whole room. There might be other clues. Zhu Ning was touching here, and suddenly heard a slight sound of dong. This sound was too light, and it was easy to miss, but Zhu Ning knew it was not an illusion, because there was another sound next. Dong, dong, dong. The sound has a certain rhythm, coming from the wall on her right. Zhu Ning. Someone called her softly. Zhu Ning did not answer rashly. She was still not used to playing herself. It turned out that she was the most difficult to play. From the perspective of God, Zhu Ning saw a little girl wearing striped pajamas and pajamas, kneeling in the corner, carefully knocking on the wall, afraid of being discovered. This should be the way the two little girls in the orphanage communicated. The little girl did not hear the answer, so she knocked on the wall again and whispered, "Is Zhu Ning there? Li Xian is calling Zhu Ning. Please reply if you hear it. Over." So her name is Li Xian? Zhu Ning stopped groping the floor. She stood in front of the wall, remained silent for 2 seconds, tried to knock on the wall, and really talked to a little kid. "Zhu Ning is here. Over." She actually spoke in the voice of a little girl. Li Xian was relieved to hear the reply. She said to the wall, "Hey, Xiao Yuan hasn't been found yet." Zhu Ning was stunned. Xiao Yuan. So the incident of posting on the grave happened so early, and her name is Xiao Yuan? Didn't Xiao Yuan say to protect privacy, and not reveal too much when she called? But the child should have a weak awareness in this regard, and think it is safe to use a nickname as a real name on the internet. Could Xiao Yuan be someone Zhu Ning knew when she was a child? Li Xian felt that something was wrong with Zhu Ning and asked, "Why are you so silent today?" Zhu Ning, "I'm a little sleepy." Li Xian snorted, "You're really good at bragging. You said before that you would take me to find Xiao Yuan, like a detective." Zhu Ning half knelt in the corner, and talked to Li Xian across the wall. She knew that the other party should be a pollutant, but she was very gentle to her, as if this was her childhood playmate. Zhu Ning's lines came out naturally. Agent Li Xian reports the situation. Okay. Li Xian was very excited and replied, "This is the third day of Xiao Yuan's disappearance." Zhu Ning listened carefully. It turned out that Xiao Yuan disappeared after the grave sticker, and the current timeline is the third day of Xiao Yuan's disappearance. Xiao Yuan's full name is Jiangyu. Because she has a round face, everyone calls her Xiao Yuan. We are not very familiar with each other. Zhu Ning laughed when he heard this. The words used by children are very interesting, not very familiar. That night, Xiao Yuan said she wanted to call for help, but we didn't know what she wanted to ask for, Li Xian said in a low voice, so we just wished her good luck. Li Xian said, but the next day, the mechanical mother opened the door and found that her room was empty and Xiao Yuan was gone. Zhu Ning asked, why is she gone? Li Xian, are you testing me? Zhu Ning, I'm helping you to clear your mind. Li Xian was a child with little thought, and said, well, we all know that once the lights are turned off, the room door will be locked from the outside and no one can go out. There was no trace in the room. After Xiao Yuan disappeared, the wardrobe, some clothes fell out of the room. Later, the mechanical mother sent people out to look for her, but there was no clue at all. Some people guessed that the mechanical mother took her away, and she gave Xiao Yuan to the bad guys to eat, and some people said that she turned into a butterfly and flew away. Zhu Ning, what do you think? I think. Li Xian stretched out her voice. She was taken away by a ghost. Zhu Ning asked, why? Hey, are you really testing me? Why do I feel like you have lost your memory? Li Xian noticed something was wrong and asked, are you Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning thought, I really am, but I don't know which one you know. Zhu Ning, yes. Li Xian, what color do I like? Zhu Ning looked at her room from a god's perspective. There was a purple rabbit doll on the bed, and the sweater hanging next to it was also purple. Zhu Ning cheated and answered, purple. It's true. Li Xian laughed, let's talk about Xiao Yuan, because I feel she is very strange, always acting differently, like crazy, and the day before she disappeared, she said that this was the last chance to save me, and she asked for help. This must be haunted by a ghost, otherwise why would he ask for help? Zhu Ning thought to himself that you are very smart, but it is not a ghost, it may be a pollutant. Zhu Ning, awesome, you are worthy of it. Li Xian, you are very perfunctory. Zhu Ning has no memory of getting along with her, and it is good to be able to get to this point. Li Xian, don't talk to me, the mechanical mother is gone, hurry up, use your key to let me out, let's find Xiao Yuan together. Zhu Ning was stunned and asked, key? Li Xian, yes, don't you have a magic key that can open all doors? Li Xian actually knew that Zhu Ning had a master key? If this was a smoke bomb set by the pollutant, Zhu Ning could understand knowing her name. Knowing that she can shoot is barely understandable, and forging her handwriting can also make sense, but she has never told anyone that she has a system prop. Why did Li Xian know? Could pollutants do this? There was only one possibility left, which was what Zhu Ning said herself. She and Li Xian were good sisters, and could share some secrets. She often used this key to take Li Xian out to play secretly, and do things that the mechanical mother would not allow in the middle of the night. Zhu Ning actually felt that this speculation was correct, because it was something she could do. Li Xian urged her, come to me quickly, let's go find Xiao Yuan together. Chapter 173. You can't go out after the lights are turned off. This should be the rule in the polluted area. Li Xian is a pollutant. Is she tempting Zhu Ning to go out? Zhu Ning looked carefully at Li Xian behind the wall. She had short hair, baby fat, and freckles on her face. The god's perspective is all about the whole. Zhu Ning didn't see it at first glance. After a careful look, he realized that Li Xian's face was densely covered with ants instead of freckles. The tiny ants crawled along the muscles, from the bridge of the nose to the cheeks, and then crawled into the hair along the temples. The child's hair was dense and numerous, like an ant's nest. When Li Xian spoke, some ants fell off, and the empty skin was filled by new ants. It was a bit of mental pollution, which made people instinctively want to scratch their backs, as if these ants were not on Li Xian, but crawling on you, and it was itchy wherever they passed. Zhu Ning retracted his gaze and said, take a rest today, and go again tomorrow. Li Xian scratched her face, and a large number of ants fell to the ground. She asked innocently, why? Li Xian's movements were extremely natural, as if she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the ants on her face. Will she swallow a few ants accidentally? But is it okay to eat them? Is her body filled with ants? Zhu Ning stopped imagining, I'm afraid of being punished again. Just now, the mechanical mother obviously stayed at the door for a long time. Zhu Ning must have been punished for running around before. Li Xian said, oh, and felt that what Zhu Ning said made sense, then let's talk about it tomorrow. Li Xian smiled, her eyes curved when she smiled, but because of the muscle agitation, the ants on her cheeks were squeezed down. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and agreed tomorrow for sure. Li Xian said good night to Zhu Ning, and climbed into bed. Zhu Ning closed the god's perspective. For the first time, she didn't want to increase her field of vision. The itch was still there. Zhu Ning touched her neck, and resisted the urge to scratch. She searched the room again to make sure she couldn't find any clues. The corridor was quiet. The mechanical mother had completed all patrols, and the children were almost asleep. You have to do normal things in the contaminated area. Now the normal thing is to sleep. Zhu Ning lifted the moldy quilt. The bed was narrow, and she had to curl up her knees to lie on it. This was her second time sleeping in the contaminated area. It felt very different. She looked at the wardrobe opposite, and felt a strange sense of familiarity. She could even count the spots and cracks on the wall, as if she had seen it every night before going to bed. It was like a person who had worked hard for many years finally went home during the holidays, and walked to the small room where he lived when he was a child. Mom kept your room intact, and there were still traces of your childhood. Ding-ling-ling, Zhu Ning was distracted. The wake-up bell had already rung. She heard the noise outside, and all the children in the red house were awakened. Zhu Ning got out of bed, looked at her legs hanging by the bed, and realized that her body had become shorter. Her hands had become the size of a child. How old was she now? 7 or 8 years old. It was the first time that Zhu Ning encountered a contaminated area that would change her body shape. Her first reaction was to check the system to make sure that there was nothing wrong with the system, only Zhu Ning's appearance had changed. Zhu Ning! Li Xian next door shouted, "Get up!" The noise outside the door was getting louder and louder. Zhu Ning got used to her new body, got out of bed, and opened the door. Dozens of children appeared in the corridor. They were going to the public bathroom to wash. Li Xian was waiting for her at the door. Most of the children were wearing normal clothes, only Zhu Ning was wearing a full set of black protective clothing. Li Xian seemed not to feel Zhu Ning's abnormality, and yawned, "You are so late today." Li Xian turned and walked forward. They walked to the public bathroom at the end of the corridor. There was a row of toiletries with corresponding names written on them. Zhu Ning picked up the tooth cup with her name on it. This was too detailed. She looked at the mirror. In the modeled mirror was a child wearing a black helmet, holding the tooth cup in a daze. This place was also familiar, as if she had brushed her teeth here countless times. Li Xian was right next to her. When she brushed her teeth, many ants fell down. When she splashed water on her face, some more ants were splashed down. The long wash basin was connected. Zhu Ning watched dozens of ants being washed over by the water, which was particularly obvious on the white tiles, and then gathered at the drain. Li Xian wiped her face with a towel, and the newly covered ants on her cheeks were crushed by her. The mucus and the ant corpses stuck to her face. Combined with Li Xian's childlike innocent expression, everything seemed very strange. But Zhu Ning found that among so many children here, only Li Xian had ants on her face, and the others were normal. Is Li Xian the source of pollution? Zhu Ning wiped his helmet with a towel and followed the large group to eat. The long dining table was served by the mechanical mother. There was a burst of fragrance from the big pot. The dishes were very strange. Everyone had a plate of vegetables, and they had to wait for the mechanical mother to feed the meat and vegetables. The sauce-colored paste fell on Zhu Ning's plate. Zhu Ning stared at the rice. The plate of green leafy vegetables looked like leaves, and the sauce-colored paste exuded a strange smell. She waited until everyone else picked up the spoon before she started. She used the spoon to scrape it twice, and found a small bone inside. It looked like a child's little finger. After it was boiled, the skin and flesh were sucked off, leaving only a small white bone. Zhu Ning seemed to understand what the strange residue in the pot in the kitchen was. What happened in the red house? Something like abuse? Did they eat the children's flesh? Zhu Ning speculated randomly in her mind. From some of the movies and TV shows she had seen, the caregivers or directors of the orphanage were prone to abuse. She was pushing a cart with a big pot on it, smiling and serving rice to each child. The skin covering the mechanical skeleton is very expensive. Ordinary robots can't be as natural as Fang Ying. The mechanical mother's skin is full of blood holes of various sizes, like a doll in urgent need of repair. The wax skin on her face was shaky, and with a snap, her nose finally couldn't bear the weight and fell into the big pot in front of her. The mechanical mother screamed and reached out to search in the hot food. The pot was too deep, and a human arm would definitely be burned if it was put in, but the mechanical mother had no expression at all, and didn't feel the heat or pain at all. After searching for a while, the mechanical mother took her nose out of the pot, wiped it on her apron, and then embedded it on her face. After the nose was pressed, there was still some sauce on her face. No one felt that this behavior was strange, and the next child was still waiting for dinner. The mechanical mother hummed a cheerful song and continued to serve the food. Suddenly, she seemed to notice Zhu Ning's gaze and turned back to look at her. The mechanical mother was a robot. Her head turned 360 degrees, and she used her back as her chest and smiled at Zhu Ning. Those who have been children know that sometimes adult smiles are not smiles, but silent warnings. Zhu Ning immediately lowered his head. He did not dare to look the teacher in the eye when he made trouble in class when he was a child. Li Xian ate with big mouthfuls. She even licked the plate clean. Zhu Ning tried to ignore the ants on her face and asked, "Are you full?" Li Xian shook her head, "No." Zhu Ning pushed her meal to Li Xian, and her eyes lit up. "I give you the afternoon nutrition supplement. Technology has long been developed. It is reasonable that you should not be unable to afford food. You should reduce expenses. If you can't afford to eat natural food for 3 meals, you should eat nutrition supplements for the rest. But it seems that the Red House is pretty good. At least they will keep a meal." Zhu Ning learned parenting experience from Song Zhizhong that children should be accustomed to chewing food so that they can be healthy physically and mentally. Zhu Ning didn't eat and looked around bored. There was a bulletin board hanging on the wall of the dining room. When Zhu Ning first came in, it was covered with dust, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Now he can see clearly what is written. This is the history of the Red House, and Zhu Ning read it through. The Red House is not the same as the orphanage of Zhu Ning's time. It is a federal welfare institution aimed at socialized upbringing. Because except for first-class citizens and second-generation humans, most artificial people and robots have no parents. Institutions like the Red House sometimes take business orders, such as the Federation hatching a new batch of artificial people and entrusting them to the mechanical mothers of the Red House for cultivation. The Red House organizations in some areas are very rich and make more money than ordinary companies. To make a personified analogy, the Red House is a professional incubator that can raise chicks that meet the requirements and wait for someone to pick them up when the time comes. However, the Red House in District 103 only takes in defective chicks, has old facilities, and can't get any business orders from big companies. In short, it is poor and raises only defective chicks. The slogan is written on it, "Children's Dream Home." The publicity board was wiped clean by the mechanical mother, waiting for someone to place a large order. Zhu Ning glanced at the children present. According to social relations, everyone here is a brother or sister, but it doesn't know which one is mentioned by Xiao Yuan. They all look like they don't have any special expressions, as if nothing has happened, and no one discusses the missing Xiao Yuan. After breakfast, they can move freely, and everyone is scrambling to play the game console in the audiovisual room. Li Xian sat quietly next to Zhu Ning, scratching herself all the time. Zhu Ning couldn't help staring at the ants on her face. She couldn't believe that she had made a good friend covered with ants in the polluted area. She and Li Xian put the dishes in the kitchen, where the mechanical mother was busy. Zhu Ning said a few nice words to the mechanical mother. The mechanical mother smiled and touched Zhu Ning's head. "Go play." Zhu Ning's head sank, and she looked at the face so close. After looking at it for a long time, she didn't feel scared anymore. Was she assimilated by the polluted area? If she stayed there any longer, Zhu Ning would really think that she was a part of the Red House. Zhu Ning sent Li Xian away, and quietly groped her way to Xiao Yuan's room. Xiao Yuan's room is very conspicuous. Many children pray that Xiao Yuan will come back soon, and put wishing bottles and origami at the door. Zhu Ning turned the door handle, and it was locked. It should be to protect the scene and prevent children from coming in. She used the system props to open it, walked around the wishing bottles on the ground and walked into the house. It was still a standard Red House bedroom. There was a strong smell of rot in it, and the quilt was bulging, as if there was a person lying on it, resting with his back to the door. Zhu Ning carefully lifted the quilt, but there was no body inside. She had to take advantage of the mechanical mother in the kitchen to hurry up and look for it. There were notebooks scattered on Xiao Yuan's desk, with many black scratches on them, and it was no longer clear what was written. Xiao Yuan said in the gray post that the handwriting of another self was more correct. From this idea, you can really distinguish the handwriting of two people. Xiao Yuan drew black lines on these words with great force, and the force was so strong that it even penetrated the paper. Zhu Ning could imagine Xiao Yuan's expression when she drew a black line. She probably wanted to completely erase the other person's trace, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't erase the other person's existence. There were only 2 certificates in Xiao Yuan's room, both of which were the Best Progress Award. There was a countdown calendar next to them. Countdown 3 years. What does this mean? 3 years for what? Lifespan? Zhu Ning never knew when Xiao Yuan had the accident. The first time she saw the calendar, the time shown on it was 11 years ago, which was January of the 69th year of the new calendar. If Zhu Ning really lived here, she would only be 8 years old now. There were 2 novels on the desk, and a very old handheld game console in the drawer. The Federation equipped everyone with a sub-brain. Zhu Ning searched for a long time, but couldn't find Xiao Yuan's sub-brain and chip. These 2 items that can store information the most did not exist at all. Zhu Ning's attention was all on the wardrobe. Xiao Yuan disappeared in the wardrobe, according to the tomb sticker. They had protected the crime scene. The wardrobe had not been tidied. The clothes inside were in a mess. Several pieces had fallen out. It was easy to imagine that a little girl had been hiding here. Zhu Ning carefully checked the structure of the wardrobe. There was no mechanism in this place. Suddenly, she glanced at it from the corner of her eye. There was a very faint flash among the clothes scattered on the ground. It could only be seen from a specific angle. The dark wardrobe was like an abyss. Zhu Ning carefully pinched it out with her index and middle fingers. Was it a thin thread? It was hard to tell whether it was silk or spider silk, but it was definitely abnormal. It was very thin and flashed with a unique light. Why was there a thread? Xiao Yuan met a person who looked exactly like herself. At that time, the other self was standing outside the wardrobe, and there was no movement after that. There was a warning circulating on the internet that if you meet another self, don't talk. Is this rule wrong? Will you die if you don't talk? But where did Xiao Yuan go? This was the most puzzling thing for her. Xiao Yuan disappeared after that day. If it is a story of a substitute, another person should replace Xiao Yuan and continue to live. Zhu Ning was thinking, and suddenly heard footsteps, and the mechanical mother was already at the door. When did she come? Why is there no movement every time? The mechanical mother turned the key and was about to open the door. Zhu Ning laid down and hid under Xiao Yuan's bed. The door was pushed open with a creak, and the mechanical mother walked into the room. Zhu Ning could see her 2 feet through the bed sheet. The mechanical mother sat on Xiao Yuan's bed, gently stroking the bed, as if she was missing her lost child. The bed sank a little. Zhu Ning held his breath, and through a thin layer of bed board, he could hear the mechanical mother sobbing. Is she crying? Because she loves the child she takes care of very much and can't bear the child disappearing? The mechanical mother's 2 hands were placed on the edge of the bed. Zhu Ning thought she was going to stand up with the help of the bed. Suddenly, she bent down without warning and looked under the bed from between her legs. Zhu Ning saw her eyes unexpectedly. Chapter 174. A pair of eyes appeared between her legs. The wax skin on the face of the mechanical mother was very loose. Because of the backwards posture, her face kept sliding down, and the position of her eyes was slowly moving. Dong. Zhu Ning could hear her heartbeat. Time seemed to be deliberately slowed down. Every second was extremely painful. Zhu Ning used the invisibility props when she lowered her head. The mechanical mother should not have seen her, but as long as she stretched out her hand under the bed and stretched forward a little, she could touch Zhu Ning under the bed. A hand stretched out from between the legs of the mechanical mother and touched the bottom of the bed. Why? Zhu Ning had clearly used the invisibility props and did not make any sound. Normal people would not have extra actions and wanted to touch it. What was the basis for the mechanical mother to do this? Zhu Ning's back was pressed tightly against the wall, her heart beating violently, and she had no way out. If she was discovered, she could only take action. Before finding the truth, violent flattening was the last option Zhu Ning wanted to take. Zhu Ning was leaning against the wall. The mechanical mother's hand was only an inch away from her helmet, and then she didn't move forward. Ha ha, there was a child's laughter outside. The mechanical mother seemed to wake up suddenly and retracted her hand, then stood up, stood silently by the bed for a while, and locked the door when she left the room. Zhu Ning observed her movements from a god's perspective, and made sure she disappeared completely before crawling out from under the bed. She glanced at Xiao Yuan's room again, and a 3-year countdown was written on the table, which was very eye-catching. What did this countdown mean? Why did the mechanical mother come to Xiao Yuan's room? Does she know something? Zhu Ning walked out of Xiao Yuan's door carefully, removed the invisibility props in the shadows, and walked into the reading room after making sure she had no flaws. Li Xian was reading at a desk. After breakfast, they had free time, so they went to the reading room to read. In the middle of the conversation, Zhu Ning said she wanted to go to the toilet, and sent Li Xian away before going to Xiao Yuan's room. Now Zhu Ning felt very close to this girl with ants on her face. When Li Xian lowered her head to read, the ants on her face would crawl onto the desk, and she would reach out and crush the ants to death while reading when she was bored. Zhu Ning sat opposite, and Li Xian asked, "Where's your water?" Zhu Ning, "What?" Li Xian, "Didn't you say you were going to get a glass of water?" Zhu Ning was stunned. She had read the tomb post, and immediately realized that Xiao Yuan's incident had happened to her. When Zhu Ning was away, someone replaced her here to get along with Li Xian. Zhu Ning's face was extremely calm, and he asked, "Did you see me just now?" Li Xian stretched out his hand and crushed an ant to death, and seemed to think Zhu Ning was very strange. Yes. Zhu Ning knew what happened, but planned to follow the plot and said, "Impossible. Where is the evidence?" Zhu Ning stared at the ant on Li Xian's face. How could he prove that Li Xian did not deceive him? When reading the tomb post, Zhu Ning had doubts at first. Did Xiao Yuan's brothers and sisters really not deceive her? If everyone around is deceiving a person, slowly driving her crazy, and mental pollution will cause hallucinations, really let her believe that there is another self. The company was a mental suggestion, constantly deceiving Zhu Ning, and hoping that she would jump off the building. Li Xian, but you still did your homework. There was a book on Zhu Ning's desk, and a homework book next to it, with words written by himself. Zhu Ning's handwriting is very special, the kind of words written by an adult trapped in a child's soul. Even if it is covered up and carefully hidden, it is a little different from the child's handwriting, and it is difficult for others to imitate. Those were her own handwriting. Zhu Ning was sure that she hadn't written anything just now. When she left, the homework book was blank. It could only be written by another self. Li Xian, we all saw it. Their movements were so loud that people around them looked over. Some nodded and looked at Zhu Ning worriedly. What's wrong with you? There were so many eyes here, but Zhu Ning didn't believe them at all. They were just pollutants. Zhu Ning stood up immediately. I go to the bathroom again. Her first reaction was to go to the monitoring room. The red house ensured the safety of every child. There was a monitoring room on the second floor. The monitoring room was not locked, and no one was guarding it. There were very old monitor screens with 7 or 8 small TVs on them, which were monitoring in real time. Zhu Ning wanted to see the third perspective. With her ability to read the monitoring very quickly, her hand covered the surface and began to read the data. The picture was directly presented in her mind. The data would not lie to her. From the surveillance camera, Zhu Ning went into the reading room with Li Xian after dinner. They were doing their weekend homework. After only 5 minutes, Zhu Ning said she was going to the toilet. Then the camera captured the scene of Zhu Ning coming out. She went to Xiao Yuan's room at this time. 2 minutes later, Zhu Ning came back from the toilet. Zhu Ning sat opposite Li Xian to study. They spent at least 15 minutes together. Suddenly, Zhu Ning stood up and said she was thirsty and wanted to get a glass of water. She walked towards the direction of the water dispenser, hid behind the bookshelf, and never came out again. Then the real Zhu Ning walked into the reading room and sat opposite Li Xian without knowing anything. Zhu Ning opened her eyes, and the data rolling in her eyes stopped flowing. It actually appeared. Where is the other self? Is it right next to Zhu Ning, but she can't see it at the moment? Zhu Ning watched the surveillance video again, this time following the direction of the other self's movement. She walked to the back of the bookshelf, and there seemed to be a door behind it. When Zhu Ning asked Li Xian, the camera could still capture her picture. Half of a black helmet was exposed behind the bookshelf. Zhu Ning had been secretly watching her and Li Xian talking behind the bookshelf. The camera was just above the bookshelf. Zhu Ning seemed to know this position. Suddenly, she looked up and looked directly at the camera. Although they were both wearing helmets and couldn't see the line of sight at all, her heart skipped a beat, and they looked at each other. In Xiao Yuan's story, Xiao Yuan and the other self had been at peace before, and they could be regarded as peaceful coexistence. Only when Xiao Yuan was not around, the other self would appear. They abided by a certain contract, which was to take turns to rest and never meet. Only when Xiao Yuan tried to capture the other self, she had left that day, but secretly came back and looked at her through the window. From then on, it was as if some mechanism had been triggered, and she could appear in Xiao Yuan's world openly. Just now, Zhu Ning accidentally completed this mechanism, and they looked at each other through the monitor. Zhu Ning turned off the monitor playback, and only watched the real-time monitoring this time. A black figure suddenly appeared in the corridor on the second floor. She was wearing a black protective suit, and had the same body shape as Zhu Ning. She was walking towards the monitoring room. She was approaching herself. Zhu Ning felt a little cold on his back, and he didn't even run away. Xiao Yuan ran away at that time, but Zhu Ning couldn't run away. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster. She stared at the surveillance camera without blinking. She felt that someone was at the door. Another self was looking for her. Zhu Ning could see her as soon as he opened the door, but he had a god's perspective and saw her in advance. Anyone who entered the contaminated area would be assimilated. Zhu Ning was now facing the same dilemma as Xiao Yuan. The system asked her to find the secret of another self. This was a task given to her, and she had to complete it. Click. Zhu Ning outside was turning the door handle. The door handle was old, and the sound was particularly abrupt. Zhu Ning's heartbeat became very fast. Until now, she couldn't believe it. The door was pushed open with a creak. The monitoring room was bright. The light of the monitor shone on Zhu Ning. The light in the corridor was even dimmer. Another Zhu Ning seemed to be hidden in the shadows. They met completely, and they were truly in the same space. Zhu Ning had seen herself before. She had seen a corpse at the company, but she had never seen such a complete one. Spirit value decreased by 2%. Zhu Ning opened her mouth and was about to utter the first syllable, but suddenly her whole body froze. What was she doing? Why did she want to talk to the fake Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning's throat froze. Her tongue seemed to be paralyzed, and her whole body instinctively restrained. Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound, otherwise you will end up like Xiao Yuan. It turns out that there is really such an impulse. On the one hand, you want to make a sound by all means, and on the other hand, you want to stop yourself by all means. But is this experience correct? If it is correct, how did Xiao Yuan die? Zhu Ning looked directly at the Zhu Ning opposite her. Xiao Yuan saw another self at that time, and said that she had a very strange impulse to hide immediately. Zhu Ning was not so exaggerated, but she would have an intuition to avoid the other party. Just like when people see danger, they instinctively want to avoid it. Zhu Ning stared at her silently. The other self didn't say anything. What was she going to do? Gradually replace her? Replace her for what? Zhu Ning herself has a lot of secrets. She is definitely the most difficult person in the world to play. She can't play well herself, so how can a pollutant? There is no dialogue, so there is no way to ask. Zhu Ning frowned. She was just pretending to be an 8-year-old girl, not a real little girl. She decided to be simple and rough. She took a step forward. Because Xiao Yuan avoided before, the other self became stronger and stronger, so Zhu Ning chose to take the initiative. She suddenly fired a gun while taking a step. The gun was placed on her waist. Her movements were fast, and she was extremely professional. Bang! She pressed the trigger, not caring about what to do if she encountered the mechanical mother later. She wanted to get the data from the other side. The bullet rotated in the air and stopped abruptly when it was 1 meter away from Zhu Ning. It was like a defensive wall rising and stopped abruptly in the air. Metal manipulation. You can imitate the same appearance, but can you imitate the same talent and system props? There is also a system on the other side. This matter is completely beyond Zhu Ning's cognition. Isn't it too magical? As an Alpha Series test product, if she can really be copied to this point, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical would have made a fortune long ago. Is there such a place in the world that is only rated as a Class B pollution area? The door of the Red House is not closed. If Zhu Ning wants to leave, she can just leave, but she can't do this kind of thing at all. If Zhu Ning had the same abilities as her, she would be like bringing a time bomb into the outside world. Wait, she suddenly had a terrible guess. If this contaminated area could replicate herself, how could she prove that she was not a replica? She had to be killed. Zhu Ning also used metal manipulation. A bullet was manipulated by 2 identical forces, and could only make subtle movements in a stalemate. Zhu Ning had the same skills as herself, and things got bad. Her opponent, this time, was very troublesome. No matter what skill she wanted to point out, the opponent could overwhelm her with the same skills. If all the system parameters were the same, it would be meaningless for them to fight. Zhu Ning still didn't believe it. She wanted to take off the opponent's helmet. She couldn't believe that her face was really in the helmet. If something strange really happened, one was the prey, and the other was the predator. Zhu Ning must be the one who controlled the overall situation. She was very fast, but the opponent seemed to see through her intentions, and suddenly turned around and ran. Zhu Ning immediately chased after him. When she was a child, Zhu Ning ran faster than her peers. The Zhu Ning in front of her ran at the same speed as her, which meant that their physical strength values were exactly the same. Zhu Ning ran quickly, and rows of dormitories passed by her. Zhu Ning ran only 1 step faster than herself. They ran at roughly the same speed. Theoretically, this was a person that Zhu Ning could never catch up with. Normal people would not insist on chasing a target that they could not catch up with, but Zhu Ning did not. It was just a pollutant, and she must have a limit. The Red House became their chase field. Because of the tacit understanding that they could not talk, there was only a silent chase, without any conversation. To outsiders, they could only see Zhu Ning suddenly running wildly. When the third person appeared, the other self would not be seen. Zhu Ning could clearly feel that the speed of the person in front of her began to slow down gradually, and she could suppress the person in front of her with just a hand. At this time, it was a corner. Zhu Ning stretched out a hand, and the other party turned into the stairs. Bang! Zhu Ning bumped into something. Someone grabbed her forcefully, using great force, grabbing her arm like a pair of pliers. The face of the mechanical mother appeared in front of her, staring at her with drooping eyes. "What are you doing?" It was almost there. Just 2 more seconds. Zhu Ning looked at the stairs. She had completely disappeared. Zhu Ning glanced at the mechanical mother. It was not the time to destroy the contaminated area. She had just finished running and was sweating all over. Her heart was beating fast. She suppressed her impulse and said, "Someone." "No." Zhu Ning argued, "Yes." Mechanical mother, you are in solitary confinement. Chapter 175. The mechanical mother pulled Zhu Ning's arm. The adult's figure seemed as tall as a mountain to the child. Zhu Ning could clearly feel her anger. She walked very fast, almost dragging Zhu Ning forward. "Why don't you listen?" The mechanical mother said angrily. "I work so hard. Why don't you listen? Why do you always make me angry?" Zhu Ning is an adult who has lived 2 lives. She is particularly unhappy to be scolded like a child, but she did not refute. Instead, a very strange feeling surged in her heart. She actually felt a little guilty, as if she had really done something wrong. The poorer, the more unfortunate. The red house obviously has no money. The pressure on the mechanical mother must be enormous. The mechanical mother looked down at her, her half-fallen face drooped down, and with her gloomy eyes, the whole person looked gloomy. What's next? Isn't she going to hit her? The mechanical mother opened her mouth, obviously about to say something, to insult her. Zhu Ning looked up and looked at her, but the expected slap didn't come, and the insults didn't come out. The mechanical mother pushed open a door. Go in and reflect. With a bang, Zhu Ning was locked in the confinement room. Zhu Ning stood at the door in silence for a while, feeling very strange. Just now she had a little emotional connection with the mechanical mother. This place is too strange. Because she can't bulldoze it violently, Zhu Ning must find the truth. In the process, she is constantly assimilated by the red house. From the perspective of God, the mechanical mother didn't go far. She stopped 5 meters away from the confinement room. There was a table there. Her body was very stiff, like a doll. The mechanical mother was stunned for a long time. Zhu Ning could clearly feel her emotions. She seemed a little sad. The mechanical mother sat down, took out the needle and thread from her worn apron, and threaded the needle in the dim light, and then sewed her arm. She was very serious, and she sewed the simulated skin with needle and thread, and she didn't feel any pain at all, as if the thread in the hands of a loving mother was not sewing the skin, but a piece of clothing. Zhu Ning didn't know if the other party was in pain, but it was quite harmonious from this picture. The mechanical mother was blocking the door. Even if Zhu Ning had a master key and invisibility, it would be difficult for her to slip out under the eyes of the mechanical mother. She didn't know how to walk through walls. If Su Ming was here, her skills would be more suitable. Thinking that Su Ming didn't know if he woke up, Zhu Ning planned to search the confinement room. It has to be said that this orphanage is really shabby. The facilities in the Red House are very old, and there is no sense of technology. The clothes they wear are also very shabby, but many children have game consoles. In this world, electronic products are cheaper. Zhu Ning guessed that they might be donated by some companies. They sent a large number of cheap electronic products, but never sent defective clothes and food that people really need. The confinement room is smaller than an ordinary room and very narrow. Because there is no toilet, there is a wooden barrel in the corner, which emits a foul smell. There is a small table in the middle of the room, which may be used for punishment. It is shorter than an ordinary table. People will feel numb in their limbs if they sit on it for a long time. There are papers, pens, and books on the table. People who are in confinement will come here to do their homework. Zhu Ning picked up a notebook and revealed the desktop, which had scratches on it. When I was a kid, many people liked to write and carve on the table, such as carving the word morning. Now there was something messily carved on it, and Zhu Ning had to identify it for a while before he could recognize it. She is broken. The person carving seemed to be crazy and was carving on the table, and it was obvious that her mental state was very bad. Broken? What is broken? Who is she? Mechanical mother? Zhu Ning recalled the only scene of contact with the mechanical mother. She was actually broken visibly with the naked eye, and even the simulated skin covering her was about to fall off. The puzzle of the Class B pollution area would not be difficult. Zhu Ning felt that he could figure it out immediately if he found some more clues. Find the source of pollution as soon as possible, and get out as soon as possible. Zhu Ning was flipping through a book on the table. It was a confession book. Everyone who came in had to write a self-criticism. Confession book. I don't know how many years it has been left there. The paper is thin and brittle, and it seems to break if it is touched slightly. There is a layer of dust on it. Children's handwriting is all kinds of strange. Zhu Ning took a casual look and found that the self-criticisms all have a central idea. They either waste food, fight with other children, or make loud noises. Zhu Ning was arrested and put in a confinement room just now because of making loud noises. She turned the pages slowly because she saw the self-criticism she wrote herself. It was her handwriting again. The theme of the self-criticism was that you shouldn't run around after lights out. It was written with passion and emotion. Zhu Ning was naughty, since she was a child in her previous life and often wrote self-criticisms. She wrote confessions very quickly, and could finish one in less than 20 minutes. If it was just the same handwriting as Zhu Ning before, it was even more strange now. This self-criticism had the same idea as her. Handwriting can be imitated, but ideas are difficult to imitate. Moreover, Zhu Ning's self-criticism has the characteristics of her era. The beginning is I write this self-criticism with a guilty and regretful heart. Here it comes again, and the traces of Zhu Ning's life appear again. Zhu Ning is getting more and more uncomfortable staying here. The sense of déjà vu is too strong. She plans to leave immediately after searching the confinement room. The room is too small to hide a person. She quickly finished searching, and only one place was left. A window. The small window faces the door, and is very high from the ground, a full 3 meters. It should be used for ventilation. What is outside this window? Zhu Ning's God's perspective is limited. It sometimes works, and sometimes doesn't. She didn't use it much before. This is the first time she got this skill, and walked into the contaminated area. Now I realize that if you are inside the contaminated area, you must know what is in your sight to see it. In other words, you can only see what you know, not what you don't know. For Zhu Ning, the things outside the window are chaos. Ordinary people who are locked up in a solitary confinement cell probably want to escape from prison. Can they escape from here? Zhu Ning's current height can't even reach the edge of the window, and she is reluctant to use the gravity-ignoring skill. Because the mechanical mother is just outside the door, she dare not make any big noise, and carefully pushes the short desk over. The height of a table is not enough. Zhu Ning stacked chairs on top, and finally stepped on the top, so that she could barely reach the edge of the window. The human body has become smaller, and the movement is very limited. She had to tiptoe, and the table and chair made a creaking sound. The whole person was shaky, like an acrobat. Zhu Ning stood on tiptoe and looked out. She barely saw a corner of the window. She was dazzled by a faint light, and still couldn't see clearly. What was outside? People are curious. They just wanted to take a look. The less they could see, the more curious they were. She had developed athletic ability, and did something that was very dangerous for an 8-year-old. She grabbed the window frame with both hands, and found a fulcrum. Like a rock climber, she supported herself with all her strength, then exerted force on her feet, and jumped slightly. Her vision suddenly widened. At the moment of jumping, she could see the things outside the window clearly. Time seemed to be slowed down. Bang! The chair under Zhu Ning's feet was unstable, and fell straight from the table. Zhu Ning grabbed the edge of the window with her hands. Her feet were suddenly suspended in the air, and her whole body was hanging on the window. Zhu Ning's heartbeat accelerated, and she almost fell down. She just saw herself. Another face of herself was outside the window. When did it come? There was a ventilation duct outside the window. It should be because they were afraid that the child would get out, so a glass was installed to block it. The pipe was too narrow even for children. The fake Zhu Ning's bones were twisted and shrunk inside the pipe, with her neck twisted on her knees. What? Observing her? Ready to replace her at any time? Zhu Ning? The voice of the mechanical mother appeared outside the door. Zhu Ning's action just now attracted the mechanical mother. She knew that Zhu Ning would definitely get into trouble. She had already grasped the door handle with one hand. What are you doing again? Zhu Ning was like a real child who had made a mistake. He thought that his parents would be furious when they saw the scene, and said anxiously, I accidentally tripped over the stool. Zhu Ning's heartbeat quickened, and she stared at the mechanical mother through a door. The other party leaned on the door, and listened for a while, and walked away after confirming that there was no movement. The edge of the window was narrow, only the width of 2 fingers. During this process, Zhu Ning used her fingers to support the weight of her whole body. She was relieved after the mechanical mother left, but she didn't dare to relax at all, only the chair fell. Zhu Ning slowed down, let go of her hands, and gently jumped on the table. Her posture was very light, and there was no movement, and then she jumped down again. Zhu Ning's heartbeat was fast. She looked up at the window. Even if she couldn't see the specific picture clearly, she saw a black shadow. The fake Zhu Ning was on it, and the two looked at each other in silence. I really want to ask. What are you going to do? At least I want to ask this question. Even if I die, I have to die clearly. But she closed her mouth immediately after opening it, and her strong intuition made her dare not speak. Try to kill her again. The ventilation duct was made of iron. Zhu Ning immediately activated the metal control. Such a small child in the duct was like a hamster trapped in a can, which could be crushed from the outside. Zhu Ning exerted force secretly, but there was another force in contrast. The metal duct was trembling under the control of the two forces. No, Zhu Ning stopped using her talent. Even if she used it to the limit here, she couldn't kill the other party. Their energy was exactly the same. Zhu Ning had never been so frustrated. All her abilities were ineffective. She had launched an attack, but it was like a fist hitting cotton. What on earth was the fake Zhu Ning going to do? She didn't even speak. You say a word. It was crazy to suppress the doubts, and not be able to ask. Why did she keep following me? How long will she exist? Will she have to follow her like this for the rest of her life? Even if Zhu Ning escapes from the Red House, the fake Zhu Ning will follow her like a ghost, and a third person cannot tell which one is the real Zhu Ning. This is too suffocating. Zhu Ning completely understands why Xiao Yuan couldn't hold on in the end. How can it be normal for a normal person to have such a thing in their life? In the story described by Xiao Yuan, another self exists quietly and infiltrates your life. Her existence is pollution, polluting you day after day, completely isolating you from your social circle until you have a mental breakdown. Zhu Ning's spirit is not so easy to collapse. She took a deep breath and carefully sorted out the whole process. Xiao Yuan first realized the existence of another self because of the fake swimming registration form. After that, Xiao Yuan's performance successfully made her brothers and sisters hate her even more. They all thought that the other Xiao Yuan was more likable. Over time, the real Xiao Yuan seemed to live in the shadow of another self, because the other self was always more perfect. That's why Xiao Yuan was inferior and didn't dare to meet the fake self. This was a process of gradually corroding the spirit. Is the fake Zhu Ning's behavior logic the same? Let the mechanical mother lock her in the confinement room, scare Zhu Ning, and hope that the mechanical mother will come in and punish her, so as to prove that the fake Zhu Ning is more qualified. This may be the other party's action logic. Zhu Ning no longer tried to kill the other party, and decided to ignore her. She was just a pollutant. As long as the source of the pollution was found, it would disappear naturally. Don't waste time on her. That's what she said, but it was not easy to act. Zhu Ning had to find something to divert her attention. Previously, she found a strand of silk from Xia Yun's room. Now she put it in a transparent plastic bag, and still couldn't identify what kind of creature it was. Zhu Ning thought of the time when she was lying under the bed, and the mechanical mother looked down at her without warning. She had already used the invisibility props when the other party looked at her, and the mechanical mother could never see her. Did she really want to touch Zhu Ning at that time? Was she looking at something else through Zhu Ning? What was she looking at? She had to go to the place where Xiao Yuan disappeared again. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on the ground. The mechanical mother was outside the door, and another self was lying in the only exit window. Both of her ways were blocked. Time passed by minute, and she could hear the ticking sound of the old clock. With a click, I don't know how long it had been, the door was opened from the outside, and the mechanical mother appeared at the door. Go back to sleep. Zhu Ning subconsciously looked at the window, and the other self was still there, but because of the rule of the third person being present, the mechanical mother couldn't see it at all. It was dark, and the other children had already washed up. Zhu Ning missed dinner time, but she didn't have to eat. Other people were washing quietly. Everyone could clearly sense that the mechanical mother was in a bad mood today, and didn't want to make her angry. Zhu Ning joined the washing team. Li Xian next to him was wiping her face and rubbing away the dead bodies of ants. When Zhu Ning was washing her hands, she could see another self through the reflection of the mirror. She was standing behind herself and Li Xian, but unfortunately Li Xian couldn't see her. If you live here, it's really hard to ignore this thing. It's easy to be driven crazy. Zhu Ning ignored the other party. After washing her hands, she went back to her room like a well-behaved child. She lay on the narrow bed again. This was her second day in the Red House. The longer she stayed, the more she felt that she had lived a real life. The sleep broadcast sounded, and Zhu Ning lay on the bed, waiting for the mechanical mother to patrol all the rooms, and then walked back to her bedroom. The whole Red House became quiet. Zhu Ning opened her eyes at this time. She got out of bed quietly, and opened her bedroom in the night. She hesitated for a moment when she passed by Li Xian's room. Li Xian was so quiet today. Zhu Ning's purpose was to find the source of pollution. She finally did not choose to call Li Xian. She walked carefully in the corridor. There were several dim red lights in the corridor, and bells were tied every few meters. People must be more careful not to make any noise, otherwise everyone in the red house will be awakened. This was not a difficult task for Zhu Ning. She moved quickly, and walked through it like passing an obstacle. Click! There was a sudden noise in the middle of the night. Zhu Ning quickly hid in the compartment at the end of the corridor. This was a narrow utility room used to store cleaning tools. Zhu Ning shared a room with a broom and bucket, which meant that she was too small for an adult to hide in. Her heart was beating fast, and she didn't know what the sound was. Through a narrow gap, Zhu Ning looked out, and the mechanical mother got up in the middle of the night for some reason. Her face was getting more and more unstable, her hair was very sparse, and she was wearing pajamas, and she looked skinny. She walked into the bathroom, and after a while, there was a sound of flushing inside, probably because she got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Zhu Ning hid in the utility room, trying to hold her breath, ready to use the invisibility skill anytime and anywhere. Now she was very experienced. The mechanical mother came out of the bathroom, and seemed to have noticed something, and looked over here. No way, can she see this? Is the mechanical mother equipped with some kind of radar? Her eye sockets were sunken, and the mechanical eyes inside emitted red light in the dark. She walked slower and slower, and stayed here longer and longer. Zhu Ning had already opened the system, but the mechanical mother only stayed for a while, did not open the door of the utility room, and turned away. She returned to her room, and Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she felt a dark corner in front of her eyes, as if something was crawling. Zhu Ning touched it casually, and it was an ant, which had been crushed by Zhu Ning. Ants? It is easy to make people think of Li Xian. She slowly raised her neck. The narrow utility room was full of dense ants. They covered it up, making it impossible to see the original color of the utility room. An eye suddenly appeared outside the utility room, and Li Xian's face came close, asking innocently, "When are we going to find Xia Yuan?" She even lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of waking up the mechanical mother. When did she appear? So the mechanical mother was looking at Li Xian just now. Zhu Ning was surrounded by ants. She had encountered insects before, and was relatively calm, but she couldn't stand so many ants crawling on her. "Didn't we agree to go find Xiao Yuan?" Li Xian asked. "I wanted to call you." Zhu Ning spoke, trying to calm the other person's emotions. "Lie!" Li Xian suddenly frowned, and ants poured out of her mouth. She was very angry and shouted, "Lie!" Li Xian's voice was extremely sharp, and the entire polluted area was awakened. It seemed that it could no longer hide, and the polluted area must enter the attack mode. Zhu Ning pushed the cabinet door open, and Li Xian staggered. Ants crawled toward Zhu Ning like a swarm of insects. "Lie!" Li Xian yelled, "You lied to me." The power of an ant is extremely weak, and countless ants combined together are like a brute force. Zhu Ning wanted to escape, but her right foot sank, and someone grabbed her ankle. She had to shoot back. When her foot loosened, other ants were still crawling, trying to break through the gap in Zhu Ning's protective clothing. Zhu Ning got a moment of relief, and immediately ran wildly inside the red house. The mechanical mother had opened the door, and the other children were also awakened. They asked what happened. "What happened?" "Zhu Ning! Why didn't you listen? You lied to me." Several voices intertwined behind Zhu Ning, like a big net hitting her head. Zhu Ning even saw another self when walking up the stairs. Her black shadow was hidden in the dark, watching Zhu Ning as if watching a good show. Zhu Ning didn't even look at her. She used the rotten fish head, and accelerated to the highest speed to throw the person behind her away. She held Xia Yuan's door with one hand. Because she moved too quickly, she stepped on the wishing bottle at the door when she entered. Zhu Ning's first move was to rush to the bottom of the bed. This was a semi-enclosed space, and it was easy to be blocked by people. Normal people would not choose this position to escape. Zhu Ning listened to the footsteps outside. They were coming, only 100 meters were left. There was not much time left for her, and Zhu Ning quickly groped under the bed. It was dark under the bed. Zhu Ning turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the part where the bottom of the bed was connected to the wall. Each room was like a small nest, with people living above, below, left and right. Next to you was another bedroom. Zhu Ning knocked on the wall, and the sound was very empty, absolutely different from ordinary walls. Is there something inside? The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the mechanical mother was already 10 meters away. Zhu Ning elbowed the wooden board with her elbow, making a loud bang, and the board was dented by her. After knocking 3 times, she felt a gust of wind with a bang. The wind poured in from the cracks in the wall, cold and damp, accompanied by a huge musty smell, which made her stunned. Just under the bed, there was another mezzanine space, like a vertical shaft, and the walls between the 2 rooms had mezzanines. It was dark inside, swallowing people like an abyss. Alas, she heard a very strange sound, as if the hanging thing was shaking gently. Juning gritted her teeth. At first, she only saw a piece of darkness, or like a glimpse of a leopard through a tube. She had no idea. There was a sound behind the wall. Juning held her breath, and felt something shaking in front of her eyes. It was a very thin silk thread. Juning recognized it immediately. It was the silk thread she had found in the closet just now. Juning adjusted her perspective, and looked down into the abyss. There was something hanging under the silk thread. It was a human cocoon, just the size of a child. The pure white silk thread was wrapped into a human shape, hanging with a silk thread, and there was more than one. The entire mezzanine was full of human cocoons. She seemed to have found where the missing Xiaoyuan had gone. She was right behind her, separated only by a thin wall. Chapter 176. Don't talk to the other self. Xiaoyuan was hiding in the closet at the time. That was her last hope. She called the helpline of a famous supernatural program, hoping that someone could tell her what to do. Another self was already waiting at the door of the closet. Xiaoyuan looked out from the gap, not even daring to breathe. Someone opened the closet door from the outside. The identical person stood at the door, and she gently pressed the call. Xiaoyuan finally couldn't stand it anymore. She asked loudly what you were doing. She said the word you and immediately shut up. Her back felt cold, knowing how stupid she had done. She broke the taboo and actually talked to the other person. It was too late. The other self walked into the closet, and her face was getting closer and closer to Xiaoyuan, until the 2 identical faces were completely stuck together. The real Xiaoyuan was hidden in the wall, and had formed a human cocoon. At this time, Juning huddled under the bed. While she was stunned, a black ant crawled across the surface of the helmet. The surface of the helmet was arc-shaped, and the ant would deform and exaggerate when it climbed on it. Those were the ants that Li Xian brought out of her body. They couldn't be shaken off at all. They kept multiplying on Juning's body. Juning had never looked at the ants carefully before. They were so small and densely packed together that it was easy to lose her spirit value. People would instinctively ignore things that made them feel uncomfortable. Now that they were crawling on the surface of the helmet in large numbers, and were captured by the camera, she could see clearly that they were not ants at all, but spiders disguised as ants. Spiders have 8 legs, while ants only have 6. Spiders raise their 2 front limbs to disguise themselves as ant antennae. Spiders have ant-like behavior, which means they imitate ants, mingle in ant colonies, and catch prey when they are not prepared. The pollutant in the red house is spiders, and ant-like behavior itself is a pollution logic. A person who looks exactly like you suddenly appears in your home. It deceives your kind and makes it impossible for people to detect it. In the end, it eats you and then replaces you. But ghosts have already mixed into the crowd, just like an ant spider has mixed into the ant colony, spreading among the crowd like an infectious disease, quietly eating the next prey. The entire red house should have been replaced by human cocoons. What Juning found was not silk, but spider silk. There was an infectious disease in the red house. But what is the cause? Who started it? There was a sentence written in the confinement room. She was broken. Was it the mechanical mother who was broken? The underlying logic of the mechanical mother is to raise children and let them grow up healthily, but here are all defective products. Her underlying logic is completely in conflict with reality. No matter how hard she tries, she can't let the children grow up healthily, and it has nothing to do with her efforts. The harder she tried, the more useless it was. The children running around on the ground would not live long. The innocent behavior of children was very irritating to adults who had a hard life. Did the program crash cause her to have a mental breakdown, so she would imagine a perfect child? Xiaoyuan could not swim, but another Xiaoyuan signed up for a swimming competition. She was a more perfect person than Xiaoyuan. As long as you meet another self, the defective ones will feel inferior to the perfect ones. She appeared in your life and filled your gap. When you are sleeping, she can perfectly integrate into your life and get along with your brothers and sisters. Everyone likes her more than you. In the dead of night, another self will stick behind you and hug you tightly to sleep. Even if you want to ignore it deliberately, you can't ignore it at all. Living in this environment for a long time will make you crazy. Slowly, the defective product will have a mental breakdown. The other self is waiting for this moment. As long as you seize this opportunity, Speaking is an opportunity. When the spirit completely collapses, it will turn into a human cocoon and hide at the back of the room, so that it can live forever in another form. The mechanical mother completed her mission and took care of her children in another way, extending their lives before the defective product died. These are all Zhu Ning's guesses, and there is no substantial evidence. If so, the mechanical mother is the source of pollution? The human cocoon is shaking slightly. Zhu Ning saw that the human cocoon was too fascinated, and then he realized that the footsteps outside the door disappeared. Zhu Ning was chased by the mechanical mother and others. The contaminated area entered the hunting mode, and there should be very hurried footsteps outside. Now the sound of pursuit suddenly disappeared, as if someone had suddenly strangled her throat, and the entire red house was abnormally quiet. Why? Because Zhu Ning found the key clue? Zhu Ning kept hiding under the bed. She turned on the god's perspective, thinking that she would see the mechanical mother and Li Xian, but she saw nothing. The deep corridor of the red house was empty, and the other self disappeared. Not only that, even the lights were turned off, and it was plunged into darkness. Did they disappear? Or did they leave Zhu Ning's sight range? After all, her god's perspective has a distance limit of 30 meters. The corridor was empty, and there was no sound. Because it was too quiet, the sound of breathing and wind was particularly obvious. Any slight sound seemed to be suddenly amplified. Zhu Ning crawled out from under the bed. She used to see from a god's perspective, but now she saw with her naked eyes. There was really no one at the door, and none of the elusive pollutants. Did they realize that they couldn't hurt Zhu Ning in that form, so they changed their tactics? Zhu Ning was about to go out to take a look, but she was already at the door, and her whole body froze. Trap. There was a transparent spider silk in front of her, as hard as steel wire. Her helmet had been cut open in an instant, and the spider silk was embedded in it. It was only half an inch away from Zhu Ning's nose tip. She could even feel the sharpness of the spider silk. The helmet was damaged, and the system panel went out in an instant. If it weren't for this flash of light to remind her, and thanks to her quick reaction, she might have been cut off her head by the spider silk. This polluted area actually hunts, deliberately turning off the lights to make the pursuers disappear suddenly. Normal people would be a little curious, or think they could seize the opportunity to escape, but if they run too fast, they will be cut into pieces. After the helmet was turned off, the night mode failed. Zhu Ning used to see everything with a green light, but now it suddenly turned black in front of her eyes. She couldn't adapt to the current situation for a moment, as if she was blinded in an instant. Zhu Ning blinked her eyes to adapt to the current situation. She reached for the flashlight, and after turning it on, she saw what was happening now. The flashlight shone a circular beam of light in the red house, and countless spider webs had formed in the corridor, flashing strange light under the flashlight. Fortunately, she didn't rush out immediately on impulse. It would be as difficult for Zhu Ning to pass through these spider webs as walking through a minefield. Her skin was hardened, and it would probably consume all her health. This road was blocked. Would they force her to take that road? She moved Xiaoyuan's bed away, revealing the intact cave behind her. A breeze blew out from the cave mouth, echoing inside the narrow wall, sounding like ghosts and wolves howling in the middle of the night. She really wanted to go down the cave. Zhu Ning hesitated for a second and immediately took action, planning to walk along the road paved for her in the contaminated area. If she wanted to know the truth, she had to walk into the trap. If she was blown up directly, she would know nothing. Zhu Ning kicked the cave mouth, barely enough for one person to pass through. Luckily, she was the size of a child now. If she was an adult, she probably couldn't get down. The protective suit had been modified, and there was a backup light source on the shoulder, which was relatively weak. Zhu Ning put a patch on the surface of the helmet. Although it blocked her vision a little, it would be more fatal if ants or spiders crawled into the protective suit after taking off the helmet. Zhu Ning went down the cave slowly with her back to the cave entrance. The god's perspective was completely different from the rearview mirror of the helmet. She couldn't see clearly behind her, and always felt insecure. Especially since she knew there was a corpse pit below, she still wanted to break in. There were raised wooden nails on both sides of the wall, with sticky mucus on them. It was unknown what kind of secretion it was from. It would feel sticky when stepped on. At this time, the resistance was increased, at least it was more difficult to slide down. Zhu Ning supported the wall, and groped like a gecko. Fortunately, she had played rock climbing before, and knew roughly how to land. In the dark wall gap, there were corpses everywhere. The spider silk was shaking and swaying, sharper than a knife. If you were caught, you might be split in half on the spot. Xiaoyuan's cocoon was hanging under her body, like a dried corpse. She tried not to make any sound. Now it was like stepping into a spider's nest. These things were alive. Once the cocoon was awakened, Zhu Ning, as a human, was not as flexible as a spider in such a narrow wall. The whole red house was not high, and the inside of the wall was like an abyss with no bottom at all. She was moving. The first level was the most difficult. It was difficult not to touch the cocoon. Zhu Ning moved down carefully and reached the top of Xiaoyuan's head. If she wanted to continue going down, she had to pass by Xiaoyuan. Not knowing what would trigger the other party, Zhu Ning pressed her chest against the wall as much as possible and walked along the wall. But she still touched the cocoon. When she first touched it, Zhu Ning was not used to it, as if a ghost suddenly touched her calf. The protective suit sensor transmitted the sense of touch and amplified the strange feeling. The surface of the cocoon was very similar to a bandage, and there was a little resistance when rubbed. Zhu Ning had a patch on her helmet, which reduced her field of vision. From a wide angle, she could only see a bunch of human cocoons. At this time, her imagination would start to scare herself. This was a human instinct for survival. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and continued to move her body. As she moved, the contact area between her and Xiaoyuan's human cocoons became larger. At first, it was just her calves touching, but now she had to expose her entire back to the other party. It was almost done. She only had another 30 seconds to get out from under Xiaoyuan's body. She slowly touched the wall. Ouch! Xiaoyuan's human cocoon moved. Zhu Ning froze, and the hair on her back stood up uncontrollably. In the overly narrow inner wall and the dark cave, there was no living person except Zhu Ning. Xiaoyuan was tightly pressed against Zhu Ning, just like lying on her back. Breathe. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and tried to rationalize it all, but she couldn't do it at all. If it was a real corpse, it would be fine, at least she knew it was a dead thing, but it was a pollutant, and you didn't know when a living thing would hatch from the human cocoon. Zhu Ning carefully moved her feet away, and the soles of her feet felt very sticky, as if they were stuck to her body, adding a lot of weight. Zhu Ning groped the wall, and suddenly frowned, and a strange feeling came from under her palm. Because of the momentary stiffness, Zhu Ning was in contact with the wall for a longer time, allowing her to feel the things on the wall more clearly. There was a slight bump under her fingertips, as if someone had carved words on it. The light on her shoulder was too weak, and Zhu Ning used a flashlight to illuminate it instantly. The human cocoon behind her was cast a huge shadow by the light source, but Zhu Ning had no time to look at it, and looked more seriously at the front, which was a row of neatly carved words. Name, Jianyu. Citizen level, 5th class. Expected age of death, 12. Age of death, 9. Source, Batch 1098 Defective Artificial Human Products. Provider, Honglin Simulation Company. Reason, failed quality inspection. Jianyu is Xiaoyuan's real name. Is this her profile card or tombstone? So the 3-year countdown on her desk is really a life countdown? Defective products are completely different from citizens of other levels. They know their date of birth and date of death. They are more like objects, and objects have a shelf life. They will die when the shelf life expires. All defective products have known this since they became conscious. This is their right to know about death. Are people with shorter lifespans more likely to be captured by another self? But who put it here? And it will be engraved on a tombstone, so ceremonial. Mechanical mother? If it was her, then Zhu Ning's speculation just now was 80% true. The Class B contaminated area was not difficult, but what on earth did Prometheus arrange here for? It was too late for her to influence the mechanical mother. Why was all the information in the red house erased? Zhu Ning's helmet was broken, so she could only use the secondary brain to take a picture of the tombstone, and then continue to move down. She moved very slowly. Xiaoyuan's feet slid over her shoulders, gently shook above her head, and finally Zhu Ning passed the human cocoon safely. The first experience can be reproduced. Zhu Ning's speed is getting faster and faster, and she saw more tombstones. Bai Qin, Lu Shi, Wei Yanwan. Zhu Ning looked all the way over, and she had a very strange feeling when she saw these names, familiar and strange. It was like reading an elementary school yearbook. Because it was a long time ago, I don't remember the names of these people very well, but I feel very familiar when I read it, and I can vaguely remember something. I can't say what it is specifically, there is only an indescribable feeling. Zhu Ning looked at them one by one, and took pictures of each one carefully. She sneaked down again. There were no hanging human cocoons here. It was the only empty space in the densely packed walls. Passing through the human cocoons, the sudden emptiness made her feel uncomfortable. She seemed to be lying in an empty grave. Zhu Ning hesitated for a moment, and touched the wall again. She touched a new tombstone. Even if she made some psychological preparations and guessed roughly in her heart, it was still difficult to understand when she really saw it. This turned out to be her own tombstone. The flashlight illuminated the wall white, and every word on it was so cold. Name, Zhu Ning. Citizen level, 5th class. Estimated age of death, 20. Age of death, source, Area F of the garbage dump in District 103. Provider, Yang Shuhua, Lu Sheng. Reason, the provider is unable to support. Zhu Ning's head buzzed, and her pupils suddenly contracted. If the traces of her previous life still made her doubt, was it some kind of pollution trying to make her mentally collapse? But seeing this, she was completely sure that she had really lived there, and here was her accurate personal information. Because even in her own memory, she only knew that Lao Yang and Lu Sheng dug her out of the garbage dump, and she had no idea what Lao Yang's real name was. So her name was Yang Shuhua. All the traces left by Zhu Ning were real, and Zhu Ning really lived in the red house. She was the only survivor of the infection that year. At the same time, the tombstones under Zhu Ning began to change. Originally, the age of death was blank, but now it suddenly showed the number 19. Zhu Ning would die at the age of 19, that is, today, and she walked into her own grave. Chapter 177. She entered the red house. An abandoned house, outside the garbage dump, with surveillance devices all over the interior. No one would notice this inconspicuous location. The red house is located in the garbage dump, and there are many robots nearby. The abandoned mechanical eyes can be used as cameras. There are only 2 surveillance people, taking turns on duty. One man is wearing a baseball cap, and his face cannot be seen clearly. The other woman is wearing a black jacket, and has long curly hair. If you look closely, there is a mole in the corner of her eye. If Zhu Ning can recognize her here, she is the boss lady who sold her motorcycle. She squinted her eyes, and looked at the screen. They have been watching here for a month. Today, they confirmed that Zhu Ning really appeared. She has entered the red house for half an hour. Will she be in trouble? The man in the baseball cap asked. How long has it been? The man in the baseball cap did not hear the answer and said to himself, is it so complicated inside? It's just a Class B contaminated area. According to Zhu Ning's ability, it should be over in 10 minutes. The long-haired woman glanced at him. Even if the boss becomes weaker, he won't be that weak. The man snorted, and he was a little impatient, ready to continue guarding. The woman looked at the monitor with a darker and darker gaze. There was only a red house on the screen, which looked gloomy in the night. Because no one appeared for a long time, the whole picture seemed to be still. Inside the red house. Ding! Intermediate talent danger prediction is triggered. 2 minutes in advance danger warning has been sent. Please pay attention to safety. Zhu Ning just touched the tombstone and heard the system prompt. In the danger prediction, the human cocoon hatched a Spider-Man. Zhu Ning didn't react, and was bitten to death by the nearest Spider-Man. Time was running out, so she took out her heavy gun and fired 3 shots in a row. The first shot was aimed at her tombstone, just above her name. This gun was very powerful, and one shot could make a huge hole in any iron wall. But this wall was made of unknown material, and only a dark shadow was left on her tombstone. Zhu Ning turned around and shot to the left, where a human cocoon was hanging, which was also the cocoon closest to her. The bullet hit the human cocoon, and blood swished and dripped into the abyss, but it might not have hit the vital part, and the things inside were still fluttering. With a puff, the human cocoon was torn apart from the inside, and a human arm stretched out. It was originally a human cocoon, so it was extremely normal to stretch out a human hand. Then, the second, third, fourth. A total of 8 hands stretched out from the inside. Spiders have 8 legs, and they have 8 human arms. The human face wrapped in the white cocoon became more and more obvious. It was a very young boy's face with a child's innocent smile. The human cocoon was completely broken, and the 8 human arms became spider legs, with a human head growing on them. Spider-Man? He opened his mouth wide, and a hissing hum came out of his mouth, looking at Zhu Ning. He wanted to correct the mistake of the past. The Red House wanted to bury Zhu Ning here. Zhu Ning had seen Spider-Man in the danger warning before, and he didn't frown. He quickly loaded the gun and shot at the nearest Spider-Man. Zhu Ning had a photographic memory. After seeing his tombstone, he remembered that this person was called Su Sinan. Her memory was a bit troublesome at this time, because most of the time, she didn't need to know the name of the pollutant. It was like a simple monster to her, and she didn't feel anything after killing it. Now that I know the names, the feeling of killing is even stronger. They used to live together. Just like Xia Yuan said, they were her brothers and sisters. They were abandoned by society together, and waited for death after knowing their own death dates. Xiao Yuan had no fighting spirit, because she knew her death date. The same was true for everyone else in the Red House. They knew there was no future, and living was like being dead. Every day seemed to be approaching death. No one could remain calm without knowing their death date. Zhu Ning was a defective product. She knew what it felt like to have a countdown in life, just like a guillotine hanging above your head forever. The scary thing was that you knew the exact time when the guillotine would fall. Zhu Ning only had 1 year left. They were all expiring products. But the defective products in the Red House could not even enjoy their last moments. Xiao Yuan clearly had 3 years to live, but now she had degenerated into a pollutant and remained in the past forever. The monster borrowed their faces, and was still alive with their faces. Spider-Man moved quickly. Su Xinan rushed towards Zhu Ning. His mouth was wide open. At this time, the mouth parts in his mouth could be seen moving, and sharp spider silk was about to be ejected from it. Zhu Ning had seen that kind of spider silk, which could completely cut off her head. Zhu Ning did not hide. She supported her body with her left hand, and stepped on the opposite wall to maintain stability. The most important thing when shooting is to maintain stability. She raised the gun, and aimed the muzzle at the high-speed moving Spider-Man. At this critical moment, she chose the most classic way, using a gun. Bang! The Spider-Man who rushed towards her froze in midair, and fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Zhu Ning shot through his mouth. Purple-red blood burst out, dripping down like a shower. After the danger prediction was extended to 2 minutes, this ability was like a prophecy. Zhu Ning had seen it in the death notice, that guns were useful for human cocoons. The human cocoons on the entire wall were awakened and hatched, and the cracks in the wall were full of spiders, both men and women. The oldest looked no more than 15 years old, and the youngest should be only 4 years old, with a little baby fat. They were densely hung, and looking around, only hundreds of red eyes could be seen. Zhu Ning fired too fast. She borrowed the acceleration function of the rotten fish head, and moved in the wall while firing. The only exit should be the entrance, which was only 50 meters away from her, but at this time 50 meters seemed extremely far away. Zhu Ning was wrong just now. She knew who the source of pollution was. Boom! She shot and smashed a Spider-Man's head. The skull and the broken meat exploded, and the entire wall was full of debris. Spider-Men fell one after another. She was injured. She didn't dodge just now. The spider silk spit out by the Spider-Man cut off a corner of the helmet. The spider silk in the cocoon was slightly weaker than the outside, so it didn't completely cut off her head. This behavior pattern is effective, but it requires a lot of physical strength. You have to hang in the air while firing accurately, and move upwards. All the muscles in your body must be mobilized accurately. 10 meters. Spider-Man's blood splashed in from the gap in the helmet. The cold and smelly stuff smeared on her cheeks. It was the blood of her former brothers and sisters. 3 meters. The hole looked very bright, like a beam of light in the dark, not the light of a flashlight, but like a kind of hope. A Spider-Man grabbed Zhu Ning's ankle. Zhu Ning's feet sank, and her hands on the wall were almost not stable. She almost slipped, and was dragged into the abyss. Not only one, but the second Spider-Man hugged her right leg. Zhu Ning felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the force from below almost made her tear her arm apart. Zhu Ning reacted completely instinctively, and took out a knife with her backhand, trying to embed it in the wall to ensure that she had a foothold. But this move was ineffective. The wall was too hard, and it had been proved that guns could not blast it open. Another Spider-Man grabbed Zhu Ning's ankle, and they strung together under her feet. Zhu Ning was like being trapped in a swamp, with countless hands reaching out and spider silk entangled up. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Zhu Ning shot at her feet, and other pollutants that tried to rush over would fall, but the pollutants below her died, and before they died, they had already tied themselves and Zhu Ning together. 3 Spider-Man corpses hung under Zhu Ning's feet, and they were connected by spider silk, which became the biggest weight at this time. Zhu Ning had practiced with weighted sandbags during training, but now she knows what the extreme weight is like. The transparent spider silk wrapped around Zhu Ning's calves, and she was like a bird stepping on a fishing net abandoned by humans in the wild, and was completely entangled. The protective suit turned on the automatic defense mode, and the soft steel plate was unfolded inside. The spider silk had not tightened yet, but the protective suit should not last long. If it continued like this, it might completely cut off her legs. Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and was forced to open the skin hardening. The incision cut by the spider silk was covered with a layer of hard skin. She only covered a few key places. After the skin hardening was opened, Her life value was burning, and she didn't want to waste time. The weight of her entire body was supported on her right hand. Even though she had taken genetic drugs and improved her body functions, she was already close to her limit. She was restraining the urge to blow up the red house. There were 2 explosives left. If they were blown up, everything would return to dust and dust. She would just flatten it violently. But she had never been so eager to find the source of pollution. Zhu Ning raised her head and looked at the faint light above her head. Her whole body was tense. There were corpses under her feet, and there were living Spider-Men on the inside of the wall rushing towards her. In this situation, Zhu Ning did not give up her plan. She was still climbing up. She was not dead yet. Why was she buried in a grave? As long as she had a breath, she could continue. Just kidding, her ideal was to survive the end of the world. Her life was much longer than this shitty world. Zhu Ning reached out and touched the next point of support. She almost bit her teeth. She took a deep breath and felt that she was about to reach the critical point. Snap, she grabbed the hole with one hand, which was more powerful than the one below, and touched the edge with both hands, just like touching driftwood in the water. She propped up her upper body, let herself lie completely on the wooden board, and threw a bomb down. The fire exploded instantly, and all the monsters trying to catch up were drowned by the explosion. The Spider-Man under her feet became heavier and heavier. The spider silk had tied her up, sank into her flesh, and was blocked by the hardened skin. The leg was almost broken. And she also saw the person in Xiaoyuan's room, the real source of pollution. A little girl stood at the door of the room. She was wearing striped pajamas, her face was covered with freckles, and there were ants and spiders crawling on her body. The source of pollution had already appeared. Normally, the polluted area would hide itself and do everything possible not to be discovered, but Li Xian did the opposite. She was the first to contact Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning still remembers that she was walking in the red house at that time. When she first came in, there was no one at all. This place seemed dead. After the polluted area came alive, the first person to talk to her was Li Xian. In other words, it was because of Li Xian's appearance that the polluted area started to work. It was Li Xian who told her Xiaoyuan's real name, and it was also Li Xian who saw the other self for the first time. She appeared at the key nodes of every plot. Most importantly, she knew that Zhu Ning had a master key. Before seeing the tombstone, Zhu Ning was not sure whether this polluted area was a spiritual system, and it might have some kind of reading ability, converting memories into details, and constantly polluting, making Zhu Ning really think that she lived here. But after seeing the tombstone, she was sure that if the source of pollution was the mechanical mother, she would not know the key. It must be someone who really knew Zhu Ning. They had a close relationship. Zhu Ning was even willing to share some little secrets with each other. Zhu Ning didn't see Li Xian's tombstone at all. Zhu Ning had been playing the role of herself since she entered the contaminated area. Zhu Ning had really lived here, and was taken care of by a robot. The robot mother model was too old, and no one was using it outside. The robot mother didn't even have the money to repair herself, so she could only sew the fallen flesh with needle and thread. She couldn't bear the burden, and she cleaned the display window every day, calculating for a little money. She was eager for someone to donate some money, and she couldn't hold on any longer. She couldn't discipline her child, so she used the simplest and crudest method, raising the child like raising a cat or dog. Zhu Ning was sometimes afraid of her, and sometimes felt sorry for her. Zhu Ning lived with dozens of defective products. She listened to 2 bells every day. One was the lights out bell, and the other was the wake up bell. When the wake up bell rang, she would go to the shabby bathroom to wash like other defective products, with Zhu Ning's name written on the tooth cup. When the lights out bell rang, the mechanical mother forbade everyone to go out, and the red house entered a curfew state. But Zhu Ning couldn't be locked up, and she was still tossing and turning in the middle of the night. At that time, she had just come to this world not long ago, and she felt that the red house was very strange, and there were always children here who had accidents one after another. They would behave very abnormally for a while, and then appear again after disappearing for a few days. This phenomenon is still spreading, like a silent infectious disease, but no one feels that something is wrong, and they know nothing about the potential danger. Zhu Ning was too young at that time, and didn't even know what a demon hunter was. The authorities rarely talked about pollutants. She only felt keenly that this world was terrible, and it was different from the obvious dangers in the zombie world. It seemed that something dark was invading her life. After Zhu Ning came to the Wasteland world, the first pollutant incident she encountered was the red house. She had no idea about it, and didn't know that she was approaching danger. She couldn't figure out what happened. She felt that if she stayed here, she would be killed one day, and she had to find a way to leave. Only Li Xian was willing to participate in this activity. She knocked on Zhu Ning's wall, which was their secret code. Is Zhu Ning there? Li Xian is calling Zhu Ning. Please reply if you hear it. When are we going to find Xia Yuan? Li Xian existed before Zhu Ning came to the Red House. She was very cute, with freckles all over her face, and was an abandoned artificial person. Zhu Ning didn't doubt her at first. The little girl naturally made people let down their guard. Once, she was even seen by Li Xian opening the door of the mechanical mother. Zhu Ning had to confess that she could unlock the door. She made up a lie and said that she had a magic key. Li Xian looked at her curiously at that time. Later, Zhu Ning followed Xiao Yuan's death to find Xiao Yuan, but she didn't find Xiao Yuan because Xiao Yuan appeared by herself 3 days later. She looked so healthy and perfect, and even participated in the swimming competition. Everyone was relieved, only Zhu Ning felt something was wrong, and she became more and more anxious to leave. Until she discovered the truth, like an ant in a group of ants, suddenly found the ant spider lurking around. At that moment, she suddenly woke up and realized that the other party was not the same kind at all, but a hunter. You found me, Li Xian said. The past Li Xian and the present Li Xian overlapped. They were like two photo negatives, piecing together a complete person. Zhu Ning leaned against the wall. Her legs were in great pain, and Li Xian was smiling at her. Chapter 178. Zhu Ning leaned against the wall. A piece of her helmet was cut off, and the broken screen blocked part of her vision, causing her to see Li Xian incompletely and unable to see the whole picture. Are you an ant spider? Zhu Ning asked. Li Xian touched her face, and the freckles and floating ant spiders merged with each other, making it difficult to distinguish. Li Xian said, should it be? She was not sure what she was. She just existed inside the Red House, and ate prey one by one. Zhu Ning was silent. Non-natural humans have long existed in human society. Li Xian and Jiang Ping are in the same situation. Li Xian squatted down and looked at the 8-year-old Zhu Ning at eye level. Are you trying to trick me again? Just like Zhu Ning just came in, across a wall, using a childish report form to trick Li Xian's words. Very cunning. Zhu Ning, I forgot. Li Xian smiled. Zhu Ning has basically not changed for so many years, and is still the same as before. Li Xian tilted her head, her innocent eyes looked at Zhu Ning. Her tone was very calm. I helped them realize their wishes. Jiang Ping also said so, helping humans realize their wishes. The background of this world is spiritual power, and spirit determines everything. The mechanical mother could not complete the task assigned by the program, and the orphans who already knew their death date could only muddle through. The Red House was abandoned, like an apple that rolled under the bed and slowly rotted. If there is so-called resentment, the resentment of the Red House is accumulated, like the continuous pressure in a pressure cooker, but it blocks the vent and is about to explode and collapse. It is not just the mechanical mother who wants her children to be perfect, but everyone expects a perfect self. At this time, an ant spider sneaked into the crowd, feeding on human spirits, and quietly replaced them under the pretext of helping them fulfill their wishes. After cannibalizing her own kind, she hung them on the wall and carved a tombstone. Zhu Ning mistakenly entered an anthill and mistook an ant spider for an ant. Li Xian asked, do you remember it like this? Something was surging in Zhu Ning's mind, and countless images were blending, making her unable to tell whether it was fantasy or reality. She understood the meaning of Prometheus's Red House. No, it should be said that she arranged the terminal here for the purpose. The system's task is to find the secret of another self. She is not going to solve this place. She is going to find her own memory. 11 years ago, Zhu Ning was sent to the Red House by Lao Yang and Lu Sheng. They wanted to give Zhu Ning a better life, but they didn't expect to send Zhu Ning into the abyss. On the first day of entering, Zhu Ning felt that this place was very abnormal. She stood under the bulletin board and looked at the slogan on it. The mechanical mother cleaned the glass so brightly that it was simply the cleanest place in the entire Red House. Don't worry, we won't get any orders. Zhu Ning was looking at the information when she suddenly heard someone talking next to her. It was a little girl, the same age as herself, with freckles all over her face, and she looked quite cute. Silently, Zhu Ning had just looked around and saw that there was no one around. So why was there no sound when she walked? Li Xian said, no one has come to the Red House for a long time. In fact, it was rare for Zhu Ning to come in. There were fewer and fewer new people here, and it should be completely forgotten by the outside world. Zhu Ning thought silently that it was a bit difficult. She had originally thought of finding a way to make a living, so that she would not be so poor all her life. Zhu Ning met Li Xian for the first time. She always liked to make friends, and was a bit outgoing. She asked, "Is there a shooting club nearby?" "Shooting club?" Li Xian heard this term for the first time and asked, "What is this?" "A competition." Zhu Ning made a gesture and made a bang. "It's very profitable." Li Xian opened her eyes wide, and felt very curious. Zhu Ning sighed and said, "But there shouldn't be any. Even if there was, how could she contact it?" The red house looked like it was haunted. To be honest, she always felt that everyone around her was a ghost. Li Xian, "Just check it out and you know." Zhu Ning thought this girl was really nice and enthusiastic. Li Xian took Zhu Ning to sneak into the room of the mechanical mother. There was an old computer in her room. Li Xian took Zhu Ning to do bad things. Zhu Ning was a little worried. When she first came, she didn't know the rules, and was often put in solitary confinement by the mechanical mother. She didn't want to cause trouble for others. But Li Xian looked very comfortable, as if she was not afraid of being discovered by the mechanical mother at all. Li Xian typed in shooting clubs, and a lot of information popped up. Many shooting clubs would spend money on public relations. The first item on the search page was all information about star players. Zhu Ning was dazzled when she saw it for the first time. Different clubs had different competitions, and each had its own star players. Scrolling down the page, she saw the first prize of this league. Tens, hundreds, millions. Zhu Ning counted the zeros behind it. 3 million prize money. Li Xian exclaimed in admiration. For the children in the red house, this 3 million is definitely a sky-high price. Zhu Ning, look at the enrollment information. Zhu Ning urged Li Xian. It was the first time that Li Xian was urged by someone. She seemed to be infected by Zhu Ning. The page showed that there were indeed enrollments, but they also had to pass the assessment. Most clubs selected seedlings from the training base. Zhu Ning's eyes dimmed as she looked at it. If she wanted to join the club, she had to go to the training base, but she didn't have the money to go to the base. This road was closed to the poor from the beginning. Zhu Ning thought it was boring. In this world, she would be better off studying mechanics. It was more practical, and a new age coder, a very guaranteed major. At this time, Li Xian suddenly said, "Look at this. His family has a charity event." The computer page showed a club called Fire Seed, and the logo was a burning torch. Zhu Ning became interested. The information showed that they would regularly go to the orphanage to hold charity events. In fact, it was difficult to select any good seedlings through this behavior. It was a bit like sending warmth to the community, mainly to make the children happy. After all, they were all defective products, and there were no pearls left in the ocean. Li Xian looked at it, and felt a little disappointed. They won't come to the Red House. The Red House is really too inconspicuous. Even if the Fire Club holds charity events, they always choose those large orphanages. That is, the kind of organization that the mechanical mother desires, which can receive orders from large companies. Li Xian, we have never held charity events. No one cares about the Red House. If someone cared, the clues of this place would have been discovered long ago. The worse the place, the more people forget it. They are like a festering sore in a city. Zhu Ning didn't care about it at all and asked, "Where are they going next?" Li Xian said dryly, "Guangming Orphanage in District 103. Zhu Ning, is it far from us?" Li Xian's eyes widened. "You want to go?" Zhu Ning, "Of course I want to go. Is it far from us?" Li Xian checked. It's not far for adults, but it's far for children. And if she told the mechanical mother about this, she would never agree. Zhu Ning wrote down the exact address. At that time, she didn't have a secondary brain, so she could only use her brain to remember how to get there. Li Xian thought Zhu Ning was very interesting, really interesting. The defective products in the Red House were enjoying life while they still had time. Zhu Ning's actions seemed to Li Xian to be a mess, meaningless. Zhu Ning had planned it well. She must seize this opportunity. On the day when the Fire Club was doing charity activities, she could stand out. As long as she succeeded, she would have a way to go. Li Xian, how do you know you will succeed? Zhu Ning, because I'm awesome. She didn't believe that she couldn't beat the children's group. Li Xian explained, thinking that Zhu Ning was particularly narcissistic. Li Xian propped up her chin and asked, "What if you succeed?" Success will not change the reality that your life is about to end, which is irreversible. Zhu Ning thought about it. It can't be a big deal. What's the point of her action? Winning the award and entering the club will not increase your life. Zhu Ning said again, "Make some money, and then you can lie down." There is a difference between lying down and lying down. At least you can enjoy a good life before you die. Li Xian was silent and didn't ask any more questions. Zhu Ning had a plan, and she was going through the process in her mind. She had to cross most of District 103 alone, sneak into another orphanage, and show off in front of those people. This is a huge project. The mechanical mother was cleaning the room on the 9th floor that day. Zhu Ning sneaked down and suddenly turned back and asked, "Are you going?" Li Xian obviously didn't expect Zhu Ning to ask her. Zhu Ning's expression was very natural, just like inviting a friend. But Li Xian couldn't leave the red house. Li Xian shook her head and said, "I'm afraid of being scolded by the mechanical mother." Zhu Ning thought it made sense. Zhu Ning would definitely be put in solitary confinement when she came back. She put on her school bag and said, "Then wait for me to come back." Zhu Ning left. Li Xian didn't know what happened to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning didn't come back at dinner time. The mechanical mother was furious and kept waiting for Zhu Ning downstairs. Zhu Ning came back in the middle of the night, and the lights were off at that time. Li Xian saw that the mechanical mother was furious and kept shaking Zhu Ning's arm and asking her why she didn't listen. She put Zhu Ning in the solitary confinement room. She was locked up for 24 hours in a very narrow space with only a small window. It was easy for a child to feel claustrophobic. Li Xian thought that Zhu Ning would be obedient after being locked up this time, and she would not have any unrealistic fantasies in the future. When the time came, Zhu Ning was released from the confinement room. The next day, they woke up to the alarm bell, and Zhu Ning brushed her teeth beside her. Li Xian looked at her at that time. Zhu Ning had not changed, but she felt that she had changed. She was refreshed and seemed to be completely renewed. After breakfast, Zhu Ning quietly handed Li Xian a certificate. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows, and her whole body seemed to be glowing. Li Xian opened it. It was a certificate. The words on it were very simple. First place in the women's group of the shooting competition, Zhu Ning. The defective products of the Red House would also participate in various competitions, and rarely won good places. But this was also the first time Li Xian saw a certificate for a shooting competition. Zhu Ning opened the door to a new world for her. She really did it. Zhu Ning found the law of survival. As long as she continued on this path, she would be able to make money and improve her life. But before she could be happy for long, Xiao Yuan disappeared. She was distracted to pay attention to this matter. What was really going on in the Red House? Zhu Ning always felt strange, but couldn't tell. Zhu Ning asked, "Do you feel that this place is strange?" Li Xian was eating at the time. Looking up at Zhu Ning, the freckles on his face were like a pair of eyes. Zhu Ning asked, "Do you think there are ghosts in the world?" Li Xian was stunned, feeling that Zhu Ning was cute and stupid. How could he be so interesting? There are no ghosts, but there are pollutants. The first friend Zhu Ning made in this world was a non-natural human. Chapter 179. Zhu Ning used to make fun of herself. In ancient times, this profession was a ghost catcher, and pollutants were the ghosts she caught. She never thought that she would become friends with ghosts one day. To be precise, she never thought of becoming friends with an ant spider. Pollutants were rampant, breaking the original food chain and allowing different creatures to merge. When Zhu Ning first came to this world, it was Li Xian who guided her forward. She told her the survival skills of the Red House. She helped her look up the information of the shooting club, and she would be happy when Zhu Ning won a place. Until the truth was revealed, Zhu Ning found the bodies of the missing defective products, and also found her own tombstone, and saw that Li Xian had left an empty grave for her. In Li Xian's cognition, Zhu Ning could live forever in this way. Now Li Xian firmly believes this. Zhu Ning, who is 8 years old, looks extremely weak, so weak that she seems to be strangled to death with a slight touch. The souls of two adults are trapped in the bodies of children, and they are confronting each other. Remember? Li Xian looked at Zhu Ning with eyes that looked at food, and said softly, "You escaped last time." Zhu Ning was very perceptive when she was a child. Even though she didn't know what the pollutant was, she had left before being mentally polluted. She didn't see another self like this time. 11 years ago, Li Xian failed to hunt. Zhu Ning finally escaped, but he chose to come back again, as if giving Li Xian another chance to let the lost prey walk back into the trap. Li Xian said, "Not this time. There is a piece missing in the cemetery of the Red House, and she wants to fill in the missing things." Zhu Ning frowned because of this sentence. She thought she would miss the old feelings or something, but she didn't expect that in Li Xian's eyes, she was just a food. The wall behind her was shaking, like a precursor to an earthquake. She had thrown a bomb down before, and most of the spider-men hatched from the human cocoon died. Now the bodies of the spider-men who fell into the abyss were climbing up. If the pollution source is not dead, they can be resurrected again. The polluted area has its own logic, and Li Xian is the same. Her instinct is to kill everyone who enters the red house. It has nothing to do with whether they are friends. The body of the Spider-Man tied to Zhu Ning's legs opened his eyes, and rushed towards Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's gun was against the Spider-Man's heart, and the bullet hit his body. Blood that did not belong to humans flowed out of the ragged wound. The body of the Spider-Man fell at Zhu Ning's feet with a bang. Black mucus flowed out from Zhu Ning's spine, filling the gaps in Zhu Ning's injured bones, and gluing her wounds. Dozens of Spider-Men came out in droves. After one round of fighting, they had to fight another round. All the Spider-Men rushed over. The other self that Li Xian had created before did not appear. Zhu Ning realized just now that the so-called fake Zhu Ning was more like a mirror projection, rather than a true copy of her skills. The fake Zhu Ning could not attack actively, and any skills Zhu Ning used would be eliminated, but the opponent could not use the system to kill her. Just like ant spiders can only mimic and pretend to be ants, but cannot really transform themselves into ants. This is just a Class B pollution area. Zhu Ning used corrosive potion to corrode the spider silk on her feet. The black mucus can heal the wound, but it cannot eliminate the pain. Li Xian stood at the door. She was the source of pollution. Killing the source of pollution, and walking out of the pollution area is Zhu Ning's fighting instinct. Li Xian's eyes became heavier and heavier, like a hunter looking at a difficult prey. She exposed her identity as soon as Zhu Ning entered the polluted area, and successfully led Zhu Ning to a wrong path. But she also successfully exposed herself. Once the source of pollution appears, it is difficult to hide. Rationally speaking, Li Xian should run away immediately, but she can't control her instinctive impulse. Zhu Ning's instinct is to kill the source of pollution, and Li Xian's instinct is to eat humans. Zhu Ning just stood up, and then he was thrown to the ground. It was Li Xian himself who pounced on him. The source of pollution took action himself. Li Xian originally wanted Zhu Ning to fight with another self, gradually be affected by the polluted area, and then voluntarily become a human cocoon. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning soon saw through it. Li Xian could feel that Zhu Ning had grown up. She was stronger than before, and all pollutants were extremely sensitive to mental values. Li Xian had to take action. She felt a strong sense of crisis in front of Zhu Ning, the kind of fear of ants in front of birds of prey. If you don't move, you will be crushed immediately. Li Xian couldn't maintain her human shape. Her striped pajamas became very swollen. 6 arms came out from her spine, and pierced the surface of her pajamas. Zhu Ning was hugged and rolled. The room in Xieyuan was very narrow. She was hugged by Li Xian. 6 arms tightly wrapped around Zhu Ning's body, as if it was iron and could not be shaken. From a human perspective, it was an exaggerated hug. But from the spider's perspective, it was not a hug, but a way for the spider to fix its prey after hunting, so that the prey would not struggle and escape while eating. The soft spider silk was wrapped around, and the person who was wrapped could not struggle. If he struggled forcefully, he might be cut into pieces. The spider silk is going to wrap Zhu Ning into a human cocoon. The mistakes of the past need to be corrected. Li Xian hopes that Zhu Ning will stay where she should be. She wants to kill Zhu Ning and bury her in the grave. Li Xian and Jiang Ping are the same. This is the second time that Zhu Ning has dealt with non-natural humans at close range, but they both show the same tendency to eat. Compared with humans, they are more like beasts. They will be attracted by Zhu Ning's high spiritual value. In contrast, their emotions are weaker than humans. It should be said that they have no emotions, but they are constantly imitating humans to react, making them mistakenly think that they are creatures with emotions. From the beginning, when Zhu Ning stepped into this polluted area, Li Xian tried every means to pollute her. 8-year-old Zhu Ning was easily deceived, but now she is not. Zhu Ning raised her head and looked at Li Xian above. Li Xian's face was distorted, with mouth parts wriggling in her mouth, and the freckles on her face were wriggling wildly. All innocence is a disguise, just for better hunting. Non-natural humans can hardly control their appetite. Zhu Ning summed up a new law about unnatural humans. Compared to the feeling when he killed Jiang Ping, Zhu Ning only felt sad. Unnatural humans are creatures that cannot control themselves. The spirit value is like a bone hanging over their heads, and they can never get rid of the influence for life. A large amount of spider silk poured out of Li Xian's mouth. This time the spider silk was sharper. She wanted to use the spider silk to pierce Zhu Ning's heart. Bang! Li Xian paused in eating, and the taut spider silk became soft. She lowered her head in confusion, only to see a fist-sized hole blasted in her chest. Zhu Ning used a heavy firearm, and the muzzle against her chest was smoking. The flesh on her chest was burning, and only half of the original heart was left. Not only that, the corrosive potion was corroding her body. Li Xian let out a hissing sound, and the mouth parts in her mouth trembled. Animals will wail when they are dying. Li Xian opened her mouth wide, her face was hideous, and her eyes were almost angry when she looked at Zhu Ning. The spider silk tightened in an instant. Bang! The second shot. The bullet spun out, and this time it hit her chin, and her lower half of the face was completely blown up. Zhu Ning could look at the ceiling behind her from the wound. For Zhu Ning now, Li Xian was really a very low-level pollutant, and she didn't even need to do any complicated trapping. Li Xian's body froze in midair. There was a hole in her chest, her chin was completely broken, and the wound continued to burn. Because her whole body was stiff, only her eyeballs could move. Her black pupils moved downwards, as if she wanted to see clearly the person who killed her. Boom! Zhu Ning felt a black shadow falling. Li Xian's body lost all support and fell on her. Zhu Ning felt that Li Xian was very heavy. Why was such a small child so heavy? Li Xian's eyes widened, and her fingers hanging by her side twitched. She tried to control the spider silk again, just like a warrior picking up her knife again, but she failed this time. Li Xian's eyes widened, and only a little flesh was connected to her head and neck. She breathed quietly, and each breath seemed to exhaust all her strength, and then each time it became weaker and weaker. Li Xian realized that she was dying, and she had lost control of the contaminated area. She was dying. She was calm before death. She didn't have human emotions, and didn't panic when facing death. Li Xian's voice was intermittent. This is the first time I've seen you shoot. Li Xian's wound was filled with a burnt smell. She was covered in blood. It was the first time she felt a bullet passing through her body. Zhu Ning was stunned. She didn't expect that Li Xian cared about this when she was about to die. Li Xian couldn't leave the Red House, and had never been to Zhu Ning's competition. She only watched other people's competition videos on the internet. This time I saw it. It turned out that the shooting that Zhu Ning was talking about was this kind of sport. Always keep your hands steady, keep your wrists straight, and be extremely calm. Aim at your prey. It's a beautiful sport. It would be great if Li Xian wasn't Zhu Ning's prey. Zhu Ning opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. Everything was meaningless. If humans see wolves in the wild, the wolves will pounce on humans. They will bite people's necks with all their strength. People will resist accordingly, and humans will shoot. It's snowing. Li Xian's voice was very soft. Although she didn't sound like a little girl now, she made a little girl's voice at this time. Zhu Ning looked out the window, and the faint light shone on them through the dilapidated window. It was unknown when it snowed in Area 103. The heavy snow fell down, reflecting a piece of white. For nature, humans, non-natural humans, a blade of grass, and a stone are all the same. They share the same sky and watch the same snow. In front of the heavy snow, their identities were melted, and they had an illusion that they had temporarily become a pair of real friends. Li Xian's broken head was tilted, and only a pair of eyes were intact. Her eyeballs turned desperately, trying to see more scenery outside the window. Hexagonal snowflakes were reflected in her bright eyes. At this time, she could not feel the pain, but felt that everything was white. I really want to taste the snow before I die, and I really want to experience the feeling of snowflakes falling on my body. Li Xian didn't speak anymore. She became extremely quiet. Zhu Ning could feel the other person's life disappearing. When life disappears, everything seems to be traceable, and life will be slowly extracted from the body. Bystanders can even quietly feel the process. Li Xian's eyes widened and never closed again. Her breathing almost stopped. She had reached the end. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. It was so cold. It seemed that all the blood in her body was frozen into ice chips, and her blood vessels were slightly stinging. Zhu Ning stretched out her hand, and only then realized that her hand was shaking. She thought she was very calm. Killing pollutants should be indifferent. Zhu Ning had no time to figure out her feelings. Her blood-stained fingers gently fell on Li Xian's forehead. The other person's eyes lost all light. They were the eyes of a dying person. The blood-red contaminated spores had not yet precipitated. Zhu Ning wanted to read Li Xian's memory. She wanted to know the origin of unnatural humans. Chapter 180. Zhu Ning saw Li Xian's past. A door appeared in her mind, with a faint white light on the edge of the door. This was the first time Zhu Ning used this ability. Instead of directly looking up data like Bao Ruiming did, she could not directly search for keywords, but could only walk through the memory palace. This is the door of memory. After opening the door, Li Xian's past unfolded in front of her, and the first memory she read was the most recent. Zhu Ning saw herself walking into the red house from Li Xian's perspective, and they were separated by a thin wall. Li Xian looked at Zhu Ning silently behind the wall, and the other party was a little confused when she saw the traces of her life. Zhu Ning seemed to have no idea where this place was. Zhu Ning searched for clues without knowing anything, treating this place as a very ordinary polluted area. Memory reading cannot see people's psychological activities, so Zhu Ning could not judge what Li Xian was thinking at all. She stood behind the wall for a long time, and the freckles on her face moved slightly, like ripples on a calm lake. After a long time, Li Xian saw Zhu Ning walk into the bedroom, then she raised her hand and gently knocked on the wall. Zhu Ning. This was the first sentence Li Xian said to Zhu Ning. Is Zhu Ning there? Li Xian calls Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning is here, over. She heard her own answer. At that time, she regarded Li Xian as a very ordinary pollutant, thinking along the logic of the pollutant, playing a role she did not understand at all. Li Xian also regarded Zhu Ning as a very ordinary human being, just like other people who strayed into the red house. Zhu Ning paused slightly when he saw this, and then continued. The second door. Li Xian's memory was rewinding, like a fast-forwarded movie. 11 years ago, Li Xian had been observing Zhu Ning since she entered the red house. She liked to observe humans, and could only imitate them after observing enough details. But Zhu Ning was obviously different here. Zhu Ning could sense Li Xian's emotions, confused, puzzled, contemptuous, and happy. Non-natural humans were completely different from humans, with a bit of a god looking down from above. Some of Zhu Ning's actions seemed ignorant and childish to her. Zhu Ning was almost discovered by the mechanical mother several times, and it was Li Xian who helped her avoid it. She was like taking care of a young grass seedling, not so careful, and would water Zhu Ning when she thought of it. The third door. Time went forward, and the memory rewound. Before Zhu Ning entered the red house, Li Xian's life was simpler. From her perspective, the mechanical mother was breaking down day by day, the skin on her face was unable to hold, and the mechanical gears were rusted and necrotic. The mechanical mother sighed quietly in the corner of the red house, unable to understand the mission of her existence. The defective products in the red house would think of the countdown of their lifespans late at night, and they did not know the future. The accumulated grudges. Attracted predators. A little girl with freckles was sleeping on the bed. That was the real Li Xian. Li Xian closed her eyes tightly, not knowing that a black ant spider was climbing up along the bedpost. The ant spider climbed onto Li Xian's face, and gradually explored her face. The human face is a very large map for a spider. It climbed for a while before identifying the direction, bypassing Li Xian's mouth and crawling over her nose. Li Xian frowned in her sleep. The ant spider had sneaked into her ear canal, walked into Li Xian's brain, and found a comfortable position to occupy. At this time, Li Xian, who was in her sleep, realized something and struggled desperately. She seemed to be strangled by someone. She wanted to yell, but she couldn't do it at all. Bang! While struggling, Li Xian turned over and fell off the bed. She lay straight on the floor, like a corpse, her pupils were scattered, and she couldn't focus the light at all. After a long time, her pupils slowly gathered, and finally Li Xian stood up and lay back on the bed. From then on, the Li Xian that Zhu Ning saw was synthesized. The fourth door. Turn the clock, time goes back, and walk along the path of an ant spider. Zhu Ning seemed to be watching an animal degeneration. Just like humans degenerating into apes, she was watching unnatural humans degenerating into an unintelligent spider. Ant spiders live in the red house, which existed before humans built the high wall. It used to be an orphanage. After the high wall was built, the Federation placed mechanical mothers in it to breed defective products. In comparison, ant spiders are the earliest natives. They live in narrow and damp cracks in the wall, and usually avoid humans. The wooden wall interlayer is their nest, and their biological habits make them feed on ants. They can survive in the ant colony. Zhu Ning put himself into the spider's perspective for the first time, and the world in front of him suddenly became very huge, and a human leg was as difficult to cross as a mountain. Curious children pouring water into it is a catastrophe, and they will be crushed to pieces without leaving any bones. Random, disordered, chaotic, and not knowing when the disaster will come, this is the life of an ant. The ant spider crawled along the edge of the sewer. Its tiny body can pass through most obstacles, and squeeze into an extremely narrow gap. The crack seemed to be bottomless. The ant spider was lost in the underground crack. Because there was no way out, it could only continue to go down, deeper and deeper. It didn't know how long it walked. As if it was about to walk into the center of the earth, it stopped. A strange red light permeated from the crack in front of it, illuminating an ant spider without wisdom, so strange and so tempting. The heat emitted by the red light, the ant spider stretched out its two forelimbs, trying to figure out what was underneath. Wait, Zhu Ning felt a panic for no reason. She was not at the scene, but just recalling a person's memory, but she didn't even dare to look directly at the memory. The hair on her back exploded quickly, and human instinct was at work. Every cell in the body was clamoring to escape. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Zhu Ning quickly retracted her hand. Even if her reason told her to continue, her instinct told her not to continue. She immediately pulled herself out of Li Xion's memories, pushed open the doors of memory one after another, and frantically wanted to escape from Li Xion's memory palace. Zhu Ning suddenly opened her eyes, and felt the deep part of her brain contracting. She felt cold all over. She opened her mouth and breathed deeply. What did she see? Zhu Ning couldn't believe what she had just seen. Her brain was throbbing, as if she was strangled. She felt so painful that she wanted to vomit blood. The breath of death and decay spread. Zhu Ning was instantly wrapped by a huge force, and countless steel needles pierced her. She just looked at something. The perspective widened, from the perspective of an ant to the perspective of an underground. The underground magma was rolling, and a huge monster was dormant in the ground. From the perspective of an ant, it was impossible to judge how big it was. It stretched across the entire underground. Its skin surface was wriggling, and the slight wriggling made a disgusting and sticky sound. Every movement made her teeth chatter. The mumbling echoed in her ears, and gray lines began to twitch in her mind, as if it was a mess. Crazy mumbling came, all cognition was shattered in an instant, and memory and reason were distorted by a strange force. The brain was tense, like a can filled with air pressure. It was easy for the whole brain to explode, and the brain and blood would burst under the weight. Pollutant, Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and couldn't stop trembling. It was the largest pollutant Zhu Ning had ever seen. There was a huge pollutant buried under Area 103, which was endless. Its size was definitely larger than the entire Area 103. Zhu Ning was standing above it. Compared with it, she was no different from an ant. It gave Li Xian and Jiang Ping power and became the creator. It reshuffled nature, mixed human genes with animal genes, and created a new species. Pollutants will eventually overturn all the order established by humans. For a long time, the residents of Area 103 have lived above the pollutants and know nothing about it. The high wall plan of mankind 80 years ago is useless. There is no pure land in the world except the kingdom of God. People in other areas are waiting to die. It's just a matter of dying early or late. As long as the thing below wakes up, the entire Area 103 will definitely be destroyed. By then, a huge polluted area may be formed, and everyone will be assimilated into pollutants. The end of the world is coming. You and I are all ants. She has always been vaguely aware that she is racing against something, competing for every minute and every second. Zhu Ning felt that she should have taken the lead after learning about the countdown to the end of the world from Bao Weiming's memory. But she only began to understand the true meaning of the end of the world now. It was so close, right under her feet. She found her real enemy, but she didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. Cleaning Center. Hu Wensi sat in a meeting room without turning on the lights. The light in the meeting room was very dim. Hu Wensi smoked quietly, and the smoke rose, covering her face, making it impossible to see her expression. She has been in this state since she finished talking to Wu Jinsheng. The Hu family asked her to make her own choice, whether to give up District 103, evacuate directly, and return to the Hu family's main home in District 1. There were footsteps all around, and employees were anxiously shuttling back and forth. The whole center was in chaos. Many people tried to find the person in charge, but couldn't find him. Some employees wanted an explanation, and some people had already noticed something was wrong and fled from the cleaning center overnight. Tonight was not peaceful, only the surface remained stable. The inside of the cleaning center was turbulent, and something was brewing at any time, possibly a melee. Zhu Ning had been gone for a long time. It was already late at night, and it would be dawn in 2 hours. It was snowing outside, and the snow was getting heavier and heavier, covering the entire 103 area, like a soft feather blanket. Hu Wensi smoked one cigarette after another in the office, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. There was a document on her desk. The investigation team sent outside the wall came back. This was their investigation report. The investigation team did not go outside the real protective wall, but just walked the old road of Jiangping, all inside the protective wall. Hu Wensi sent elite troops, and gave them the best configuration and weapons resources. But the losses suffered far exceeded Hwawinsa's imagination. Yesterday they received a return report, and the investigation team will arrive within 2 days. There were 15 people in the investigation team outside the wall, but only one person returned. The remaining 14 people were dead, and the only one who survived was crazy. The survivor was found by the garrison outside the wall. He was crazy and attacked everyone indiscriminately. He was almost shot dead by the garrison. The garrison waited for him to exhaust all his energy and calmed him down with an anesthetic gun. After confirming his identity, they realized that he was an investigator sent by the cleaning center. The garrison quickly contacted the 103rd District Cleaning Center and sent back the investigator and all his information by express delivery. This investigator has completely lost his mind, with scars all over his body. He committed suicide when he found an opportunity, and is receiving psychiatric treatment. No matter how he asked, it was useless because the investigator would only repeat 2 words, dead. Dead. The crazy investigator held his head and repeated, dead, 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 dead. The treating doctor said that he would do his best to treat him, but asked Hwawinsa not to have any expectations. According to the treating doctor, don't expect any useful intelligence. This person's second half of life should be ruined. He suffered from severe mental pollution, mumbling something in his mouth, praying to something. Some mental trauma is reversible, but some is not reversible at all. Hwawinsa's job is to investigate the truth, and she has read countless investigation reports in her life. This is the first time she hesitated, probably because her superpowers have temporarily disappeared, and she dare not believe any of her judgments in this state. Hwawinsa pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. She opened the envelope, and there was a chip inside. The content of the chip is the internal video of the investigation team's helmet, which fully records the experience of the investigation team outside the wall. The video has not even been checked by Prometheus, nor has it been manually screened. It is complete first-hand information. Hwawinsa is the first person to read this chip. She is about to get close to the truth. Chapter 181. Inside the Red House. Zhu Ning's whole body was cold, and she was covered with Li Xian's body. She kept the same posture for a long time, as if she had lost the concept of time in an instant. As time passed, she had been lying here for tens of thousands of years. Li Xian's body lost all temperature, decomposed into rotten flesh like a melted wax figure, and softly covered Zhu Ning. The spider silk in the corridor melted, the Spider-Man in the wall melted and rotted, and the constructed pollution area collapsed completely. Blood-red pollution spores precipitated, instantly sweeping the entire interior of the Red House. Zhu Ning's pupils reflected the pollution spores, as if looking at the blood-red starry sky. When Zhu Ning's pupils were dilated, something was flowing out from the back of her neck. The alien species usually attached to her spine, and wrapped every bone of her. The alien species feeds on fear, and it smelled the breath of fear. It attached to the host to eat better, but if the host is dying one day, it must be the first to eat Zhu Ning. Fear, it sensed fear in Zhu Ning. The black mucus flowed inside the protective helmet and condensed into a ball. It opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow it. Suddenly, without warning, it met a pair of eyes. Zhu Ning's eyes were clearly black and white, and her pupils were refocused. Her dark eyeballs turned, and she looked at the alien opposite with an expressionless face. It was such a simple action, just turning her eyeballs, and the silent threat spread. The black mucus exploded with sharp black thorns all over, like a hedgehog with all its hair erected, and took action immediately before Zhu Ning could react. It quickly sank into Zhu Ning's neck along her face, and then coiled around her spine, motionless as if dead. Zhu Ning exhaled deeply, as if it was the first time she had lived for hundreds of years. She ignored the black mucus that slipped away, and only focused on breathing. Her heart was pounding, and she took some time to calm herself down. Ding! She heard a mechanical sound, very crisp and extremely abrupt. But in contrast, her tense brain became relaxed, like a clenched fist slowly opening. For the first time, she clearly felt the pollutants in her brain wriggling. It stretched out its long tentacles and contracted at the edge of the brain, very softly. The system prompt sound brought Zhu Ning back to reality. Her system was working to fight against the unreasonable fear. Congratulations on completing the side quest. Another self, 100% purification. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on getting the basic reward, spirit value restored to 100. Congratulations on getting the purification value reward of 5,000. The current purification value accumulated is 5,000. Congratulations on getting the ant spider reward, ant spider silk. Reward description, B-level contaminated item, sharp spider silk can cut hard objects, more concealed than ordinary weapons, difficult for the enemy to detect. It is the most handy assassination weapon. Please note that this item will consume 20 health points after using it once. Congratulations on getting the primary talent, Mimicry Behavior. This talent is a primary talent. The first level of mimicry can imitate the appearance, so that the user mistakenly thinks you are the same kind, achieving a fake effect. The second level of mimicry can imitate the other party's ability. Please note that mimicry is not copying. This talent is not 100% safe. Using the talent will consume 80 health points. The system broadcast sound stopped. Zhu Ning felt those voices entering her ears, and then disappearing lightly. She looked at the polluted spores floating above, and she felt no satisfaction when she heard the system reward. Now that she knew the truth, it was hard to ignore the huge pollutants under her feet. Human instinct is not to resist, but to escape, and escape immediately. But where can she run to? No matter which direction Zhu Ning ran, she could not escape the range of the pollutants. There is no pure land in the world anymore. The Wasteland world is more desperate than she imagined, and the struggle between humans and pollutants is a meaningless struggle. How to purify this thing? It is impossible in terms of size. Even if all the superpowers in the world are gathered, where should they start to fight such a huge monster? Zhu Ning even understood the choice of the first-class citizens in an instant. They gave up resistance and only lived on a suspended island and survived on that piece of artificial land. It's like covering one's ears and stealing a bell. In theory, even the first-class citizens are just waiting to die in the kingdom of God. Zhu Ning knew the truth, but the whole person fell into a sense of nothingness, and a sense of powerlessness came over him. For the first time, she realized that there was no meaning at all. The so-called purification of the world was like a pie that could never be achieved. Zhu Ning's idea had always been correct, and that was the carrot hanging in front of her. She was running around, always chasing an impossible goal. Zhu Ning was confused. In front of her was a difficult mountain to cross, just like you knew in advance that an asteroid was about to hit the Earth. It was difficult for people to make any effective response. Most people would just want to give up and destroy it. What can Zhu Ning do? If Wensi knew the truth, maybe even she would give up and immediately withdraw from District 103. As a child of a noble family, Wensi still has a way out. She can go back to the kingdom of God, or take over the family business, and become a member of the cleaning center investigation team in another area. Zhu Ning has no way out at all. As a small person, why should she worry about it? To put it bluntly, what does this world have to do with her? Even if it is another path arranged by herself, does Zhu Ning have to go? She has no heroism complex. Can she not fight when she sees someone she can't beat? Zhu Yao said that she can lie down when she wants to. Go back and tell Wensi the news she got, and then completely withdraw from it. Okay. Thinking of this, Zhu Ning moved. She stood up, and the rotten flesh flowed down her body like cement. Zhu Ning was silent for a moment, and then made the first move, taking out the cleaning tools from the cleaning backpack. She is not a hero, just a garbage collector. Her job is to contain the contaminated spores, and she must finish what she has done. She took out the cleaning tools, and gently touched the contaminated spores with one end of the straw, and the spores were immediately absorbed at the bottom. This behavior is like picking cotton, and it actually has a healing effect in Zhu Ning's eyes now. Facing an overly large proposition, any subtle actions at hand can make people feel a little more at ease, find a little sense of reality and the meaning of existence. Human beings are really a kind of meaningful animal, and they must find a support, even if this support is illusory. The purpose of containing the contaminated spores is to avoid expanding the pollution and infecting other innocent residents. In the current dire situation, this move is meaningless. Even if the contaminated spores are scattered, what will happen? On the day of the doomsday, the whole area will be infected. But Zhu Ning must find something to do for herself, otherwise she will go crazy. The contaminated spores fell into the containment device one by one. At first, her thoughts were complicated, but later her mind was empty. There was no other thought in her mind except containment. In theory, two people should contain the Class B contaminated area together. This containment capacity is a bit large for an individual. Zhu Ning did not feel that the work was heavy. She seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and did not let go of any contaminated spores in any corner. I don't know how long it took. The sky began to dawn, and a ray of light appeared on the edge of the sky. This light was set off by the white snow, and was a little brighter than usual. Zhu Ning stopped moving. There was no contaminated spore in sight. She cleaned the place. During the containment process, Zhu Ning had to walk through the entire red house. She had remembered the memory of the red house back then. This move should be regarded as a revisit to the old place. She walked into the room of the mechanical mother. The whole room was old and broken, and people would make creaking sounds when they stepped on it. She was just flipping through it casually. This was completely her professional habit. She would look for clues anywhere. She found a contract in a pile of yellowed papers. It was the contract that Lao Yang and Lu Xing entrusted her to the mechanical mother. The entrusted custody contract was a little bit worm-eaten, and the surface was yellow. It seemed that it would break if it was touched lightly. Juning saw two names at the last stop, Lu Xing and Yang Shuhua. Juning's fingertips gently rubbed it, as if he could touch the person of the past through these few short words. Juning woke up for the first time in the Wasteland world, not in the hive, but in the garbage mountain of Area 103. She was buried underground by countless garbage, and couldn't move. There was metal garbage all around, and the roar of machines came from afar, and there were rustling sounds, and humans were working on the garbage mountain. It was too noisy. For Juning, who had just woken up, her brain seemed to explode. The system made a crackling sound, mixed with the sound of electricity. It said congratulations on the successful activation. Juning didn't listen carefully in her blurred consciousness. Wasn't she fighting zombies? Why was she here? She was very weak at that time. Her eyelids were heavy, and she couldn't open her eyes. It was extremely difficult to breathe, and she would soon suffocate to death below. Don't move, listen. An old lady's voice came. What you? Another man was talking. Juning later found out that this was Lao Yang and Lu Xing. They were scavengers on the garbage mountain. They were just 1 meter above Juning, so close in a straight line on the ground, but now they seemed extremely far away. Juning knew that this was her only chance to survive. She tried desperately to make some noise, struggling hard, but she was already stuck by the garbage below. She seemed to be poured into a concrete pillar, unable to move. The only thing that could move was her heart. Her heart was beating so fast, as if she was desperately saying to the outside world, I am alive. Don't give up on me. Lao Yang and Lu Xing heard her heartbeat. There really is someone. Dig quickly. That was the most beautiful voice Juning had ever heard. Someone wanted to save her. They were afraid of hurting Juning or causing a secondary collapse, so they didn't even dare to use tools, but dug with their bare hands. Below, the light in front of Juning's eyes became brighter and brighter. Juning tried to stretch out a hand, and finally held Lao Yang's hand. The first person Juning met in this world was an old lady named Lao Yang. She hugged Juning in her arms, and wrapped her tightly with her coat. Lu Xing was very excited next to him. He yelled like a madman. He only shouted 2 words, live, 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 live. He had never had any good luck in his life. That day was the only time he was blessed by God. The proudest thing in Lu Xing's life was to dig a living person out of the garbage mountain, but it was like a dream, because dreams will wake up, and people will face reality sooner or later. They took Juning back to the public rental housing. The house was very shabby, next to the garbage mountain, and a total of 30 square meters of the house had to squeeze 3 people. Unable to pay the heating bill, the whole winter was extremely cold, they could not afford to buy chewable food, and could only feed Juning nutritional supplements. At that time, Juning lacked energy, had no physical strength to move, and could not even stand up without nutritional supplements. There was a huge gap between imagination and reality. Lao Yang said Juning for genetic screening, and the results of the genetic test came out soon. It was a defective product, and the estimated age of death was 20. It was also true, otherwise she would not have been thrown into the garbage dump. People are too poor, and they will mistakenly think that a stone they picked up is a treasure. Now it is clearly told that Juning is not a treasure, she is just a defective product. Lu Xing sat dejectedly on the chair. I said we can't afford it at all. If it was an ordinary person, it would be okay. Lu Xing gritted his teeth and said, she can't survive with us. Lu Xing wanted to cry more and more as he spoke. He was so useless and so cowardly, but he had to say it so that he could cut off Lao Yang's unrealistic fantasy. I have 10 years left, Lu Xing said. You have 3 years left. The lifespans of both of them combined were not as long as that of a first-class citizen, and they could not raise Juning to grow up. Even if Juning grew up, what would happen? She would only live to the age of 20. Lao Yang sat in silence on the edge of the chair. She didn't know what to say. 2 people who couldn't protect themselves couldn't protect a child. Juning was very weak at the time. After she woke up, she pretended to be dumb, fearing that she would reveal her identity if she spoke. Juning could only touch Lao Yang's hand, which was full of wrinkles, and she wanted to comfort her. Lao Yang was startled by her touch. The child's hand was very soft, and it was like a feather when it covered her. Old Yang obviously liked Juning the most, But at this time, he couldn't look Zhu Ning in the eye. When Zhu Ning came to touch her, she had to turn her head away. Old Yang took a deep breath and said after a long time, "Send her away." Zhu Ning's back of the hand was cold. She felt Old Yang's tears falling on the back of her hand. It was obviously cold, but she felt it was hot. Send her to where she should go. There is a foster institution in the Federation. The nearest one is the Red House. There is no source for the defective products in the garbage mountain. Only the Red House can accept the garbage from unknown sources in the garbage dump. It was very cold that day. It was snowing in District 103. Old Yang held Zhu Ning's hand. They visited the Red House in the middle of the night. The red wooden house looked very conspicuous from a distance. But there was a dead air here, without any vitality of children, like a red grave. The door of the red house opened, revealing a mechanical mother inside. The mechanical mother was the administrator of this type of foster institution. The mechanical mother in the red house wore a worn blue apron, and the skin on her face was a little loose. Lu Sheng was talking to her. Once handed over to the red house, they must abide by the regulations, disappear from Zhu Ning's world, and never visit. They only need to sign on the spot. The last step is to hand over Zhu Ning, but at this time Lao Yang refused to let go. Lu Sheng lowered his voice. Lao Yang let go. Lao Yang held Zhu Ning's hand motionless, as if he didn't hear Lu Sheng scolded, "Let go." Lao Yang still didn't move. Lu Sheng could only shout at her, "Mom! Let go!" Lao Yang heard Lu Sheng calling her mom. Her eyes blinked, and when she was stunned, Lu Sheng had already pulled Zhu Ning's hand away. Lao Yang felt a little wronged. She knew that she shouldn't make trouble because of her age, but she was wronged. Lao Yang's lips were trembling, and she wanted to argue for herself. She leaned close to Lu Sheng's ear and said, "Let's change to another one. This one is not right." Lu Sheng thought she was annoying, and Lao Yang continued, "Really, this one is not right. You listen to me." She kept saying this sentence, over and over again, but she couldn't say what was wrong. Lu Sheng had already signed and handed the custody contract to Lao Yang. "Sign it, please. I beg you." Lao Yang kept shaking her head. She didn't want to sign. She wanted to run away. She didn't understand why she had to be forced to make a choice. She didn't get anything but a little girl. What she wanted was not the stars in the sky, but a piece of garbage that others had thrown away. Why couldn't she have something that others didn't want? She dug Zhu Ning out. The rules of the garbage mountain were that whoever dug it out would own it. Zhu Ning belonged to her. This was hers, and no one could take it away. Lu Sheng knew that Lao Yang was stubborn and capricious. It was obviously her decision, but she regretted it now. Lao Yang wanted to run away, and she wanted to hold Zhu Ning's hand again and take Zhu Ning away immediately. Suddenly, Lao Yang felt her waist tighten. She lowered her head and saw the top of a little girl's head. Zhu Ning hugged her waist. "Thank you." The little girl's voice came. She didn't say anything complicated, just 2 words, "Thank you." Zhu Ning was very grateful to her. Thank her for digging herself out of the garbage mountain. Thank her for feeding her nutritional supplements. Thank her for staying by her bed and reading her bedtime fairy tales that adults didn't need to hear. Thank her for hugging her tightly in the cold slums. Thank her for not wanting to let me go. Lao Yang burst into tears. She wanted to say something but couldn't. In the end, she hugged Zhu Ning tightly. That was their last hug. Lao Yang signed her name on the contract, Yang Shuhua. Zhu Ning stroked the names of Lao Yang and Lu Sheng, and thought of that memory. Her eyes were a little sour. She moved her eyes away, just like Lao Yang didn't want to look into Zhu Ning's eyes. Zhu Ning looked out the window. The snow covered the 103rd district. It was a vast expanse of white. The helmet blocked her vision. She took off the broken helmet. The vision in front of her was a little wider. The reflection of the snow was a little dazzling. Zhu Ning squinted subconsciously, thinking of the last words Li Xian said to her, "It's snowing." It's snowing in the 103rd district. Chapter 182. A layer of white snow accumulated on the surface of the red house. The surveillance camera stopped. Their monitoring equipment showed that the polluted area had been purified. The man in the baseball cap was named Yi Fei. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Finally, it's over. This job is really tiring. Zhu Ning has to pay him overtime. After he finished speaking, he found that there was no sound next to him, and asked, "Sister Shen?" Yi Fei turned his head, and saw that she had been silent all the time. He didn't know what she was thinking. He stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers in front of her eyes, and asked, "Hey, Shin Xingqiu? Wake up." Shin Xingqiu came back to her senses, and impatiently pushed his hand away. "Don't bother me." Yifei asked. What are you thinking about? Xin Xingqiu wanted to touch the cigarette, but found that it was gone long ago. She said dryly, she knows the truth. Yifei said, are you afraid that she will settle accounts with you, boss lady? Selling the boss's car back to the boss, and making a net profit of 2.5 million, Xin Xingqiu is definitely a fool. Why are you talking about this? When it comes to this, Xin Xingqiu's face is a little bad, and he wants him to shut up. She didn't mean to do it. If she gave the car for free, wouldn't Zhu Ning be more suspicious? Yifei changed the subject himself. I don't know if she can recognize us. Zhu Ning said that she would carry out a secret operation, but she didn't explain the specific content of the operation, but only arranged a plan for them. She said before the operation that she would lose all her memories. Xin Xingqiu had personally contacted her, and she really had no memory at all and couldn't recognize herself at all. This is what Xin Xingqiu was thinking just now. Zhu Ning has no memory, so is she still Zhu Ning? Yifei looked out the window. The snow was really heavy this time, which reminded him of many things in the past. Yifei asked, do you remember the first time she came to the club? How can you not remember? It's hard for people to forget once they've experienced it. They were not very old at that time, only about 15 or 16 years old, and they were still at the end of their rebellious youth. It was snowing that day, the coldest winter in District 103, and the snow never stopped. The club's activities were all at night, and closed during the day. At night, the fire club was noisy. There was a smell of cigarettes and alcohol as soon as you entered the door. There were men and women inside, and people were kissing in the corner. It was smoky, and there were all kinds of services. Anyway, it was not a place for little kids to come. That night was the business period, and the bell hanging at the door rang. The security guard thought there was a customer coming. Suddenly, a little girl flashed in. Zhu Ning's clothes were very shabby and not warm. His face and hands were frozen red, and there were snowflakes on his head. Like a little beggar. Zhu Ning was caught by the security guard as soon as she came in. The tall and strong robot grabbed Zhu Ning's collar and pulled her. Where are you from? Get out, get out. Before the mechanical security guard drove her out, she unfolded a wrinkled business card and said, your store manager said that you can come to the fire club. Zhu Ning's last trump card. She went to Guangming Orphanage to play a game with the help of Li Xian, and the only thing she got was the store manager's business card. She wanted to finish this journey. The mechanical security guard immediately knew that their store manager was a good man who was showing mercy everywhere. The business card was placed in the innermost layer of the jacket. Zhu Ning handed it over carefully, and seeing her pitiful look, he decided to help her. Zhu Ning was carried into a VIP viewing room. The lights were off, but the screen was on. It was a very professional viewing place, much like the coach viewing room in Zhu Ning's era. There was a long sofa in the room, with 6 people sitting on it, men, women, and 2 teenagers. Manager. Xinli was a very charming woman, with long curly hair hanging down on her chest. She was drinking beer at the time. The game was at its most exciting. She said impatiently, what do you want? Someone is looking for you. Beautiful. Someone on the screen hit a simulated monster. The seedlings in this free competition were all very good. Xinli was busy watching the game, and casually said, who? Xinli turned around and squinted at Zhu Ning. She felt that the little beggar looked very familiar, and asked, are you the one from the orphanage? She had a good memory, and would never forget anyone she had seen. That day at Guangming Orphanage, their club held an event. A little girl broke into the scene. She shot very beautifully, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The mechanical mother of the orphanage looked unhappy. Later, when the competition was over, Xinli realized that Zhu Ning was not from Guangming Orphanage, but sneaked in from another orphanage. But Xinli still gave the certificate to Zhu Ning. To be honest, for adults, the certificate is just a piece of waste paper, and it is not money. Who knew that Zhu Ning was very happy? Foolishly happy. So Xinli was a good person. She gave Zhu Ning her business card and said something very perfunctory and official. Come to me if you need anything. I didn't expect Zhu Ning to really come to the door. The ground track stopped in the cold weather. How did she get here? Before Xinli could say anything, Zhu Ning suddenly said, Sister, you have to take me in. Huh? Xinli first heard her call her sister, and then heard the request. She had been out in the world for so many years, but she had never seen such an unreasonable request, and she was so confident. Even if she had given her business card before, wasn't this person too arrogant? Xinli raised her eyebrows and asked, why? Zhu Ning put on a smile, trying to sell herself. I can make you money, a lot of money. What a big tone, so arrogant. Has this little girl never been beaten up in her life? And why can she laugh when she is held in someone's hand? Zhu Ning's legs are still in the air. She pointed at the person on the screen and spoke in a baby voice. I can fight better than him. Zhu Ning was referring to this year's strongest rookie king. What a joke. Xinli didn't say anything, and a bearded man next to her couldn't sit still. Have you ever held a real gun? When they went to Guangming Orphanage, he was also there. Children must not play with real guns. The competition at Guangming Orphanage is no different from playing with balloons in an amusement park. Every year they go out to select seedlings, and they have seen a few balloon shooters who are good at it, but as long as they bring back real guns, they all fail without exception. Moreover, Zhu Ning looks only 7 or 8 years old, frail, as if she hasn't eaten enough, and she probably trembles when holding a gun. Zhu Ning, I think you will regret missing me. I make a lot of money. Xinli, Why is it so strange to hear such words from a little kid? Xinli looked at Zhu Ning's expression carefully again, and felt that this child was very calm, the kind of extremely calm. Zhu Ning obviously encountered something, otherwise an orphan would not run to the club in the middle of the night, and it was snowing outside. No one cared about her. Or is the person who cared about her no longer there? Don't panic when encountering things, always keep basic calmness. When top players meet in the arena, when the technical gap is not big, it is the psychological quality that counts. This person may really be a good seedling. Xinli asked, How are you going to prove it to me? Zhu Ning asked, How are you going to prove it? The bearded man next to him said, Shoot 10 shots, all 10 rings. Xinli glared at him. This is a bit bullying. It doesn't matter how many meters the target is, whether it is moving or fixed, whether it is a simulated real-life competition, the opponent is just a little girl. There should be a basic law for the competition. Who knew that Zhu Ning agreed immediately, 10 shots, all 10 rings, you adopt me. She is a national team player. This is not difficult. She agreed too quickly, which made the bearded man feel a little guilty. This really seemed like bullying, but at this point, whoever retreated seemed to be admitting defeat. Xinli was about to say that this deal was not worthwhile. Why would she bet that she was adopted and not her daughter? Who knew that the people around her got excited and agreed immediately, prepare the venue. Someone whistled, watching the excitement without thinking of the big deal, and was particularly active. Xin Xingqiu was only 15 years old at the time. She felt it was magical that day, just like in a movie. A slum kid suddenly broke into the fire club and said that he would become the club's most profitable star in the future. Most people present did not believe it, but Xin Xingqiu believed it a little. She always felt that it was not a joke. Later, Zhu Ning was taken to a separate venue. They didn't even watch the real game, but went to watch an 8-year-old kid shoot a gun. It would be a bit crazy to say it out. Zhu Ning observed the venue. The bearded man didn't make it difficult for her. It was indeed a fixed target of 10 meters. If it was a moving target, she would be scolded to death. What kind of ability is bullying a child? But she could shoot at a moving target that day, and she could shoot at a simulated competition field. She had to shoot. This was the most important game in her life. In her original world, she had prepared for an international competition for many years, but the zombies came. Now she has a chance to prove herself again. This is her international competition. Zhu Ning just escaped from the Red House, and she realized that she had been living with a ghost. Her good friend turned out to be a ghost. She was experiencing a huge shock in her heart. She wanted to cry like a real 8-year-old child. Lao Yang was right. Something was wrong with the Red House. She fled the Red House, and her first reaction was to find Lao Yang. She missed Lao Yang too much. He was the only person who treated her well. But then Zhu Ning stopped herself abruptly. She didn't want to embarrass Lao Yang anymore. She was Lao Yang's burden, and there was no reason for a burden to run back. Lao Yang had signed the adoption contract, and they could not meet again. So this time Zhu Ning would not be sent around by others. She wanted to choose her own path to walk. She would accept whether the end of this path was good or bad. Zhu Ning picked up the gun. Her hands were red from the cold. Normally, she would tremble a little, but she was always calm. This was her only chance. Compared with the game she had played before, it was nothing. There were only 8 spectators. Zhu Ning aimed at the target, held the trigger with her finger, and adjusted her breathing. This body was not trained, and her muscle strength was very poor. This was also a test for Zhu Ning, which was equivalent to her using her worst body to play a big bomb. The white snow on her head melted, and wet her hair, making her look like a wet stray dog. Someone yawned and someone was impatient. Although they didn't say anything, she knew they were probably wondering if she could do it. Bang! Zhu Ning pulled the trigger. At that moment, she didn't think about anything. Once she started, she wouldn't think about anything. 10 rings. Someone beside him read out the result in surprise. Xinli originally just wanted to test Zhu Ning, and wanted to stop after she hit the first 10 rings. It was already proven. It's done. Xinli said, it's done, very impressive. But Zhu Ning pretended not to hear it. She fired the second shot, which was also 10 rings. Xinli understood immediately that Zhu Ning fired to vent. She must have encountered something. She was under too much pressure, and the accumulated anger made her breathless. This could make her relax. Unfortunately, Xinli couldn't figure out what could force someone to this point. For a while, no one around spoke, only the continuous sound of gunfire. Zhu Ning's hands were stiff. Her fingers were already frostbitten. After shooting, her index finger could not react. It was very stiff. She did not react to the result, and kept repeating the same action. This skill saved her life in every world. It was the ability she relied on to survive. Sometimes she didn't know who she was, but as long as she was still shooting, she felt that the world didn't seem so bad. Long-term training made her form a conditioned reflex, and everything still had a chance. She put down the gun after hearing the last 10 rings, and her bent fingers could not turn around. It was not until this time that her hands began to tremble, as if she had passed the most difficult and painful part. People don't tremble when they are highly tense, but they will remember it when they survive. The training room was very quiet, and everyone was silent. Finally, the bearded man walked to the opposite side of Zhu Ning. He no longer treated Zhu Ning as a little girl. He squatted down and looked at Zhu Ning. He stretched out his hand. Welcome to the Fire Club. Zhu Ning calmly shook the other's big palm, as if they were really on equal terms. Xinxingqiu watched from the side. It was her first time meeting Zhu Ning. The following story was very boring. Zhu Ning really shined in the arena, and won the championship all the way. For her, getting the second place was a surprise. She soon became famous, and countless dazzling and applause overwhelmed her. When Zhu Ning got the bonus for the first time, she went out specially. Because she was young and many things were inconvenient, Xinxingqiu accompanied her. Zhu Ning went to a slum in the garbage mountain. The garbage nearby was crumbling, and there was a homeless man who was smoking black dreams lying on the side of the road. The whole place was dirty and messy. Xinxingqiu guessed that it might be Zhu Ning's original home. Zhu Ning did not show up, and asked Xinxingqiu to help her give the money to a young man named Lu Sheng inside. If Lu Sheng was not there, she would give it to Lao Yang. Xinxingqiu did not know why Zhu Ning did not go himself, but still took the money. Xinxingqiu walked into a 30-square-meter dilapidated house, where a 50-year-old man lived. He had a beard and a needle stuck in his arm. It was obvious that he had just been taking a black dream. People at the bottom of society were like this. Xinxingqiu asked for a long time, but the other party could not talk to her. She had to ask the neighbors across the street. After asking around, there was no one named Lu Sheng. No, Xinxingqiu said to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning asked, are you sure? Xinxingqiu, I asked for you, and no one is here, no one, not even Lao Yang. Zhu Ning looked quite disappointed. She had finally made some money, and felt that she could meet Lao Yang openly. This time, Zhu Ning would not be a burden to Lao Yang, and she could give Lao Yang a better life. She could support Lao Yang and Lu Sheng, and even take care of them until the end of their lives. Zhu Ning had thought about it on the way here. Now she had the money in her hand but found that there was no one to give it to. People in the slums could not live for long. Sometimes when someone died, the next person would move in soon. Zhu Ning was a little depressed, so Xinxingqiu had to ask people nearby for her. After asking 5 or 6 people, someone finally knew. Old Yang? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. It was a woman with a sallow face. She said indifferently, maybe he died in the garbage mountain. Xinxingqiu was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect this answer. The woman said, it's not a rare thing. The garbage on the garbage mountain is not good. People are killed every month. It's very common. The scavengers risk their lives to pick up garbage. Collapse or fall is prone to accidents. Once they die, there is no body. They are thrown into the incinerator and burned on the spot. This is a very common thing. Xinxingqiu didn't know who these 2 people were. It was very sad to hear that life is really impermanent. Xinxingqiu looked back at Zhu Ning. She was so young, standing alone in the shadows, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Xinxingqiu saw that Zhu Ning's face was a little strange, and then she realized that she was crying. A tear fell from the corner of her eye and fell to the ground with a plop. It turns out that Zhu Ning, who is so arrogant, can cry. Xin Xingqiao didn't say anything. The two of them walked back in silence. Zhu Ning saw a charity on the road and donated money to it. She probably didn't even know what kind of charity it was. Xin Xingqiao felt that Zhu Ning was a sucker who had money but nowhere to spend it, and she repeatedly helped her confirm that it was indeed a formal organization. Later, Zhu Ning never mentioned this matter again, and never returned to the garbage mountain. Xin Xingqiao did not ask again. She was not familiar with Zhu Ning at that time, and they were competitors. The reason was simple. If someone who was always stronger suddenly appeared in your life, you would never be able to surpass him in your life. Xin Xingqiao adjusted her mentality, mainly because she did not think she had to go the professional competition route. She had to admit that Zhu Ning's existence would make you doubt your talent. Xin Xingqiao was 7 years older than Zhu Ning, and she had a good relationship with Zhu Ning, because Zhu Ning was not like a brat of her age, and was very mature. They grew up together, like sisters. Once, she and Zhu Ning were involved in a polluted area, and Zhu Ning and she worked together to break the situation. Trust was tempered in the real battlefield. After that, Zhu Ning became Xin Xingqiao's boss. It was also that accident that they all received the same link, and the world of the grave stickers slowly unfolded. They secretly acted several times in private, but were soon discovered by Shinli. She was a retired demon hunter herself, and she didn't say anything after knowing that they encountered pollutants, as if she had expected this day to come. Xin Xingqiao and Zhu Ning directly formed a partnership, and later absorbed Yi Fei, and the three of them formed a wild demon hunter team. Then Zhu Ning mentioned the end of the world. Boom! Xin Xingqiao's memories were interrupted, and when she came to her senses, the screen of the monitor changed. It had become a fiery red, and the red house was on fire. Yi Fei stood up. He had already rushed out of the monitoring room. Xin Xingqiao hesitated for a moment, and immediately went out. The monitoring room was not far from the red house, and the red house was set on fire, like a huge burning torch in the night. The old wood made a crackling sound when it burned, and the fiery red light and the white snow set off each other, and the color contrast reached the extreme. There was a figure in front of the red house. Zhu Ning was wearing very little. She walked out of the red house. Her shadow stretched long by the firelight, and her figure looked thin. She also saw herself at the same time. Her eyes were very cold, just like when she first appeared in the fire club. That was their fire. Chapter 183. The red house behind was burning. Zhu Ning destroyed all the information in the red house. These things no longer needed to be known by others. She saw two people in the snow. One of them looked very familiar to her. It was the big wavy boss lady who sold her motorcycle. Her appearance was particularly impressive. Zhu Ning had taken her car to the Hao Zai Lai hot pot restaurant before. Next to her was a tall and thin young man wearing a baseball cap. His skin was a healthy wheat color, his eyes were bright, and he looked very healthy. Yi Fei called her boss. Zhu Ning envied the teammates of the cheetah team before. For the first time, she found that she also had teammates. From any angle, these two people should be very reliable, and she trusted them very much. Otherwise she would not be called by Zhu Ning to perform such a strange task. Although she was called the boss, Zhu Ning had almost no memory of it. She saw that the two were not much better than strangers. Xin Xingqiao knew that Zhu Ning had no memory at all by looking at his expression. Yi Fei pointed at Xin Xingqiao. She sold the luxury car. It has nothing to do with me. Xin Xingqiao, She elbowed Yi Fei hard and told him to shut up. Yi Fei was hit so hard that he kept screaming. The atmosphere in this team was very good. Zhu Ning couldn't tell what their abilities were with his naked eyes, and there was a subtle sense of alienation. Xin Xingqiao introduced Zhu Ning. My name is Xin Xingqiao. This is Yi Fei. It turned out that the real name of the big wave boss lady was Xin Xingqiao, and Zhu Ning really had no impression of Yi Fei next to him. Zhu Ning acted like a boss and said, "Hello?" This time, even Yi Fei had a hard time laughing. Zhu Ning really didn't know anyone. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Zhu Ning broke the silence and asked, "You guys are here to pick me up?" Zhu Ning guessed that these two people would tell her the truth. Xin Xingqiao hummed, "I'm also afraid that you will be ambushed." Zhu Ning now needs to be watched by someone. After all, she is weaker than before. Zhu Ning asked, "What task did I assign you?" Xin Xingqiao shook her head. "I can't explain it clearly. I'm afraid of misleading you. Let you explain it yourself." Zhu Ning set up a game for herself. The final stop was the red house, and the reward was the message left by Zhu Ning. Yi Fei said, "Let's talk about it in the car. It's very cold." His nose was frozen red, and he drove a black car over. The car looked inconspicuous. Zhu Ning looked at it. The bulletproof glass, and even the anti-reconnaissance system must have been specially treated. Zhu Ning got in the car and felt a little warmer. He was very tired after staying up all night. She applied the medicine herself in the back seat and injected a powerful healing agent. Her legs were saved by the adhesion of the black mucus, but the injury was serious and it would take time to heal. Her legs hurt when she walked. No one spoke while driving. Xin Xingqiu and Yifei sat in the front seat and kept secretly looking at Zhu Ning through the rearview mirror. If Zhu Ning raised his eyes, they would pretend to look elsewhere with their eyes wandering. They were also very curious about Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning ignored those glances. Her mind was in a mess now. She received too much information. After she finished the injection, she opened the Tomb Post forum, which showed that the mission had been completed. There was no notification of this mission, which meant that it was a secret mission. There is no news about the Red House on the internet. First, it is because this place has been forgotten by the world and has not been registered. Second, it should be cleaned up by myself or Prometheus. The internal forum of the Tomb Post is very chaotic. Before, they discussed which big guy attacked which polluted area, or formed a group to arrange a game. Now the focus of the discussion is all non-natural humans. People are panicking inside. Everyone is wondering whether the existence of demon hunters is meaningful. After losing all references, it is easy to fall into nihilism. The number of people accepting tasks on the Tomb Post has dropped sharply. Both the cleaning center and the civilian wild demon hunter team are experiencing ideological turmoil. Zhu Ning closed the forum. Su Meng has not replied to him yet. I don't know if he is still in a coma. Zhu Ning sent a message, and then he turned off the secondary brain. It was only 2 hours from her entering the Red House to the end of the task. 2 hours ago, she was still in the cleaning center. Zhu Ning just went to the cloud of consciousness 2 days ago. In just 2 days, she entered 2 polluted areas. She once again felt the need to adjust to the time difference. So far, Zhu Ning is still confused, and her previous guesses may all be overturned. If she had come to this world earlier, regardless of whether the zombie world really exists, Zhu Ning would definitely wake up from the garbage dump. She has lived in this world for at least 11 years. Why would she give up all the life points she has accumulated? It's here, Yifei said. Zhu Ning narrowed her eyes, and there was a dead silence in front of her. This was a deserted community, and all the shops along the street were closed. Zhu Ning thought she was going to the Fire Sea Club, but Xin Xingqiu took her into a store deep in the alley. The sign above had long gone dark. This was a hamburger and fried chicken shop. There was a layer of dust on the tables and chairs inside. Yifei did not enter the shop, but waited at the door, probably to guard against attacks. Xin Xingqiu took Zhu Ning through the kitchen and fumbled around the boiler next to it for a while. A blue light appeared on the floor, a floor slowly unfolded, and the stairs extended downward. Xin Xingqiu seemed not ready to go down, and said, "My mission is about to be completed." Zhu Ning looked back at her. This place seemed like a trap, a deserted street, a hamburger shop that no one cared about, and a secret passage in the kitchen. If Zhu Ning encountered an ambush down there, no one would know where Zhu Ning died. Xin Xingqiu probably felt that this matter was a bit difficult to force. After all, Zhu Ning had no memory now, so there was no trust. She thought Zhu Ning would at least ask a few more questions, but Zhu Ning didn't say a word and really walked into the basement. Xin Xingqiu raised an eyebrow. This was not blind trust, but Zhu Ning knew her own abilities and felt that she would not be trapped underground. Zhu Ning walked into the basement with a flashlight. There was a creaking sound from above, and Xin Xingqiu closed the entrance. Zhu Ning was completely trapped underground. She continued to walk down. This road was much longer than she imagined, as if it would go straight to the center of the earth. Zhu Ning's leg injury had not healed yet, so she walked slower than usual. The steps extended downwards one by one. After walking for about 20 minutes, a door appeared in front of her. It was very strange. There were only 2 doors connected at both ends of a staircase. This door was even more strange. There was not even a gap on it, but there was a door lock. The door lock and door handle were both decorations. The door setting is very interesting. The door has a self-destruct device. If it is opened violently, the contents inside will be destroyed. Because there is no traditional door gap, this door cannot be opened with a key. Only the master key can identify that this is a door, which means that it is a space specially built for her. This is more suitable for storing data than the number 777 experimental subject. It is a place where only Zhu Ning can enter, which is very suitable for storing any information. Behind the door is the truth. With a click, the door opened. After Zhu Ning walked in, the heavy door slowly closed behind her. There are 2 sofas in the room and a table in the middle. When Zhu Ning walked into the door, She accidentally touched a blue line, and the whole room was suddenly activated. There is one more person in the room. She is wearing a black windbreaker, and suddenly turned back when she heard the movement behind her. She has the same face as Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's heart was pounding. What she saw was not an empty imagination, nor a mimicry created by ants and spiders. Zhu Ning calmed down and found that it was not the real herself, but a holographic projection. There is a small metal ball on the ground, and the holographic projection is projected from here. Are you scared by me? The projection character said, "This is a kind of technology now, specially used for leaving a will. What you see is what I recorded in advance. You could understand it as my will." With the development of technology, the form of people's wills is also changing. In the past, it was letters or influences, but now there are simulated characters. The sense of substitution is too strong. Her demeanor, movements, and tone of voice are exactly the same as hers. The rumored big boss behind the scenes, the person who guided Zhu Ning to where he is now, has appeared. Zhu Ning got the opportunity to communicate with her face to face. Now the big boss behind the scenes said, "Hello, Zhu Ning." Zhu Ning looked directly into the other person's eyes and said, "Hello, Zhu Ning." The speaker was Zhu Ning, and the receiver was also Zhu Ning. They overcame all obstacles, and the two versions of Zhu Ning achieved real communication. "Sit down?" she asked. Zhu Ning did not hesitate. Her legs and feet were uncomfortable, so she chose a sofa to sit down. Zhu Ning in the projection was the same. She sat opposite Zhu Ning. Technology is really advanced. There is nothing strange about the contact between the holographic projection and the sofa. At first glance, it will make people feel that there is really a person sitting opposite. Zhu Ning and her looked at each other for a long time. This feeling is very wonderful. Zhu Ning was injured, and there were holes on his protective suit. Zhu Ning on the opposite side was intact. They were like the relationship between defective products and perfect products. "I know you have a lot of questions for me." The holographic Zhu Ning's eyes were sharper, and she looked stronger. "I will tell you what the so-called restart is all about," she said calmly. "Before everything starts, I want to ask a question. Do you think we are the same person? This is really a philosophical question." Zhu Ning is not sure. The Zhu Ning in the projection continued, "Theoretically, our lives are not the same. Before you figure it out, you can continue to call me the original owner or the first-generation machine." The first-generation machine? This name really characterizes the character to the extreme. "I guess you have two questions." The first-generation Zhu Ning raised a finger. "First, is there a restart? And second, whether the time restart and your individual restart have been carried out." Her tone was very steady. "Let's start with the simplest. Let's talk about the individual first. Individual restart does exist, and everything about you is arranged by me." She even paused for a while after she finished speaking, as if leaving Zhu Ning room for thinking. Zhu Ning was not surprised or angry when she heard this, but felt relieved. For a long time, it seemed that there was a huge question hanging in her mind, and now someone clearly told her the answer. "Let's talk about something we all have, the system." The first generation Zhu Ning continued, "I have used the system for many years, and have figured out some experience in using it. Tell me something you already know." The system wants to run based on two possibilities: first, foreknowledge, and second, swallowing. Zhu Ning guessed it when she first knew that she was a test subject. Before she entered the contaminated area, the system would have a corresponding prompt, which meant that the system had predicted what was roughly in the contaminated area. After she purified the contaminated area, the system would have corresponding rewards, such as swallowing the pollution source and turning the other party's ability into her own use. This is the operating logic of the system. They must reach a consensus on this point before they can talk. The first generation Zhu Ning asked, "What are your current purification value and health value?" This is really a conversation with herself. Zhu Ning never discusses purification value with others except herself. The person on the other side is the person who knows Zhu Ning best in the world, and is also the person Zhu Ning trusts the most. Zhu Ning just contained a Class B contaminated area. She received a system reward of 5,000. After that, she contained 5,230 contaminated spores, leaving a total of 10,230. The health value was originally 186. The use of the rotten fish head acceleration function consumed 3, 2 invisibility 20, skin hardening 20, memory reading 50, and now only 93. Zhu Ning, purification value 10230, health value 93. The first generation Zhu Ning only recorded the video in advance, and could not respond accurately to it. My peak state, the purification value is 1.2 million. 1,200,000. How many zeros are there behind it? Zhu Ning almost used up every time he entered the polluted area. The first generation machine is an absolute strong one. Zhu Ning faced her like a poor student who suddenly saw the report card of a top student. The first generation Zhu Ning, have you found that the system is used to a certain extent, more like upgrading the original talent? Zhu Ning found out in these missions that the rewards for the missions were generous at the beginning, but now it is more like upgrading. For example, she upgraded the range of danger foreknowledge and metal manipulation. For example, it's like playing a game. When you create a character, the game lets you choose where to add basic skill points. The system is the same. It will directly refine a main skill based on your existing gains. The first generation Zhu Ning, my main skill is called Absolute Foreknowledge. Absolute Foreknowledge? What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? If she has this ability, she will be infinitely close to God. Zhu Ning's judgment was overturned. With this talent, the original owner did not have to enter all the polluted areas to know the rewards for clearing each task. She could see the whole process directly in the foresight. The talent of absolute foresight, the whole world is completely transparent to her. She can stand at the origin and see the countless possibilities of everything in this world. This is a God-level talent. If a person has this ability, can she still be considered a person? Her way of thinking must be completely different from that of ordinary people. No wonder Zhu Ning in the holographic projection can talk with her, because she foresaw Zhu Ning's questions and approximate reactions. Zhu Ning was even more confused when she heard this. The first generation machine had such powerful abilities. Why didn't she stop it herself? Why did she restart herself? What was the meaning of this version of herself? First generation Zhu Ning. I will tell the story again from my perspective. I first woke up in the garbage dump, then the Red House, and then the Spark Club. It was a very ordinary life. In this world, I was definitely not rich, but a low-level person who lived a good life. She said, you can see this projection, which means you have experienced everything about me. After I entered the Spark Club, I was just a shooting athlete for the first 2 years, and in the third year, I was a very ordinary person. I came into contact with pollutants and became a wild demon hunter. Driven by the system, I often entered polluted areas to upgrade myself, until one day. She raised her head and looked directly into Zhu Ning's eyes. My danger foreknowledge was activated, and I saw the end of the world. The first generation Zhu Ning's surface showed a little current fluctuation, as if it was stuck. I took some measures to break the end of the world, but my efforts were meaningless. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop the inevitable death, but accelerated my own death. I have died thousands of times in my foresight. Zhu Ning is a witness of the end of the world, and she has even experienced it thousands of times. Chapter 184. 1 year ago, the Fire Club. Xin Xingqiu opened the refrigerator and chose from the colorful drinks. Yi Fei next to her shouted, you spend 5 minutes choosing a drink, and the electricity bill is free. Xin Xingqiu has a fear of choice and replied, shut up. Xin Xingqiu continued to struggle, whether to choose the blue bottle or the red one. Yi Fei was too lazy to care about her, sat on the sofa and asked, boss, who do you think is the favorite this time? Zhu Ning no longer plays in the competition. She sometimes comes to watch the competition. Zhu Ning, or should be called the first generation Zhu Ning. She pondered for a while. Number 7. Yi Fei saw her hesitation and said, TSK, there are no good seedlings in recent years. The Fire Club has become increasingly declining, and the shooting club next door has introduced a Battle Royale mode, which allows players to hunt real people in a closed arena. That competition is more exciting, bloody and exciting, and many rich people are guests of honor. In comparison, the Fire Club seemed old-fashioned and outdated, with no spectators and no good players. Zhu Ning turned out to be the last glory of the Fire Club. Occasionally, old spectators would come to watch the game, so many people jokingly called her Fire. Swish, they were watching the game. The screen suddenly went off, and the refrigerator was out of power. A burst of scolding came from outside. The power is out again. The fuse of the club has been broken recently, and the lights often go out at critical moments. Yi Fei was particularly unhappy and shouted at Xin Xingqiu, hey! Hurry up and ask your sister to fix it, otherwise all the guests will run away. Xin Xingqiu hadn't decided which drink to choose. Shut up. Don't bother me. She often quarreled with Yi Fei. The two of them grew older, but not more experienced. They quarreled for a long time, because of a few trivial matters. Zhu Ning was used to it. Zhu Ning stood up, and Yi Fei asked, boss, you don't want to watch it anymore? Zhu Ning hummed, go back and rest. Tell me who wins. Yi Fei waved at her, saying, sure, sure. It was a very ordinary day. Zhu Ning watched the game with Yi Fei and Shen Xingqiu as usual, and that's when it happened. When Zhu Ning stood up, her temples suddenly throbbed, as if a string was tightened in her brain. Her heartbeat accelerated, and the hair on the back of her neck suddenly exploded. At the same time, a large number of pictures suddenly flooded into her mind. She saw the destruction of District 103. In the peaceful and stable downtown area, gray-black lines suddenly appeared in the sky. That was the background color of the polluted area. A person stood there blankly, and suddenly his brain exploded, and tentacles grew out of his skull. Then countless human heads exploded like fireworks, and pollutants of various forms grew, and a pollution spread without warning. People who have degenerated into pollutants are running in the crowd, swinging their arms. They bite each other to expand their own kind. Some people screamed, and some people ran into the pollutants in a panic and had their necks bitten off. Companies, schools, and hospitals are all polluted humans, and the speed of the outbreak is faster than that of zombies. The concrete floor cracked, as if there was an earthquake, or as if a giant monster had been trapped underground for many years, and tore a hole from the ground. The 10-meter wide crack emitted a strange red light, and people stared at it blankly, even forgetting how to escape. Then a huge tentacle was pulled out from the ground, and the upright tentacle was like a meat mountain that suddenly grew, and the entire 103 area was shrouded in blood and terror. All humans in the area were infected, and no one was spared. Zhu Ning saw a pair of eyes suddenly open, and right under her feet, the creepy power crawled up from her back, like a hand pressing her throat, making her unable to move at all. "Boss?" Yi Fei's voice came. "Zhu Ning." Bang! In Yi Fei's perspective, Zhu Ning had just stood up and said that she would not watch the game, but suddenly froze in place, her whole body stiff, her face pale, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. Zhu Ning's body actually began to fall. She knocked over the popcorn bucket on the table, and the popcorn was scattered all over the floor. Yi Fei quickly grabbed Zhu Ning's body. Zhu Ning knelt on one knee, holding the edge of the table with one hand, because she was too strong, her knuckles were white. "Boss!" Yi Fei asked Shen Xingqiu for help. "Big sister, come here quickly." Shen Xingqiu didn't have time to choose what to drink. She walked over quickly, and felt that Zhu Ning's body was stiff, as if she was fighting against some huge force. She had never seen Zhu Ning like this in such a long time. What did she see? Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning blinked, and saw the faces of Shen Xingqiu and Yi Fei. She held the edge of the table tightly. The sense of terror had not faded yet, as if it was wet and stuck to her. That was the first time Zhu Ning saw the end of the world. Just like an ant seeing an elephant for the first time, the first reaction was fear, not resistance at all. Fragile humans were completely frightened by unknown creatures. That day, Zhu Ning did not explain to Shen Xingqiu and Yi Fei what happened to her. In Shen Xingqiu's memory, Zhu Ning just became very silent. She began to be quiet and often lost in thought. She no longer entered the polluted area and lost interest in everything. Zhu Ning's face became worse and worse, and Shen Xingqiu wondered what she was trying to do in private. Shen Xingqiu asked Zhu Ning many times what happened, but she kept silent about it. Shen Xingqiu and Yi Fei felt that there seemed to be something between Zhu Ning and them. It was like a transparent barrier that isolated them from the outside, and no one else could touch it at all. Later, Zhu Ning suddenly proposed to move to the beehive. Shen Xingqiu expressed her incomprehension. The beehive was a slum, and there was metal pollution there. Although Zhu Ning's ability was estimated to be uncontaminated. But why did she go there alone? Zhu Ning was their boss, and they could not question the boss's decision. Zhu Ning said that she needed a separate thinking environment, and she would report the progress to them after she thought it through. After that, Zhu Ning moved out of the Fire Seed Club and moved into a narrow room in the beehive. Every week, Zhu Ning would send her latest news to reassure Shen Xingqiu. Zhu Ning rarely went out after living in the beehive. She was no different from ordinary residents. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on the bed. She suddenly opened her eyes, her face was pale, and her breathing was very intense. After she opened her eyes, she fell into a brief confusion. Absolute foresight is to experience the foresight content completely. If used excessively, people will not be able to distinguish between reality and foresight content, and she will have a complete mental breakdown. Ordinary people will not use this God-level ability much if they obtain it, but Zhu Ning uses it very frequently. She looked up at the clock opposite, and the minute moved forward one grid, making a crisp click. Like the snap of fingers after the hypnosis ended, Zhu Ning woke up suddenly. She looked at the notebook on the table, which said the 1693rd time. What does this mean? She was even in a trance for a while before she realized that she had just experienced the 1693rd death. Juning took a deep breath and looked through the previous records. She would take notes every time she died. The time of her death was compressed. She died at the last doomsday seen before, but as she tried to stop the doomsday, the time of death began to advance. This time she died at the hands of a woman named Suhi. For the first time, the person who killed her had a name. Who is Suhi? Juning wrote the two words Suhi in the notebook, and the tip of the pen hovered over the name. She was like a student eager to find an answer, and was deducing countless answers. Juning checked the clock. 12 hours had passed in real time. In these 12 hours, she had experienced 70 endings, and was killed 70 times. This can't go on like this. She will go crazy if this continues. Juning took out the mental healing agent. She became dependent on the mental healing agent because she never smoked or drank alcohol as an athlete in the past, and she didn't touch anything addictive. But because of frequent use of her ability, she actually began to become dependent on mental healing agents. Juning's temple hurts a lot. The system in her brain is running at a high intensity. If this continues, will the system in her brain explode and die? Or will she be trapped in her own foresight, gradually go crazy, and become a lunatic? Juning fell on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Her ability is equivalent to peeking at the endings of different timelines. According to the ending she saw, the end of the world will definitely come, and Juning's death may be brought forward, but no matter which timeline it is, the end of the world will come as expected. Juning felt so frustrated for the first time. A huge monster was right under her feet, but she couldn't stop it. The thing was breathing underground, as if it slowly opened its eyes, right under Juning. Juning was isolated and helpless. She couldn't share with anyone. What should she do? Rushed into the cleaning center, and said there was a giant pollutant? Maybe several noble families in the upper echelons of the Federation knew about this. It was almost impossible to completely avoid the existing detection equipment of humans for such a large pollutant. Juning closed her eyes. She took a deep breath, and felt her pulse. Juning changed the parameters, and used absolute foreknowledge 1694 times. This time she wanted to kill Suhi first. The third day, the building manager, Wei's mother, came up. She met a very strange tenant who hadn't gone out for a month. No food or drink. Or just relying on nutritional supplements to survive? Wei's mother was afraid that someone would die in her building. The beehive house itself was already difficult to rent. Wei's mother knocked on Juning's door. Hey! Open the door. Pay the management fee. No one answered. Mother Wei's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Juning might have really died in her house, and she knocked harder. Juning! Open the door. Mother Wei still didn't hear the answer. She took out the landlord's spare key, and was about to go in to take a look. Suddenly, the door was opened from the inside. Juning's hair was disheveled, messy, and his face was pale. Mother Wei had seen Juning once before when she checked in. At that time, Juning looked very likable. At least he was clean, not like now, no different from a madman. Mother Wei instinctively shrank her neck and spoke in a lower voice. Pay the property fee. Juning asked hoarsely, what day is it today? Mother Wei was stunned for a moment. What is it? Juning grabbed Mother Wei's arm and asked again, what month, and what day is it today? Mother Wei's arm seemed to be broken by her grip, and said, March 7th, 1979. What are you crazy about? Are you sick? Juning continued to ask, where is this? A beehive. Mother Wei, are you really crazy? Juning was stunned, and slowly let go of Mother Wei's arm. She looked at her hands, and even forgot who she was at that time. Mother Wei was still in shock and yelled loudly, wanting to call other tenants out to judge, and also to give herself courage. If you are sick, go get treatment. I tell you, if you break it, I will pay for it. Mother Wei cursed. Before, a resident who was doing mathematics went crazy and died in the rental house. What is Juning doing? Juning stood in the corridor. Some people curiously stretched their heads to look, and some whispered what happened. The fear in Wei's mother's eyes could not be hidden at all. She looked at her secretly, as if she was wondering if she was crazy. Juning felt that her life was in chaos. She could not find an anchor point, nor could she find her place in existence. She could not understand what Wei's mother said. Wei's mother did not dare to offend her at this time, and watched her return to her room like a wandering soul. Juning closed the door, and felt that this world was very strange. There was a notebook on the table, which said 2001 deaths. What death? Why did it happen 2,000 times? Where is this? Juning felt cold all over. She quickly flipped through the notebook, which recorded countless ways of her death. She remembered that time in reality was flowing slowly. Her name was Zhu Ning. She had traveled from the zombie world. She had predicted the end of the world, and was using absolute foreknowledge to spy on different endings in order to prevent the end of the world. Zhu Ning had wanted to kill Su He, but she got herself involved in another dispute. This time, she was burned alive. The pain of being burned to death seemed to still remain on her, because she had to experience the predicted content completely, as if she had really been burned to death once. The injury was so severe this time, that she even forgot who she was when she woke up. She was already at the critical point. Zhu Ning had always had a very accurate judgment of herself. If she continued, she would definitely lose her mind. Zhu Ning supported her forehead with her hand. Countless fragments flashed in front of her eyes, making it difficult for her to tell which ending these fragments belonged to. Wrong. They were all wrong. No one way was right. Zhu Ning predicted this doomsday, but she was powerless to stop it. The doomsday was approaching. Every day that passed, she was one day closer to the doomsday. She saw her face in the mirror, and was a little puzzled. The person in the mirror looked haggard, not as energetic as before. She was tortured by something and became crazy, which made her feel a little strange. Frequent death, experiencing all kinds of possibilities, being killed again and again. Zhu Ning did not collapse now because of her high mental value. She suddenly found herself like a clown, or it was a joke played by God, making her watch the end of the world. In the next few days, Zhu Ning did not use absolute foreknowledge again. She spent 7 days doing only one thing, sleeping. Maybe she should just give up, pretend she knows nothing, and continue to live the rest of her life. After all, there is still a year left, and she should take the opportunity to enjoy herself. In front of the doomsday, she is just an ant. 7 days later, she went out to buy ingredients, ate some food that humans can chew, drank enough nutrients, and slowly healed her body. When she walked into the crowd again, others would not think she was crazy. She was in her youth, and some people even came to chat with her. But her eyes dimmed day by day. She could no longer live a normal life. She could not feel the warmth when bathing in the sun, and could not feel satisfied when eating. An invisible door has been opened. Once the truth is touched, there is no way back. How can people be indifferent to the impending doomsday? That thing is even under her feet, and the people around her know nothing about it. Zhu Ning stood in the supermarket, and countless people passed by her. They all had a purpose, buying food, going home to cook, and continuing to live ordinary lives. She felt like a bystander of the world. Perhaps Zhu Ning's duty is not to change. She is just an observer who can observe the end of the world, but cannot make any effective actions. Zhu Ning took the ingredients and queued up to pay. While waiting in line, she replied to Xin Xingqiu's message. She has always insisted on reporting safety to Xin Xingqiu, no matter how chaotic she was. Xin Xingqiu and Yifei became her anchor in this world. Game over. An electronic sound suddenly came from the side. Zhu Ning turned around, and saw a teenager wearing headphones in the next team. He was playing a competitive game, and this line of words appeared on the screen. I lost again. He cursed loudly, and was about to express his passion, but he thought of himself in the crowd, and suppressed his temper. Hey, who should he be connecting with? Let's do it again. I choose a new character this time, a very powerful one. Don't run away. I'm going to have a good fight with you today. Zhu Ning froze because of this sentence. The teenager was immersed in playing games, and didn't care about Zhu Ning in front of him. The team moved, but Zhu Ning didn't move. Someone urged her. Zhu Ning took the ingredients to pay the bill in a daze. She didn't even recover when she got home. She stewed curry chicken in the evening, and didn't react when the pot was burnt. The smoke alarm sounded, and Zhu Ning came to her senses. The house was filled with smoke, and the bottom of the pot was black. Zhu Ning turned off the gas, and didn't feel hungry. The only thing in her mind was the words of the Game Boy. I changed the character this time. Zhu Ning seemed to be playing games all the time. Her thoughts were stuck in one place all the time, and suddenly one day she suddenly became clear. She understood that her talent was wrong. To stop the end of the world, at least 2 talents are needed. One is foreknowledge, and the other is for devouring. Zhu Ning does not have the talent for devouring. One Zhu Ning is not enough. She needs 2 of herself. Zhu Ning walked to the desk again. She had written 3 notebooks before, all of which were messy notes, because every time she finished the absolute foreknowledge, her mind was confused. This time she took out a new notebook, overturned all the previous exercises, and started a new deduction. This time she was very purposeful, and only extracted key information. She was her own god. She wanted to create a new path for herself. 1 month later. she called Xinxingqiu. Generally speaking, Zhu Ning only told her the latest news on time on weekends, like a robot. Xinxingqiu was surprised to receive Zhu Ning's message at other times. Before she could be happy, Zhu Ning said, "I need a human-machine joint device." Xinxingqiu thought she had heard it wrong. Was Zhu Ning's request a bit too much? "Sister." Xinxingqiu called Zhu Ning's sister, "You asked me to sneak into the cleaning center to get a human-machine joint device. Why didn't you kill me?" The regular employees of the cleaning center couldn't contact them, so where could she, a wild demon hunter, get one for her? Zhu Ning added, "It doesn't have to be brand new, used ones will do. There will be demon hunter corpses in the contaminated area." Xinxingqiu. She thought Zhu Ning was crazy. The human-machine joint device used by others was even taken from a corpse. No one knew what the reaction would be after it was connected. If Zhu Ning went crazy from then on, she would lose a boss. "Zhu Ning, don't worry, I often go crazy." Xinxingqiu. "What do you mean? Where has Zhu Ning been recently?" Xinxingqiu asked. "Why?" She originally thought that Zhu Ning would not answer, but she did not expect that she really answered. She began to describe the doomsday she saw and her own death in detail. Xinxingqiu was silent for a long time after hearing this. Normal people would suspect that someone was crazy if they heard someone suddenly tell you that the doomsday is coming. But Xinxingqiu did not think so. First, it was Zhu Ning who was speaking. She trusted Zhu Ning very much, and Zhu Ning did show a tendency to have this ability before. Second, it is not surprising that any strange things happen in this world. It is not a peaceful era. Xinxingqiu and Yifei began to help Zhu Ning find the human-machine joint device. Since it was not brand new, they only needed to find out which polluted area had the official demon hunter of the cleaning center died. This was both easy and difficult to find. You had to find someone with a demon hunter's body who happened to be equipped with a human-machine joint device during the mission. 2 months later, Zhu Ning got an old human-machine joint device. Because there was no professional storage box, the device was placed in a small wooden box. When Zhu Ning opened it, the mycelium inside was stained with the blood of the last demon hunter and was growing. The mycelium was multiplying along the edge of the wooden box, as if a fungus had taken root. From any perspective, Prometheus looked like a living thing. Xinxingqiu asked uncertainly, "Do you really want to connect this thing to your brain?" The cleaning center prohibited employees from having private contact with Prometheus, and the device was covered with blood, and the will of the last demon hunter remained on it. It might have been connected to the other party's nerves. "What if Zhu Ning gets in and her life is ruined?" Xinxingqiu asked. "Or I can come in and be the liaison between you two." The more Xinxingqiu talked, the more she felt that it was a solution. "I help you." Zhu Ning looked up at her when she heard this. Xinxingqiu said, "Why are you looking at me? You are more valuable than me." Xinxingqiu knew that Zhu Ning was more valuable a long time ago. She was better at shooting, and she was also more powerful in supernatural powers. If the doomsday really came, Xinxingqiu was willing to be cannon fodder for Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning felt a strange feeling in her heart. She had not considered other people when she made the plan before. She was just a passerby in this world, but Xinxingqiu really had feelings for her. Zhu Ning realized it then, and felt reluctant. Zhu Ning shook her head. "I do it myself." She couldn't accept Xinxingqiu's death. Xinxingqiu wanted to say more, but Zhu Ning suddenly hugged her forward. This action came without warning, and Xinxingqiu was a little surprised. She felt that Zhu Ning's mood was not right today. It seemed like she was going to die. Zhu Ning did not tell her his plan in full, but only said that he might lose his memory and asked Xinxingqiu to remember to take good care of herself. "Don't interfere with my plan, but take good care of me," Zhu Ning said in a muffled voice. Xinxingqiu sighed. "Why are you so troublesome? You don't let me interfere, and you have to take good care of you." "How can I take care of you?" Zhu Ning buried his chin in Xinxingqiu's neck and said softly, "Then I don't care." Xinxingqiu smiled. Why is he still playing rogue, like a child? Xinxingqiu didn't understand Zhu Ning's mood, so she gently touched her head. "Okay, I will take care of you." She made her promise to Zhu Ning, and later she did it. Zhu Ning had a meal with Xinxingqiu and others that day, and arranged some plans. Both of them listened carefully, fearing that something would be missed. Yifei looked at Zhu Ning with worry, and felt that she had changed a lot. She was under too much pressure, and the whole person was haggard, and the difference was too big from before. Zhu Ning was very flamboyant before, and occasionally her eyes were that kind of arrogant, with an expression of "I am the best." But now Zhu Ning was suppressed by something, and Yifei knew her for so long that he could see it. Zhu Ning didn't think about her plan that day, but let herself play with them, and that was the last time to play. Yifei opened a bottle of wine that day. He had stopped competing a long time ago, and had always been very self-indulgent. Generally, he was the only one who drank when the three of them had a meal together. That day, Zhu Ning actually asked him for a glass of wine. "Give me some." Yifei blurted out, "Are you sick? Have you been possessed by someone?" "Xinxingqiao, then give me some too." Yifei thought that there were really strange things in the world. Why did one or two people do this today? He seemed to have a premonition of something at the time. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Finally, Yifei poured a glass of vodka for each of them. Because it was a strong liquor, Yifei was worried that Zhu Ning would not be used to it for the first time, so he thought of mixing her a glass that was easier to drink. As a result, Zhu Ning really drank it, and drank it all in one gulp. Yifei was stunned. It was so strong, and she was not afraid of burning her throat for the first time. He was afraid that Zhu Ning would get into trouble, and he was also afraid that Zhu Ning would beat someone up. But Zhu Ning was so good that she could drink well, and didn't get drunk. Yifei gave her a thumbs up. "Boss, you are this." Yifei thought that he would drink with Zhu Ning often in the future. He didn't realize that Zhu Ning had such a talent. Zhu Ning talked more after drinking, and felt much more relaxed. They ate, drank, and started chatting openly again. They talked about everything from the north to the south, from the first time they met as children, to growing up together, to the daily training and competition. They grew up together, and were as close as brothers and sisters. Calling him boss was just a joke. Yifei's face turned red after drinking, and he said something he didn't dare to say at ordinary times. "I always feel that you are not a child. How can a child's skills be so good? Tell me, are you a time traveler?" Yifei had wanted to ask this question a long time ago. At the age of 8, Zhu Ning was a child prodigy, as she could score 10 rings. Zhu Ning answered dazedly, "Yes, I traveled through time." Xinxingqiu next to him replied, "I believe it." Yifei laughed, "Then I believe it too." They didn't know whether they were talking drunkenly, or telling the truth, but they all said they believed it. Zhu Ning felt so relaxed for the first time in this world. It turned out that secrets could be told so easily, without any burden, and would not bring any disaster. She wanted to shout loudly, "I traveled through time. I traveled from the zombie world." But she didn't say it because she was not sure whether the memory was true or false. That night, the three of them slept on the floor. Just like when they went camping as children, they had to lie together, with their heads next to each other. They were all drunk, and the three of them just laughed foolishly, laughing and laughing. They laughed foolishly and endlessly, until the end of the world. When they woke up the next day, Zhu Ning was gone. There was a note on the table, pressed under the wine glass, with Zhu Ning's handwriting, "I wish the plan a success." Yifei stared at the note, thinking that this was too cruel. But he said softly, "I wish the plan a success." Even though he didn't know the whole plan, and didn't know what the outcome would be, he wished the plan a success. The next evening, Zhu Ning needed to connect to the human-machine joint device. She could no longer use her foresight talent freely. Overuse of supernatural powers would lead to madness. Zhu Ning must remain rational. So she is now equivalent to blind. This is the last level. Before using it, she set an unexpected program for her secondary brain. Once the heart rate disappears, she will notify Xinxingqiu and Yifei to collect the body. Although Xinxingqiu's face would probably be very ugly, this was the only solution Zhu Ning could think of. No one knew what would happen after using it, so she had to prepare for the worst. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. If she wanted the plan to succeed, she had to have the help of Prometheus. She pressed the device against her temple, and the hyphae pierced the epidermis and instantly connected her brain nerves. It was her first time using a human-machine joint device, and it was a dead person who had used it. The thoughts and memories of this demon hunter were running rampant in Zhu Ning's mind. She only felt like someone had poured mercury into her temple, as if her entire brain had become 5 or 6 times heavier. She couldn't lift her head, and her mind seemed to be pierced by countless needles. Her heart rate began to become irregular, and her eyes went black. Her body sank deeply into the mattress, as if she was not lying on the mattress, but in a swamp, and the swamp was sinking. Soon, she would be submerged in the swamp and suffocated. The official warning of the cleaning center was right. Don't use a human-machine joint device that has been used by others. Just before she was on the verge of death, she heard a deep voice, "Hello, I am Prometheus." Zhu Ning opened her eyes, the suffocation faded, and she took a deep breath. "Who are you?" Prometheus asked. She lay on her back on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and answered, "Hello, Prometheus, I want to make a deal with you." Time continued to move forward. Today is the last day of the plan, and all deployments will be implemented today. Zhu Ning got up as usual. After she got up, she sat at the dining table and ate breakfast slowly. This was her last breakfast. Then she washed the pots and pans carefully, and wiped every corner of the house carefully to make sure there were no traces left. She had lived in a mess for so long, and today was the first time she cleaned up her room. Zhu Ning destroyed the human-machine joint device and all her notes, watching them turn into ashes. This house was clean and tidy, with no extra information except the necessary information she left. She cleared her subbrain and transferred all the other money to Xinxingqiu. There was only a little left in the account, which could be used to buy a powerful healing agent. She had not paid the property fee and other miscellaneous fees for 2 months. The house would expire at the end of the month, and theoretically she should pay the rent again. But Zhu Ning did not pay the rent, nor did she deal with any pending fees. Everything was done, one by one, all the to-do items were done in an orderly manner, and everything went smoothly. Before leaving the hive, Zhu Ning looked in the mirror. It was a woman in a black windbreaker. Her eyes were cold, and her face was expressionless. This was the expression of going to die. Today was the day she died. Zhu Ning closed the door of the hive, and walked into the garbage dump. The garbage dump was close to the hive, and she could walk home. Before entering the garbage dump, Zhu Ning pulled up the collar of her windbreaker. When she passed the gate, she deliberately looked in a certain direction. She knew there was a camera at that location. Then she walked into the garbage room. It was raining acid that day, and the whole sky was foggy. Everything seemed desperate and depressing. There were many robots in the garbage room. The old robot prosthetic eyes could serve as cameras. Zhu Ning put her hands on those abandoned robots, and used her ability to disrupt all available cameras. This way, there won't be any images of her death. After doing all this, Zhu Ning carved a sentence in the corner of the wall, which was also the sentence that Zhu Ning was most familiar with. The end of the world is coming, you and I are all ants. She carved very hard, writing stroke by stroke. Speaking of which, this was the last sentence in the dentist's father's notebook that she saw in her foresight, and it was surprisingly appropriate to use it at this time. After Zhu Ning finished writing, she sat against the wall. She didn't take a knife or a gun with her, so she could only use local materials, and found a piece of discarded iron. It was very handy. The iron sheet was very sharp, and could cut a person's throat. She gestured on her abdomen, like a butcher preparing to slaughter his lamb. She actually wanted to kill herself. In such bad weather, there was no familiar person around, no one to give her death counseling. She needed to die alone. Zhu Ning clicked on the system panel. The mechanical voice of the system came. You are choosing to restart the experimental subject. Please note that restarting the experimental subject will clear all health and purification values, clear all talents and system props. Do you want to continue? Zhu Ning's head was against the wall. What she had left after fighting for 11 years was going to be destroyed in an instant. No one would not care, but she said, yes. System. Basic information settings have been completed. Basic tasks have been set. Please confirm the following content step by step. Do you want to clear the memory? Yes. System. Do you want to eliminate individual consciousness? This question is more difficult to answer than the previous one. Eliminating individual consciousness means that this version of Zhu Ning will be wiped out. The Zhu Ning after the restart may not be the current Zhu Ning. She said yes. System. Basic information confirmation completed. Last question. You still have a chance to stop. Do you want to restart the Alpha Series number 0999 experimental subject? Zhu Ning had come to this point, and it was easier. She whispered yes. Zhu Ning thrust the iron sheet into her abdomen. She felt a sharp pain spread instantly, as if someone had torn her abdomen apart. Next, she couldn't even hear the system's prompts. The data stream in her eyes was rolling wildly, and then gradually slowed down. Finally, the sea blue data stream went out. The experimental subject has been restarted. The system's cold voice came. But she couldn't hear it anymore. From the perspective of an observer, she looked like a computer that had been turned off. Her eyes had lost all light, her pulse gradually stopped, and she sat there stiffly, with scarlet blood flowing all over the floor. She was no different from the old robots around her. She was integrated into the entire garbage room. They were all garbage, or corpses. A life passed away quietly, and no one knew. The individual consciousness of the first generation Zhu Ning has died, and disappeared in the long river of time. Time suddenly moved very slowly. The moving second hand slowed down, and the speed of the rain dripping from the dilapidated roof slowed down. Slower and slower, almost static. Everything was very quiet, and the garbage dump was paused, as if an eye was re-observing this location. Suddenly, Zhu Ning's hand hanging in the pool of blood moved. The falling raindrops accelerated, the pointer resumed moving, time was gently moved, the flow rate returned to normal, and the observing eye closed. At first, Zhu Ning only moved her fingers, and then her whole body seemed to be revived, and her whole body was activated. She slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the world like a newborn. Am I not fighting zombies? Why am I here? Zhu Ning's eyelids were heavy, and she knew nothing about the world she was in. What kind of hell was this place? The purification system has been reactivated, welcome to use it. There was a very noisy voice in her ear, saying some nonsense that Zhu Ning couldn't understand. What system? She felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She was dying. At this time, her mind was full of a message. Find a vending machine, and buy a powerful healing agent. What is a powerful healing agent? Where is the vending machine? With a strong instinct for survival, she slowly stood up against the wall. Her abdomen was bleeding, and there was a piece of iron embedded in it. Zhu Ning looked at her abdomen, and reached out her hand for some reason, and slowly pulled out the iron piece. The edge of the iron piece was irregular and extremely sharp, like a saw, and it cut her twice when it was pulled out. With a clang, the bloody iron sheet fell at her feet. Zhu Ning looked at her palm, which was covered with blood. It was her own blood. Zhu Ning slowly walked forward, holding onto the wall, as if some memory was guiding her. She found the vending machine, and left a bloody handprint on the transparent counter with a snap. The vending machines in this world were much more complicated than those in her world. Zhu Ning's fingers were shaking all the time. She spent all her belongings to buy a powerful healing agent. An injection rolled out from the lower window. Zhu Ning trembled as she inserted the healing agent into her abdomen. At first, she was still wondering how such a large wound could heal. But miraculously, her abdomen really stopped bleeding. Is the medical level in this world so advanced? Zhu Ning leaned against the vending machine. It was still raining. She squinted her eyes, and her body was wet by the rain. The rain washed the blood off her body and swirled into the sewer, as if washing her into a brand new person. Zhu Ning blinked her eyes. Her eyelashes were too heavy, and the rain would press them down as soon as she opened them. She wanted to go home, she thought. She wanted to go home. Where was her home? Zhu Ning had some residual information in her mind, and she had a vague memory that she lived in a beehive. Zhu Ning held the vending machine, took a breath, and walked towards home. She wanted to go home. On that acid rainy day, the dark garbage room was empty, and the robot that usually picked up garbage was not present. A woman stood up from the garbage dump. She took an injection of healing agent, and then walked in a certain direction. Her physical strength was very poor, but her steps were very firm, as if she had lived in this world for many years. Soon, her figure disappeared in the rainy night. Chapter 185. So this is the truth. The first generation Zhu Ning died. Or rather, Zhu Ning himself died once. Zhu Ning did not speak for a long time after listening to her explanation. She could not be sure whether she was the same person as her. Zhu Ning seemed to have experienced her life, and saw through thousands of endings, but was powerless. The scar on her abdomen seemed to ache. Now what was left in front of Zhu Ning was just a holographic projection. This was not a conversation. Zhu Ning was just reading her last words. This is the whole truth. The first generation Zhu Ning summarized, I give you a piece of advice. If you gain time-related abilities, you can only change the future, not the past. Zhu Ning was stunned. The first generation Zhu Ning was very cautious. She would not say extra words, especially this kind of last words. Was this a reminder to her? What would she encounter in the future? The first generation Zhu Ning had a calm expression. Time is almost up. Let's talk about some small things. The system has limits. Did you notice that the system reminded you whether to accept the random task? Zhu Ning was stunned. So this sentence meant that if it was not a mandatory task, she could refuse to accept it. Once she accepts it, it is equivalent to making a transaction with the system. After she passes the level, she will get the corresponding reward. Zhu Ning is a computer. The computer's memory is not enough, but as the owner of the computer, she cannot delete unnecessary files freely. Too many talents and system props will cause memory to be full, so no new talents will be absorbed, and only inherent talents can be upgraded. This is the drawback of system design. Zhu Ning must find a way to get rid of the limitations of the system. The first generation Zhu Ning, remember what I said? If the system wants to exist, it must be based on two premises, foreknowledge and devouring. I have been on the wrong path all along. My main skill is foreknowledge. Even if I have more health points, I can only foresee farther and more accurately, but I can't swallow. First generation Zhu Ning, But you can. First generation Zhu Ning buried so many clues in order to awaken Zhu Ning to swallow. Objectively speaking, Zhu Ning can indeed swallow. She swallowed a worm and ate a scrap test product of the Afar series. But the alien species in her body is too weak. She runs away when she sees something she can't beat. She can't imagine how to eat the pollutants below. Zhu Ning smiled bitterly. You let me eat the pollutants below, which is almost like asking an ant to eat an elephant. She didn't even know where to start. After all, the first generation Zhu Ning was just a holographic projection. They were not really talking, and she didn't respond to Zhu Ning's words. First generation Zhu Ning, I know you still have questions, but I can't tell you too much. Revealing too much information will make you deviate. This is the only result obtained after countless verifications. She didn't dare to take any risks. The first generation Zhu Ning was like a charlatan at this time. She whispered, I can only tell you a vague message. The key is to devour and alienate the panel. Zhu Ning's alienation panel has never been activated. She even tried to actively infect, but nothing happened. What does this mean? The first generation Zhu Ning, you are the optimal solution I deduced. My perception was confused in the later stage. I can't be sure that you will succeed. Her absolute foresight gradually dried up later. She could not see the specific scene, but only a vague shadow. So the first generation Zhu Ning was betting on an unknown outcome and handed the bet to herself. She thought carefully about the information revealed by the first generation Zhu Ning, and the biggest threat should be Su He. The first generation Zhu Ning's purification value was so high that she would be killed by Su He. Can Zhu Ning's current ability kill Su He? The first generation arranged Zhu Ning to enter the cleaning center with the intention of letting her bring the doomsday under the official's nose. To be precise, to contact Wawensi. One person is not enough. She needs to let everyone who can be united participate in preventing the impending infection of the whole district. The first generation Zhu Ning has always added weight to Zhu Ning's success. There is probably another consideration. If this plan is to be carried out, it must be assisted by Prometheus. Let Zhu Ning enter the cleaning center, and Prometheus can better assign tasks for her. Every official task of the cleaning center is very strange. Zhu Ning thought of this and asked, what deal did you make with Prometheus? The first generation Zhu Ning couldn't answer accurately. She only said, I suggest you don't trust Prometheus too much. Zhu Ning frowned. Is Prometheus untrustworthy? Under the premise that she didn't know what deal the first generation Zhu Ning made with him, how could she deal with Prometheus? It was not a companion, nor was it completely an enemy. Zhu Ning sorted out the information she got. The amount of information was too much. The reason why the first generation Zhu Ning couldn't succeed before was not her personal ability, but she couldn't do it alone. This time Zhu Ning had a lot of people around her, and the first generation arranged an extremely precise path for her to activate the individual. She is really her own god. Although this path points to a very vague ending. The electromagnetic fluctuations on the surface of the first generation Zhu Ning were more obvious. Zhu Ning guessed that this conversation, it will soon come to an end. First generation Zhu Ning, I know you very well. I guess you have another question. Why should I save the world? Theoretically, I only have 1 year left to live. Zhu Ning is really curious about this. The first generation machine did not find a way to extend her life. Even if she prevented the doomsday, she would only live for 1 year at most. Why would she take such a big risk for this 1 year of life? They are not sure if they are the same person, but their behavior logic is the same. The person who knows her best in this world is herself. Zhu Ning can't think of the motivation for doing this. If she just wants to protect the world, she should stop after countless failed attempts. First generation Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow. My initial motivation is very simple. I want to live longer than the world. Even if it is a defective product, I have to live to the end. Zhu Ning smiled when he heard this. This really sounds like what he can say. From a public perspective, although the shitty world is terrible, I don't want it to perish. First generation Zhu Ning, I met a lot of good people. Zhu Ning understands her, and she has also met a lot of good people. First generation Zhu Ning, I really wanted to give up after countless attempts, especially since every prediction was so immersive, and every time I was killed, it was so real. It was so real, as if the shadow of death was following her everywhere, causing her to be numb when she really died. First generation Zhu Ning paused here. She looked at Zhu Ning for a long time before saying, I saw Zhu Yao in the prediction. Bang! Zhu Ning's knee hit the coffee table, and she thought she had heard it wrong. Does Zhu Yao really exist in this world? The first generation Zhu Ning exhaled deeply. She had always been very calm, but her expression changed significantly when she talked about Zhu Yao. She continued, I have died thousands of times. In a time fragment, I saw Zhu Yao, a woman in a white coat, with meticulous hair and a neat collar. The details in my memory all matched. She was standing in front of the helicopter, followed by 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, with weapons, most likely psychics. She only appeared for a moment in the memory fragment, but I am sure she is Zhu Yao. Zhu Ning immediately asked, Where is she? Who is she? A researcher at Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Zhu Ning's heartbeat accelerated. She had received a message from Bao Ruiming's memory before that the head of the Alpha Series experiment had disappeared, and she was not sure if it was Zhu Yao. But the first-generation machine saw her in the foreknowledge, proving that Zhu Yao really existed. What is she doing? Is she still her mother? Did she create herself? The first-generation Zhu Ning shook his head. I peeked into the apocalypse too many times, and my memory is already confused. That fragment was quickly submerged in my memory. I can't find the cause and effect, only a short fragment. I can't tell where she is exactly, and I don't know if she is the Zhu Yao I know. Maybe she doesn't know me at all in this world, it's just my wishful thinking. Zhu Ning tightened her hands on her knees. Zhu Yao is dead. Maybe the Zhu Yao in this world has nothing to do with him. Are you curious about yourself? The first-generation Zhu Ning stretched out his hand, as if looking at his palm, re-examining who he is. Why are there Alpha Series test subjects? Why did we succeed? Who created the experiment? Why do we all have memories of the zombie world? Is it real? With every extra word the first-generation Zhu Ning said, the thing hanging in Zhu Ning's heart seemed to be pressed down an inch. Don't you want to know who you are? The first-generation Zhu Ning said this as if talking to himself. I really want to know. Finding her may increase my lifespan. The first-generation Zhu Ning said, or find a way to get rid of the system. If the world ends, everyone will die, and Zhu Yao in this world will also die. Only by finding her can we find the truth. Zhu Ning frowned. She looked at the projection opposite. They were like 2 people before, but now it seems like 2 people gradually blending and slowly merging into one. They have the same body, the same past, and the same knot. She stopped the end of the world not just to protect the world, nor to be a shitty hero. An overly macro proposition is very illusory, and can't make people stick to it for too long. Not to mention sticking to it thousands of times. Humans are selfish animals. There must be a definite and constant goal to make people stick to these many cruel deaths. She has hundreds of reasons to save the end of the world. But she also has her own selfish desires. She wants to protect Zhu Yao. Zhu Ning was unable to stop the zombie siege, and when she rushed over, Zhu Yao was already infected. Zhu Ning pulled the trigger with his own hands, and the bullet hit his mother's forehead, and there was a gunshot. Zhu Ning and the first-generation Zhu Ning felt the same. She still had a chance to stop it. So she could die thousands of times, and she had to give up, but she still had to grit her teeth and move forward. On the last day, the first-generation Zhu Ning sat in the garbage room. She could resolutely eliminate her individual will and wipe out her memory. She wanted to make up for the regret of that year. The first-generation Zhu Ning restrained her extra emotions. She raised her eyes and said, I have taken 9,999 steps, and it's your turn to take the last step. It was like a relay race. Thousands of Zhu Nings acted together. They passed the baton and let Zhu Ning take the last step. I wish you a successful mission. The first-generation Zhu Ning once left this sentence to Yi Fei and Xin Xingqiao, and this sentence was given to Zhu Ning again. Chilla, some electromagnetic fluctuations appeared on the holographic projection of the first-generation Zhu Ning, and this last words had been played. Then the projection flickered, and the first generation disappeared. The metal ball's self-destruct system was activated, and could never be opened again. The whole room was empty, and there was not even human body temperature left on the sofa opposite, as if Zhu Ning really crossed time and space to have a conversation with another self. Chapter 186. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest. Looking for the truth of your death. The search progress is 100%. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on obtaining a purification value of 150,000. Congratulations on unlocking the system hidden panel. Restart button. Reward description. You can restart the Alpha Series 0999 experimental subject and get a chance to relight the skills. Please note that once restarted, the purification value and life value will be cleared, and the system props and talents will be cleared. Please use with caution. Congratulations on upgrading your talent. The metal manipulation talent can expand the control range to 40 meters, and the danger prediction range to 5 minutes. After the holographic image disappeared, Zhu Ning heard the system reward. There were generous rewards for completing tasks before, and the purification value reward of 150,000 was indeed generous. She unlocked the restart panel, but she did not have the talent of absolute prediction, and there was no chance to restart again. The first generation Juning was right. This was the last time. Juning lowered her eyes and looked at her hand. Under her control, the alien species flowed out from the back of her neck, and the black mucus was climbing around her fingers. It was probably because it wanted to eat Juning before, but was discovered. So now the black mucus is extremely obedient, rubbing Juning's palm as if to please her. The alien species is completely different from the system. The system is very cold, but the alien species seems to have its own personality. As soon as Juning shook hands, the alien species followed her command and climbed along her arm, and soon disappeared. She stood up. Her legs and feet were still inconvenient, and she slowly walked up the stairs. Xinxingqi was sitting in the hamburger shop. The sky outside was slightly bright, and the morning light fell in, hitting the mole at the corner of her eye, making her look very calm. Yi Fei was guarding outside the door. This was a 2-level barrier. That is, if anyone tried to assassinate Juning, they had to get past Yi Fei first, and then Xinxingqiu. Only when they died could the enemy get in touch with Juning. Xinxingqiu saw Juning appear, and said to Yi Fei through the headset, "The boss is out." Juning felt that Yi Fei and Xinxingqiu were like a debt of love left for her, and she didn't know how to get along with them. She might just have lost her memory in their hearts. "Juning, that." "Xinxingqiu, I know what you want to say, no need to say it." Juning was stunned. Xinxingqiu knew. Although the first generation Juning didn't say that he had eliminated his individual consciousness, people were together day and night, and their relationship was very close. They were real brothers and sisters, and there would be no day when they couldn't recognize who was who. Juning felt weird. Yi Fei had already come in and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Juning, I want to sleep." The cleaning center was still very turbulent. She had experienced a lifetime in one night. Whether the end of the world was coming or not, she wanted to sleep. She wanted to go back and sort out her thoughts. Yi Fei blurted out, "Where to?" Before Juning could speak, Xinxingqiu said, "I take you there." She knew that Juning was going to the Noble Queen store, and she would definitely not be able to adapt to Juning going to the Fire Club for a while. Yi Fei opened his mouth, then silently closed it again. It was probably still difficult for him to adapt to the fact that Juning was his boss. After getting in the car, Yi Fei and Xinxingqiu became even more silent. It was snowing outside, and Xinxingqiu leaned against the car window to watch the snow. Juning didn't know how to speak like an outsider. Suddenly, Juning's secondary brain flashed, and Xinxingqiu said, "Your money." Juning looked down, and the balance of the secondary brain suddenly jumped, followed by a string of zeros, almost making her think she was dazzled. 1 billion Singapore dollars. Juning blinked and counted again. Yes, it was really 1 billion. She seemed to have accidentally found the granary of a squirrel, and became rich overnight. The first generation machine was really cruel to her. It only left her a little money to force her to enter the cleaning center. Otherwise, with Juning's bad character, she would have been lying flat after the restart. Then Xinxingqiu said Juning's complete personal information. Most of it was similar to what Yu Kaiyuan found. The background check done by the cleaning center at that time was real. A small part of it was experienced by Juning herself. She now completely inherited the social relationship of the first generation machine. Xinxingqiu counted Juning's things one by one. She even had an arsenal in the basement of the Spark Club. Juning had no real estate under her name, and had been living in the Spark Club. She might be reluctant to leave Xinxingqiu and Yi Fei. She didn't move into the beehive until she needed to make plans. Juning listened quietly, feeling that Xinxingqiu was telling her a life that should have belonged to her. Later, Xinxingqiu had nothing to say. A person's life experience is so short that it can be summarized in a few words. The rest are fragmentary details, which seem trivial and pretentious. When they arrived at the Noble Queen Hotel, Juning got off the car and was about to say goodbye. Xinxingqiu said, "Boss?" Juning turned around. Xinxingqiu, we are nearby, call someone if you need anything." Xinxingqiu and Yi Fei promised to take good care of Juning, and they will still stick to this promise. Probably not wanting to talk more, they drove away, leaving behind only a puff of exhaust. After a while, Juning's subbrain flashed, and she was pulled into a group. The group name is A Loving Family. The style is the same as the family group of Juning's era, which may be the first generation of Juning. The nicknames in the group are called the eldest, the second, and the third. Xinxingqiu is the second, and Yi Fei is the third. It turns out that the eldest is not that meaning, it is a joke between brothers and sisters. After being pulled into the group, Yifei took the lead and sent an emoticon, "Welcome Zhu Ning back." Xin Xingqiu, "Welcome Zhu Ning back." Xu Ning's fingers paused, and also sent, "Welcome Zhu Ning back." After sending, Zhu Ning turned off the sub-brain, and did not choose to enter the store immediately, but just stood at the door of the store. The snow had been falling all night, and it was particularly dazzling, making people squint instinctively. Snowflakes fell down and covered her head. It was really cold in Area 103. The pink sign of the Noble Queen store turned off the lights. It was time to get off work. The ducks all went out the back door. Zhu Ning had good hearing, and could still hear the creaking sound of the broken door at the back door. Suddenly, the bell hanging in front of the door shook, and a person walked out. Song Zhizhong was wearing a black turtleneck sweater, holding the door with one hand, and his face was not very good. Song Zhizhong just saw Zhu Ning from the surveillance. Zhu Ning was wearing a torn protective suit and standing at the door, with a cleaning backpack. At first, Song Zhizhong thought he had seen it wrong, but when he came out, he saw that it was really Zhu Ning. Song Zhizhong frowned and asked, "My queen, what are you doing? Wearing so little, you are not afraid of freezing to death." Zhu Ning, "I stand for a while." Song Zhizhong, What kind of hobby is this? On a snowy day, a person is outside as an ice sculpture. Song Zhizhong originally half pushed the door, thought about it, closed the door, and turned to go in. Zhu Ning sighed, so ruthless. After a while, Song Zhizhong pushed the door open again. This time he was wearing a down jacket, and threw something over. Zhu Ning's eyes went dark, and he reached out and grabbed a long down jacket. Song Zhizhong, brand new. Sure enough, the label was not removed. Zhu Ning silently put on the down jacket. It was a men's down jacket, but Zhu Ning was tall enough and it fit him well. Zhu Ning was wrapped in the down jacket and felt a lot warmer all over. There was a railing at the door of the store. Song Zhizhong leaned on the railing and looked at her, with snow on his eyebrows and eyelashes. Looking at Song Zhizhong like this, the young store manager is really good looking. Zhu Ning asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" Song Zhizhong's hand hanging on the railing curled up and showed a signature smile. "This is a good service attitude." Zhu Ning sighed. It turned out to be a central air conditioner. But with Song Zhizhong's personality, he would probably give a beggar a piece of clothing at the door. Song Zhizhong looked at Zhu Ning carefully. There was blood on Zhu Ning's legs, and both trouser legs were torn, as if they were cut by something sharp. Zhu Ning was seriously injured. Song Zhizhong paused, did not ask about her injuries, and asked, "Are you under pressure?" She didn't go in when she came to the door. She must be worried. Zhu Ning hummed, of course she was under pressure. The first generation Zhu Ning threw a mess down with a bang. Zhu Ning inherited her money and her last wish. Zhu Ning needed to play her and deal with everything she left behind. The pressure was so great that she couldn't breathe. She just wanted to be a salted fish. Song Zhizhong asked, "Do you need someone to relieve your stress?" Zhu Ning smiled, "Are you trying to trick me into spending money?" Song Zhizhong, "No way, I can give you a discount, 50% off." Zhu Ning felt it was magical. They were standing in the same position as when they first met. Song Zhizhong was also standing here at that time, asking her if she wanted to try. The only difference was that Song Zhizhong was not wearing a purple turtleneck autumn coat this time. Fate goes round and round, and everything is back to the starting point. Zhu Ning handed over the cleaning backpack. "Boss, contain the contaminated spores." Song Zhizhong's side job is the boss of the containment department. Song Zhizhong glanced and said, "You have a good harvest this time." Zhu Ning wanted to make a joke, but when she said it, she found that she was not in the mood. She could feel the giant underground with her eyes closed. The first generation Zhu Ning was right. Once you know it, it will be difficult to go back. That thing seemed to be breathing under her feet. Zhu Ning suddenly asked, "What would you do if the end of the world came?" This question was not abrupt, as people inside the wall were not sure how long this seemingly peaceful and stable life could last. Song Zhizhong held the spores that Zhu Ning had collected and replied, "Waiting to die?" "Ah?" "Zhu Ning, you lie down so quickly?" Song Zhizhong, "I was waiting to die in District 103. Zhu Ning thought about it, and Song Zhizhong obviously encountered something, otherwise he would not have come to District 103. Zhu Ning was constantly breathing white air while talking and asked, "Why is District 103 called the Lost Land?" Song Zhizhong, "Citizens in other areas cannot circulate freely, and must first obtain a pass and wait for a pass flight, but District 103 does not need to do that. This place is originally a garbage dump." Anyone can enter District 103 without applying, and there are garbage trucks every day, and you can even take a garbage truck in. So that's how it is. It's a no man's land. No wonder the crime rate is so high. Even if they sacrifice, I guess they won't feel bad. There is absolutely no strategic deployment here. Zhu Ning asked, if I ask you to take Xiaofeng away from here now, will you leave? She had suggested Li Nianchuan to leave before. Song Zhizhong was silent for a while this time. Zhu Ning was not the kind of person who would ask meaningless questions. Her words meant that something was going to happen in Area 103. The pollutants in the cleaning center were too big a fuss. Anyone in this circle has heard about it. They call that thing unnatural human. They look exactly like humans, which means that there are also customers of the Honorable Queen. The current situation is very chaotic. Song Zhizhong asked, where do you want me to go? Zhu Ning, I have a pass to the Kingdom of God. Before, the people at the headquarters of the cleaning center directly gave her a chip card. In the current situation, this thing really looks like a ticket to Noah's Ark. As long as he sneaks into the Kingdom of God first, Zhu Ning can help contact Lu Nianyan, which is more than ordinary people. Song Zhizhong was stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Ning to give him a pass to the Kingdom of God. This thing can be sold at a sky-high price on the black market. Song Zhizhong, what about you? I keep it. I want to save the world. Zhu Ning didn't feel so much pressure after he said it. Anyway, he dared to say such shameless words. Zhu Ning felt that Song Zhizhong was laughing and asked, don't you believe it? Song Zhizhong looked into Zhu Ning's eyes and said sincerely, I believe it. He believed that Prometheus had painted a beautiful future, and Song Zhizhong always believed that Zhu Ning could do it. Zhu Ning smiled, feeling relieved. She exhaled, it's freezing cold. I'm going back to sleep. Song Zhizhong saw that she seemed to be in a better mood, at least she could sense the cold, so he opened the door for her, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Zhu Ning returned home, fell into bed, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. She needed to rest. There was actually very little she could do before she had more information. She had to wait for Hua Wenxi's consideration first. If Hua Wenxi gave up, her efforts alone would not be very effective. Just like the deserted village incident, Zhu Ning wanted Hua Wenxi to guarantee her. Cleaning center. The lights were off in Hua Wenxi's office. A tablet fell to the ground. The screen on it was still flashing, and the red light illuminated the carpet. A drop of blood fell on the screen, dripping and wetting a piece. That was Hua Wenxi's blood. The noise startled Zhuang Lin outside. Hua Wenxi wanted to see a secret investigation report, and Zhuang Lin had been helping her guard the door. Zhuang Lin didn't know what was going on inside, and was anxious to go in and check. He held the door handle with one hand. Don't come in. Hua Wenxi's voice came. Zhuang Lin's movements froze, and he paused holding the door handle. He couldn't see Hua Wenxi's movements clearly, nor did he know what was going on with her now. He only knew that she was in a bad condition. He could hear Hua Wenxi's voice trembling. That was the sound of fear. Zhuang Lin had been following Hua Wenxi for so long, and had never seen her show such strong fear. She had always been in control, and could always keep her emotions stable. Zhuang Lin, Minister? Hua Wenxi was breathing deeply in the room. She turned off the video with trembling hands. The red light stopped abruptly, but the fear did not leave, as if it would expand and fill the entire office. Hua Wenxi's right eye socket was filled with blood, and a column of blood slowly flowed down her right eye, which was particularly conspicuous on her pale face. Zhuang Lin stood quietly outside the door and asked softly, are you going back to the Hua family? Zhuang Lin is Hua Wenxi's assistant. He just received a message from the Hua family saying that the situation is urgent, and immediately arranged for someone to take Hua Wenxi home. Zhuang Lin keenly felt the seriousness of the matter. No matter what Hua Wenxi was investigating, it meant that the Hua family asked her to give up, which was obviously beyond Hua Wenxi's ability. The Hua family would find ways to protect her. There was no response in the office for a long time. Zhuang Lin still had one hand on the door handle. He couldn't resist his impulse to go in and take a look. No need. Hua Wenxi's clear voice came. Zhuang Lin knew Hua Wenxi too well, and he immediately understood that Hua Wenxi had to stay in District 103. Hua Wenxi felt her teeth trembling. She sat on the ground against the wall, covering her right eye, blood flowing down the gaps between her 5 fingers. The tail of her long braid was wet with blood, and her suit was smudged with blood, extremely embarrassed. Hua Wenxi gritted her teeth, determined to witness it to the end no matter what the outcome was. Chapter 187. 6th Day of Countdown. Zhu Ning originally planned to sleep till she fell asleep, preferably until the next morning. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhu Ning was awakened by the sound of Song Zhizhong knocking on the door. Zhu Ning went to open the door with sleepy eyes. A little red hat was floating in the living room. Xiaofeng had already opened the door. Zhu Ning took the opportunity to pick up Lin Xiaofeng horizontally. The little girl was amused by her and laughed. Song Zhizhong leaned against the door to look at her, and felt that Zhu Ning was in better spirits. Someone is looking for you. Zhu Ning was playing with Xiaofeng and asked, Who? A lady. Song Zhizhong gestured. One eye is blind. One eye is blind. Zhu Ning searched his mind and thought that he didn't know this kind of person at all. Song Zhizhong didn't give Zhu Ning a chance to think. I'd let her in. Zhu Ning, you just let a stranger in like this? You're not afraid of letting a wolf into the house. Song Zhizhong smiled at her. The Queen store will not refuse any lady. Zhu Ning, Song Zhizhong, do you want me to refuse? Zhu Ning, no need. She seemed to have guessed who it was. Song Zhizhong turned and left. About 3 minutes later, he walked into Zhu Ning's house alone. She was wearing a black woolen coat, a khaki scarf around her neck, a long braid tied up behind her head, and the focus was on her right eye, which was covered with a black eye mask. It was indeed Hua Wensi, faster than expected. Zhu Ning put Lin Xiaofeng down and let her hide behind him. Even if he guessed it, he was a little surprised that Hua Wensi would come to him in person. You guys chat. Song Zhizhong waved to Lin Xiaofeng, and Little Red Riding Hood stopped in the air, ran towards Song Zhizhong, and was carried back to his room by him. Minister? Zhu Ning spoke only after Song Zhizhong left. She looked at Hua Wensi's eye mask carefully. There were some dark red blood stains on the edge. Hua Wensi had just been injured. Zhu Ning actually found it a little hard to imagine Hua Wensi entering the Noble Queen store, passing through the group of dancing men and women, and then walking into the basement. There was also a holographic stripper in the corridor. Every step here was probably challenging Hua Wensi's bottom line. Zhu Ning asked, Is there anything for the minister? If you just want to find Zhu Ning, just call her directly. He came here in person to inspect her. Hua Wensi, it's not convenient for you to go to the cleaning center now, so I can only come to you. Zhu Ning was silent. Some people in the cleaning center have always suspected that Zhu Ning is a non-natural human. If Zhu Ning goes back, being thrown rotten eggs is a small matter, and being assassinated on the road is a big matter. Extreme environments will give rise to extreme emotions, and do extreme things. Zhu Ning asked, Do you want to sit down? The house was not big, so there was no place to sit, so they could only sit at the dining table. Hua Wensi did not dislike Zhu Ning's small house, and sat on the right side. Zhu Ning's house had never had anyone come, and it was her first time entertaining guests. She went to the bar to pour her some water, and asked, What would you like to drink? Hua Wensi, ice water. Hua Wensi looked around Zhu Ning's house. You live in a place like this? Zhu Ning was still wearing home clothes, and a hat just flew away from her, obviously a superpower. Hua Wensi took a closer look at the red hat, and finally did not ask anything, but Zhu Ning's house was more cozy than she thought, and Zhu Ning lived here? Zhu Ning. Why? When Hua Wensi came to inspect, Zhu Ning showed it to her openly. At this point, it was pointless to hide it. Hua Wensi, deepen my understanding of you. Hua Wensi is in the investigation team. Her daily task is to investigate. Through clues, she can infer the general character of this person. This room proves that Zhu Ning is a person with worldly desires. He is not a god without desires, nor is he so unshakable. Zhu Ning took the ice cubes, and then put a glass of pure and harmless ice water in front of Hua Wensi. Hua Wensi did not drink it directly, but looked at the glass of water for a long time. Zhu Ning asked, You dare not drink it? Hua Wensi is blind in one eye. As an intuitive animal like her, she should be accustomed to applying her intuition to all aspects of life. More frequently than others, whether a glass of water is poisoned or not, you can intuitively judge whether there will be a car accident before getting in the car. It can be said that the intuition system and the luck value are bound together. She can avoid most of the dangers caused by accidents in this world. Now Hua Wensi is really like groping in the dark. Hua Wensi stared at Zhu Ning's eyes, as if she was provoking him. In front of Zhu Ning, Hua Wensi took a sip of the water cup, as if to return the favor. Zhu Ning laughed and found Hua Wensi quite interesting. Hua Wensi, there is still one eye left, it should be able to recover. Hua Wensi's words always carry a lot of weight. Zhu Ning guessed that she had some black technology, and would probably be able to use her supernatural powers again tomorrow. However, she said that there was still one eye left, proving that her right eye might really be useless. Zhu Ning asked, What happened to your right eye? Hua Wensi, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. She only said this sentence, and Zhu Ning immediately realized what Hua Wensi had seen. just like she had once peeked into a corner of Li Xion's memory, and then trembled all over. There is a saying that you should not let the brain discover the existence of the eyeball, otherwise the brain will kill the eyeball. Hua Wincy's current situation is strangely fitting. Hua Wincy wore black leather gloves on both hands, and pushed a file bag to Zhu Ning. My investigation team is back. Zhu Ning estimated that it was indeed time. Zhu Ning opened the folder, and a chip fell out of it. Hua Wincy, it will take about 4 hours to watch it completely. The most original data without any editing will take a lot of time to watch at double speed. In this countdown stage, the viewing time cost is extremely high. Hua Wincy, do you want to watch it? Zhu Ning did not say that it might only take a few seconds to view all the videos with her ability. I don't need it. Hua Wincy lost one eye after watching it, and it is hard to say what consequences Zhu Ning will suffer after watching it. Zhu Ning asked, "What's inside?" Hua Wincy put one hand on the table. She paused for a while before saying, "The investigation team accepted my order to go outside the first-level protective wall. Only one of them survived, and the only survivor went crazy." Zhu Ning frowned. Investigators are high-level talents at a higher level than demon hunters, which is equivalent to a group of talents lost in the cleaning center. And crazy? What did they find? They retraced Jiang Ping's investigation route. Everything was normal in the front. The deserted village had been purified, and the back mountain had been razed to the ground. They only took some photos of the ruins, and found some images and text materials. Nothing special happened at first, but the order I gave at the time was to expand the search range by 5 kilometers. Zhu Ning nodded. Hua Wincy's judgment made sense. Only by expanding the range could you find unexpected things. Hua Wincy took out a cigarette box and asked, "Do you mind?" Zhu Ning thought, "You are blind in one eye, so smoking is not good for your health. Or whatever you want." Hua Wincy lit a cigarette, and said in the smoke, "That's when it happened." There were 15 people in the investigation team outside the wall, and the team name was Gaoshan. This was the strangest task they had ever taken, because they didn't need to go out of the wall, just outside the first-level protective wall. But instinct told them not to relax. They walked through all the routes in Jiangping, and the last stop was the deserted village, which was nothing special. The Gaoshan team expanded the search range and arrived at the first location 5 kilometers away from the deserted village. It was a forest, and there were no key coordinates. A carpet search was carried out, but nothing was found. Everything was normal here, as normal as an ordinary forest. There was not much danger outside the first-level protective wall. When they finished the investigation, it was already night, and it was not safe at night, so they could not return at all. The investigation team outside the wall would have a lot of experience staying overnight. They did not panic and first sent a return signal to the cleaning center to indicate that they were about to go back. The signal sending process was very smooth, and their protective helmets were still working at the time. After sending the signal, the investigators stayed where they were. They counted the supplies. Because they did not go far, the supplies they brought were not much to consume and were very abundant. They put up the protective shield, and most of the team members fell asleep. 2 people were left to stand guard, taking turns, and they would call the next group of guards after an hour. There were 2 people in charge of the first group of guards, named Su Beihu and Wei Qi. Although standing guard was boring, the 2 people were experienced, and it was impossible for them to fall asleep. Wei Qi was standing guard in front of the camp. The forest was very quiet, not even the rustling of leaves, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. He nodded in a trance, and when he looked up again, he found that his teammate next to him was gone. He opened his eyes blankly. 40 minutes had passed, and he had no memory of it. Did he really fall asleep just now? How could he sleep for so long while standing? Wei Qi felt very strange, because he had no memory at all, and those 40 minutes seemed to have quietly evaporated. Thick fog rose all around, and the other teammates were still sleeping. He asked the thick fog, "Xiao Su?" He called several times in a row, but no one responded to him. People who are investigators have some instinctive reactions beyond ordinary people. He realized that something might have happened. He called a teammate, "Hey, wake up, Xiao Su is gone." The teammate woke up immediately. He was supposed to be the next batch of guards, but he was woken up in advance, as if something broke the rules they had set. "What should we do?" the teammate asked. "Wake up the others?" Wei Qi thought for a moment. "You guys get up and watch for a while, I go take a look." If nothing happened, he would probably be laughed at for a year if he woke up his teammates. Living outside the wall, rest can stabilize the mental value. Teammate told him to be careful, and shout for help if he encounters danger. Wei Qi tied a rope to his feet, and the other end was tied to the fixed pole in the camp, so that even if he got lost, he could find the origin. And the special device of this rope, if he was killed, his teammates could pull him back. He made sure his communication device was working well before leaving, then took a deep breath and went into the fog. The helmet had automatic navigation and could locate the base camp behind him. A red dot was displayed on the helmet. The physical distance was only 5 meters, but the campsite could no longer be seen when he looked back. Under the thick fog, every direction was almost the same. Weiqi walked for a while, less than 10 meters, and saw a person's back in front of him. A normal person might be relieved to see his teammates in this situation, guessing that he probably got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, or heard a strange noise, and came to see. But he didn't think so, but felt it was very strange, because if it was only 10 meters away, he would have called Xiaosu's name just now, and the other party would definitely have heard it. Why didn't he respond if he could hear it? Was it impossible to respond at all? Or was it not a teammate at all? He did not relax his vigilance, knowing that the most terrifying person outside the wall was his teammates, and immediately raised his gun and pointed it at the back of Xiaosu's head. Xiaosu? The man in front did not move, and it was quiet in the thick fog, as if he was the only one left in the world. He swallowed his saliva, took a half step forward, and poked the man's back with his gun. Bang! Xiaosu suddenly faced the ground, and the whole person fell straight down like a corpse. When he touched the ground, his body was like a thin and brittle porcelain, shattering into countless pieces with a bang. Unprepared, the remains of his teammates smashed his leg. Weiqi froze, feeling as if his calf was hit by a handful of stones. But it wasn't a stone, it was broken bones. The sound of heavy breathing echoed inside the helmet, and the blood in his body froze at that moment, and he lowered his head with a stiff neck. Crawling. The countless pieces of flesh and bones of his teammates were wriggling, making a disgusting and sticky sound. And they were crawling right at his feet. The protective suit had already touched his calf, and the strange feeling came over him, as if he was covered with leeches. He recovered and immediately ran back. He had to tell the rest of his teammates. The location of the camp was marked on his helmet, and there was a rope tied to his feet. He had only walked out 10 meters, and he shouted while running, "Hey! Get up! Something happened! Xiaosu is in trouble!" He shouted, "Enter emergency immediately." His voice gradually became lower, and his steps gradually slowed down. The camp was empty. The captain, the team members who took over, no one was left, only traces of the camp were left. The other end of his rope was still tied to the fixed pole, and the whole person looked like a dog tied to the entrance of the village. How? How is it possible? He had only been out for a maximum of 5 minutes. If these people left, it would be impossible for them not to call him. If they were attacked, it would be impossible for them to not make any sound. Why did everyone disappear? The fog was getting heavier, and he felt wet behind him, as if something was crawling and rushing towards him stickily. He looked back with his neck stiff. The broken bodies of his teammates were wriggling, and he couldn't tell the direction in the darkness. He picked up the weapons on the ground, fully armed, and called his teammates on the channel, but there was no response. Everyone had their own positioning point. The strange thing was that he could see the positioning of his teammates on the helmet. The remaining 13 people were gathered together, just 20 meters away. Their positioning points were very dense, as if they were stationed there. He glanced at the thick fog, and the sound of unknown creatures crawling came intermittently. He looked at the empty camp behind him. Should I stay here and wait for my teammates to come back, or go to the location of the helmet logo? The disgusting and sticky sound became heavier, and he took a deep breath and prepared to look at the helmet logo. After all, it was not far, only 20 meters, and even if there was a trick, he would be able to come back soon. He walked towards the location of the helmet, passing through a thick fog, without making a rash sound, because it was difficult to determine whether that thing was a teammate. Soon, he finished the 20-meter walk, and came to an open space. The trees were not so dense here. There were some stones placed on the ground, like a formation. But there was no sign of anyone stationed there, and of course no human beings. This place was empty. He looked at the helmet screen again, and enlarged the helmet display. It showed a dozen red figures. His remaining teammates were at this position, and he was in the same state as them. Was there something wrong with the helmet system, or? His teammates were at this position, but he couldn't see them? Chapter 188. According to the logo on his helmet, he was standing in the team, surrounded by his teammates, but he looked around and could not see anyone. He suddenly heard a rustling sound, coming from under his feet. Weiqi immediately raised his gun and aimed at the bottom. The flashlight spot illuminated a piece of light, and he almost jumped up when he saw it. The light spot shone on a pale face. A face emerged from the ground under his feet. It was his teammate Gu Jun. Wei Qi was sweating profusely. He couldn't even react. He couldn't do anything and could only watch. The teammate's pale face drilled out from the ground. At first, there was only the face, then a complete head, a slender neck, shoulders, chest, abdomen, and when he reacted, the captain had already drilled out half of his body. Under the illumination of the flashlight, half of the body looked like a tombstone. Wei Qi's hands couldn't stop shaking. It was a bit hard to believe why his teammate became like this. The teammate supported the ground with his arms, trying to pull himself out of the soil. Bang! He immediately fired, and when the bullet passed through his teammate's forehead, the same thing happened. His teammate's body was shattered like porcelain. Along with the sound of gunfire, more and more people grew out from the ground. All of them were his former teammates. The helmet mark was real. They were really here, but just now, they were seeds in the ground. Now the teammate grew out. What happened next? Zhu Ning couldn't help asking. This was too bizarre and weird. When Hu Wenxi told this story, the room temperature in her house seemed to drop by 2 degrees. What happened next? Hu Wenxi exhaled a puff of smoke, and her facial features were a little blurred for a moment. Hu Wenxi continued. He was an investigator, and he knew that his teammate might have become a contaminant, so he did something that seemed to be a matter of course at the time. He shot and killed the contaminant. But, Hu Wenxi said, they split up. Zhu Ning frowned. Split up? Hu Wenxi, yes, after he fired, his teammates broke up, and then the falling pieces were like seeds sown on the ground. They quickly took root and sprouted, and grew into new people, if that thing can be called a person. Zhu Ning understood the seriousness of the problem. This thing cannot be killed, and the more it resists, the more it will grow. So there was only one team chasing him, and then there was a legion. A dense crowd of people chased him from behind. This process was actually very long, but it seemed very brief in Hu Wenxi's narration. He suddenly started yelling, running around while yelling, running around without any rules. Zhu Ning expressed her understanding. If it were her, she might also be frightened, and these people were teammates, who had been together day and night. It was really scary to imagine Su Ming or Hu Wenxi growing out of the ground like a seed sprouting. The scene was too chaotic. He kept running, 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 running. Hu Wenxi repeated these words, like some new spiritual pollution. There was a legion of people chasing him from behind. When people are desperate, any place they see looks like a refuge. They are already panicking and have no choice. He didn't know how long he had been running. He even forgot that there was a rope tied to his feet. The rope was getting longer and longer. He saw a cave in front of him, and immediately turned over and crawled in. The cave was very narrow. After he hid in it, he could see dozens of pairs of feet from his perspective. They were searching for him. He held his breath, and didn't even dare to breathe deeply. Only then did he realize that there was still a rope tied to his feet. The rope was stained with blood. If someone found this rope, he could be hung up like a chicken with just a slight pull. He carefully touched his feet, but the cave was too narrow, like a coffin, so his movements were not very smooth. His whole body was stiff, and he arched his back. He wanted to use a knife to cut the rope under his feet, but he couldn't reach it. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, and the sound outside was getting closer and closer. He didn't have time to escape. He couldn't cut the rope, and his whole body was wet with sweat. He listened to the footsteps, as if he was listening to a death warrant. He gritted his teeth, made a move, and began to crawl into the cave. He wanted to find a more open place inside. As long as he could curl up his body a little, he could cut his rope. In terms of the situation at the time, his actions were also rational. There were too many people outside, and the cave could naturally prevent pursuit. Even if someone wanted to crawl in, they could only come one by one. He couldn't tell whether it was sweat or tears on his face. He tried to crawl forward. His movements were very small, afraid of waking up the people outside, and at the same time he wanted to move quickly. Faster, faster. As long as he finds a corner in front, he can cut the rope, and maybe hide in that narrow space to avoid the limelight. He walked in with this belief, but it was completely different from his imagination. The road ahead did not get wider, but narrower. He didn't know how long he climbed, but he didn't find a place to cut his rope. Instead, he went deeper and deeper in the narrow and twisted cave, as if he was touching the center of the earth. Zhu Ning felt familiar with this. Hu Wenxi, later, he saw a red light in front of him, just below him. Reason told him not to look, but he still looked, because his profession is an investigator, and the instinct of an investigator is to bring back more information. He thought this might be what I want to find. He had fallen into despair. He made a decision in just 1 minute. There were too many pollutants chasing him outside. He couldn't break through the pursuit of a legion, nor could he kill an increasing number of enemies. The excellent investigator knew that he was doomed at that time, so he decided to complete the investigation task. According to the normal process, he should say before turning on the video, "Today is a certain date, I am at a certain location," and finally leave his signature, "Investigator Wei Qi." This proves that the following video is very valuable, and the beginning of this sentence is the key evidence. But he didn't dare to make a sound, so he skipped the steps. The narrow gap was only as big as a human palm. He adjusted the angle of view of the helmet to ensure that the camera was turned on. Even for professional considerations, he not only turned on the camera built into the helmet, but also put in a probe eye. He could no longer hear the footsteps outside, and at this time, he was strangely calm. He wanted to record. The probe eye was very thin, like a straw, and one end of the straw was connected to the camera. He put the exploration eye into the cave, and the other end of the picture was sent back to the inside of his helmet. He held his breath. The camera didn't see clearly at first, only a red light, and the red light emitted a halo in the electronic camera. His mental value at that time could not withstand the tossing, so his first reaction was to close his eyes. But after closing his eyes, his perception became more acute. He heard the sound of crawling. The rustling sound of crawling, as if some sticky animal rubbed against each other. Like a snake. And judging by the sound, the thing was very large. He didn't want to listen, but no matter whether he lowered the volume of the helmet or turned off the helmet sound system, the sticky creeping sound was still there. He immediately realized that the creeping sound was not coming from far away, but very close to him. Right below him. There was a thin layer of rock, and at most half a meter away, there was a huge monster moving behind him. He woke up immediately, and the moment he opened his eyes, the screen inside his helmet directly transmitted the picture. He saw a burst of red light, and his eyes seemed to be dyed red. For a moment, he seemed to be blind. The retina at the bottom of his eyes was deeply engraved, and only this color existed. He stared blankly, without moving the camera away, and even without shaking, but faithfully recording everything that happened. The red light flickered, like a broken light bulb, red light, darkness, red light, darkness, red light. The two colors that contrasted to the extreme appeared crosswise, and the speed was getting faster and faster, forming a strong mental pollution. In the end, it wasn't even his personal will that supported him. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was that he couldn't move anymore. In the gap between the flashes of red light, he finally glimpsed a corner of the pollutant below. He filmed it, or should we call it him? This scene was recorded in its entirety, and it may be an extremely precious video in human history. As an investigator, he definitely completed his mission, and can be recorded in history. Later, this video was seen by Wensi, as if conveying some kind of doom. As a price, her right eye, which had been overused due to her superpowers, became blind. Wensi put one hand on her right eye, as if recalling the scene at that time. The trembling, fear, numbness, and the shadow of death are still there. Hours have passed, and there is no sign of slowing down. It seems that he will be with her forever. Zhu Ning has met Wensi for so long, but she has never seen Wensi show such an expression. Her confidence was crushed when she saw the videotape. For the first time, the ant glimpsed the truth of the world. Zhu Ning was silent for a while and asked, how did he come back later? He should not be able to escape unscathed. Wensi, he had a rope tied to his feet, and was discovered by the pollutants outside and dragged out. The pollutants that were chasing him at the time actually saved his life. After leaving the cave, the pollutants rushed towards him one after another. His helmet camera was damaged, and the video recorded next was always distorted. The content could not be seen at all, and only the sound could be heard. The wailing, fear, and screaming filled the second half. At a certain point, the surroundings became much quieter, as if the monsters chasing him had died. His mind was confused, and the recorded video was also confused. Afterwards, he was discovered by the garrison outside the wall. The garrison recognized him as an investigator from the cleaning center and wanted to ask what happened. As a result, he immediately attacked people, like a mad dog, pounced on the garrison, and tried to bite his neck. He kept repeating die, die, die. Then, an investigation report was sent to Wensi's office. Zhu Ning was silent for a long time before saying, although this investigator is very respectable, he is in danger now. It's not that his situation is dangerous, but that he is dangerous to others. Zhu Ning has seen the red light twice, once in Bao Ruiming's memory, and once in Li Xian's memory. Both were very strange, as if they could give people some power. He was originally unable to resist the pollutants outside, but he had them when he came out of the cave. How did he survive? Wensi lit a cigarette, and she quickly regained her composure. I know, he was imprisoned. Wensi imprisoned him in the underground prison and activated the highest standard of anti-pollution procedures. As long as he is not transformed into some S-level pollutant, the current imprisonment procedures are sufficient, and Zhu Ning does not have to worry about Wensi's decision. Zhu Ning really thinks Wensi is very strong. Zhu Ning saw that Li Xian's memory was pulled out in time, and she only saw a corner. But Wensi was watching a video. She had to concentrate and accept all the information without any omissions. The depressing atmosphere in the early stage had to be endured. The flashing red light was a long-term mental pollution. The camera at the back captured a very high-definition picture. Wensi had stared at it for a long time. Wensi, there is something underneath. Although only a corner was captured, judging from the area, it may be all underground. There is a huge pollutant under their dining table. People in Area 103 eat, sleep, and work above the pollutants. Wensi said, as he looked at Zhu Ning's expression. Sure enough, the cleaner was not surprised. Now I have a question, Zhu Ning. Wensi put out the cigarette butt. Zhu Ning's family didn't have an ashtray, so she put it out directly with leather gloves. After saying so much, she finally explained her purpose and asked, Did you lead me into this? Zhu Ning didn't say anything. She felt that what Wensi wanted to put out was not the cigarette but her neck. Chapter 189. The first anomaly was not the deserted village, but the ant nest. Wensi found a different species in the ant nest, and it was also the first time that the 103rd district found an environment similar to that outside the wall. From that time on, it was foreshadowed that the environment inside the wall was converging with that outside the wall, and it was also at that time that the abnormal incident team intervened for the first time. After the deserted village, Zhu Ning proposed the concept of non-natural humans, and various doubts made Wensi fall deeper and deeper. I want to see the top. At that time, Zhu Ning said that she wanted to see the highest level she could contact in the cleaning center. Zhu Ning achieved her goal. Then it was Bao Ruiming's consciousness body cloud. Zhu Ning knocked on Wensi's door, borrowed her bathtub, and asked Wensi to be her guardian. In return, Zhu Ning brought back accurate news that there were only 9 days left before the end of the world. The 9-day countdown forced Wensi to make radical moves. She carried out screening in the lobby of the cleaning center, and really saw the full picture of non-natural humans. But Wensi at that time did not subvert her cognition, because she had been mentally prepared. Unnatural humans appeared in the cleaning center, and the situation was turbulent and chaotic. But that was Wensi's last chance to withdraw safely. The family warned her to give up, and return to the family immediately. She chose to get in touch with the truth. Zhu Ning did not drop a hot potato, she dropped a bomb. Wensi lost one eye, which was the price Zhu Ning paid for her involvement. Facing Wensi's question, Zhu Ning said expressionlessly, It's me. Wensi tightened his hands on the table, and Zhu Ning admitted it easily without any cover-up. Wensi asked, Ant nest is you too? She went to the ant nest to clean up the mess, but she couldn't find out who was the person who cleaned the polluted area. Zhu Ning, it's me. Wensi, mechanical oceanarium, what did you do? Zhu Ning, I brought out a transparent person, you just saw it. Zhu Ning guessed that the person who came to the Honorable Queen's store was Wensi, but she didn't hide Lin Xiaofeng, but let her take a look at the red hat floating beside her. Wensi, what's the purpose of bringing her out? No intention. Zhu Ning, I think she's cute. No matter what Wensi asked, Zhu Ning answered fluently, as if she didn't need to think. The deserted village, the ant nest, and the mechanical oceanarium all have answers. Wensi once wrote these events on his whiteboard. In Zhuanglin's view, these events have nothing to do with each other, but in Wensi's view, they are connected. As long as one is solved, all can be solved. Wensi's intuition is right, but she didn't expect that it was Zhu Ning himself who linked the events. Wensi looked at Zhu Ning again. She had supernatural powers before, and when she looked at people, she was more likely to judge the degree of danger of the person. The supernatural powers were temporarily ineffective, and Wensi was able to use the most primitive ability of human eyes to look at a person. Zhu Ning was wearing home clothes, which were discounted. There was a pineapple printed on her chest. She looked like she had nothing to do with the mastermind behind the scenes, as if she was just an ordinary employee. But Wensi knew that she was not ordinary. Wensi met her for the first time to test her. With a super high S+ level of mental value, she was a high-level talent that could be specially tested by the headquarters of the cleaning center. Zhu Ning did not have to rely on anything, cigarettes, alcohol, black dreams, or any kind of injections. In this increasingly crazy era, Zhu Ning's mental stability is so frightening. Huowenzi asked, "When did you know?" This is the most interesting question Huowenzi asked today. Zhu Ning thought about it and said, "It's a bit difficult to answer. It was very early and very late." Zhu Ning knew it a year ago, but she just knew it yesterday, not much earlier than Huowenzi. Huowenzi himself is intuitive, which is the same talent as foreknowledge. He asked, "Do you have prophecy?" "So smart, team leader Hua." Zhu Ning, "I once had it." Once means now lost. Precognitive talent is a god-level talent. Zhu Ning was once close to a demigod. Huowenzi asked, "What do you want to do?" "It is a behemoth. Humans dare not regard it as their enemy." Zhu Ning, "Stop everything." She died thousands of times with this goal. The first generation of Zhu Ning eliminated her individual will. They paid too much to stop it. Huowenzi, "How are you going to stop it?" She once made an analogy that Zhu Ning was like the boss of a startup company, and Huowenzi was the unlucky angel investor who invested in her. Now she wanted to hear Zhu Ning's plan. Zhu Ning answered without reservation. Bao Ruiming said God is coming, he didn't mean awakening. Before going to bed, Zhu Ning carefully counted all the clues in his hands. Regardless of whether the thing below can be called God, Bao Ruiming kept repeating these two words. He said God is going to be born. What does this mean? How to be born? Does it need some kind of medium? Bao Ruiming said the countdown is still 9 days. Zhu Ning said, they need time to take effect. The pollution outbreak in the cleaning center is such a big deal. The existence of unnatural humans is known to everyone. They can no longer quietly lurk in the crowd. They have already exposed their tracks. If the shit down there can really wake up anytime and anywhere, think about it from another perspective. Zhu Ning is the villain. She planned a shocking secret and lost so many lives for it. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, she may detonate it in advance under this circumstance. But it has been quiet for the past few days. It may have to wait until 9 days. It is impossible to detonate it in advance. Zhu Ning, if you want to form pollution in the whole area, there will be a core pollution source. I guess that the so-called God is the pollution source. The essence is still a game of finding the pollution source. But this time the pollution area is the entire 103 area, and she needs to stop it before the pollution source is generated. Zhu Ning thought for a long time. It was really beyond her imagination to let her swallow the pollutants directly below. She guessed that the core pollution source should be swallowed. Huowenzi listened quietly. Zhu Ning's speculation was reasonable. Huowenzi clasped his hands and asked, "Why did you choose me?" Zhu Ning asked back, "Can I ask a few questions?" "Yes." Zhu Ning, first, if an ordinary person suddenly learns of the end of the world, how can she convince the people around her? Under normal circumstances, she would be considered a lunatic. With great social pressure, people are on the verge of mental breakdown. Zhu Ning might be forced to receive mental treatment. The second question. Zhu Ning did not need Huowenzi to answer, and threw out the next question. If I want to choose a big shot to tell this information, who should I choose? Xianqing? Or other ministers of the cleaning center? The third question, Zhu Ning continued in an orderly manner. If I suddenly walked into your office a year ago and said that District 103 was going to be destroyed, would you believe it? Although Huowenzi has intuition, she may not really believe this. It's too macro, and there is no evidence. If Zhu Ning told her a year ago, she would probably write it down, but she is busy with work. Even if she wrote it down, it would probably be quickly submerged in the countless abnormal events to be handled. Huowenzi must see it with her own eyes, and feel the horror and shock in person before she can take action. The answer is clear and straightforward. Zhu Ning chose Huowenzi because he thought Huowenzi was suitable. Huowenzi was not satisfied with this. She asked again, "Why did you choose me?" She didn't want to listen to those clear and logical analyses. She wanted to know what Zhu Ning was thinking. Zhu Ning didn't answer immediately. She looked at Huowenzi's intact left eye. Even if he lost his superpowers, and even if he only had one eye, Huowenzi still made people feel oppressive. Zhu Ning once speculated whether the Hua family had known the truth long ago, but it seems that it is not necessarily the case. At least Huowenzi knows nothing about it. Does Huowenzi want to know the true laws of the world? All human lands are polluted, which means that the high wall plan has failed. Why is there a base of human survivors below after the failure? What exactly do non-natural humans want to do? These facts are covered up by the aristocratic families. Doesn't Huowenzi want to lift the fig leaf above? In this war between humans and pollutants, are humans fighting against pollutants or humans? Does Huowenzi want to live in ignorance or die in a clear mind? Huowenzi had come here for this investigation, and there was only one last step left. Xu Ning did not say any more high-sounding nonsense, because you and I are the same kind. Hu Wensi had privileges, but she was completely different from the Chaebol or Bao Ruiming. Hu Wensi's appearance in the Noble Queen store was enough to explain the problem. Under normal circumstances, knowing that there was such a great danger below, Hu Wensi would have been on his way home. Just like the Liu family who evacuated immediately at that time. Hu Wensi and Xu Ning were the same kind. Hu Wensi did not ask any more questions, and the room fell into a long silence. She looked at Xu Ning, who once made her believe in her intuition. But now her supernatural power has failed, and all the external forces that can assist have disappeared. She is looking for a little possibility of victory from Xu Ning. Tick, 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 the clock in the living room ticked forward, and every time it moved, the time was reduced by 1 second, and the disaster was 1 second closer. The luxurious time was lost in the conversation between the two, like sand flowing through fingers. But this is necessary thinking time. They must make sure that the other party is trustworthy. In this situation, they will form an unbreakable alliance above the pollutants. Once trust is established, there will be no betrayal. Once they join forces, they will not retreat. If one person dies, the other person will take over the gun in her hand and continue to move forward. Don't collect my body, don't mourn for me, just move forward, keep moving forward. They need this level of disclosure, so no matter what questions Hu Wensi asks, Xu Ning will answer. She can expose her nest and show Lin Xiaofeng and Song Zhizhong to Hu Wensi. She can confess all her secrets, and if Hu Wensi wants to make things difficult for her, she will let him make things difficult for her. Sincerity is the best killer move, and this sentence has always been effective. The ticking sound of the clock sounded, but time seemed to be frozen. After a long time, Xu Ning broke the silence and took the initiative to stretch out a hand. It was a hand with distinct joints, and there were many calluses in the palm of her hand because of holding a gun for many years. After Xu Ning extended her hand, Hu Wensi did not move. She sat in silence, as if she was still considering. Xu Ning was not embarrassed. She did not retreat, nor did she find an excuse to cover herself up. She just extended her hand, which was a little sore hanging in the air. Xu Ning was looking for her companions. She invited Hu Wensi to join her plan, invited her to change the course of history, and also invited Hu Wensi to die. There was no plan at all now. Even if there was, the plan would not be thorough. Whether it succeeded or failed, they would pay the price of their lives. So she could wait slowly. Finally, Hu Wensi moved. She slowly took off her leather gloves and held Xu Ning's hand with her own hand. Happy cooperation, Xu Ning said. Hu Wensi said reluctantly, happy cooperation. Chapter 190. Then Xu Ning talked about being an experimental subject. Hu Wensi was frowning while she was talking. When she finished, Hu Wensi had just finished smoking 2 cigarettes. The room was very quiet, even quieter than when they were showing off just now. Hu Wensi knew that Xu Ning was not simple, but he didn't expect her to be so incredible. In the most popular discussion post on the Clean Center forum, they regarded Xu Ning as a demon. To some extent, their guess was right. She really looked like a awakened demon. She is a container or carrier of pollutants. Before, Hu Wensi asked Xu Ning whether she would betray humans. Xu Ning was even difficult to be classified into a certain category. Her mental value might be far beyond the S level. After a long time, Hu Wensi spoke. So you are a garbage purifier? Xu Ning, Sister, what metaphor are you using? Xu Ning, to make matters worse, I am a garbage purifier that has not yet become a complete form. She is not able to use herself in a complete sense. Hu Wensi felt like she had been in shock all day. She sorted out her thoughts, and tried to treat Xu Ning as a special superpower. She asked, how does devouring work? What is the range of its ability? Xu Ning, I don't know. I haven't tried it. She used devouring twice before. It was relatively smooth in the deserted village. The one in the company was when she was almost dying. Moreover, the alien was very cowardly, and even wanted to swallow her when Xu Ning was not paying attention. Hu Wensi tapped the table with his fingers and asked, theoretically, you and the thing below are the same kind? Xu Ning, you can say that. The Alpha series of experimental products should all come from this kind of similar pollutants. Xu Ning didn't know where the pollutant in her mind came from. Maybe she has a matrix, just like the thing below. The only thing that is certain is that she may have developed herself less than 10%. Hu Wensi, when you grow up enough, you can swallow the pollutants below? Xu Ning, I dare not think about it. She really couldn't figure it out, just like throwing a baby who hasn't even grown all his teeth in front of a mammoth, without even a knife and fork, and asking her to swallow a giant beast. So Zhu Ning could only guess that what she needed to swallow was the source of pollution. Huowensi narrowed his eyes. So if you lose control, you might be the same as the thing below? The system in Zhu Ning's mind is a machine wrapped around pollutants. When it breaks through the last line of defense, the things inside will pour out, and the pollution will spread. It will definitely be a natural disaster. Zhu Ning, it's possible. Huowensi frowned. Zhu Ning is her companion, and he may also be the biggest source of danger. Huowensi, you told me this news to make me mentally prepared? Zhu Ning, yes. She didn't know to what extent she could control the system, and she didn't know what would happen to her later. Huowensi's ability is intuition, and she is very suitable for watching Zhu Ning and giving early warnings before anything happens. Huowensi sighed. Zhu Ning exposed himself as a potential dangerous person, and then handed over the decision-making power to Huowensi. This move can break the biggest barrier between them, and is also the basis for their alliance. And there is a benefit, which is that Huowensi will always clean up her mess. Did Huowensi owe her money in his previous life? Huowensi did not light another cigarette, and pondered Zhu Ning's words carefully. Zhu Ning might be a breakthrough, but it was not stable. A walking bomb can blow up the enemy or himself. Huowensi is the one holding the bomb. Zhu Ning asked, do you know about the Alpha series of experiments? Huowensi, I haven't heard of it. My mission is to investigate the inside of the cleaning center. This series of experiments is from Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and it is a long time ago. Huowensi is too young, and she has no idea what the older generation did. Zhu Ning was not disappointed. At present, the only people she has contacted are Bao Huiming and Chu Qing. Bao Huiming is dead, she should find a chance to contact Chu Qing. It is really abnormal that this perverted professor has disappeared for so long. However, Huowensi has a strong psychological quality. He probably felt that Zhu Ning was abnormal before, so he didn't show any special behavior. At least he didn't treat her as a demon. There's something I haven't told you about the deserted village. Huowensi didn't continue talking about that topic. He accepted the fact that Zhu Ning was a garbage disposal, and began to share his intelligence. The deserted village investigation team brought more than one video material. Zhu Ning sighed, feeling that Huowensi was very cunning. She only started to share key information after she was sure that she had reached an alliance with Zhu Ning. Huowensi took out a package from her bag, and a notebook. Notebook? Huowensi wrapped the notebook very well. The outermost layer was a plastic bag, and the inner layer was wrapped in cloth. Zhu Ning opened it layer by layer like opening a gift. The more he looked inside, the stranger the things inside became. The last layer was a dirty rag with dried blood on it, and some black unknown liquid. Zhu Ning uncovered the rag and revealed the full appearance of the notebook, a hard-shell waterproof notebook. The edge of the shell was old and yellow, and it smelled musty as soon as it was opened. If Huowensi hadn't handed it to Zhu Ning personally, she would have thought that this thing would spread pollution. Zhu Ning looked up at Huowensi, who was very calm. The investigation team retraced Jiangping's path to find all the information. This was found in a village behind the deserted village, in someone's house, under the corner of his table. Zhu Ning, does the family that used it as a table leg know how important this thing is? There is actually a village behind the deserted village. The investigator's task is to bring back all the information that may be valuable. Maybe the investigator doesn't know what these information mean. Huowensi saw a notebook that looks irrelevant from the things he carried. Zhu Ning opened the notebook, and before he could see what was written on it, there was a black and white photo on the cover. In this era, photos are basically in color. Unless you pursue black and white filters, there are not many such old-fashioned photos. There are also particularly old jagged shapes on the edge of the photo, which have completely turned yellow. Zhu Ning could only look at the content of the photo. This was a temple with a statue inside. It was the same statue he saw in the deserted village. Its shape had changed again. Its skin was full of wrinkles, as if it had goosebumps all over its body. Ever since Zhu Ning had looked directly at the pollutants underground, it was difficult for him to feel the impact of the statue. Mental strength can indeed be trained. At first glance, this temple looked normal. There were statues, altars, and cushions inside. But if you look more closely, you will find that this temple is upside down. It is completely upside down because there is a person standing in front of the temple. The photo captures the person's shoulders. If you look at it from this person's perspective, the base of the temple is built on the ceiling, like an upside-down device. Zhu Ning felt incredible when she saw the photo, because the photo was black and white and blurry, causing her to be unable to tell whether it was a person upside down or a temple upside down for a while, and she felt a little dizzy after looking at it for a long time. Zhu Ning, what is this? Why did Huowensi show her the notebook at this critical moment? Wincy, look at the contents inside. Zhu Ning had to put the photo aside and began to read the notes. The first sentence at the beginning, March 1st, 2007. Zhu Ning was stunned after reading only the first sentence. She had read many people's diaries, and this was the first time that the new calendar was not used. This is a record of the old world. I am Chen Qihong, an abnormal incident investigator. My main responsibility is to investigate abnormal phenomena, which can be said to be studying mysticism. Zhu Ning asked, is he in the same line of work as you? Wincy, I guess so. Zhu Ning continued to read the notes. Chen Qihong wrote, it started because I received a letter asking me to investigate the contents of a photo. This photo was too strange. If I looked at it for a long time, I would hear strange noises in my head. Since the day I saw the photo, I started to have nightmares. I kept dreaming that I was the person standing in front of the temple, so I came to this place, Guin Village. It is said that there is a mysterious supernatural power here, and some people here will be blessed by God. Of course, this village has also had vicious incidents. Someone once went crazy and killed his entire family of 9. The locals said that he was cursed. March 9, 2007. I have lived in the village for a week. The villagers are very kind. They also gave me dried white radishes and vegetables they grew themselves. I feel that I will soon integrate into the village. April 1st, 2007. When I was sleeping at night, I saw someone standing in front of the window. I was startled. Before I could see who he was, he ran away. The longer I lived here, the more uncomfortable I felt. I looked in the mirror and felt like I had aged 10 years. Then Chen Qihong recorded the horror stories he encountered. For example, his chopsticks would suddenly breaking in half, with a neat crack in the middle, as if something sharp had cut them off. For another example, he fished out a fresh severed hand from the pickled cabbage jar in the backyard, but couldn't find the owner at all. Zhu Ning guessed that he might have encountered pollution. May 19, 2007. There is a certain belief in Guin Village. In the middle of the night, I would hear someone singing. That was the sound of sacrifice. They seemed to be offering sacrifices. I have some knowledge of religion. As far as I know, the earliest belief of the locals should be shaman. Shaman? Zhu Ning touched his own blind spot in knowledge. Chen Qihong, shamanism has a saying called evergreen spirituality, which is what we often say that everything has spirits. A blade of grass and a flower has spirits. Zhu Ning actually thought this thing was quite fitting. Isn't it true that everything has spirits if a bug is given life? Zhu Ning continued to read, and Chen Qihong said, but they don't seem to believe in this, or they once believed in it, but later abandoned their own gods and found a new god for themselves? There was a big question mark on the notebook, and Chen Qihong's handwriting became sloppy, as if he was very uncertain about his guess. Zhu Ning quickly flipped back, skipping some of his investigation diaries and complaints. September 7, 2007. Chen Qihong, half a year, they trust me more and more. Today they finally took me to participate in the sacrifice. Chen Qihong seemed anxious when he wrote it down. They led me to the door of the temple. Strangely, when I saw the temple, it was upright, not upside down like in the photo. I was stunned after just one look, as if someone was looking at me. I had goosebumps all over my body, and a human eye grew out of each goosebump. Later, Lao Lu next to me pushed me and asked me to lower my head. No one dared to look up. They all wore white pointed hats to hide their faces. They asked me to pray. I don't believe in God. Although I study mysticism, I am an atheist. That day, I was shaken for the first time in my position. They said that thing can bring eternal life. They call that thing Wumai. Wumai? What is this? Zhu Ning continued to turn the page. The next page was dark brown. I don't know what liquid dried up, covering all the handwriting. She flipped through several pages in a row, and the back was almost stuck. Zhu Ning didn't wear gloves and touched the notebook with her bare hands. Her hands were always on the paper while flipping through it. Suddenly, she felt something beating under her fingertips. Dong, as if she was not touching a notebook, but a heart. The touch was scalding hot, and the dried liquid suddenly began to flow, as if it was going to crawl along her fingers onto her body. Zhu Ning quickly retracted her hand. She looked at the notebook in disbelief and touched the notebook again. This time, nothing happened, as if it was all her illusion. This is alive. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped several degrees. She actually felt that a notebook was dangerous. You touched it too? Wincy asked. Zhu Ning looked up at her, and finally knew why Wincy was wearing leather gloves today. Zhu Ning, what is this? Wincy, not sure. Zhu Ning frowned. An idea came to her mind. If the pollutants in the ground can turn ants and insects into people, and have human consciousness, then can it also turn people into objects? For example, turn into the notebook he writes every day? Zhu Ning was holding nothing else in her hand but Chen Qihong. He turned into a notebook and was used as a pad for the corner of the table. To turn people into people and objects into people is no longer a metaphor, but a reality. Chen Qihong is an investigator who was introduced to the ghost village by a photo. He always felt that this place was getting weirder and weirder, but he was also very curious about what was happening there. He got along well with the local residents and was almost like one of them. Finally, he passed the test of all the villagers. At the next sacrifice, they took Chen Qihong with them, saying that praying for blessings would bring eternal life. Chen Qihong agreed, and he prayed half-heartedly. Maybe nothing happened on the first day, so he could still write down his notes. Nothing happened on the second day either. He was wondering if this was nonsense. It was indeed feudal superstition. But gradually, he felt something was wrong. His body became thinner and thinner, as thin as paper, and finally he became the notebook itself. Chen Qihong really became immortal, but in another form. Is he still conscious? Will he think that it was because he was not pious enough at the beginning, or that he encountered some curse? Wincy, I think the same as you. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, closed the notebook as respectfully as possible, wrapped it with layers of dirty cloth strips, and finally put it into the plastic bag brought by Wincy. But it seemed to be useless. Even if it was put into a sealed bag, this thing exuded a cold chill, as if it had penetrated and pierced into your pores. Zhu Ning's hands seemed to be dirty, and could not be washed off. Zhu Ning asked, "Are there any other materials?" "No, the only valuable thing is the notebook." Wincy, "There is also a witness. I still don't know how he escaped. The crazy investigator is still in custody." Wincy, "The content behind the notebook is covered. I can't see it. It has no meaning to me. I give it to you." Zhu Ning thought to herself, "You put a corpse in my warm little home," and it felt like there was suddenly a cold and damp thing in her home. Zhu Ning asked, "What is Wumai?" Wincy, "I don't know the details. I checked it out. It means placenta in ancient Turkic." Placenta? It sounds like some kind of matriarchal worship. She once discussed with Pei Shu whether there are gods. She always thought there are only pollutants. Some strange phenomena occurred in the area. The villagers interpreted such phenomena as curses or miracles, and worshipped the pollutants below as gods. People put the abnormal phenomena into a religious shell, and then used it to strengthen their own organizations. This is an old trick of mankind. For a long time, religion was for the people in power to better rule mankind. Zhu Ning guessed that the revival society was the same. They found a god and attracted people like Bao Huiming. She ignored the strangeness and recalled the whole incident. She didn't go to the investigation mission outside the wall this time, so she didn't know what happened specifically. The clues she got were fragmented. But it seemed that a rough outline was gradually pieced together. The deserted village incident gave life to a worm and made it Jiang Ping. This old world investigator has a high probability of becoming a notebook. Wincy's investigators entered the deserted village to investigate. The closer they were to the deserted village, the stronger the mysterious power was. One night, they encountered a pollution incident. The specific cause was unknown. The investigator outside the wall got into the cave in a hurry. He saw the huge pollutants hidden underground and took video footage. After that, he broke through the defense line of the pollutants, and was crazy when he returned to the wall. All pollutants have rules. What is the rule of this pollutant? Is it the relationship between transformation of people and things? Or is it crazy chaos without rules? Is there any connection between Wumai, which the villagers believe in, and resurrection? Are they the same belief, or are they actually worshipping the same thing, but with different names? Wait, Zhu Ning suddenly raised his head. How many years is this note from now? Wincy, 130 years. Zhu Ning knows very little about this world. The radiation mutation crisis 80 years ago should be in 2057. After that, humans built a high wall and entered the new world and began to use the new calendar. If the time recorded in the notebook is true, it proves that this incident has happened a long time ago. Pollutants have existed long before the establishment of the Federation, and before humans built a high wall. So what is the source of everything? If this secret is solved, Zhu Ning will be one step closer to the truth of the world. I have always wanted to ask. Zhu Ning, how did the initial pollution happen? Chapter 191. There is no 20% pure land in the world. All land is polluted. Zhu Ning and Wincy only saw a small part. There must be a lot of this thing outside the wall. Zhu Ning is a low-class person. The world, she knows, has been deliberately concealed by the first district. What about the truth of the world? Wensi shook his head. I don't know. Humans were very curious at first, so they sent out old investigators to find the truth left behind in the old world to end the pollution. I don't know if you haven't heard of a saying. Although it sounds naive now, many people believed it back then. The whole world is a huge polluted area with a core pollution source. As long as the core pollution source is found, the world will be purified. Xu Ning asked, is it true? If so, where is the core pollution source? Wensi smiled bitterly. Who knows? In the first 30 years, human investigation activities were at their peak. At that time, people were very keen to run outside and often brought back news about the outside world, but people soon found that the news they brought was useless. Wensi, in the past 2 years, the investigation activities have almost stopped. The specific reason is difficult to explain. Did someone in the first district stop it? Or the investigation was fruitless? In short, humans gave up. They gave up the land to pollutants and created so-called gods. When a race begins to believe in supernatural things on a large scale, it is basically finished. Even if the end of the world comes and a meteorite falls on their heads, they will shout loudly for miracles. Because of excessive despair, they will worship the pollutants below as gods. Xu Ning asked, have you reported the news? Wensi's position is the leader of the investigation team. She will definitely report the news to the headquarters. How will the first district react to such a serious situation? Although it sounds like a fantasy to ask the first military district to send troops to suppress it, it is good to have some support at this time. Even if there is no military support, it is good to reveal information. For the superiors of the Kingdom of God, this news is just a trivial matter, but for the people of District 103, it is life-saving information. Now there is a behemoth below. Should ordinary people enter the refuge fortress? Wensi, I reported to the first district before I came. Now the internal information is that they will start the A-level program for the entire district. If you have relatives you want to send away, it is recommended to let them leave now. A-level program for the entire district? Xu Ning was stunned for a moment before she knew what this meant. She had only experienced an A-level program once, which was the mechanical oceanarium. The initiator at that time was Xian Qing, who set up a countdown, activated the protective shield, and handed over the control of his body to Prometheus. After that, the interior was blown up, and all the people still in the oceanarium were abandoned. If this program is expanded to the entire district. Xu Ning had seen a high wall with an arc-shaped cover on top before. At that time, they explained that if an accident occurred, the program would be activated to lock up Area 103 to prevent the intrusion of pollutants. Now it seems that the protective cover is not to prevent external pollution from invading the interior, but to prevent the internal pollutants from spreading out. Wensi said coldly, the protective cover of the entire district will be closed, all federal agencies will be evacuated, the garrison troops, security departments, and fire departments have been notified in advance, and they are leaving one after another starting at noon today. Area 103 has been abandoned. Without even any resistance, he just left. Wensi, the news on the internet has been revealed. Xu Ning saw Wensi as soon as she woke up, and she didn't have time to check on the secondary brain. At this time, when she opened the secondary brain, it was indeed a mess on the internet, because there was no definite news, all rumors. On the social software, messages were popping up like crazy. Is something going to happen? Those shitty rich people suddenly ran away. Our company suddenly took a holiday, which made me feel uncomfortable. The port is full of people. Where are they going? Ha! Then I just wait to die. I won't run. Whoever wants to run can run. Xu Ning only slept for a while. She knew it might not be good, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. Rumors were everywhere. But for the first time, rumors seemed so unimaginative in the face of reality, not even as good as a finger of the pollutants below. Xu Ning asked, where are the rest of the people? Wensi, there was a leak, but most people couldn't react. Some people tried to leave, but they couldn't buy a boat ticket, and it was hard to get a pass. The problem is that the port will be closed at 6 o'clock tomorrow night, which is one of the few escape times. Xu Ning has seen pollutants, and she has seen such horrifying existences, but none of them are as harsh as Wensi's words. Those defective products, those people living in the garbage mountain, Xu Ning was once one of them, and knew what would happen to them in this situation. They really didn't know how they died. Wensi continued, the port will be closed tomorrow, and even I won't have the right to leave at that time. Xu Ning turned off the secondary brain, rubbed his eyebrows, and asked a key question, where are the other people in the cleaning center? At this time, one more person to help will increase the chance of winning. How many people are willing to stay and fight the pollutants voluntarily? I don't know. I will make a public report tomorrow. Huawinsi paused here. Believe me, the situation will be more chaotic than you think. After the protective shield is buckled, it is equivalent to all forces being locked in the same arena. I don't know where a cold arrow will come from. Let alone finding companions. I don't know how I died. If human society is civilized and orderly at ordinary times, now is like the early stage of turning off the lights. Once the civilized button is turned off, District 103 will enter a real dark moment. Zhu Ning looked at Huawinsi and saw the same emotion in her eyes. This is a very desperate struggle. Zhu Ning asked, does District 1 know the truth? Huawinsi, at least my family knows. Unfortunately, Huawinsi did not pass the test of the family. Her action is almost equivalent to betraying the Hua family. Huawinsi was once the glory of the family, but she did not stand with the family when making a critical choice. The Hua family knows, and the Lu family knows, that the upper class knows how the world works, and only the lower class still lives in ignorance. It's really unfair. Money and status are unfair, and even information is so unfair, and the lower class may not know how they died when they died. Judging from the attitude revealed by the first district, they already knew that District 103 would be destroyed. Why? Is this some kind of transaction between them and the pollutants? Or is this some kind of ritual? Or more terrifying, is this feeding the pollutants? Zhu Ning, Huawinsi reminded her, although I cooperate with you, our chances of winning may be less than 5%. They were simply gambling, using all their strength to bet on the most unlikely possibility. But if they really prevented this crisis, it would prove that pollution is not irreversible. Under the premise that all lands are polluted, the victory of District 103 will represent the first time that humans have successfully taken back polluted land. Once they succeed, they will find the key to purifying the entire world. This is the real reason why Huawinsi is willing to cooperate with Zhu Ning. She is betting 5%. As Zhu Ning said, interrupting the process of God's descent and finding the source of pollution before the source of pollution is formed. If this path is feasible, then she will use all her resources to bet. Now is the eve of chaos. Zhu Ning rubbed his eyebrows and tried to keep himself calm in the turmoil. She carefully counted the clues in her hands. There are less than 6 days left before the end of the world, and the time is getting shorter and shorter. There are still some mysteries that they haven't solved, such as the biggest question, what is the mechanical oceanarium used to divert? What happened to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation? Zhu Ning raised his eyes to Huawinsi. Commander, I have some requests. Huawinsi found it very interesting to hear the commander. Zhu Ning really put her in a high position with just one sentence, so that she couldn't refuse. Huawinsi, you say? Under the current situation, Zhu Ning would consider even if he wanted the stars in the sky. Zhu Ning, there are still 5 days left. I want to enter the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation in Area 103. This time Huawinsi doesn't need to send investigators again. Zhu Ning will go down in person to find the connection between the Resuscitation Society and the pollutants. At the same time as the Mechanical Oceanarium incident, something happened to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. It may be difficult for them to completely erase all traces. Zhu Ning couldn't enter the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation alone, so Huawinsi had to come forward. The head of the family once reminded Huawinsi that the Mechanical Oceanarium was the last chance that day, but Huawinsi missed it. Huawinsi, if there is something in it, the Foundation is likely to be a trap. Zhu Ning immediately replied, you can only know the truth by walking into the trap. They knew too little information. In a war, effective information is very important. They can't be ignorant of the enemy. Huawinsi didn't hesitate. I will arrange for you. Someone will become your teammate. Sure enough, it's good to hug thighs and enjoy the coolness. Zhu Ning was almost regarded as a demon, and even had teammates in such extreme situations. Zhu Ning thought about it and made a second request. By the way, can you help check the cheetah team? Cheetah team? Huawinsi obviously felt that these 3 words were unfamiliar. When the cheetah team had an accident, Huawinsi was only 16 years old and had not entered the cleaning center. By the time she entered the center, this information had been hidden by someone. Zhu Ning, 9 years ago, the cheetah team received a mission to secretly investigate Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, but this mission was erased, their team member died, and someone is still looking for his whereabouts. Zhu Ning didn't say who the team member was, but Huawinsi heard it and asked, is Su Meng investigating this? Zhu Ning's eyelids twitched. Huawinsi was really sharp. Zhu Ning accidentally sold Su Meng out. Huawinsi, very good, you even answered my last question. She had long felt that there was something wrong with Su Meng. Su Ming's information had been specially processed by someone. When Huawinsi investigated Su Ming, it only showed that she was a demon hunter who was laid off, and the key information was covered up. Zhu Ning promised to share all the information. Now that he had said it, he could only continue. The demon hunter on the Cheetah team's mission is called Cheng Mafei. He sneaked into Yongsheng Pharmaceutical and sent half of the information to his superior. The remaining half of the information was locked. Su Ming is trying to unlock it. Zhu Ning paused. I guess Cheng Mafei knew the truth 9 years ago. He tried to report this to the top management of the cleaning center, but he died. Zhu Ning had said before that if a person knew the end of the world in advance, how could he report it safely? Ordinary people who come into contact with secrets that are too horrifying will only end up dead. Huawinsi frowned. You really know how to find things for me to do. Zhu Ning's question is very valuable. Huawinsi will go back and start from this aspect. If we find out why the Cheetah team had an accident that year, we can figure out who the traitor of the cleaning center is, and there may be new discoveries. Huawinsi, if the mission was wrong, I would correct it, and let them not worry, but maybe they don't care. Zhu Ning didn't say it, but Huawinsi guessed the current situation of the Cheetah team members. The justice that the Cheetah team has been waiting for so long may come. After Huawinsi intervened, at least Cheng Mafei's complete investigation report would be issued, and there would be no death without evidence. Zhu Ning believed her. Huawinsi stood up and put on her gloves again. She was going to rush to the cleaning center immediately. Zhu Ning, I will go with you. Huawinsi looked back at her. Do you want to die? Zhu Ning was silent. Huawinsi, the rumors about you are getting more and more outrageous. People who want to kill you are lining up. Pay attention to safety. Don't show up before I notify you. Have a good rest. Zhu Ning is a garbage purifier. Huawinsi must ensure the safety of this rare machine. Commander. Huawinsi was about to leave when Zhu Ning suddenly called her. Huawinsi turned around, and Zhu Ning said, if we find the source of pollution, we still have a chance. If the whole area is infected, there must be a source of pollution. They will find clues within a limited time, deduce all the answers, and finally kill the source of pollution. This logic is still universal, and the opponent has always been the pollutant. Zhu Ning firmly believes in this, which is the cornerstone of their alliance. Huawinsi asked, are you comforting me? Zhu Ning, is it? Huawinsi, then thank you for your comfort. Huawinsi took out a very flat box from his coat pocket and put it in front of Zhu Ning. Your reward. Reward? Someone will come to pick it up at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Huawinsi left after saying this, leaving Zhu Ning alone in the room. After Huawinsi left, the room seemed empty and quiet. Zhu Ning opened the box, and there were 2 chips lying inside. Pass. Huawinsi gave her 2 passes, and Zhu Ning let her see Lin Xiufeng and Song Zhizhong, so she would take care of Zhu Ning's rear. Chapter 192. Huawinsi walked out of Zhu Ning's house. The Noble Queen's shop is essentially a containment department. The contaminated spores collected will be sold to the cleaning center and considered part of the center. She had read the files before coming here. Song Zhizhong used to be a demon hunter in the 2nd district. With his qualifications, he should not appear in the 103rd district. His defensibility is very rare. Huawinsi stopped in the store for a while. She wanted to talk to Song Zhizhong, but she quickly gave up the idea. When Huawinsi pushed the door and walked out, Zhuang Lin was at the door. He stood in the snow and opened the car door after seeing Huawinsi. Huawinsi's expression did not move, but she lit a cigarette. She was looking at Zhuang Lin. Zhuang Lin felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. Huawinsi's eyes were like looking at prey. Zhuang Lin asked, what's wrong? Huawinsi exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, are you really not leaving? Huawinsi had just given Zhuang Lin's pass to Zhu Ning. Zhuang Lin thought Huawinsi was going to ask some questions. He closed the car door, leaned against the car body, and smiled gently. I really don't want to leave. Zhuang Lin left, and it was too dangerous for Huawinsi to stay alone in District 103. Huawinsi didn't say anything, just smoked, and didn't know what he was thinking. Zhuang Lin asked, have you found Song Zhizhong? Huawinsi came to the Noble Queen's store for 2 purposes. One was to see Zhu Ning, and the other was to see Song Zhizhong. Huawinsi, I didn't ask. Zhu Ning's request was to send Song Zhizhong away. Huawinsi hesitated for a moment, and chose the former between emotion and reason. Zhuang Lin couldn't leave, but Zhu Ning's people could leave. Zhuang Lin smiled, not surprised by this result. Huawinsi, what are you laughing at? Zhuang Lin, I think you're a nice person. Huawinsi, psycho. Let's go. Huawinsi finished a cigarette, and was about to get in the car to leave. That's when the incident happened. After a few steps, Wensi suddenly stopped. Her movements were so unnatural that Zhuang Lin's first reaction was that someone was attacking her. But the attack did not come from outside, but from inside Wensi's body. Wensi's back felt cold, and her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. Bang, bang, bang. She seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat, which was getting louder and louder, and the speed of contraction was getting faster and faster. It was too fast. It was almost beyond the physiological limit of human beings. Her eyes were stinging. She was already aching from the injury, and now the pain was getting stronger and stronger, as if countless needles were piercing from the inside out. What was even more terrifying was that she sensed the pollutants below. The land under her feet seemed to disappear in an instant, and she was standing right above the huge pollutants. The pollutants were looking at her. Seeing her pale face, Zhuang Lin immediately walked forward. As soon as he touched Wensi, the other party suddenly grabbed his arm. The force used was very strong. Zhuang Lin felt that Wensi was in a bad condition. She seemed to be resisting something. The two forces were intertwined in her body, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Wensi barely stood firm by holding Zhuang Lin's arm. Her injured right eye was beating, as if the eye socket was not an eyeball at all, but a bloody heart. The eyeball was swollen, like a living thing, shrinking and moving, making a squeaky sound when it squirmed. Wensi covered her right eye, and even had a weird idea, wanting to crush the eyeball and press the eye into the brain. Wensi? Someone was calling her, Wensi. She couldn't hear Zhuang Lin's voice clearly, and crazy mutterings rang in her ears. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if a needle had been stuck in a balloon that had expanded to its limit. Puff, she heard the sound of something bursting, and countless images appeared in front of her eyes. The cold liquid was injected into her body along her neck. It was a powerful mental healing agent. The heartbeat slowed down, and the swollen right eye began to shrink, like a worm entrenched in her right eye socket. The ground spread out again under her feet, isolating her from the pollutants, and she could not sense it. Wensi's eyes were blurred, and it was extremely difficult for her to refocus. She first saw a large area of snow. After a while, the things in front of her had lines, the shops on the street, the flashing neon lights in the distance, and Zhuang Lin in front of her. The other party didn't hold the injection firmly, and it fell into the snow with a click. Zhuang Lin frowned and looked at Wensi in shock. The situation was so chaotic just now that Zhuang Lin didn't even know what was going on. He gave Wensi an injection of mental healing agent based on the situation. It seemed that he had made the right decision. But he couldn't be completely sure, because now Wensi's black eye mask slipped off, and her right eye was completely exposed. Zhuang Lin had seen Wensi's injured eye before, and it was not much different from an ordinary human eye, except that blood accumulated in the eye socket, which took 2 hours to stop. From then on, she lost her vision and was extremely afraid of light. The medical department suggested that she wear an eye patch and avoid light. Now her right eye has changed. It is a blood red eye, with blood flowing in the eye socket and swirling, and there is a dark vertical pupil in the center of the eye. That was not a human eye, it was like a demon's eye that suddenly opened. Noble Queen's shop. Zhu Ning stared at the pass in her hand for a long time. There were only 3 in total. This thing was too precious. She thought about it for a while, and came up with the answer. Zhu Ning put away the notebook on the table. She always felt that this notebook was very strange, and there were still many secrets that had not been discovered. Zhu Ning had no time to think about the notebook. She planned to study it after the matter of District 103 was completely over. If it could really be completely over. She put the notebook in the safe in the bedroom closet. There was no safer place. This was the safest place. After doing all this, Zhu Ning took the pass and prepared to find Song Zhizhong. She wanted to send Song Zhizhong and Lin Xiaofeng away. Zhu Ning once wanted Lin Xiaofeng to be her employee, but not now. She was silently calculating in her heart that if Zhu Ning really won, she would take Lin Xiaofeng wherever she went. If Zhu Ning failed in her mission, she hoped that Lin Xiaofeng would be alive. As soon as Zhu Ning opened the door, he found a person standing opposite. Song Zhizhong leaned against the opposite wall, half of his face in the shadow, and he didn't know how long he had been waiting. Zhu Ning had noticed before that when Song Zhizhong didn't speak, he looked very lonely from certain angles. Like a fragile work of art. Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you doing?" Song Zhizhong, "Waiting for you." His voice was very soft, and it was easy to make people soft-hearted. Zhu Ning really liked him and asked, "Where is Xiaofeng?" Song Zhizhong, "Upstairs." Song Zhizhong paused and asked, "What you told me this morning is going to come true?" Today, District 103 began to be chaotic. There were only a few customers in the Noble Queen store, and the rich ones had already left. Negative news flooded the internet, and a crisis seemed to be brewing. Song Jizhong knew that what Zhu Ning said this morning should be true. Zhu Ning hummed, "Really?" She roughly described what happened, and Song Jizhong listened silently. After she finished, he fell into a dead silence. It was as if death had come and polluted the air. Zhu Ning found that Song Jizhong didn't seem to be very afraid. As he said, he came to this abandoned area just to wait for death. Zhu Ning walked to Song Jizhong's side and stood against the wall, just like Zhu Ning stood in the snow today, and Song Jizhong would stand with her. From Song Jizhong's perspective, Zhu Ning only saw the door of her house. What was there to see? Zhu Ning asked. "You don't really want to leave?" Song Jizhong was silent. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you experienced anything?" Judging from Song Jizhong's performance, he may have experienced something cruel. "If you don't tell me, there will be no chance in the future." Zhu Ning has always been curious about what is under Song Jizhong's turtleneck sweater. Song Jizhong, a man must have secrets to be charming. This sentence again, Song Jizhong is like a clam. Zhu Ning wants to pry him open violently. For a while, no one spoke, only the holographic strippers in the corridor were dancing, and the faint blue light enveloped the corridor. "Zhu Ning," Song Jizhong said, "I can stay and help you. My ability is—" "I know what your ability is." Zhu Ning interrupted what he was about to say next. Song Jizhong was stunned, and Zhu Ning continued, "Prometheus must have chosen you for a reason. During the time I lived in your store, no one bothered me." Zhu Ning went to the forum and looked around. Some people called her the New Century Witch, some called her the Devil Man. Anyway, they all wanted to burn her to vent their anger. It was not a completely airtight news that Zhu Ning lived in the Noble Queen Hotel. So far, no one had come to test it, proving that they were very afraid of this place. Zhu Ning had seen Song Jizhong's ability once. Although the scope of use was very small, just wrapping Lin Xiaofeng, it was a fortress. Song Jizhong? Why? Prometheus arranged him, probably for today. Zhu Ning should use him without hesitation. Song Jizhong would be willing to die for her. Zhu Ning, because I want you to live. Zhu Ning recalled her conversation with Song Jizhong. She asked if you would live long, and Song Jizhong's answer was that you could live if you didn't mess around. What does messing around mean? Overloading your ability? Song Jizhong's ability is likely to be less and less as he uses it more. Using it will only backfire on himself. Zhu Ning could imagine how others would exploit Song Jizhong, and would force him to defend himself, again and again, until his last bit of vitality was exhausted. Zhu Ning counted that the previous 11 years were the life of the first generation of Zhu Ning, and she had only been in this world for 2 months. During these 2 months, Song Jizhong treated her very well, and she lived under Song Jizhong's protection. Song Jizhong did not have to become a puppet of artificial intelligence, and Zhu Ning could win without him. Song Jizhong suddenly did not know what to say, and no one had ever said this to him. He had heard so many nice words, but no one would say, "I want you to live." Just live simply. Zhu Ning, stretch out your hand. Song Jizhong stretched out his hand, and Zhu Ning handed him a metal box, which he kept in his palm, with the warmth of a person on it. A pass. What Zhu Ning said was true. She said that the end of the world was coming, and it was true that she gave him a pass. She always said what she would do. Zhu Ning, you promised to take Lin Xiaofeng away. She needs someone to take care of her. Song Jizhong suddenly felt that the thin chip was as heavy as a mountain, and he was a little unsteady. Hey, look at me. Zhu Ning turned his head and looked into his eyes. You said you believed I would win. Song Jizhong's eyes followed Zhu Ning, like a moth following a light source. He was suddenly speechless. As long as Zhu Ning won, they would meet again. Zhu Ning, we agreed that you would tell me the secret after the matter was over. When everything was settled, she must take off the turtleneck sweater. She wanted to see what was underneath. Song Jizhong, when did I? Zhu Ning, you agreed anyway. Why are you forcing me to buy and sell? Zhu Ning, but I only have 3 tickets. The other 2 are useful. Someone will go with you tomorrow. You can make Xiaofeng invisible at that time. Song Jizhong blinked slowly before reacting. You asked her to evade the ticket? Zhu Ning argued, how can this be considered evading the ticket? In my hometown, children can ride the ferry for free. Song Jizhong, Zhu Ning, of course, if she fails to evade the ticket, you can only give the ticket to Xiaofeng. Song Jizhong, Thank you, I am touched, but not much. I believe this little thing will not be difficult for you. Zhu Ning pushed Song Jizhong, come on, go upstairs, and see what Xiaofeng is doing. Song Zhizhong was pushed by Zhu Ning, and their bodies passed through the projection, and the stripper's body was smashed apart. The first floor was empty, the employees were on holiday, and it was the first time that Zhu Ning saw such an empty store late at night. They walked to the first floor, and then continued up the stairs until they reached the 8th floor, going up one floor at a time. It was as if two monsters walked out of the basement, going higher and higher, and finally opened the door, and Red Hat hugged Zhu Ning. Their movements were very tacit. Zhu Ning held Xiaofeng in her arms. She felt Lin Xiaofeng's heartbeat, and for the first time she felt the feeling of the first-generation Zhu Ning. When she decided to restart and eliminate the individual will, was she in the same mood? Chapter 193. Hua Family's Safe House. Late at night, Su Ming sat alone by the bed. Su Ming's mind was in a mess. She had a very long sleep, and her dream contained all kinds of bizarre things. She dreamed of Cheng Mafei, various versions of Cheng Mafei, who turned into a snail man, and Cheng Mafei, who crawled at her feet. Cheng Mafei, who lowered his head and shyly called the captain, and Cheng Mafei, who would walk silently at the end of the team and watch all the team members when they were in action. After Su Ming came down from the cloud of consciousness, she remembered a lot of things that were already vague in her memory, and those details were sifted out in the sieve of memory. Now, in a state of mental confusion, all of them came out. Su Ming had Cheng Mafei's bracelet on her knees, and the blue screen had lit up, showing a few words. Password is correct. All permissions have been opened. Dong dong dong, the voice of the mountain cat came from outside the door. Captain? The mountain cat had just heard movement in Su Ming's bedroom, and had already put one hand on the door handle. Su Ming calmly put away the bracelet, and replied in a very calm tone, "What's wrong?" Lin Mao is a boy. Even if he regards Su Ming as his own sister, he would not rashly enter her room. He was relieved when he heard Su Ming's voice, and asked, "How are you?" Su Ming's voice sounded hoarse. "Okay, I take a break." Lin Mao, "Shall I inform Zhu Ning?" Su Ming, "I tell her myself." Lin Mao stood at the door of Su Ming's room, and paused when he heard this. He had received a message from Zhu Ning before. "I have reported the cheetah team to the investigation team. Hua Wincy will take over the investigation of the truth of Cheng Mafei's death. Something is going to happen in District 103. You should find a way to leave." Zhu Ning did not explain the specific reason, but only told him to leave quickly. This information is absolutely credible. The situation is very chaotic today, and many people are rushing to the dock. But Shan Mao didn't want to leave. No one in the cheetah team could leave Area 103 peacefully until Cheng Mafei's problem was solved. Zhu Ning sent it to Shan Mao and Deju. Deju had the same position as Shan Mao. Su Ming must have received it too. They planned to wait for the captain to read it before making a decision. If the captain gave up, they would follow Su Ming's arrangement. "Shan Mao, have a good rest." Su Ming listened to Shan Mao's movements in the room. Her temples were throbbing. It seemed that someone had used a knife to stir her brain randomly. There were scars of all sizes inside. Su Ming injected herself with a mental healing agent, and then opened the secondary brain. Zhu Ning sent her many messages. "Captain, I'm on a mission today. I'm going here. I see you tomorrow." Zhu Ning should have entered a contaminated area temporarily. She said at the time that she would report her itinerary to Su Ming no matter where she went. Zhu Ning did it. "I wanted to see you today, but it's not convenient for me to go out. They call me a devil. I want to share intelligence with you, but when you wake up, Team Leader Hua will probably have made a public statement. You can just watch it when the time comes." Su Ming's breathing was very heavy. When she wanted to send a message to Zhu Ning, she found that her hands were shaking. She always made typos, and deleted the wrong parts. It took Su Ming a long time to type a line of words. "I'm awake, don't worry." Zhu Ning didn't know what he was busy with, and didn't reply for a long time. Su Ming supported the edge of the bed with both hands. Her hands were very strong, crumpling the sheets. She was breathing deeply, and she was immersed in Cheng Mafei's last words, and couldn't get out. Cheng Mafei in the video looked too vivid, and the news revealed was difficult for her to understand. She had thought about it countless times, and imagined all kinds of possibilities, but never this. Ding dong, for minutes later, Zhu Ning replied, "I was scared to death. I thought you were going to become a fool." Su Ming's hands were shaking, and Zhu Ning didn't ask her if she remembered the password. Compared to Cheng Mafei's investigation report, Zhu Ning was more worried about Su Ming herself. Su Ming had been an undercover agent for many years, and she was best at lying and hiding her true emotions, but this was the first time she found lying so difficult. She spent a long time typing a line of words. "Sorry, I didn't think of the password." Zhu Ning replied immediately this time. "It's okay, I roughly know what's inside. Your safety is important. Zhu Ning should be very busy and have no time to chat with Su Ming. She told Su Ming to have a good rest and asked her to find a way to leave Area 103 as soon as possible. If she didn't have a pass, Zhu Ning would help her find a way. Su Ming agreed, and Zhu Ning didn't send any more messages. The whole room fell into a strange silence. The safe house was very quiet. Su Ming covered her left ear and suddenly had a little tinnitus. The blue electronic light illuminated Su Ming's face. She had promised Zhu Ning that she would share the news once it was turned on. Su Ming actually broke her promise. Zhu Ning turned off the secondary brain, and the light blue light on her face disappeared. Song Jizhong asked, "What's wrong?" Zhu Ning frowned. "I can't tell. I feel that the captain is a little strange." Su Ming's speed of replying to the message was too slow. Is this the legendary sequelae of brain damage? Zhu Ning felt a strange feeling in her heart, which was hard to describe. It was similar to the feeling she had when she first saw Su Ming's back at the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. Zhu Ning didn't think about it. She was very busy now. In this situation, Zhu Ning was a lowly person, and there were only so many people she could take care of. The cheetah team really had no time to take care of him. Her family was here. Xin Xingqiu and Yi Fei were sitting in her living room. They were called by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's reputation was too bad now, and he was almost contaminated. They were reluctant to go far away, and they had been nearby. It took only 10 minutes for them to come here. After listening to Zhu Ning's words, Xin Xingqiu looked heavy. What Zhu Ning said back then was going to come true. Yi Fei looked surprised and asked, "Boss, are you married?" Zhu Ning, After listening to what I said, the first question you wanted to ask was this? Not to mention Yi Fei wanted to ask. Xin Xingqiu also wanted to ask. She had never entered the Noble Queen store, and didn't know that Zhu Ning's new parents were like this. There is a man in the house, and a transparent little girl wearing a red hat. The little girl is very shy, and keeps hiding behind Song Shizhong. Xin Xingqiu has the illusion of a bloody idol drama, where the eldest daughter disappears, and then finds out that she has lost her memory, and has formed a new family with a poor boy in the countryside. Yi Fei, it's okay, I can join this family. Damn, why did you hit me? Yi Fei was hit by Xin Xingqiu's elbow before he finished speaking. Xin Xingqiu glared at him and whispered, "What do you mean by joining? Have I recognized you?" Xin Xingqiu didn't like Song Shizhong at all. Where did such a big kid come from? Song Shizhong has seen the world, and has a high emotional intelligence. It's rare for him to feel embarrassed. He now looks like a big turnip that is being picked on and disliked by others. Song Shizhong, well, we are not in that kind of relationship. Xin Xingqiu pressed. What kind of relationship is that? Song Shizhong suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and he looked at Zhu Ning for help. Xin Xingqiu, do you like her? Song Shizhong opened his mouth, and he almost blurted out. Enough. Zhu Ning's forehead jumped, feeling that this group of people was particularly noisy, and he made a final decision. Anyway, that's it, you go together. Xin Xingqiu no longer entangled with Song Shizhong. She said that she would take care of Zhu Ning. Once she and Yi Fei left, Zhu Ning's safety would be a problem. Zhu Ning, Stop it. Zhu Ning, don't argue with me about this. I can knock you out and throw you away. Xin Xingqiu and Yi Fei both shut up. When Zhu Ning was angry, no one dared to offend him. Zhu Ning slowed down his voice. I'm going to sleep. I have a mission tomorrow. Sleeping is a luxury at this time, and Zhu Ning must ensure that he is online. And she didn't want to talk anymore. If she continued to argue like this, it would be endless. Could it be that these people would cry and hold their heads together? Xin Xingqiu and Yi Fei did not protest anymore. Zhu Ning was under great pressure. What they should do at this time was to cooperate with the action. Lin Xiufeng said softly, "Then can I sleep with you today?" Lin Xiufeng's voice was very small. She didn't dare to speak when there were many people around. She mustered up the courage to put forward her request. Zhu Ning taught her that if she wanted something, she should say it directly, and don't suppress her needs. Zhu Ning would satisfy her. Zhu Ning softened her heart and said, "Okay." Xin Xingqiu, "Then can I sleep with you?" Yi Fei, "I want to too." Xin Xingqiu, "You are a man." Yi Fei, "What's wrong with men? We have slept together since we were young. We slept together last time." Zhu Ning, She felt like there were bees around her, buzzing all the time, giving her a headache, but she didn't hate it. Finally, they moved the coffee table away, made a bed on the floor, and placed 5 pillows in a row. Zhu Ning slept in the middle, and Lin Xiufeng slept on her left, hugging her waist. The little girl was quiet, and she didn't talk or make a noise even though she knew there was a big change. Shin Xingqiu slept on her right, and Yi Fei slept next to Shin Xingqiu. Song Zhizhong didn't want to participate in such a childish activity. Just as he was about to leave, giving them some space to talk privately, Juning said, "Where are you going?" "Lie down." Song Zhizhong, Juning knew that Song Zhizhong was prone to overthinking. Their family was lying neatly together, and it would be boring for Song Zhizhong to go upstairs alone. Song Zhizhong had no choice but to lie down next to Yi Fei with his clothes on. As soon as he lay down, he felt Yi Fei's sight. Yi Fei's eyes were wide open, staring at Song Zhizhong. The lights in the room went out, and no one spoke for a long time. No one could fall asleep in such a situation. If it is really purified, will the pollutants in the ground disappear? Wouldn't it be empty? Yi Fei couldn't help but speak. He thought Shin Xingqiu would beat him if he spoke, and Zhu Ning would tell him to shut up, but no one interrupted. Shin Xingqiu, I can't imagine it at all. Will it collapse if it is empty? If it is really that big, will it sink if there is nothing below? Zhu Ning, I can't figure it out either. What will it be like in the end? Will the pollutants really disappear? I haven't experienced it, so my imagination is a bit lacking. Shin Xingqiu, if it disappears, will our 103rd district be the first pure land? Yi Fei was a little excited when he heard this. That makes sense. Then it's not that we can't buy the pass. It's that they want to come here but don't have the ticket. Shin Xingqiu, then can I make a fortune by reselling the passes? Yi Fei, I think this way is feasible, boss. We are going to make a fortune. Zhu Ning found it interesting when she heard it. Although she didn't have the memory of the first generation, they should have been getting along in this way at that time. It's great. This kind of relationship that grew up together is really precious, and the gap between her and the first generation is not that big. Zhu Ning. Song Zhizhong had been silent until now, and then he said, "You will succeed. Keep saying auspicious words." Yi Fei immediately followed, "I wish you success in your mission tomorrow." Shin Xingqiu, come back alive. Lin Xiaofeng hugged Zhu Ning's waist tightly. It will be smooth. Zhu Ning has been in this world for 2 months, and most of the time she has been running for her life. This is the first time she feels so good. She has experienced the warmth of being surrounded by her family. Borrow your auspicious words. She needs encouragement now. Encouragement is meaningless. It is just a light and floating sentence. She can say a lot of auspicious words at will. This kind of auspicious words will not change any reality, but she likes to hear nice words. You can do it. You are really good, you are the best. When she was a child, Zhu Yao always said this, which made Zhu Ning so arrogant at such a young age. Some people were very suspicious. Why is Zhu Ning so arrogant? Zhu Ning always thinks that it is natural. The logic of mental pollution is repetition, repeated crazy nonsense, and repeated terrifying scenes. Negative things are like circular brainwashing, which makes people lose their minds. Zhu Ning likes positive repetition very much. If you repeat a nice word countless times, she will believe it. Zhu Ning has been exposed to many horrific pollutions, but people still rely on those small things. Shin Xingqiu and Yi Fei can use their lives to help her. Hu Wenxi will leave 2 passes, and Song Zhizhong will help her take care of Lin Xiaofeng. She often doubts how people are considered human and how people are considered alive, but now she feels that it doesn't matter. Even if she dies tomorrow, it's worth it today. Zhu Ning didn't force herself to sleep. They kept chatting that day. The more they talked, the more relaxed they felt. They didn't know when they fell asleep. Doomsday Countdown, the 5th day. 5 people got up at 8 in the morning. Song Zhizhong packed up the supplies. Shin Xingqiu and Yi Fei didn't need to bring anything. Next, they only needed to wait for the Hua family's car to pick them up at 3 in the afternoon. While waiting, at 9 in the morning, their secondary brain sounded at the same time. Ding-ling-ling, a message pops up with the title, Emergency. Must read for residents of District 103. Not knowing what Hu Wenxi had done, Zhu Ning initially thought she would make a public report within the cleaning center, but unexpectedly it was for the entire district. Without hiding anything, Hu Wenxi tried to let residents of District 103 know the truth as soon as possible. For a time, thousands of subbrains were clicked on, and light blue light hit everyone's face. The central square, roadside billboards, underground TV screens, and abandoned electronic screens in the garbage dump, every screen that could transmit information was temporarily requisitioned. Lebeo stopped collecting garbage, and his electronic screen was occupied by a higher level of artificial intelligence. Hu Wenxi's face appeared on countless screens. Hu Wenxi's long hair was tied up behind her head, and she was wearing an eye patch on her right eye. This injured eye did not make her look weak, but instead added a sense of calmness to her. Hello everyone, I am Wensi, the leader of the investigation team of the 103 District Clean Center. Today I will make a public investigation report to the whole district. Unfortunately, a pollution in the whole district is about to happen. Chapter 194. People walking in the square stopped, and people on the ground track looked at the sub-brain or public screen. Who is this woman? Someone asked. My sub-brain is stuck. What does this mean? What pollution? Didn't you see it says emergency? Another person shouted, shut up. Listen quietly. Inside the cleaning center. The cleaning center employees, who were still on duty, stopped and looked up at the face on the screen together. The cleaning center received the news earlier than the outside world, and many rumors were revealed in advance. Those who chose to stay now have made a decision in their hearts. But it was also the first time for them to hear a complete public report, which was actually more shocking than they thought. Xianqing, Xiejiazu and other senior executives stopped the meeting. Xianqing, Wensi is really not afraid of death. Xiejiazu, she should be the only one who dares to make this report. The identity of the Hua family gave Wensi great convenience. Her surname is Hua, and she can still grasp resources at the most critical moment. Outside the office, footsteps kept coming. The guards were running inside the center, searching the offices one by one. This must be aimed at Wensi. Wensi made a public report somewhere unknown. The first reaction of the people in the kingdom of God must be to cut off the network to stop the speech, but they found that they could not cut off the network in a short time, so they were all looking for Wensi's exact whereabouts. Xiejiazu put away his cynical expression, and he had a guess in his heart. Wensi's investigation report might be the one that Cheng Mafei investigated back then. He tightened his hands on the table, and Cheng Mafei died because of this. On the screen, Wensi listed all his evidence and inferences in detail. From the mechanical oceanarium to the anthill, from the anthill to the deserted village, from the deserted village to the unnatural human incident that broke out in the last cleaning center. Wensi guaranteed everyone's right to know. Area 103 has already seen a highly polluted environment, and the gap with the outside of the wall is gradually narrowing. Wensi, unnatural humans have invaded the high wall. They can expand their own pollution areas anytime and anywhere, and they can live in a world with high pollution concentrations. In their eyes, ordinary people are lower-level humans, and they are the highest level of evolution. Wensi sat in a closed office. There was no audience in front of her, only a white wall. The object of Wensi's report was such a white wall. The Federation has never publicized pollution, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Today I can say very clearly. Wensi, yes, they exist. Not only do they exist, but they are right under our feet. For a long time, we have been living above pollutants. You may think I am exaggerating, or you may think I have no idea. I can say from my own experience that it is definitely more terrifying than you think. Wensi paused. She was in a narrow room, facing a white wall, and it seemed like she was facing millions of people. This discovery proves that the high wall plan is useless. The human gene screening plan is useless. Wensi's tone was very steady, but her words were extremely cruel. She denied the efforts of mankind in just a few words. The people in front of the screen stopped talking, and everyone fell into a strange silence. Wensi didn't want to admit it, but this was the reality. She continued, first-class citizens enjoy privileges, fifth-class citizens wait to die in the garbage dump, and resources are supplied upward in large quantities. We have always felt that this is a necessary sacrifice. We expect first-class citizens to lead us through the dark ages, and find a way to purify the world. Today I can clearly tell you that the sacrifices of other fourth-class citizens are meaningless. 80 years of sacrifice, 80 years of suffering, 80 years of forbearance, are meaningless. Wensi repeated. The first district has abandoned us, the first-class citizens have left, the port is about to close, the garrison has completely evacuated, and only we are left. I know you want to ask, I have said so much, and now that things have come to this, what suggestions do you have? My profession is an investigator. In theory, I should only issue an investigation report, but today I want to say that if you have money and a pass, please leave immediately, it is not safe here. Ordinary people are not warriors. Their priority should be to protect their own lives and the lives of their families. Wensi made a public report before the port was closed to buy them time to escape. If you can't leave, an emergency escape manual will be sent to all residents in the district later. Please follow the instructions on it to take emergency shelter. Wensi stopped talking here, and she stopped for a long time. I think you have clearly realized that this is not an ordinary pollution incident, this is a war. If we regard District 103 as an independent pollution area, we have only two ways to deal with it. The first is to kill the pollution source, and the second is to violently flatten it. With the current reserves of all hot weapons in the 103 District Clean Center, including the Wall Self-Defense Program, the possibility of violent demolition is very low. The use of hot weapons is too risky and may stimulate pollutants, causing a surge in pollution concentration and accelerating the rate of pollution. We still have one option left, which is to find the source of pollution and then kill it. This is all our hope. Wincy. Since humans entered the new century, we have been fighting against pollutants for 80 years in history. In this war between humans and pollutants, we have been losing land, compatriots, and loved ones. We have never won. This time, we want to take back the land from the hands of pollutants. Once, we wanted to make the garbage city a pure land. This time, we want to reshape the unfair rules. This is a war, not a war within humanity, but a war between us and pollutants. No matter who you are, a first-class citizen or a fifth-class citizen, a natural person or an unnatural human, as long as you want to end pollution, we are a natural united front. I will stay. Wincy raised his eyes firm. I don't know who else will stay, but I know I won't be the only one. I am Wincy. The end is coming. I will be with you. Click. Countless screens went out, and while everyone was shocked, Wincy's face had disappeared. The public report ended, and this is the whole truth. Immediately afterwards, everyone's subbrain received the same message, and the Public Pollution Emergency Shelter Code was scrolling on the public screen. For a long time, the Federation never promoted pollution, and the residents of District 103 only vaguely sensed the existence of pollutants. Most people will not encounter it, and a small number of people will die if they encounter it. Some urban legends are circulating on the internet, and few people have seen pollutants on a large scale. In the past, as long as they turned a blind eye and did not think about it, ordinary people could still live a good life. But now, the invisible window paper has been pierced, and they have received the refuge code. Some people opened it with trembling, and they must learn to face the polluted world. 1. If you have a pass, please leave before the port closes at 6 p.m. today. 2. If you don't have a pass, please go to the nearest refuge and anti-pollution fortress. 3. If you can't leave your home, please follow the following rules. 1. Prepare supplies, protective clothing, mental healing agents, strong healing agents, clean water and nutrients. 2. Please close the door tightly, and don't open it no matter who knocks. 3. If you hear a cry for help, please don't ignore it, and don't call the relevant departments to inform them. Please ignore it. 4. Please determine the number of family members in advance. If there is one more person or one less person, please don't make any extreme actions, and everything will be normal. 5. When you are alone at home and hear someone talking, do not respond. 6. When you find that your body has any kind of abnormality, inject the mental healing agent immediately if you have it. If you don't have it, please don't panic, try to keep your emotions stable and postpone contamination. 7. When you live with others and find that you or your companions are on the verge of mental collapse, please isolate yourself to avoid infection. For a time, the 103 area fell into chaos. Most people rushed to the port desperately. The highway was jammed, and the traffic was directly paralyzed. All the necessary supplies in the store were sold out, and other things were sold at sky-high prices. Someone was frantically refreshing the secondary brain, trying to get the qualification certificate of the nearest refuge and pollution prevention center. The network was paralyzed, and many people's messages could not be sent out at all. Area 103 fell into unprecedented chaos and disorder. Everything Wincy said before came true, and the real dark age was about to come. Bang! When Wincy closed the public report, someone broke in. Team leader The leading man said, "Come with us." Wincy was exhausted after finishing the public report. She was a little weak, but she didn't let herself look a little flustered at this time. She gathered the hair on her right ear, stretched out her hand calmly, and a pair of shackles were buckled on her wrists. Wincy was arrested for endangering human safety. She was just at the 340th floor, very close to the top floor. This was also the highest position she could climb to. Looking out from here, the sun was bright. Wincy was taken downstairs. People were staring at her wherever she passed. Everyone just looked at her, but no one spoke. Wincy only had one eye left, but she had always been good at discerning other people's thoughts from their eyes. Countless eyes fell on her, with complicated expressions, some sympathetic, some confused, some admiring, some puzzled, some surprised. The elevator went down, and she was taken to the 29th floor of the basement. This is the cage for high-risk people. Wensi had personally sent several people in. The surviving outsider investigator was on the 30th floor underground. Wensi was locked in a room without doors or windows. The room was only 1 meter long and wide, like a vertical coffin, and people could not lie down inside. If you stand for a long time, you will feel your legs go numb. The pain of the limbs is not as bad as the psychological depression. People who are detained for a long time will go crazy. Wensi's hands are shackled, and her back is against the wall. From the monitoring angle, you can see a woman in a water-green suit, with her hair tied up behind her head and messy hair falling down. She has a black eye mask on her right eye, which makes her look more mysterious. Wensi forgot how long she had been standing. She has always been the one who interrogated others. This is the first time she has stood in this position, so she tasted it carefully. Team leader Hua. A man's voice came. Wensi couldn't see the other person's face. Judging from the voice, it sounded very familiar. It should also be surnamed Hua. You endangered human public safety. Wensi didn't say anything. People who interrogate others all the year round will not be scared by this. Human public safety? What an interesting crime. Why do you do this? The man said, someone should help you. You can't control the network by yourself. Who is helping you? Wensi at least needs a technician. Someone in the technical department is helping her. What are you going to do? What are your plans next? Wensi still kept silent. Wensi. The interrogator's attitude obviously slowed down. You are the pride of the family. Wensi is the youngest senior executive. She represents infinite possibilities. She should spontaneously safeguard the interests of the family, and also maintain the deformed order. She is an absolute beneficiary of the existing system. Why should she do something that is not good for herself? No matter what the interrogator asked next, Wensi did not speak. In the end, the other party was helpless. Wensi was not an ordinary person. She knew all the interrogation techniques, and her ability was very rare. The Hua family would not easily execute her. Do you have anything to say to the Hua family? I can convey it for you. Wensi blinked her drooping eyelashes, raised her eyes, looked at the blank space in front of her, and slowly said, the core founders of the Clean Center are 8 people, one of whom is Hulianyu. The founding concept of the Clean Center is to eliminate all pollution and purify the world. She did not answer the interrogator's question, but she stated the concept of the Clean Center. We take eliminating pollution first, and we take purifying the world as our highest goal. Wensi grew up with this kind of education. She often couldn't understand why people would suddenly wake up in the process of growing up, and feel that their previous beliefs were naive. From then on, she changed her role, and did things that she despised. Wensi didn't understand, so she couldn't do it. If she was given countless choices, she would still go this way. You can call her idealistic, or you can call her ungrateful, but she wants to try. She once promised to form an alliance with Zhu Ning, and once they formed an alliance, she would never betray him. Wensi looked over with one eye and smiled faintly. How long do you think you can hold on? How long can other human survivors' bases hold on? How long can the kingdom of God hold on? Not to mention the distant future, how long can the 103 district cleaning center maintain its current rule? How long can this cage hold on? Wensi said that it's time to turn off the lights, the dark age is coming, and everyone is the same in the chaos. We are all ants. Honorable Queen Store. Wensi's face disappeared from the screen. Zhu Ning's first reaction was that Wensi was in danger. Her remarks were almost like poking a first-class citizen's lung. Zhu Ning had thought a lot, but she didn't expect Wensi to use the most ruthless trick, leaving no way out for herself. From then on, she was equivalent to breaking off relations with the kingdom of God. A car stopped at the door of the Honorable Queen Store. When Zhuanglin pushed open the door, the people in the house immediately went into a defensive state, and Xin Xingqi raised his gun. Zhuanglin should have run over, and he didn't even have time to explain in detail. He simply said, Zhu Ning, take your weapon and follow me. We talk on the way. Zhuanglin's presence here means that there is no one guarding Wensi. She may need to act separately, and this decision was made in a hurry, but the deployment was very organized, and the plan could continue even if Wensi got into trouble. Wensi wanted Zhu Ning to enter the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Foundation at this time. Zhu Ning did not question or even ask any questions. She was ready, had put on her protective suit, and had checked her weapons and equipment. The situation was urgent, and the farewell seemed very hasty. Zhu Ning, I wanted to send you off at 3 p.m., but now there is no chance. Get out of here, you hear me? Xin Xingqiu put down his gun and wanted to refute but couldn't. Zhu Ning warned, I will confirm where you are. Don't cheat me. Zhu Ning hugged everyone one by one, Xin Xingxiao, Yi Fei, Lin Xiufeng, and the last one was Song Zhizhong. When it was Song Zhizhong's turn, Zhu Ning hesitated for a moment, probably because he had something to say. Song Zhizhong thought Zhu Ning would not hug him, at most shaking hands with him, but she hugged him without hesitation. The protective suit Zhu Ning was wearing had a cold metallic smell, which was a bit uncomfortable. The hug was very brief, the most intimate thing they had ever done. Zhu Ning whispered in his ear, "Take good care of Xiufeng." Zhu Ning left without even looking at the expressions of the people behind him, and got into Zhuang Lin's car with his equipment. Chapter 195. Zhu Ning had not gone out since she read the first generation's will. This was her first time going out, and she realized how chaotic it was outside. The flying car was suspended in the air. The highway was seriously congested. There were many traffic accidents. Some people got off the car and cursed. The road to the port was blocked. The billboards were all red slogans. District 103 has entered a wartime state. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. The roadside advertisements were playing the public infection emergency shelter code in a loop. Before Zhuang Lin's flying car started, a beggar suddenly rushed over and smashed the brick in his hand on the car with a bang. The car was covered with scars. After the flying car started, it swayed in the air. Zhu Ning looked out of the car window and happened to see a woman holding a baby on the nearby highway, asking someone to take the child away. It was cold recently, and the woman and the baby's faces were frozen purple. Zhu Ning had seen similar scenes in the zombie world. The eve of the end of each world was extremely similar. Ordinary people will experience catastrophes next. Zhu Ning still has some ability to survive in extreme environments, but the baby has no ability to protect himself. Zhu Ning felt like a stone was pressing on her heart. She looked away and asked, "What happened to Wensi?" Zhuang Lin, the team leader, was arrested. Before Zhu Ning could reply, Zhuang Lin comforted her, "Don't worry about her. She will live longer than us." Wensi is not the same type of person as Zhu Ning. People like her have their own way of living. Zhu Ning asked, "What about the cleaning center?" "It's in chaos." Zhuang Lin said, "It's more chaotic than you think. It's almost out of control now. All the rules are about to become invalid. Now the cleaning center is in a state of war, Xianxin controls the Demon Hunter team, and the headquarters is about to lose control of the 103rd District Branch. The more chaotic Wensi is, the safer it is. The center has entered a wartime state, and all weapons and human-machine joint devices are locked." Zhu Ning can understand that if weapons are distributed directly in such a chaotic situation, the situation will definitely be a fight between the two. And if someone contacts Prometheus at this time, it will be a disaster to become a puppet of artificial intelligence. The center is divided into two factions. Everyone is not optimistic about finding the source of pollution, and a considerable number of people tend to violently bulldoze it. Demon hunters have the habit of violently bulldozing when they usually work. For them, if the source of pollution is found incorrectly, the 103th district will be wiped out, and it is too mysterious. What if they find the wrong source? But bulldozing with hot weapons is visible and tangible. Zhu Ning, didn't Wensi say that the existing hot weapons reserves are not enough? Zhuang Lin, the central one is not enough, but District 103 has a natural advantage. There is an incinerator in the garbage dump. Zhu Ning was stunned. At this time, the flying car was just in the air. District 103 could see a corner of the garbage dump from any angle. There was a huge abandoned robot there. The robot was sitting like a tall building, blocking the sky. The incinerator was burning and emitting a puff of black smoke. Zhu Ning remembered that it was a retired city defense robot. If all the robots in the garbage dump stood up, it would be at least an army. Zhu Ning could imagine that scene, a huge robot walking in the human city, destroying all the buildings wherever it passed. Who will control it? Zhu Ning asked a key question. If such a large weapon is activated, who will control it? Zhuang Lin, Prometheus. It was indeed him. The first generation machine told Zhu Ning not to trust Prometheus. She has not communicated with Prometheus privately so far. Her intuition told her that it was dangerous to give control to Prometheus at this time. Zhu Ning, if the thermal weapon fails to flatten, will it accelerate the destruction? It will definitely. Zhuang Lin insisted, so we have to be faster than them. Zhu Ning heard that there are now two factions in the cleaning center, the violent flattening faction and the pollution source elimination faction. Both methods have disadvantages. Zhu Ning had better solve it before they use the city defense robot. The road conditions are complicated, and Zhuang Lin needs to constantly avoid the reverse traffic. The team leader has deployed everything before entering. Your teammates are all selected by her. There are 5 people in total, including you. Wincy can judge who can be trusted, and it is more suitable to be a teammate with Zhu Ning at this time. Zhu Ning, her ability has been restored? Good news, the team leader has been restored, and is stronger than before. Bad news. Lin, the team leader has been alienated. Alienation? Zhu Ning was a little confused when she heard these 2 words. What is alienation? The first generation Zhu Ning said that the key to her breakthrough lies in devouring and alienation. Lin, when she left your house yesterday, her injured eye was alienated. Lin recalled that time and seemed to feel the trembling again. He had looked into the eyes of the devil. Lin simply narrated what he saw and heard, without adding any personal feelings, so as not to infect Zhu Ning's judgment. Zhu Ning has been frowning. So Wincy's right eye is a blood-red vortex? Zhu Ning, wait, can you explain what alienation is first? Lin was a little surprised that Zhu Ning didn't understand this, and explained, take team leader Hua as an example. She was a first-class citizen before she awakened her superpowers. He explained while driving. After awakening her talent, she became a 6th-class citizen and needs to be registered to avoid endangering public safety. Do you understand so far? Zhu Ning nodded. Lin, 6th-class citizens have always been regarded as pollutants to maintain their sanity. They can pass most inspections and not be discovered by humans. If 6th-class citizens want to hide themselves, they can do it. So Xianqing tried to ask the research department to check whether Zhu Ning is a metal-type superpower, but it was impossible to measure it. Zhu Ning always felt that 6th-class citizens are very similar to non-natural humans. Lin, so-called alienation means that the 6th-class citizens cannot maintain their rationality, or the infection spreads. In short, they have somatic reactions. Just like depression, the mood is low at the beginning, and moderate or severe physical reactions will occur to varying degrees, such as headaches, backaches, or stomachaches. For people who are contaminated, alienation means growing tentacles and growing another eye. In human terms, Wincy is infected and looks like a monster to the naked eye. Zhu Ning asked, is she okay? Lin gritted his teeth. Zhu Ning needed some good news to boost morale, but he couldn't say it. Wincy asked Lin to tell Zhu Ning about his situation truthfully. They are comrades in arms, and must understand each other thoroughly. Lin, in theory, in this case, she should enter the medical procedure urgently and consult with anti-pollution experts. She may be 1 step away from complete collapse. Wincy was wearing an eye patch, so no one knew that she had been alienated when she made a public speech. She remained calm enough in front of the camera from beginning to end. And now she cannot get any treatment, and is being held in the basement of the cleaning center. The situation is even worse. She is isolated and helpless, and Lin, who she trusts the most, has been transferred away by her. Zhu Ning clenched his fist on his knees. Lin said, no one knows what the subsequent reaction will be. It's too uncertain. Alienation is rare in the first place. Wincy did not tell Lin how she felt, so Lin could only guess. Lin looked at Wincy's right eye, and it seemed that I was a separate living thing, just living in Wincy's body, and one day it would devour the host. Zhu Ning could only think positively. Did the first-generation machine activate her alienation to cause her to become infected physically? How was it infected? Lin stopped the car. This was already the entrance of the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. Because everyone was trying to escape, there were not many people around. Zhu Ning knew that she should get off the car when she reached her destination, but Lin closed the door. Miss Zhu. Lin did not open the door. The team leader asked me to tell you something. You will enter the contaminated area next. It will be like entering another world. A few hours will feel like a lifetime. But no matter what you see, please remember my alliance with you. When Lin said this, it seemed as if Wincy had told her in person in the back seat. Wincy's mission was to withstand pressure from all sides, and Zhu Ning's mission was to find the truth. Zhu Ning must find clues about the source of the pollution. With a click, Lin unlocked the vehicle, Zhu Ning put on a helmet, and he and Zhu Ning got off the car together. The venue for the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation event is actually a hotel. This is Zhu Ning's second visit to this place. The last time he came, it was very lively. When Zhu Ning was watching a speech, someone passed a flyer to him asking if he wanted to participate in the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical experiment. In just 2 months, the entrance has become so deserted, as if it has not been open for a long time. In broad daylight, I don't know why this building looks a bit weird. A cordon was opened at the entrance, for cars were parked next to it, and there were several staff members outside. The technical department had just surveyed. These should be the few people that Huwensi can still call. Assistant Zhuang. The technician saw Zhu Ning and did not ask any questions. When we came, a contaminated area had already formed inside. Zhuang Lin asked, "What is the pollution concentration?" 270%. The technician said, S-level contaminated area. If it exceeds 290%, it is S+. They are professional technicians, and their accuracy is higher than Zhu Ning's helmet detection. S-level, similar to the company that could not escape. If this building is a contaminated area, then this pollution concentration is normal. Because of the recent chaos and the commercial districts nearby, most civilians have evacuated on their own initiative, so there is no need to evacuate the crowd. Zhuang Lin, when was the contaminated area formed? Technician, I guess it was early this morning. The nearby monitoring showed that the pollution concentration suddenly increased at 2 a.m. today, and then it increased all the way, but it was too chaotic. After the technical department reported it, no one came to survey. Recently, the cleaning center is in a semi-paralyzed state and can hardly operate. If they hadn't come here, no one would have noticed it. Zhuang Lin and Zhu Ning both felt that something was wrong. This place was temporarily detonated by someone. Yes, this is obviously a trap. But in other words, there may really be clues in it, so they have gone to such great lengths to cover it up. Zhuang Lin did not hesitate too much, and turned to Zhu Ning and said, "Before explaining the specific situation to you, let me introduce you to your teammates." Zhu Ning had already seen 3 people wearing Demon Hunter protective suits. One of them looked very familiar from his figure, and his height of 180 centimeters was particularly conspicuous. "Hi." Chu Ling greeted Zhu Ning. Next to Chu Ling was Chao Wei, who said stiffly, "Long time no see." They were the only 2 survivors of the Grey Eagle team, and 3 teammates of the Grey Eagle team had died. At this juncture, the Grey Eagle team was the only one willing to team up with Zhu Ning, the demon. Standing on the right of Chu Ling was a thin man with a helmet that Zhu Ning could not recognize. He took the initiative to greet Zhu Ning. "Hello?" It turned out to be Dr. Fu, the one who had been treating Zhu Ning, and said that her skull looked beautiful. Zhu Ning remembered that this doctor was a bit perverted and a bit cowardly. As a member of the medical department, wouldn't he die if he entered the S-level contaminated area? Zhuang Lin, you need a professional who understands contaminants. There may be traces of strange creatures inside, and they will miss key clues if they don't bring professionals. Now there is a shortage of manpower, and Dr. Fu is the only doctor willing to participate in this operation. Dr. Fu looks very nervous, and probably hasn't experienced such a big scene. Zhu Ning greeted them. Zhu Ning is very familiar with people, and has a good relationship with Chu Ling. As they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. She appeared quietly, like a clever black cat. Zhu Ning recognized this person without introduction. She was a little surprised, but not that surprised. Su Meng is here. Su Meng will not miss any opportunity to investigate Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. At that time, she was attending a lecture at the Foundation, and was temporarily transferred because of the mechanical aquarium incident. Fate has come back to the starting point. Zhu Ning and Su Meng missed it at that time, and they have the opportunity to make up for it again. Chapter 196. Zhu Ning saw Su Meng and hugged her, asking, "How are you?" Su Meng patted Zhu Ning on the back. "I'm fine, no problem participating in the mission." Zhu Ning was a little worried that Su Meng would be too stubborn. If her injury was not healed, it would be too dangerous to enter the contaminated area. She thought Su Meng was a little weird before they met, but after they met, she found that she was no different from before. "Su Meng, have you contacted Li Nianchuan?" This time, just like the mechanical aquarium incident, the 3-person team of the cleaning team A70265 is still short of 1 person. Zhu Ning, no contact, I let him go a few days ago. Zhu Ning was too busy to care about Li Nianchuan. If Li Nianchuan listened to the advice and bought the pass 2 days ago, he should have left Area 103 by now. After all, the pass was not so popular at that time, and the port was not in chaos. Su Meng, I'm still waiting for him to open a fish restaurant. Zhu Ning wanted to say that they would go to Li Nianchuan's place to eat fish after the meeting, but she felt like a flag when she said it, so she said nothing. Their hug was very short. It was just a casual chat. Su Meng quickly let go. At the moment of separation, she shook Zhu Ning's palm. There was a hard object in Zhu Ning's palm, a very flat box, and Zhu Ning recognized it immediately. "Is this a human-machine joint device?" Zhu Ning asked Su Meng to find one for her before, and Su Meng found it only 2 days later. They didn't talk much about it. Zhu Ning quietly put away the human-machine joint device. She did have something to ask Prometheus. Zhuang Lin clicked on his tablet, quickly browsed the report sent to him by the technical department, and said, "Now that everyone is here, I will tell you about the situation here." Zhuang Lin glanced at the 5-member team in front of him. When the cleaning center was in turmoil, they entered the contaminated area, which was equivalent to entering another world. Zhu Ning stood in front of Zhuang Lin, and always had the illusion that he was listening to Fan Ying's report on the mechanical aquarium incident. "Zhuang Lin, the building you are about to enter was originally called Jinxiu International Hotel." Zhu Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard the name. What a retro name, half Chinese and half foreign. It sounds like a product of the last century. Sure enough, Zhuang Lin continued, this building has a history of 106 years. It existed before the High Wall project was launched. It can be said that this building has witnessed the history of District 103. The hotel has changed hands many times. This old hotel is rich in strange events. There are 400 official missing cases alone. Chao Wei sneered, haunted house? Almost, Zhuang Lin. Of course, in our opinion, it may be a pollution incident. It's just that there are 400 official registered cases, and there may be more unregistered. Zhu Ning felt something was wrong. If this place was haunted for so long, how could it not be noticed by the cleaning center? Zhu Ning asked, most of the dead are 5th-class citizens? She remembered that when she came last time, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical was trying to find defective products. Zhuang Lin nodded, 300 are defective products, and the rest are 3rd and 4th-class citizens. Sure enough, if a 1st-class citizen disappeared, this hotel would have been wiped out by now. Are those people really missing? What are they doing with the defective products? What does it have to do with the descent of God? Because of the many reports, the cleaning center sent people to check several times, but no pollutants were detected. It was very quiet inside. Su Meng asked, isn't it a pollution incident? Zhuang Lin shook his head, I don't know. Some things can fool the detection equipment. After all, it is in the city center with a dense population. Later, the cleaning center only set up several pollution concentration monitoring instruments nearby. As long as the pollution concentration exceeds the standard, the technical department can receive an alarm immediately. The alarm has never sounded. It has remained normal for so many years until now. This seemingly pollution-free hotel suddenly began to fluctuate in pollution concentration and directly reached 270%. Zhuang Lin continued to tell the history of the hotel. Later, because of the big fuss, the hotel's business became worse and worse. The former owner went bankrupt and liquidated. The hotel was auctioned off. The Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation bought it at an exaggeratedly high price. Many people don't understand why they spent a lot of money to buy a building with low commercial value. Zhuang Lin didn't say how much the price was. Zhu Ning guessed that there should be a lot of zeros behind it. Zhuang Lin. Later it was renamed New Century Hotel. Yongsheng often held some official activities here. The activities looked very clean, and there was nothing suspicious. Later, the hotel rooms were used by people from the foundation, which was equivalent to a foothold for them. Zhu Ning knew that she had come here before. Someone gave a passionate speech there, such as defective products stand up. The content of the speech sounded particularly like mental pollution, which was far worse than Ho Wenxi's public speech. Zhu Ning suddenly thought, if she had not been called away to participate in the aquarium mission that day, she would have stayed to participate in all the activities. Would she have been arranged to stay in the hotel that day? Since Yongsheng Pharmaceutical took over, it has been extremely clean on the surface. The cleaning center has no reason to enter and investigate, so we know nothing about the internal situation. Zhuang Lin said, until today, the pollution alarm was triggered. Our people rushed over. First, we detected the pollution concentration. Second, the reconnaissance plane we sent in disappeared and no report was returned. The technical department is more professional. They can send out machines to survey before entering, but the machines sent out this time have not returned. Chu Ling, so we don't know what's going on inside. Zhuang Lin nodded, you can say that. Last time in the mechanical aquarium incident, they got the internal monitoring and detailed survey of the technical department. But this time, they know nothing, and they don't even know how many pollution sources there are inside. Zhuang Lin, for so many years, there has been no news. There was a reporter named Wen Qianghong who went in to investigate, but he also disappeared. There are investigative reporters in this world, and they are investigating the truth of the death of low-level people. Zhuang Lin, it may be very chaotic inside. There are pollutants, humans who have just been polluted, and there may be living people. Your task is to find clues, and everything else is not considered. It means that if you see survivors, You don't have to rescue them. That's not their mission goal. Xuanlin, there are only two known methods for the temporary generation of S-level contaminated areas. The first is that non-natural humans open their own contaminated areas, and the person who detonates the detonator has at least an S-level mental value. Xuanlin paused here and said, you can think of it as Zhu Ning losing control and generating a contaminated area. Zhu Ning, Zhu Ning is the only S-level mental value in Area 103, so this is indeed the case by analogy. Xuanlin continued, the second is similar to Lin Xiaofeng's situation. They let a person collapse and accurately detonate to form contamination. Zhu Ning was uncomfortable when he heard Lin Xiaofeng's name, and had to admit that this possibility was also very high. Xuanlin, this is all we know. The rest depends on you. There is an 80% chance that it is a trap, and the survival rate may not be high. None of the 5 people present spoke. Since they accepted this task, they were mentally prepared to die. Xuanlin, you are a temporary team, but you have worked together before, so you have some foundation. The person in charge of this operation is Zhu Ning. Others have no objection. Zhu Ning is the most suitable to be the captain. She led the team in the mechanical oceanarium. Zhu Ning. Xuanlin, next, there is something you need to decide. Will the human-machine joint device be used in this event? Reminder, letting Prometheus intervene can ensure the safety of your communication channel, but the procedure for using the human-machine joint device must be made public. In order to prevent someone from privately contacting Prometheus, the official process must be used under the supervision of the technical department. If used, it is equivalent to directly publicizing the task process. Their pictures will be transmitted to the large screen of the technical department, and everyone can see it. Zhu Ning, I thought this was a secret mission. If the camera is open, and all permissions are enabled, Zhu Ning herself cannot hide when entering the S-level contaminated area. She must use her ability. This mission will become a performance-open competition. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhu Ning can easily get into trouble. But Huowenzi asked Zhu Ning to choose. Zhu Ning asked, is this what Huowenzi meant? Xuanlin, yes. Zhu Ning thought for a while and asked, is it good for Huowenzi's situation? Maybe. Xuanlin, team leader Hua asked you to decide. Sure enough, if Huowenzi had considered making it public, this incident might help Huowenzi himself. Huowenzi's ability is intuition, and she has some considerations that Zhu Ning could not think of. Now Huowenzi herself is imprisoned, and this mission is a kind of bargaining chip, which can allow her commander to regain the initiative in the chaotic situation. Su Ming has not spoken, but at this time she couldn't help but speak, Zhu Ning. Su Ming has found a device for Zhu Ning. If she wants to talk to Prometheus, Zhu Ning doesn't have to agree. Zhu Ning, I accept it. It's not good for Zhu Ning, but it's good for Huowenzi. She can accept it. Xuanlin didn't expect Zhu Ning to agree so quickly. Zhu Ning is now like walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff, and now she is going to expose all her cards. Su Ming asked in a low voice, are you looking for death? Su Ming didn't understand the friendship between Zhu Ning and Huowenzi, but felt that Zhu Ning was too optimistic about her situation. Even if she came out of the contaminated area alive, she might face suspicion and hunting in the future. Zhu Ning asked, do you mind? Su Ming, I don't, but you? Zhu Ning, it's only a few days. Even if you die sooner or later, you will die. Zhu Ning has always been very open-minded about this. Su Ming had nothing to say and asked, who is the highest action leader? Su Ming asked a very critical question. If Prometheus is connected, the person in charge can order the artificial intelligence to take over the body when necessary. The highest person in charge last time was Xianqing, which means that their lives will be held in Xianqing's hands. Who is the person in charge this time? Xuanlin. In theory, it is Team Leader Hua, but Team Leader Hua cannot exercise it now. This time Prometheus only got the right of supervision, not the right of command. You are the highest person in charge, and you can decide for yourself whether to hand over the control. It is a relatively free choice. Xuanlin distributed the human-machine joint device. This thing is specially registered, and each one is extremely valuable. Zhu Ning had always wanted it before, but couldn't find a way to get it. Now he has 2 at once, one in his pocket and one in his hand. It is also a black velvet box, with Zhu Ning's name and employee number written on the back of the box. The blue ring lies in the box, and the tiny hyphae on the back are wriggling, as if they can't wait to pierce someone's brain and control the nerves. The first generation Zhu Ning once used a second-hand device, which almost made him insane. This should be Zhu Ning's 3rd time using Prometheus. No matter how many times he uses it, he is not used to it. It is too close to the human brain, especially this thing may be a pollutant. Zhu Ning picked. She took off her helmet and put the blue ring on her temple. The soft hyphae attached to the surface skin of her temple, and then the snow-white hyphae pierced in. Buzz, she connected with something, and her brain suddenly trembled. But the tremor disappeared quickly, as if someone had tapped a tall glass with a fork. This time her response was very gentle, probably because Prometheus did not try to control the nerves. Voice package implantation completed. The identity of the cleaner Zhu Ning has been confirmed. I am the Inspector Prometheus of this time, dedicated to serving you. Zhu Ning heard the cold and low voice of Prometheus. It was a magical scene. This artificial intelligence assisted Zhu Ning in completing the restart, just like the fire thief stealing the fire, but the relationship between them was not like that of allies. Zhu Ning still remembers that the first generation said not to trust him. What is Prometheus's motive? It can't be that he really stole the fire for mankind. He dares to call himself a fire thief, but Zhu Ning doesn't dare to call himself a fire thief. I only obtained the monitoring power for this mission, and only ensured the security of communication. Before the superior's order was issued, I had no authority to take over the body of any employee. The pollution area has a high concentration of pollution, up to 270%, and the cause of pollution is unknown. After evaluation by the technical department, it was determined to be an S-level pollution area with an area of 50,000 cubic meters. Due to the low amount of information, it is impossible to calculate the accurate mortality rate. Next, I will enter the monitoring state. I wish you all good luck. Next, Prometheus didn't say anything and honestly entered the monitoring state. Zhu Ning moved his neck and adapted to the other party in his brain. This time the system didn't seem to have any special reaction. Zhu Ning put on the helmet. She knew that her camera had been synchronized out, and the entire cleaning center technical department could see it. Everyone sorted out their equipment. This time, it was a combination of 4 demon hunters and a doctor. Zhu Ning took the lead, and she made a gesture, meaning that she was ready. Xuanlin nodded. I'm always here. If Wensi is not here, Xuanlin will cover for Zhu Ning, and he will keep his promise. Zhu Ning believes him. The logistics staff opened the door, and watched them enter the hotel. Zhu Ning was the first one to enter. She came once 2 months ago. At that time, the hotel was still clean. Now it is dead silent inside, as if it has been abandoned for many years, and there are broken glass and dust on the ground. The weirdest thing is that there are brown bloodstains on the wall, and many old bloodstains on the floor. There are many clocks hanging on the check-in area in the lobby. In Zhu Ning's era, they were usually world clocks, pointing to different times in each time zone. In this world, the time zones that should point to different survivor bases, but now all the clocks point to the number 4. I don't know if it is 4 o'clock in the morning, or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are gray and black lines inside the hotel lobby, which is the background color of the polluted area. As soon as Zhu Ning came in, the system mechanism was triggered. Ding, you have started the side quest, New Century Hotel. The mission goal has successfully purified the area, and the current purification progress is 0%. Please keep up the good work. The system issued her a task, and the side quest has not been selected, so she can only passively accept it. There is no one in the hotel lobby. There are only a few uninvited guests in the entire building. It may be that the polluted area has not been fully activated. Chu Ling was holding a gun in her hand. She had just stepped on a piece of broken glass and asked, "It just became a contaminated area this morning. Why does it look so old?" "Chao Wei, I can't imagine what's in it." "Hey Captain, what do we do next?" Zhu Ning didn't answer this question, but asked first, "Why did you participate in the mission?" This was not an official dispatch, but a voluntary registration. Zhu Ning wanted to know what happened to these people. "Chao Wei, if a teammate died, we have to find out why he died, right?" Chu Ling, same. Although I don't know what the Resurrection Society is going to do, the Grey Eagle team has a grudge against them. Chao Wei and Chu Ling just attended the funeral of their teammate. Wensi said that the end of the world is coming, and this shitty District 103 will be destroyed in 5 days. Their teammates died inexplicably, just because of a word from Bao Weiming. Even if Chu Ling and Chao Wei died here today, it would be worth it as long as they knew the truth. Zhu Ning's first reaction after hearing this was to go see Su Ming. The relationship between the Demon Hunter team was like that of family members, and Su Ming should have come for the same reason. After Chu Ling finished speaking, it was Su Ming's turn. She said, "I was a Demon Hunter before." Zhu Ning had already made this operation public. At this point, Su Ming's identity could not be concealed for long. Chu Ling and Chao Wei looked at her together. No wonder their team of cleaners was so unusual, hiding two big guys. It turned out that only Li Nianchuan was a real cleaner. Su Ming's next words surprised Zhu Ning a little. Su Ming slowly said, "A colleague of mine died while investigating Yongsheng Pharmaceutical." Chu Ling and Chao Wei were both stunned, and then expressed their understanding. Su Ming's purpose of coming in was the same as that of the Grey Eagle team. Chu Ling even patted Su Ming's shoulder, which was a kind of comfort. Zhu Ning immediately realized that Su Ming's words were not meant for them. If she wanted to fool them, it would be easy. Su Ming said this slowly in front of the camera, just for the center to hear, or in other words, for Cheng Mafei's superiors to hear. They have reached the point of tearing each other apart. Su Ming, this is the location of his mission investigation. This time Zhu Ning frowned. Cheng Mafei had been here before? Are they following Cheng Mafei's old path? That's right, Cheng Mafei is undercover in Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. In the entire 103 area, the Foundation is the most suspicious. Zhu Ning guessed that Su Ming had remembered the password and had read the remaining half of the report, but she didn't share it with him. Why? Because the content inside is not good for Zhu Ning. Or it is not suitable for Zhu Ning to read? Zhu Ning asked Su Ming to open the bracelet and tell her the content. There was no time limit, and Su Ming was told to share it as soon as possible. Su Ming could hide it for a few more days if she wanted to. Zhu Ning did not feel betrayed. If she and Cheng Mafei were placed in front of Su Ming, Cheng Mafei would be the first choice. Zhu Ning had lost interest in Cheng Mafei's investigation report, thinking it was the same with or without it, but seeing Su Ming's reaction, she became interested. Unfortunately, she could not ask under the camera, and could only wait for the task to end. Su Ming's words were too explosive, and no one responded. Su Ming asked, "What about Dr. Fu?" Everyone explained the purpose of their visit, only Dr. Fu had not said it yet. Dr. Fu was a little nervous. He had never been used to wearing protective clothing. He wanted to wipe the sweat, but he only touched the helmet when he raised his hand. "Dr. Fu, I want to know how the pollutants are awakened." Zhu Ning followed up by asking, "Do you have any guesses?" "I guess." Dr. Fu was not sure of his guess. The pollutants underground are so large and have been very quiet. This kind of thing is either sleeping or unconscious. It does not necessarily have wisdom and spirit. Hua Wincy did not make public the video footage of the investigation team outside the wall, fearing that it would cause secondary pollution. Dr. Fu only speculated from Hua Wincy's description. It is a monster. It is not the same species as humans. Dr. Fu is most familiar with Zhu Ning, and he always looks at Zhu Ning when talking. Our world is built on the basis of spiritual value. I guess if they want to achieve the so-called God's descent, they must start with spiritual value. If the source of pollution wants to become a source of pollution, it must have a mental breakdown or have some strong emotions. How can a monster without intelligence have such a broken heart? Chao Wei was curious when he heard this. "You mean they created a pollution source here?" "Dr. Fu, I don't know, I have no evidence, I'm too curious." Since the news of the unnatural human was revealed, Dr. Fu has been following up. He first thought of the foreign object in Zhu Ning's brain. Later, when Hua Wincy said that there was a huge pollutant underground, his curiosity was pulled to the peak. If he could solve this secret, it would be worth dying. Zhu Ning listened quietly, and her thoughts were similar to hers, but she didn't know what form it was in. Only Dr. Fu knew that there was a foreign object in her brain, but he hadn't revealed it until now. This man was actually quite reliable. Zhu Ning glanced at the hotel lobby. "I've been here before. The second floor is a meeting room. The Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation was held upstairs before." Zhu Ning fully realized information sharing and didn't hide anything. Fortunately, Chu Ling and Chao Wei didn't ask Zhu Ning what he was doing at the time. "Zhu Ning, the hotel is large. Let's split into two teams. One team to check above, and one team to go down. There must be something underground." Such a large building usually has a basement, and Zhu Ning has seen it in the Xian and the videotape. The deeper you dig, the closer you are to the pollutants. Chu Ling and Chao Wei are from the same team, so they are naturally in the same group. Zhu Ning chose Dr. Fu to be in the same group. This doctor is too weak. He will probably die slower if he stays with Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning asked, "Captain, who are you in the same group with?" "There are 5 people in total, and there is one more person in the 2-person group." Normally, Zhu Ning would have agreed that Su Ming would be with him, but now Zhu Ning is not sure. Su Ming didn't hesitate. "With you." "Okay, although I don't know what happened to Su Ming. So far, the two of them are still teammates." "Zhu Ning, you have to do logical things in the contaminated area. There are many identities to choose from here, including guests staying at the hotel, people who come to listen to the seminar, hotel employees, and the investigative reporter who disappeared before. Zhu Ning took a look and found that the composition of members in this contaminated area is very complicated. Zhu Ning, you can choose a suitable identity. Chao Wei and Chu Ling go downstairs to see if there is a new entrance. The three of us go upstairs to look for clues in other rooms. Zhu Ning, action goal, find the truth about the descent of God, try not to use violent means to destroy, and follow the logic of the contaminated area. She paused. She hadn't acted under the surveillance of the cleaning center for a long time, which made her a little uncomfortable. Zhu Ning, I will do my best to ensure your safety. If there is danger, don't be stubborn, retreat immediately, and I will blow it up. Zhu Ning still has 2 bombs in her hand. She has blown up 3 buildings before. The problem is that she is immune to bombs, but others are not. Chu Ling was curious and asked, do you have heavy explosives on you? Wouldn't it be courting death to blow it up directly? Everyone would be buried in this explosion. Zhu Ning found it difficult to explain. Su Ming said, you can trust her. Su Ming had seen Zhu Ning blow up a building with her own eyes, and she had pulled Zhu Ning out of the ruins last time. Zhu Ning's ability to cause destruction was rare for Su Ming, who had been a demon hunter for so long. Chu Ling, ? Although I don't know what it means, I feel safe for some reason. The 5 people were divided into 2 teams, relying on Prometheus for communication. They were all professional demon hunters, very efficient, and had already dispersed. The lobby of the cleaning center. The screen flickered for a while, and Prometheus sent the signal back to the center. The technician debugged it. There is about a 5-minute signal delay. The picture they got was not a real-time picture. The big screen was divided into 10 grids, and the internal view of each person's helmet and the external camera were spliced together, and 5 faces filled the entire screen. Many people came to watch this time. Xianqing still stood in the main seat, and next to her was Lu Qiqing from the technical department. Unlike last time, Xie Jiazu, the director of the cleaning department, who had never left the house, also came. The 3 major departments of the cleaning center were all present, and there were many cleaning center employees around. Today, the cleaning center employees were only 1/5 of the usual number. After Hua Wenxi gave a public speech, a large number of people immediately left the center, trying to find a new way out. There was still 1/5 left. Among this small number of people, some did not have a pass, and some were inspired by Hua Wenxi's words and volunteered to stay to fight against the pollution in the entire area. Hua Wenxi should have known in advance that she would definitely be arrested, so she issued the task before she was detained. A temporary investigation team? The technician was looking at the mission registration form, which showed the team name this time. The entire procedure was in compliance with the regulations. The mission person registered 5 people and applied for 5 human-machine joint devices. Prometheus obtained the right of supervision. When the mission was launched, the technical department would be broadcast. The news was quickly leaked. The cleaning center seemed to be paralyzed, and more people gathered in the hall. Someone whispered, Zhu Ning again? She dared to enter the contaminated area at this critical moment? Zhu Ning's reputation has plummeted in the past 2 days. I feel uncomfortable seeing her again. I want to use a magnifying glass to look at her every move, always wanting to find some details to prove that this person is a devil. Zhu Ning was very calm. She quickly divided the team and gave orders. Zhu Ning on the screen took Dr. Fu and Su Ming to the 2nd floor. There was an obstacle in the corridor. A piece of the ceiling collapsed, and the ventilation duct above fell down. The entrance and exit were blocked. Zhu Ning raised her hand lightly, and the obstacle was easily moved away like a crushed can. It only took 10 seconds from beginning to end, which was extremely easy for her. Someone asked, is Zhu Ning a metal-type mutant? But she didn't register. Someone replied, who is she? All Zhu Ning's guesses were correct. Once she appeared in everyone's sight, she would definitely attract new suspicions. Xianqing watched in front of the screen. Zhu Ning was indeed the metal-type mutant she was looking for. She had guessed it before, but she was not surprised at this time. Instead, she was more interested in the action itself. Lu Qiqing lowered his voice and asked, what is Hua Wenxi doing? Xianqing narrowed his eyes, opened the investigation process. Before, Hua Wenxi investigated alone, and they could only receive the results of the investigation. This time, the entire investigation process was directly announced. This step is very risky. If the relevant truth can be found, it can play an inspiring role. Of course, if it fails, Hua Wenxi will be humiliated, although based on Xuanqing's understanding of her, Hua Wenxi should not have much reaction. She is a member of the Hua family. She can stay calm even if she is really defeated. Lu Qiqing asked, what faction are you from? Find the pollution source or violently demolish it? Qianqing did not answer this question, but just smiled and said nothing. She still has the command of the combat department. Most of the demon hunters in the center, who are brought by her, will obey her orders. She is absolutely a violent demolition faction. If Huawinxi's mission fails this time, Qianqing will find ways to take over the control of the center. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Now is the best time for power to change. Qianqing did not evacuate just for this moment. And Xiejiazu, who was beside Qianqing, no longer cared about the content of the mission since he saw Su Meng appear on the screen. He has been observing the expressions of Qianqing and Lu Qiqing. When Su Meng said that he was a demon hunter, most employees showed a very confused expression. The Cheetah team was 9 years ago, and few people had heard of it. But when Qianqing and Lu Qiqing heard Su Meng speak, their expressions were obviously not right. Qianqing frowned, and then his brows relaxed quickly. Lu Qiqing was originally holding his chest, and his right hand tightened unconsciously. Who of these two people had a connection with Cheng Mafei in the past? Bang! Zhu Ning used metal manipulation to lift the obstacles. There were too many miscellaneous things in the passage. Dr. Fu behind him was trembling with fear. As a weak doctor who was powerless, he was afraid that Zhu Ning would hit him. Su Meng frowned behind him. Are you going to give up? Zhu Ning had no intention of hiding her strength. She came as fast as she could. Zhu Ning, same here, Captain. Zhu Ning's words were sharp, and Su Meng was the same. She also did not hide her strength, and even exposed her identity. Zhu Ning and Su Meng were in the same danger after they went out. Dr. Fu followed behind him tremblingly. His mental value was not high, just an average level. He felt obviously depressed after entering. The ventilation duct above was completely smashed down, as if some monster came out of the vent, or someone deliberately pulled it down to prevent outsiders from entering. The rooms on both sides were even weirder, and all the doors were ajar. In general hotels, the doors are either locked or all opened even for cleaning. But the doors of the rooms here are all ajar, leaving a gap of about 2 fingers. It seems that a door is left for some weird creatures. The conference room for the Foundation speech is at the end of the corridor. It could have been reached directly from the stairs on the right, but a wall made of red bricks appeared over there, completely blocking it, so it can only be bypassed from this side. Suddenly, Zhu Ning stopped moving and gestured to the back. Dr. Fu stopped immediately. Zhu Ning, listen. Rustle. There was a rustle suddenly from the upper floor of the empty hotel, as if someone was running upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and just above the 3 of them, the thing stopped. Dr. Fu was stiff all over, not daring to move, not even to breathe loudly. He looked up at the ceiling. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed as long as a lifetime. There was cold sweat on his forehead, and Dr. Fu's mind was full of one thought: there was something above his head. Zhu Ning and Su Meng had already reached for the gun handle with one hand. If the monster above attacked, they would react immediately. Suddenly, the thing above moved, as if rubbing the floor hard, making a sharp sound, and Zhu Ning had already drawn his gun. The footsteps continued to sound, but the sound was getting farther and farther away. Did it go away? After a minute, the footsteps completely disappeared. Dr. Fu whispered, "Is there someone upstairs? If there is someone, who is it? A survivor?" But why did the survivor suddenly stop? Just now, it seemed as if some creature stopped above, just like observing them from above. Zhu Ning shook her head gently. She listened again for a while. There was no other movement. It might not violate the logic of the contaminated area, so it was not triggered. She whispered, "Keep going." The 3 continued to move forward, and soon reached the end. At the end was the conference room. Many hotels have this structure. The second floor is a banquet hall or conference room, which is specially used for some companies or institutions to hold events. There was a sign hanging at the door, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation Seminar, and a table was set up with a sign-in sheet on it. This time Zhu Ning saw people at the door, or pollutants to be precise. Standing at the door of the conference room was a man and a woman. They were wearing white uniforms, and the facial features were sewn with thread, as if they were separated by a knife, and then sewn again with fishing line. Dr. Fu had rarely been to the contaminated area, and he felt a chill down his spine after just one look. The smile on the receptionist's face was sewn on, as if there was a soul trapped inside. There was a sign next to the table, which read, "Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, change your genes, create your future." Zhu Ning hadn't seen this sentence for a long time. He had been chasing after Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, but was attracted by the truth of his own death. He didn't expect to return to the starting point. There was very detailed information on the sign-in sheet, with about 1,000 people. Zhu Ning glanced at it, and found that almost all of them were 4th and 5th class citizens. There was a piece of paper on the door, and someone wrote on it in a very sloppy way. 1. No loud noises allowed. 2. Only one person is allowed to enter at a time. Last time, there was no such rule. The 2 receptionists who were stitching their skins together outside were looking at Zhu Ning with a smile. Zhu Ning, I go in first. She was very energetic and courageous. If there were any clues, she would be able to find them immediately. Letting Dr. Fu in would be like seeking death. Su Ming asked Zhu Ning to be careful, and Dr. Fu had no objection at all. Zhu Ning held the door handle, and there was a sound of someone in the conference room, as if this was either a polluted area or an ordinary hotel. With a click, the door was opened, and Zhu Ning instinctively frowned. The light inside was even dimmer, and a faint red light was emitting from the podium. Zhu Ning was a little overreacting to the red light now, and only after a closer look did he realize that it was a red light. There was actually no one inside. There was no one giving a speech, and no one listening, so where did the voice she heard just now come from? Zhu Ning felt like she was revisiting an old place when she walked in. She even remembered where Su Ming sat at that time. What to do after entering? What would she encounter if Zhu Ning had not left the presentation site that day? Zhu Ning picked a chair and sat down. As soon as she sat down, she felt that the chair was very strange, very soft, and exuded a faint temperature, very close to human body temperature. In the empty conference room, Zhu Ningjing sat quietly in it. Time passed by, and nothing happened. She was about to get up and walk outside to tell Su Ming that there was no clue. Just when she tried to get up, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, and a pair of pale arms came out from the back of the chair and hugged her waist tightly. Chapter 197. Huh? There was a breathing sound behind her. Zhu Ning's body was completely stiff. She didn't dare to move rashly. She heard the heartbeat and breathing sound. There is a horror story called The Human Chair. She seemed to be sitting on a chair made of a living person. The hand around her waist was pale, and it was getting tighter and tighter with the breathing sound. Zhu Ning felt that her abdomen was under pressure, and her arms were like a huge force. If this continued, the protective suit would be crushed and she would be broken in half. If ordinary people were present, they might start to attack immediately, but Zhu Ning didn't move, and she didn't speak. She remembered the 2 rules she saw when she came in. One was that loud noises were prohibited. There was a sharp pain in her abdomen. She tried her best to adjust her breathing, ignoring the abnormality behind her, and wanted to stabilize her mind. She blinked. This was a completely subconscious reaction. People can control how their fingers move, but few people can control the frequency of blinking. But it was such a subconscious reaction that Zhu Ning saw something even more terrifying. In the moment she blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, a human face suddenly appeared in front of her. A snow-white human face suddenly appeared in front of her, and Zhu Ning's breath was choked. A human face actually grew on the back of the chair in front of her. The man's pupils looked extremely black because of his pale face. Not only that, the chairs in the entire conference room were like this. Human heads, human arms, and human hair grew on the chairs. Their shapes were very strange, and some people's bodies were even incomplete. On the far left of Zhu Ning, a human thigh was hanging on the chair. On the right, half a human head was lying, and one eye was trying to open, looking straight at her. The whole scene suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, as if it was activated, leaving her no time to react. This was a strange scene that seemed to have been dismembered and reassembled. There was a human toe on the chair in front of her, and there was a human mouth on the toe, which was wide open and saying something. Zhu Ning blinked again. It was still an instinctive reaction. When her eyelids closed, it was like the lens of a camera opening and closing instantly. When she opened her eyes, those strange limbs had disappeared, and the entire conference room was empty. It was not a scene in the polluted area, but her hallucination? But hallucinations would only occur if she was mentally polluted. She had just come in, and thought she had not been polluted yet. Zhu Ning felt that the hand on her abdomen was tightened, as if to rub her into the chair, making her start to have difficulty breathing. She blinked again. After a very short period of darkness, limbs appeared in front of her again. Not only that, their movements changed. The head in front of her on the right was originally facing away from Zhu Ning, but now it turned 180 degrees, and suddenly turned upside down. A pair of lifeless eyes just stared at her. The same was true for the others. With every blink, these things were wriggling and gradually approaching. The arms on her abdomen became stronger, and at the same time, the touch on her back became softer and softer, as if she was trapped in a swamp. There was a red light flashing on the helmet screen. It wouldn't be long before they could break through the protective suit and drag her directly into the chair. Juning opened her eyes and dared not move. She had figured out a little pattern. These things have always existed, but she couldn't see them at first, but blinking was an opportunity to see them. It's like some ghosts can only be photographed by cameras, and some ghosts can only be seen in the blink of an eye. These things are moving. Normally, after entering the contaminated area, the mind will be polluted first, and even pollutants must follow logic. What is the logic here? Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area many times, and knows that she can't act rashly at this time. She carefully recalled the rules when she came in. There is a piece of paper on the door with 2 rules written on it. Only one person is allowed to enter at a time. Why? Because there is only one quota. If these people were all alive before, they have all been selected, and there is still one person missing. This guess is logical, and Zhu Ning can only think along the way. If there is only one quota, Zhu Ning can come in, which proves that there must be an empty chair. Zhu Ning's eyelashes are very heavy. She keeps her eyes open for a long time without blinking, and the moisture on the surface of her eyeball evaporates, making it very dry. She tried to ignore the surroundings, and immediately began to patrol. She could feel the hands on her abdomen getting tighter and tighter, as if to squeeze her internal organs. But she still kept patrolling, and the rearview mirror sent images, and there were strange figures around her. Zhu Ning moved her eyeballs. In the severe pain, only her eyeballs could move. Her eyeballs turned to the extreme. Finally, she found a missing corner in the crowd. The 3rd seat on the right of the 4th row was empty. There was not even a trace of blood on it. It was not very obvious. It was very similar to the game of finding the difference at a glance. There was only one empty seat. Zhu Ning should sit in the empty seat. She sat in the wrong seat. No. Zhu Ning felt her throat tighten. It was very difficult to say a word. No, I'm sorry. I sat in the wrong seat. The rules of the polluted area are that you should do normal things when it is not normal. Under normal circumstances, if you sit in the wrong seat, you should apologize and then stand up. Zhu Ning tried to stand up, but the waist is the core of a person. It is difficult to complete the action of standing up when being held. She had to stand up while not blinking, and a huge force was pressing her towards the chair. She could feel the heaviness in her shoulders, neck and waist, as if she was carrying a ghost on her back. Zhu Ning's movements were extremely slow. Even if she tried her best, she only moved an inch in the eyes of outsiders. Her current situation is very similar to a mouse stuck in a mousetrap, trying desperately to pull her body, and she may have to break her legs to leave. Unfortunately, she is still a mouse that cannot blink. The huge pressure all converged on her knees, and her knees were shaking. It seemed that she took a lifetime to complete a simple action. When she stood up completely, she heard the sound of some flesh tearing, as if a pair of arms were torn off by someone. Zhu Ning felt a burning pain in her abdomen. She lowered her head. Her lower abdomen was very flat, with nothing on it. But the touch was very strange, as if the hands had sunk into her body. The ghost hands broke through the protective suit and took root in her flesh. The 2 bloody arms became part of her internal organs. If you use professional equipment to shoot, you can see that the 2 ghost hands are squeezed together with her stomach and intestines. And they were beating slightly, as if they had become a new internal organ for her. She felt her abdomen was bloated, and it was difficult to tell whether it was an illusion or a real feeling. Zhu Ning kept her eyes open, feeling that her eye sockets were about to burst. Even if she had been injected with genetic drugs, it would only enhance her physical strength, and it was impossible to surpass the human limit without blinking. She could not hold on any longer. Zhu Ning blinked, then opened her eyes again. The face in front of her stretched forward, only 10 centimeters away from her. Closer. Zhu Ning remembered the empty seat, took a deep breath, and walked very slowly, not daring to blink or look around. There were rustling sounds all around, which were the friction sounds of human corpses against the ground. Something was following her slowly, as if a hunter was watching the prey, waiting to see when she could not move. Zhu Ning would only blink when she could not hold on any longer. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, but the distance between her and the empty seat was also shortening. Finally, she walked to the 4th row, the empty seat in her memory. After she touched the empty seat, the approaching limb suddenly stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Zhu Ning exhaled and found the real position. After arriving at the safe zone, Zhu Ning blinked hard a few times, and felt that her eyes were about to explode. She did not sit down rashly, but first reached out and touched the surface of the chair. This time, there was no human body temperature, it was just an ordinary chair. After checking, she sat on the chair, and her movements were very cautious, always feeling that another pair of hands would hug her waist. She carefully and cautiously paid attention to her surroundings. Her nerves were tense, but she did not find anything unexpected. Normally, she would go through the process that should be experienced in the contaminated area. If an ordinary person came to participate in the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation, Juning already knew that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical was doing experiments. What would they encounter? Juning didn't have much time to think. Suddenly, she remembered that there was a place she hadn't checked. She opened the right armrest of the chair. This was the conference room. After opening the right armrest, a small table could be pulled out. The hotel was quite old, and the wooden table was a little broken and stuck inside. But Juning's purpose was not this. She saw a foreign object in the gap of the small table. It was a file bag. Outside the door. Before entering the door, Juning opened her camera sharing. With Prometheus to ensure communication, the picture was very clear. There were 2 cameras in total, one to shoot the external environment, and the other to shoot Juning's facial expression. Dr. Fu and Su Ming could see Juning's movements and reactions clearly. In their opinion, Juning's movements were very strange. She first walked into the conference room for routine inspection, and then chose a chair to sit down. So far, everything was normal, but her face suddenly became ugly and pale, as if she had encountered some pain. What happened to her? Dr. Fu asked in a low voice. He had watched all of Juning's public mission videos before, and knew her background. He knew she had encountered something by looking at her expression. The 2 employees in charge of reception at the door were wearing pure white uniforms, and looked at them with a smile. Dr. Fu felt a little scared, and didn't dare to make big movements. He spoke in a low voice. Su Ming also frowned. Juning's reaction was not normal. She even opened her eyes wide, and her pupils dilated. She saw something that the camera couldn't capture. Was there a pollutant? Su Ming was thinking about going in to help Juning. She was simply. It was also the first time for Dr. Fu to enter a polluted area. It took him a long time to think of an adjective. It was like being pressed by something. Juning's movements became much slower. Dr. Fu stopped watching the live broadcast. He was a little curious about what Juning saw. He dragged the video progress bar backwards, and slowed down the video playback speed. The video was played at 10 times the speed, and there were some stuck frames. Dr. Fu watched this action back and forth. Juning stood up, but was pressed by something. What did she see? Suddenly, Dr. Fu stopped moving, and at the moment of playing, he saw a figure in front of him. In the upper right corner of the screen, a man looked back. Because of the stuck frame, the picture was blurred and distorted, stretched twice as long, and his eyes were also stretched. Dr. Fu stared at the man, as if he was looking at him through a video. He could even see the man's appearance, very thin, with sunken cheeks and eyes. Suddenly, the figure moved. This was an even weirder picture, because Dr. Fu paused the video. Juning in the video was still, but the figure was moving. He leaned forward, the angle getting bigger and bigger, the shadow on the screen getting bigger and bigger, the face getting longer and longer, the 2 eyes spread apart, and the frame was fluctuating. He was getting closer and closer to me, as if he was about to rush out of the screen. What is this? Dr. Fu felt the hair on his back explode. He wanted to ask Su Ming for help. Su Ming was right beside him, or give himself a shot of mental healing agent, but he was like a prey being stared at, and couldn't move at all. Suddenly, there was a click. Su Ming had already touched the gun on his waist with one hand, the door was opened, and Juning walked out. Su Ming didn't relax after seeing Juning and asked, "How is it?" After Juning came out, the 2 employees at the door immediately turned their heads, and looked at Juning with a smile. They bowed deeply to Juning, and handed over a room card. The 2 receptionists had smiles that were stitched with fishing lines on their faces. Juning felt that her mouth corners hurt after looking at them for a long time. She took the room card. This should be the normal process. The defective products who came to participate in the foundation registered after the event, and then got the opportunity to stay for free. Juning observed the room card and explained briefly, "There are pollutants inside. There is only one chair to sit on. Don't sit in the wrong position." Su Ming asked, "Did you sit in the wrong position?" Juning rubbed his lower abdomen and always felt bloated. "Yes, I was hugged by a pair of ghost hands." Su Ming asked, "How is your body?" "It's okay, my stomach hurts a little." Juning wanted to say something, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with Dr. Fu. He hadn't said a word so far. Dr. Fu was behind Su Ming, and half of his body was covered by Su Ming. If there was any danger, Su Ming would definitely help him block it. Dr. Fu stood there, even his breathing slowed down, as if he didn't exist. Xu Ning asked, Dr. Fu? Dr. Fu was pushed by Xu Ning, and was distracted, and replied, You came out? Xu Ning frowned. Dr. Fu looked quite normal, but in this kind of place, the more normal someone looks, the more abnormal they are. Su Ming saw that she was holding a file bag and asked, What is this? A defective personal information. Xu Ning paused and said, Or, the information of the previous victim. Chapter 198. Xu Ning was holding a registration form. The Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation could fulfill the wishes of defective products. Wang Yero contacted the foundation through this channel. The owner of this file was named Lu Lu, female, 15 years old, 5th-class citizen, and had a remaining life of 9 months. The registration form in Xu Ning's hand only had the most basic information. She was probably killed. Su Ming roughly browsed it and asked, Do you think I will get another person's file if I go in again? If everyone who enters can find a file, it is equivalent to a card draw, and everyone has their own identity. Xu Ning asked, Would you like to go in and try? Xu Ning had been in, which was equivalent to walking through a minefield. As long as Su Ming followed the rules, she would generally be fine. Su Ming herself was an experienced old demon hunter. She opened the door and entered under Xu Ning's gaze. After Xu Ning came out, she couldn't help blinking. Her eyes are still sore. When Su Ming went in, Xu Ning was looking at Dr. Fu. Dr. Fu was a little dazed. Xu Ning asked, Have you been mentally polluted? Dr. Fu swallowed his saliva. I injected a mental healing agent. Dr. Fu was afraid that Xu Ning would not believe him, so he patted his right arm. Dr. Fu's injection was embedded inside the protective suit, and the injection was very simple. Xu Ning could see Dr. Fu's internal camera. His pupils were a little dilated, but there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. Only 3 minutes later, Su Ming came out, and she also got a file bag in her hand. After Su Ming came out, the receptionist at the door handed over another door card. Xu Ning's house number is 909, and Su Ming's is 910. They are both on the same floor, and happen to be adjacent. Su Ming also got a file in his hand. His name was Pan Qing. He was 26 years old, a 5th-class citizen, and his remaining lifespan was 6 months. Xu Ning remembered that when he came to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation, they were looking for defective products with a lifespan of less than 1 year to participate in the experiment. Dr. Fu looked at the rules on the gate and asked, Should I go in? Xu Ning said, Don't go, I'm afraid you will die in there. It was easy for Su Ming, but not necessarily for Dr. Fu. Dr. Fu was too dangerous, and could easily die early. Dr. Fu asked, Do I comply with the rules in this way? The polluted area has its own rules. If the file represents an identity card, Dr. Fu has no identity. Xu Ning, it's not that everyone is forced to go in, just follow me. Compared with Dr. Fu being alone, Xu Ning felt that he could live longer if he didn't go in. Dr. Fu didn't say much. He wanted to ensure that he would not cause trouble to the greatest extent. Xu Ning compared his own files with Su Ming's. If we hadn't left that day, we would have probably stayed here. Su Ming and Xu Ning were once very close to the truth of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, but were interrupted. Su Ming did not comment on this and said, I didn't understand the logic inside. The contaminated area is generally an exaggerated form of the real world. That conference room is really weird. Xu Ning, it feels like a church. Xu Ning didn't say it clearly, but Su Ming heard it. They once entered a church in Bao Weiming's consciousness cloud. There was also a row of people sitting inside. It's just that the people here are incomplete, and they all look like some kind of scene. And they are still missing one person, and there is a seat that is not full. Xu Ning asked, Why are all the doors here open? There were only cracks in the doors of a row of rooms, and no one knew what the passage was for. There were too few clues to find a clue, so Su Ming said, Go upstairs and have a look. The receptionist gave the door card, and the next clue should be upstairs. Xu Ning took the lead, holding a gun in her hand, protecting Dr. Fu behind her, and Su Ming was at the end. Xu Ning and Su Ming had a tacit understanding. If Xu Ning took the lead, Su Ming would usually clean up the mess. In the past, Lin Yinchuan was sandwiched in the middle, but now it has become Dr. Fu. They were on the 2nd floor, and to the 9th floor, they could either take the elevator or the emergency passage. Xu Ning pressed the up button, and the elevator could actually run, with numbers flashing on it, and gradually approach 1 floor at a time. But this elevator was a bit old, and it made a creaking sound when going down, as if there was some creature in the elevator shaft. The elevator went down one by one, and the waiting time for the elevator became very long. The closer I got, the stronger the strange feeling became. Finally, the elevator stopped and the metal door opened to both sides, but it was not smooth and it was stuck when it opened. It was empty inside. The hotel elevator was covered with red checkered carpet, and there was no one inside. The elevator door opened, but Zhu Ning did not move for a long time. She just held the door frame with one hand. Because of the obstacle, the elevator door could not close automatically and issued a beeping alarm. Dr. Fu asked, "Not leaving?" It looked nothing unusual, and it was empty. Why didn't Zhu Ning move? Zhu Ning frowned and stepped into the elevator. Su Ming and Dr. Fu were behind her, and saw that half of her body was inside the elevator, and half of her body was outside, just stuck in the middle. When Zhu Ning stepped into the elevator, the entire elevator car sank 2 inches, and then she heard a whoosh. It was a very strange sound, as if someone jumped down from the building, but there was a rope tied to the foot. When falling from a high altitude, the rope grabbed the person's foot and made a strange sound. Zhu Ning held her breath. She hadn't blinked since half of her body entered the elevator. At this time, she blinked slowly. When she opened her eyes again, she saw something she shouldn't have seen. There was no top above the elevator shaft was deep, and the cold wind blew. The ropes were full of people. Countless faces and limbs of people were entangled like vines along the elevator ropes. They were intertwined and formed a new creature. There was indeed something hanging in front of Zhu Ning, a human head. It was another weirdness that could only be seen by blinking. Zhu Ning guessed that as long as she blinked again, these creatures would pounce on her. She was so fast that she didn't dare to blink at all. She kept her eyes open and stepped out of the elevator, whispering, "Let's go!" As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Su Ming immediately understood what he meant. She pushed Dr. Fu's shoulder and led him away from the well. After Zhu Ning exited the elevator door slammed shut. If they had entered the elevator just now, they would have been eaten by now. The elevator was blocked, and the safety passage was blocked again. There was a wall on it. The wall was hastily built. They saw a wall when they came up before, and it was destroyed by Zhu Ning with violence. She also didn't understand the meaning of the wall in the safety passage. Was it to prevent people from outside from entering, or to prevent people from inside from leaving? Blocked again? Dr. Fu asked. Zhu Ning was still hesitating whether to continue to violently open the door, and Su Ming next to him said, "There is a third way." Zhu Ning looked back at her, and Su Ming continued, "This kind of old-style hotel, in addition to the safety stairs and elevators, there will also be employee passages, which can reduce the number of employees and guests meeting." Zhu Ning thought that Su Ming had been to the Foundation site before, and would definitely conduct a terrain survey here. No wonder Zhu Ning was easily thrown off when he followed Su Ming before. The employee passage is on the right side of the safety stairs. There is a secret door. Outsiders may not recognize it for a while, and think it is some kind of decoration. Su Ming pressed lightly on the wall and opened a door. Another staircase appeared behind the door. This time, the whole road was unobstructed, and the stairs led all the way up. Zhu Ning took a look. This place was very clean. She tried to blink, but no strange creatures appeared. Zhu Ning had seen the style of blocking all other roads, and leaving only one road. It was the polluted area that was guiding you. Generally, it was guiding you to death. Zhu Ning, it's safe now. Zhu Ning was very careful all the way. This time, she walked to the 9th floor without any disturbance. It was abnormal because it was too calm. The 9th floor was the same. Most of the doors were open, and there was a narrow gap. It was still unknown what kind of creature left the passage. Only the doors 909 and 910 were closed tightly, without any gap. Su Ming stood in front of another door. They needed to check 2 rooms respectively. Zhu Ning said to the dazed Dr. Fu, "You can only follow me." With a beep, the door card was really swiped open. After entering the door, Zhu Ning did something very logical. She inserted the door card like an ordinary resident, and the whole room suddenly lit up. This is a luxurious suite with 2 bedrooms and a large living room. The overall area of the suite is larger than Zhu Ning's home. For defective products, such accommodation environment can be called luxurious. There is a floor-to-ceiling mirror at the entrance, which reflects 2 figures. Zhu Ning is wearing a black protective suit, and Dr. Fu is wearing a metal protective suit of a demon hunter and following behind her. Zhu Ning put Dr. Fu next to her, always feeling that he is easy to be contaminated, so it is convenient to observe him under her nose. Zhu Ning, looking for clues? Zhu Ning looked around, and there was nothing unusual to the naked eye. Dr. Fu nodded tremblingly, and Zhu Ning said, "Call me if you have something." It was the first time for Dr. Fu to enter the contaminated area. He hesitated for a while, and entered the largest bedroom to look for it. Zhu Ning stopped at the entrance for a while. She looked back and saw that the doors of other rooms in the corridor had a gap. She didn't know whether she should leave a gap in the door as well, or close the door. Finally, she chose to leave the gaps as well. If some strange creatures were attracted, she could get more clues. But this really didn't make her feel safe, as if something could sneak in at any time. Zhu Ning fumbled around the entrance for a while, and saw a form. Paper products in the contaminated area were easier to provide information. It was a sanitation cleaning form. The specific date was covered with a layer of stains, as if it had been deliberately erased. There was no specific date, but there was a specific number. It seemed that a certain guest had lived in this room for a long time. I wonder if he was the owner of the file in Zhu Ning's hand. The cleaning staff came to clean every day, and it had been done 12 times this month. After each cleaning, the corresponding options will be checked on the cleaning form, and the name of the cleaning staff will be signed at the end, indicating that the cleaning has been completed. There are 2 more forms below. One is the meal delivery form, and the other is the laundry form. These defective products may be long-term residents. They live here, and someone will deliver meals regularly, collect their clothes, and clean their rooms. It is difficult for 5th-class citizens to have such an opportunity to stay in such a luxurious hotel, let alone have their lives taken care of properly. Zhu Ning put down the form and groped from the entrance to the living room. There was a notebook on the coffee table in the living room. Zhu Ning hoped it was a diary, and a diary would generally give more information. But the value of this thing is not low, a medication record book. Sure enough, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is giving them medicine. Zhu Ning sat on the sofa and opened the record book. Her stomach still hurt slightly, and it was more obvious when she sat down. She ignored her abnormality and began to read. Page 1. Dosage: 1 pill of drug A, 80 milligrams. Reaction: dizziness, nausea, itching all over the body. Page 2. Dosage: 1 pill of drug A, 80 milligrams. Reaction: hallucinations. Content of hallucination: I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and saw a person on the toilet. He was dark and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It should be a hallucination. Zhu Ning thought, if the promise of eternal life can extend the life of defective products, these side effects are very mild. For the poor, side effects are easier to bear than poverty. Page 3. Dosage: 2 pills of drug A, 80 milligrams. Reaction: hallucinations worsen. Content of hallucination: I heard the sound of flushing the toilet in the middle of the night. I got up to see, but I didn't see anyone on the toilet. The bathroom was empty. I thought I heard it wrong and had auditory hallucinations, so I subconsciously turned off the lights. When I turned off the lights, I was still very scared. Would it appear again at that moment? But I didn't see it either, and thought I was scaring myself. I went back to the bedroom and saw that my quilt was bulging and someone was lying on my bed. I immediately called the hotel staff, and the hotel said that if there was anything unusual, I could contact them. After I made the call, the person disappeared as soon as I looked up. Later, the hotel security came to see it, but they didn't see it after searching the room. The surveillance showed that no one had entered or left the room. I knew that this was my hallucination again, which was too real. Page 4. Dosage: 1 pill of drug B, 80 milligrams. Reaction: the hallucination disappeared, so good. The record on this page was very short, but it made Zhu Ning feel creepy for some reason, because even the handwriting revealed happiness. Zhu Ning frowned. What was this? First create hallucinations, drive people crazy, and then cure them? Then the patient will feel cured and even grateful? Was it really an illusion? What if those things were real? Zhu Ning suddenly felt that this idea was terrifying. If it was the other way around, it was not an illusion, but real pollutants. If the hallucinations were gone after taking the medicine, would the pollutants be gone? What if humans could not see pollutants? Would they coexist with pollutants without knowing it? Zhu Ning had just read the first few pages and was turning back. Before he could read, he suddenly heard a muffled sound from inside the room and Dr. Fu's scream. Chapter 199. Room 910. Su Meng and Zhu Ning searched separately. She also hesitated when closing the door. After looking at the crack of the door opposite, she made a different choice from Zhu Ning and closed the door. Su Meng inserted the room card, and the lights in the room flickered for a while before they were fully lit. A luxury suite, a little old, with a layer of dark yellow on the luxurious furniture. Su Meng also found a cleaning list, a meal delivery list, and a laundry list at the entrance. Evidence shows that this resident has also lived here for a long time. Tick-tock, there is a slight dripping sound in the room, like blood dripping on the ground. The sound came from the bathroom. Su Ming had taken out the gun, and she could walk silently. At this time, she carefully pushed open the bathroom door, and the door was opened with a creak. Empty, no one. Su Ming did not let down her guard. There was a super luxurious bathtub opposite the door, which could accommodate 2 people. Under normal circumstances, 5th-class citizens would never be able to enjoy such consumption. There was a low table next to the bathtub, on which was a bottle of red wine and a goblet. There was still half a cup of red liquid in the goblet, as if the person who poured the wine had just put down the wine glass. It was very strange. If the resident had left, the cleaning staff should have cleaned up the room. The wine glass was not put away. Could it be that the resident was still here? If he was still in the house, where could he hide? Su Ming frowned. There were 2 bottles of medicine next to the wine glass. She picked them up and looked at them carefully. There was no name of the medicine. One bottle had a capital A, and the other had B. There was a very brief instruction on the back of the B medicine bottle. If you have hallucinations, please take the medicine. Hallucinations? What hallucinations? Is this the medicine used by Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? If B is to suppress hallucinations, then what is A? Producing hallucinations? Su Ming didn't understand, so she put away the medicine bottle and waited to meet with Dr. Fu to study it. Su Ming searched the bathroom briefly, and there were no other suspicious points. She was about to leave the bathroom, but she stopped. She reached out to the mirror. Her fingers were wrapped in black protective clothing, as if she was wearing a pair of leather gloves. Su Ming's fingers touched the mirror, and wiped off the water marks on 2 fingers. It's so humid here. It's very similar to the return of the south in humid areas. There are water stains on the ceiling, and sometimes it drips down. Walking out of the bathroom, Su Ming looked at the room again with this observation. Sure enough, there were water stains on the edge of the floral wallpaper. Su Ming grew up in District 103, and the humidity is a bit too much for the local climate. Su Ming searched the entire room, not leaving out every corner, and felt something strange under the TV cabinet. Su Ming pulled out a miniature camera. This is the most disgusting thing in the hotel, hiding the camera for secret filming. This kind of technology is endless, and it is difficult to prevent it unless there is professional equipment. Who installed the camera? Was it a criminal gang, or did Yongsheng Pharmaceutical need to regularly monitor its test products? Su Ming was more inclined to the latter guess. She searched the entire room and found a total of 6 cameras, which could be said to be filming in all aspects. It was really perverted. Su Ming put the camera away. There was no memory card in it. It should be checked in a special monitoring room. She opened the bedside table and found a notebook in the cabinet. Medication record book. Normally, Su Ming should have read the notebook carefully after getting it, as these clues in the polluted area could provide key information. But she did not open it immediately, but stopped where she was. Cats have a certain intuition and the most direct perception of danger. Su Ming carefully put away the notebook and turned around. There was a window behind her. The window of the luxury room was a floor-to-ceiling window, a whole wall of glass. It was reasonable to see the night view of District 103 from here. This was a bustling urban area, and you could see the vicinity of the mechanical oceanarium, which was brightly lit at night and very beautiful. Unfortunately, this hotel had become a polluted area, so there was no beautiful scenery to be seen from the floor-to-ceiling window, only a piece of black fog, and the gray-black lines unique to the polluted area were twitching. The black glass reflected Su Ming's face, and the blue curtains were half drawn, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Water vapor condensed on the glass window, and the water stains flowed down like a few lines of tears. Su Ming raised her gun and used the muzzle to carefully push aside the curtains. Her movements were very slow, almost inch by inch. Suddenly, Su Ming stopped moving, and she saw an eye behind the curtains. Someone was hiding behind the curtains. Room 909, 3 minutes ago. Dr. Fu followed Zhu Ning's instructions to search the room. It was his first time to enter a contaminated area, and his heart rate was very fast. As a doctor, it was his first time to come into such close contact with contaminants. Zhu Ning was in the living room, and Dr. Fu could hear the sound of Zhu Ning flipping papers, which made him feel at ease. They were only a few steps away, and even if something happened to him, Zhu Ning would be able to react quickly. Dr. Fu opened the closet, and there was a bathrobe and 2 women's coats hanging inside. Dr. Fu felt around the edge of the closet, fearing that he might have missed a secret compartment, but ended up touching a handful of water stains. It was so damp that mushrooms could grow here. The closet was clean, and he checked the bed and 2 bedside tables. Probably because they were cleaned frequently, there was not much garbage. The hotel bed had no bottom, so there was less room to check. Dr. Fu thought for a moment, and his eyes fell on the curtains. When he was a kid, he played hide-and-seek with others and liked to hide behind the curtains. Dr. Fu's heartbeat was very fast at this time, and his hands were shaking a little because of the adrenaline secretion caused by the stimulation. He first looked under the curtains, and there was no human foot, so the person hiding behind might not be a human. Dr. Fu put one hand on the curtains, and for some reason, he felt a little scared. He recalled the ghost he had seen in the video before. After Zhu Ning entered the meeting room, someone inside turned around. That figure has been lingering in Dr. Fu's mind. Could it be the same creature behind him? Dr. Fu's hands were shaking, causing the curtains to shake as well. He carefully opened them, ready to call Zhu Ning over at any time. Swish, the curtains were pulled all the way down. It was empty. There was nothing behind. Dr. Fu breathed a sigh of relief, but his heartbeat was still fast, as if he had survived a catastrophe. It turned out that there was nothing. He was just scaring himself. Mental pollution is like this. Before anything really happens, people's imagination can already scare people crazy. Dr. Fu shook his head, feeling that his brain might really be abnormal, and he exhaled. There was nothing else to look for in the room, but he had been a doctor for many years, so he was more careful than others. There are also some very small places, such as gaps. The wallpaper on the wall is curled up. What is behind the wallpaper? The bedroom is covered with thick carpets, and the sound of people walking on it will be swallowed up partly. Dr. Fu suddenly saw the curling edge of the carpet. Just on the side close to the curtains, a corner of the red plaid carpet was lifted up. Dr. Fu had watched some detective movies before, and many clues in them were left on the carpet by the criminals inadvertently. Especially in the fiber gaps, it is easy to hide dirt. After the experience of opening the curtains just now, Dr. Fu thought he was a lot bolder, and he carefully lifted up one end of the carpet. This carpet is heavier than he thought, probably because it absorbed moisture and was heavy. Dr. Fu thought it was a routine search, but when he opened the carpet, he saw a scene that he would never forget. There was someone below. Dr. Fu happened to meet the eyes of that thing. A person was lying on all fours under the carpet. His body was very thin and his limbs were long and thin, like a dried corpse that had been drained of blood. No, it was even narrower and longer than a dried corpse. His upper body was slightly raised as the carpet was lifted. His face was a human face, pale and vaguely recognizable as a woman. His long wet hair hung down and dragged on the ground. The most terrifying thing was her back. With the normal neck of a human as the boundary, the human back was replaced by a black carapace. It was black and shiny, with a smooth surface, as if it was emitting an oily sheen. The cockroach shell covered his back, and at this time, the human eyes were staring straight at him. Dr. Fu's blood rushed to his head, and his whole body was numb. He seemed to hear a rustling sound, and something was climbing in the cracks of the wall. Cockroaches? This is a cockroach man. There is a saying that if you find a cockroach in your home, there may be 10,000 of them. In such a large old hotel, there are dense cockroach men everywhere, in the walls, in the gaps of the carpet, in the elevator shaft, and in the corners of the bathroom. The most terrifying thing in a strange hotel is not haunting, but insects. The tiny gaps in the walls have been solved. The doors of all the rooms are not closed. They guessed that the doors were left for something, but they didn't expect it to be left for cockroach men. A very narrow gap just allows these creatures to enter. The strange noises from upstairs before were also from them. Before, they walked to the corridor and heard some creatures running above. The cockroach men here have been waiting for prey to appear. They were targeted as soon as they came in. The dense cockroach men looked over from the corner, spying on their every move. Rotten meat is the food of cockroach men. With a bang, Dr. Fu's back hit the bed, and he couldn't help screaming. Zhu Ning was very fast. She saw the scene when she arrived. Even though she was well informed, she was stunned at this moment. Dr. Fu was knocked to the ground by the huge cockroach man. He kept twisting his body like crazy, as if he would die if he was exposed for one more second. Ah! Go away! Go away! Dr. Fu screamed like crazy. Get out! Bang! Zhu Ning immediately fired, and the bullet hit the head accurately. Disgusting brown mucus flowed along the broken neck and sprayed all over Dr. Fu's head like a faucet. The cockroach man paused and slightly slowed down because of the huge impact. It was just a pause, but it didn't stop completely. Zhu Ning remembered after she fired the gun that she had forgotten one thing. Some cockroaches can still struggle after losing their heads, and can even live for several days. so it is best to kill cockroaches completely at home. If you flush the body down the toilet, it may crawl out again. At this time, the cockroach man's slender hands and feet kept moving. Because he had lost his vision without a head, he twisted around on Dr. Fu in a daze. The panel of Dr. Fu's helmet was covered with mucus. Although the protective suit was airtight, he always felt that it had spread in. It seemed that countless tiny cockroaches had entered the protective suit and were crawling around on him. Get out! Get out! Dr. Fu screamed at the top of his lungs, but the cockroach man's slender limbs fell on him, making it impossible for him to escape no matter how hard he struggled. Xu Ning did not fire again this time, nor did she use any superpowers. She was afraid that after breaking the stomach, follicles would flow out of the cockroach man's abdomen and hatch more disgusting things. This thing will reproduce. In the state of pollutants, it would be very troublesome if it could reproduce immediately. Dr. Fu was so scared that he went crazy. He didn't know where he was or what he was doing. He just screamed and struggled. Suddenly, he felt a tightness on the back of his neck. Xu Ning grabbed Dr. Fu and pulled him out, kicking the cockroach man on him. Dr. Fu waved his arms and touched his helmet screen hard. The helmet wiper cleaner started, and the wiper swung in front of him. He was itchy all over, like a stressed cat, attacking without distinguishing between friend and foe. Xu Ning could only pat his left arm with one hand, and the cold liquid of the mental healing agent was injected into the muscle, and Dr. Fu slowly calmed down. He blinked blankly, and saw Xu Ning in front of him. Their screens were shared, so he could see Xu Ning's eyes, and the other party frowned. Dr. Fu had watched many videos of Xu Ning, including those of competitions and missions. But this was the first time he followed. At that time, Zhuanglin found him, and asked him if he was willing to follow Xu Ning into the contaminated area. He hesitated for a while, and agreed. He really wanted to know what happened here, and what the truth of the so-called pollutants was. But he didn't even see the truth clearly, only saw a corner, and his mental value was almost reduced to zero. He wanted to leave immediately, but the contaminated area had been closed. Unless he found the source of the pollution, he couldn't go anywhere. He couldn't go crazy. He didn't even find the truth, and he didn't even make any contribution. He couldn't go crazy now. Dr. Fu took a deep breath, and the sound of his breathing was so loud that it echoed inside his helmet. He looked at the floor with his peripheral vision. The headless cockroach man had 2 broken arms. Xu Ning just broke its joints, and only the shell was still intact. Therefore, it looked more like a giant insect with its head and limbs plucked out, which made it less scary. Don't make a sound. Xu Ning lowered his voice. Dr. Fu's face turned pale when he heard the strange noise coming from the door. Xu Ning didn't close the door when he came in, so it was ajar. Now other cockroaches were rushing in. Chapter 200. The cockroaches rustled, their slender limbs trembled, and they crawled in through the crack of the door. 1, 2, 3. Their movements were almost the same as those of real cockroaches, and they could walk on the ceiling, walls, and door frames. In just a blink of an eye, the shiny black cockroaches trembled and rushed in, forming a dark mass on the wall. Xu Ning suddenly regretted leaving a crack in the door. She originally wanted to fish, but she didn't expect that what was caught was not fish, but a group of cockroaches. What are cockroaches afraid of? Boric acid? Pesticides? Who would bring pesticides when going on a mission for no reason? Even the most experienced demon hunter would not think of this. What are the natural enemies of cockroaches? Spiders and the like? Xu Ning actually swallowed an ant spider, but she couldn't really eat cockroaches. Dr. Fu was almost fainted from fright. His eyes went dark. Several cockroaches had entered the master bedroom. The pale human faces and the shiny black shells formed an extreme contrast, making Dr. Fu's whole body itch. If Xu Ning hadn't grabbed Dr. Fu's arm, he would have run around like crazy. The cockroach man lay on the floor. His limbs were too thin and long, twice as long as those of ordinary humans. Click, the cockroach man tilted his head, made a slight sound, and looked over with lifeless eyes. He came over. Dr. Fu opened his mouth, and the scream was stuck in his throat. Xu Ning held him tightly, telling him not to move or scream. The headless cockroach man on the floor twitched subconsciously, and disgusting mucus dripped onto the ground. The cockroach man who came and drooped his eyes, with a lifeless look, lowered his head to sniff the ground, and then actually bit the cockroach man on the ground. The teeth were human teeth, but the position he bit was the shell of an insect. The other cockroach people were the same. They were head to head, surrounding the bodies of their own kind on the ground. The dying cockroach people soon stopped moving. When they ate, they made a crunching sound. Dr. Fu couldn't tell for a moment whether he was horrified by being thrown to the ground by the cockroach people just now, or by watching them cannibalizing each other. The thing in front of him clearly had a human face and a human expression, but it was doing inhuman actions. For some reason, Dr. Fu felt his mouth itchy at this time. Listening to the crunching sound, he seemed to be able to imagine the taste. It seemed that he was also gnawing, and it was a little crispy when bitten, and black and smelly liquid would flow all over his mouth. Dr. Fu's teeth unconsciously opened and closed up and down, and saliva was secreted in his mouth. He licked his lips unconsciously, and then immediately froze. Wait, what was he doing? Did he just feel greedy? He also wanted to eat this thing? He was stunned by this idea. Did he think of himself as the same kind as the cockroach man? After realizing this, Dr. Fu couldn't help but want to vomit. He always felt that his stomach was already full of cockroaches, squeezing together, and still squirming. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. When he looked up, Zhu Ning squeezed his arm tightly, with such force that it seemed to break him. The pain made him a little more sober. Zhu Ning pulled his arm and gestured to Dr. Fu. Let's go! While the cockroach man was eating the corpse, let's go quickly. Cockroaches like dampness and warmth, and like to eat rotten food. They are attracted by the corpse. Dr. Fu and Zhu Ning were wrapped inside the protective suit. Compared with the corpse on the ground, they were not so attractive to the cockroach man now. Go! Dr. Fu was stunned for a moment, then reacted, but he had this idea but no execution. His body was stiff, his knees were shaking when he walked, and he almost knelt down as soon as he stood up. Zhu Ning wanted to carry him away, and Dr. Fu's feet landed carefully, but his knees hit the edge of the bed, making a slight sound. At this time, he was less than half a meter away from the cockroach man, and the sound immediately attracted attention. The two cockroach men looked up. The hair on Dr. Fu's back stood up, and he wanted to beg for mercy. Brush, Dr. Fu subconsciously squinted his eyes, and Zhu Ning lit the fire. The protective suit had a flame-spraying setting, and the flame rose from her arm. Cockroaches belonged to insects, and Zhu Ning had dealt with insects once in the deserted village. Sure enough, after seeing the fire, the cockroach man immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps, and looked at him with a grin. Go! Zhu Ning waved the fire. Dr. Fu swallowed his saliva, and was more careful this time. Fortunately, the carpet absorbed a lot of footsteps. When he moved, the cockroach man's neck also moved with him, as if he was very curious, like a cat's eyes unconsciously following a laser pin. Dr. Fu trembled and took a lifetime to walk 3 steps. They walked out of the master bedroom, and were still 3/4 of the way to the door. The living room was surrounded by cockroaches, and things kept crawling in the door frame, and the bedroom was also full of them. The fiery red light illuminated the black shell, and the pale human face, and the cockroach man would instinctively be afraid. Zhu Ning seemed to be in a cockroach nest, moving out inch by inch. Zhu Ning was also unsure, mainly because there were too many of these things, and they were outnumbered. It was best not to fight in a melee, otherwise they would not be able to find their way. A sound of yaw. Zhu Ning carefully used her toes to hook the door open, and was stunned when she opened the door. There were more cockroaches in the corridor. They were very sensitive to decay and corpses, just like sharks smelling blood. In the hotel corridor, all you could see were black cockroaches, and you could hardly see the original color of the walls and carpets. They stood in front of the tide of cockroaches, and the fire in their hands seemed very small, like the light from a match on the sea. Zhu Ning had no doubt that there was still a deterrent of fire, but as long as she and Dr. Fu had a tiny hole in their protective suits, they would be immediately devoured by these things, regardless of whether there was fire or not. What should I do? Dr. Fu quickly wrote a few words on the helmet panel. He was too scared. There were so many cockroaches, how could they pass safely? If they didn't attack now, what about later? If they moved, the other party would definitely move too. Zhu Ning gritted his teeth, feeling that it was really troublesome, and he couldn't kill all the cockroaches. Zhu Ning protected Dr. Fu behind her. The flamethrower on her right hand was still running. She opened her talent panel. She didn't have any special abilities specifically targeting insects. The only thing that was suitable was the 3-dimensional defense space, which could delay time. Suddenly, Zhu Ning's eyes darkened, and she felt that she caught a glimpse of a shadow on her helmet. At this moment, when everything seemed to be an enemy, she almost thought that it was a fearless cockroach man who was going to attack her. She had already picked up the gun and was ready for a melee. But Zhu Ning stopped holding the gun immediately. It was a black shadow spreading out from under the door of the next room. Su Meng's special ability was to transform into a shadow. Zhu Ning had seen Su Meng's ability before, and there was a tacit understanding between her and Su Ming. Sure enough, when the shadow touched Zhu Ning's toes, she felt her body lighten, and then it seemed that she turned into a cold black shadow on the spot. The familiar feeling came again, and the three-dimensional person was photographed as two-dimensional. When she reacted again, Zhu Ning was already on the floor of room 910, and Dr. Fu next to her was still gasping for breath in shock. Su Ming was not as fierce as Zhu Ning. She closed the door at first, and now blocked the gap in the door. Zhu Ning looked up at the master bedroom of room 910. Su Ming didn't even attack the cockroach man. The cockroach man in her room was directly imprisoned in a cage that looked like a shadow, and was hitting the cage wall to find a way out. It turned out that the shadow ability could be used in this way. There was no rotten mucus in room 910, so there was no corpse, and it would not attract cockroach people to come for food. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was going to fight a cockroach nest. There were rustling sounds next door. Their room 909 had already fallen. It was a pity that they had not finished searching that room. Zhu Ning sat on the floor. Su Ming stood opposite her and looked at her. She knew that Zhu Ning was reckless, and did not know how to leave a way out for herself. Su Ming stretched out her hand to her. Zhu Ning naturally took it, and pulled herself up with Su Ming's strength. Zhu Ning asked, "How long can this room last?" Su Ming, "I don't know, it looks safe at the moment." Zhu Ning calmed down, took out the things he had just searched, exchanged information with Su Ming, and said, "The only useful thing I have here is the record book." Su Ming, "I have it too, and 2 bottles of medicine, and a monitor." Su Ming spread the things on the coffee table. The clues on her side were more complete. Zhu Ning held the monitor cable, which was broken and had no data inside. She asked, "Is the monitor used to observe the experimental product?" Su Ming, "I guess so, but I'm not sure." "Does Dr. Fu have any opinion on these 2 bottles of medicine?" Su Ming asked, but didn't hear Dr. Fu's answer. He curled up in the gap between the coffee table and the sofa, retching as if he wanted to vomit something. Zhu Ning comforted him. "Your protective suit is not broken, so it is impossible to contaminate the inside." Dr. Fu knew this, but he couldn't help retching. "It took him a long time to recover, I know, I just want to vomit." Zhu Ning admired him a little. Dr. Fu didn't sit in a good office, and came to the contaminated area for science. He wanted to give him a medal of honorary citizen when he went out. "Su Ming, give you 3 minutes." Su Ming was not as easy to talk to as Zhu Ning. He gave Dr. Fu a 3-minute break at most. Zhu Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and felt that Su Ming had a bit of the meaning of the captain of the cheetah team. Dr. Fu was embarrassed to make them wait for him. He wanted to wipe his sweat, but found that he couldn't do it through the helmet. "Let me see." Dr. Fu took Su Ming's medicine bottle and shook it. Both bottles were half full. There was no information on the medicine bottle, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. Dr. Fu took out a piece of paper and put it under it. "I opened it." Su Ming and Zhu Ning nodded. There were all kinds of things in the contaminated area. There was no guarantee that there was something in the medicine bottle. They were responsible for Dr. Fu's safety. Dr. Fu carefully turned the bottle cap and opened it easily. He tilted the bottle and poured out a few brown particles. At first glance, it looked like medicine. Before Zhu Ning could see it clearly, Dr. Fu immediately covered his chest and vomited. This time he didn't vomit dryly. Zhu Ning could hear the sound of dripping over the helmet. He probably vomited into the helmet. Zhu Ning silently turned off the screen sharing with Dr. Fu, and couldn't bear to see him vomiting in his face. Zhu Ning asked, "What is this?" "Eggs, egg sheaths." Dr. Fu's voice was shaking. He was afraid that Zhu Ning didn't understand. "It can hatch a nest." Zhu Ning, Zhu Ning looked carefully at the so-called brown particles, which looked very different from ordinary pills, like a small bean pod. The white eggs squeezed out should be squeezed together like grapefruit particles. "It's really disgusting." Zhu Ning sorted out his thoughts and asked, "So Yosheng Pharmaceutical is feeding these people cockroach eggs? If this thing is really taken as medicine, cockroaches like warm and humid environments, and if they enter the human body, they won't hatch, right?" Chapter 201. What was poured out just now was bottle A, which contained cockroach egg sheaths. Dr. Fu didn't dare to open the bottle again this time. His mental value was too low. Zhu Ning couldn't bear to watch, fearing that the young doctor would be scared to death here today. Zhu Ning turned to open bottle B. She was brave and prepared, just like Dr. Fu, with a piece of white paper under it. After the bottle was tilted, some white particles rolled out. They were either egg sheaths or normal white pills. Zhu Ning asked, "What are these ingredients?" Dr. Fu didn't dare to look closely. His mental value was too low now. He thought normal pills were cockroach eggs. I don't know. It can't be detected without an instrument. Dr. Fu is not a humanoid detector. Zhu Ning. So drug A is cockroach eggs, which can make people hallucinate, and drug B is some unknown pill that can eliminate hallucinations. Dr. Fu nodded. It may not eliminate them, but it may make you invisible. Zhu Ning was silent for a while. This is an industrial chain. The Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation attracts defective products, finds suitable prey in the foundation, and lets them stay in the hotel in the name of doing experiments. When ordinary people learn that they have the opportunity to stay in a luxury hotel for free, even if they don't agree immediately, they will stay there first to wait and see the situation. Afterwards, they attract people to cooperate with the experiment on the grounds of becoming experimental subjects, just like the owner of a hot pot restaurant, because they are at the end of their rope, and the defective products will not live long anyway, and they will die sooner or later, so they might as well give it a try. There are monitors inside the hotel that can monitor the every move of the test subjects. The defective products thought it was a life-saving straw, but in fact they just became guinea pigs. Zhu Ning, so they really eat cockroach eggs? Are there no abnormalities in the people who take the medicine? Facing Zhu Ning's question, Dr. Fu shook his head. I don't know if this is an exaggeration of the polluted area or it's true. Zhu Ning recalled those cockroach people, and thought that these people might have been defective products before. But why? What are the benefits of turning people into cockroaches? Wang Yaruo's experiment was to study whether pollutants and humans can establish a mother-child relationship. What about these? What are they studying? Zhu Ning can also see the cockroach people in the corridor from a god's perspective. When a group of cockroaches move, it is extremely spectacular, like a black tide. It's so strange here. Zhu Ning felt a little hairy on her back, as if there were cockroaches crawling on her body. She always believed in her intuition and said, "We are not here as an exterminator team, but to find the truth about God's descent. God can't descend on cockroaches, right? There must be other intentions for bringing out so many cockroach people." Zhu Ning finds it hard to imagine that the final boss is a cockroach. It's not that it's not cool enough, it's just a little funny. We encountered at least two strange things in the hotel. One is the cockroach man, which can be seen and touched, that is, the ones outside the door. Zhu Ning pointed outside the door, and could still hear the rustling sound next door, and continued, the other is in the conference room and elevator, with a blink as the boundary. You can see it when you blink, and it disappears when you close your eyes. As the frequency of blinking increases, they will get closer and closer to you. But there is a range limit, Su Ming added. Yes, Zhu Ning said, it is limited to the conference room and the elevator. It disappears after you come out. What are these? Zhu Ning entered the conference room, sat in the wrong seat, and was hugged by a pair of arms. Those things will have a real impact on people, but they cannot be seen with the eyes for a while, and must be seen through the act of blinking. Su Ming pondered. It is a bit similar to the hallucinations recorded in the medication record book. Su Ming hastily flipped through the book that Zhu Ning found. The two books were placed together. It was obviously recorded by two people, but several times it was mentioned that I blinked, and the thing disappeared. It must be an illusion. What is the connection between cockroach people and these things? Zhu Ning handed both records to Dr. Fu and asked, do you have any clues from these? Dr. Fu calmed down. Zhu Ning and Su Ming found their own medication records. The contents of Su Ming's book were similar. They all had hallucinations after taking the medicine. The contents of the hallucinations were different, which should be individual differences. Dr. Fu read quickly. If there is surveillance by cameras, the researcher in charge of them will write a third-party report. The researcher observes and records their actions, and at the same time asks the experimental subjects to write down the medication records from their personal perspective, which should be used for cross-comparison. Zhu Ning asked, compare what? The content of the hallucination? Dr. Fu shook his head. I don't know. I don't have their specific experimental content. Dr. Fu can't draw conclusions without sufficient clues. The center of the record book is hallucination. Both people will faithfully record the content of the hallucination, proving that the focus is the content of the hallucination. Su Ming suddenly asked, why study hallucinations? The research theme of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical seems to be human hallucinations. Is there any use? Dr. Fu paused and said cautiously, generally speaking, if it is not mental pollution, the reason for ordinary people's hallucinations may be abnormal neurotransmitter secretion or temporal lobe lesions in the brain. Dr. Fu said this and changed his words. Let me give you an inappropriate analogy. Most people can distinguish between reality and imagination, right? Su Meng did not nod. In the past, she might have given a positive answer, but she had been polluted in Bao Ruiming's consciousness cloud, and the boundary between illusion and reality was very blurred. She saw Cheng Mafei, who had turned into a snail man, and was not sure if she was a normal person. In this world full of pollution, all human senses are failing. Dr. Fu did not notice Su Meng's abnormality, raised his right hand, and said, "Suppose there is a door in our brain. If you are a normal person, you know that some things are imagined by yourself, because your door functions normally. When you open the door, you know that what is behind the door is an illusion, and what is outside the door is reality. Some people like to daydream, they are distracted in class, and they fantasize in their minds when they are bored waiting for the bus. Writers also like to imagine their own world in their minds. This situation is very common. If you want to enter your own imaginary world, you can open the door and walk in. If you want to return to reality, you can open the door and walk out." When Dr. Fu spoke, his palms coordinated with the movements, and his right hand was like a real door, opening and closing. For some mental patients, the mechanism of this door fails, so he loses the boundary between imagination and reality. The reality he sees is different from what we see, and he thinks that the fantasy world is reality, so we outsiders think that this person is mentally ill, crazy, and he has hallucinations. This is the first time Zhu Ning has heard such a statement. When she was a child, she went to her grandmother's house. There was a very famous madman in the village, who always wore red clothes and danced. Zhu Ning once saw him squatting on the ridge of a field, holding a handful of stones in his hand. She was young at the time, so she went over curiously and asked him what he was doing. Zhu Ning still remembers his answer. He turned his head, showing 2 rows of black and yellow teeth, and laughed. "I'm watching a movie." Zhu Ning was a child at the time. Children are not as easy to recognize madmen as adults. She even talked seriously and asked, "What movie are you watching?" The madman talked about the content of the movie, saying that a woman in red clothes drowned in a pond. It's all soaked and swollen. He started to go crazy as he spoke, scolding Zhu Ning for interrupting him to watch a movie, and stood up to beat her. Thinking about it now, it is probably as Dr. Fu said, the door in this person's brain is broken, and he can't distinguish between reality and fantasy. Zhu Ning thought of the things in her previous life, and always felt that they were not so far away from her. She came to her senses, and remembered that she was in the polluted area. There are 2 kinds of medicine on the table now. The bean-shaped cockroach egg case seems to be able to hatch young cockroaches at any time and anywhere. The imprisoned cockroaches in the house have been struggling, making a smacking sound. Not to mention that there is a group of cockroaches outside the door that they don't know how to eliminate. The 3 people all felt that this polluted area was very strange, and fell into a brief silence. Zhu Ning listened and thought. She just turned off the screen sharing with Dr. Fu, so her screen was divided into 2 parts at this time. One part was the internal camera, which was aimed at herself. When Zhu Ning was thinking, her eyes suddenly paused and glanced at the internal camera of the helmet. This is a selfie perspective. But there is an essential difference between a selfie camera and looking in the mirror. Electronic imaging makes everything seem unreal. Zhu Ning looked at herself in the camera and blinked unconsciously. When humans blink, they often don't realize it, because compared to raising an arm, the action of blinking is too small, and people need to blink too many times a day. If every blink is noticed, people will be exhausted. Therefore, only when you deliberately stop and focus all your attention on blinking will you realize this action. Zhu Ning enlarged the camera so that only her eyes were on the entire screen. Before this mission, Zhu Ning had never noticed blinking. Just now in the conference room, she had been controlling not to blink, and there were already red bloodshot on her eyeballs. This time she took the initiative to blink, and her screen was a normal screen, faithfully recording her movements, and she didn't see anything she shouldn't see. Blinking, in fact, this process is very similar to the shutter of a camera. When taking a photo, the shutter will make a subtle beeping sound. There is a romantic saying that photography is to stop time. At this moment, the eyelashes swept across, and the eyelids touched up and down, like a shutter opening and closing quickly, or like a door being briefly pushed open. A door. A door? Zhu Ning frowned and suddenly asked, "Do you think it is possible that what they are studying is not illusions but the door you mentioned?" If Zhu Ning said his hypothesis, completely unaware that Dr. Fu's face was getting uglier and uglier, a bit like talking to himself. What if the things behind this door can be brought into the real world in the form of pollutants? Hearing this, Dr. Fu frowned and forgot to clean up the vomit in his helmet. At that moment, he thought of the moment when he was watching Zhu Ning's mission video at the door of the conference room, and saw a figure suddenly turn back. That person seemed to be imprinted on his retina, as if he had penetrated into his brain through his eyes. Dr. Fu's right hand began to tremble unconsciously. It was the first time he heard such a terrifying guess. This? Dr. Fu's face turned pale for a moment, and he was more terrified than being thrown to the ground by the cockroach man. He asked, "Is it possible? If this kind of thing can be done, what is Yongsheng Pharmaceutical doing? What are they going to bring into reality? Zhu Ning, I'm just guessing, I don't know. She is not a perverted researcher. To be honest, the pollution level of the Wasteland world has been beyond her understanding. Nothing is impossible." Dr. Fu shook his head. There is no evidence. He believes in evidence. This thing is too bizarre. Before more evidence appears, he dare not easily conclude. Besides, what does this have to do with the cockroach man? Why is it a cockroach? Zhu Ning and Dr. Fu are different. Dr. Fu is more rigorous. Don't worry about whether it is possible or not, Su Ming said. If someone is monitoring, it proves that there must be a laboratory here. The experimental subject has been found. Is the laboratory far away? Zhu Ning has been to the ant nest before. The ant nest was once the experimental base of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Every grid is convenient for researchers to observe. The same is true for this hotel. If all hotel rooms are regarded as a petri dish, then the researchers must be nearby. They usually go through a contaminated process when they enter the contaminated area. After an ordinary defective product comes in, it goes to the conference room to attend a speech and then checks into the hotel. What happened after that? Where did the successful experiments go? How did the failed ones get dealt with? They explored less than half of the hotel at most. When Zhu Ning came in, she had guessed that there might be something underground in the hotel, and asked, Chu Ling and Chao Wei are responsible for searching underground. Have you contacted each other? Su Ming and Dr. Fu shook their heads. When they came in, they first experienced the pollution of the conference room and were chased by cockroaches. They didn't care about what the other team was doing. Zhu Ning clicked on the public channel. Hello? Chu Ling? Chao Wei. She called twice, but didn't hear any response. Zhu Ning's heart sank, and a bad guess came up. The screen showed that Chu Ling and Chao Wei's avatars were gray, and the signal was out of the receiving range. How is it possible? Didn't Prometheus guarantee internal calls in the contaminated area? Zhu Ning asked. Prometheus? Normally, she would hear a voice, I'm here. Just like Zhu Ning's previous home smart robot, calling his name would get a voice of I'm here, I'm here. But this time Zhu Ning only got a crackling sound of electricity, as if someone was trying to communicate with her, but was blocked. Su Ming, the signal is disconnected? Dr. Fu's voice was even more panicked. When? How is it possible? Dr. Fu's 3 views were destroyed. Prometheus should be able to enter any polluted area. He had never heard of it being disconnected when performing a mission with it. They guessed that Prometheus was a super S-level pollutant. If it was disconnected, it proved that even it could not set foot in this place. Zhu Ning looked at the screen inside the helmet. She didn't notice it before, but now she saw clearly that the blue halo on her right temple was flashing, like a broken signal light. The human-machine joint device was actually ineffective. Chapter 202. Signal lost. Several large crimson characters flashed on the big screen of the cleaning center, and everyone was stunned. How could Prometheus lose connection? What happened? The technician kept debugging the signal. A technical failure? The screen kept flickering, as if watching a live show with a bad signal. There were still faint images coming out from the inside, but they could no longer pass messages in. The person in charge of this operation was Hu Wensi, and several ministers did not have the leadership of Prometheus. Originally, the logistics team was watching the excitement, but now the entire technical center was in chaos. Xianqing frowned and asked, Did Prometheus escape? This is a reasonable guess. It has never lost contact. It is easy to associate it with rebellion when something suddenly happened this time. The Federation has always imprisoned it and prohibited anyone from contacting it privately. Did it get some opportunity? If so, this may be a disaster of the same scale as the awakening of underground pollutants in Area 103. Prometheus did not answer. He could not prove this question himself. Lu Qiqi was watching the fun, but after hearing this, he could no longer sit still. He typed a bunch of words on the console. After a while, Lu Qiqi's earphone lit up, and he received a message from the Federal Control Center. The first area has been confirmed, it is safe, and the restrictions have not been loosened. Xianqing frowned, and Lu Qiqi whispered, No one can let it out. In order to ensure its safety, no one knows the specific place where Prometheus is imprisoned. The technician next to him interrupted. There is another possibility for the loss of signal contact. We are the same as outside the wall. Humans are superstitious about Prometheus because it can guarantee all signals inside the wall. But outside the wall is another world. The pollution concentration exceeds the ceiling of human existing instruments, and its failure frequency is quite high. This guess is very likely. If so, someone said, does that mean the place Zhu Ning and his team entered is the same as outside the wall? No, it may be more dangerous than some areas outside the wall. Before entering the hotel, Shuang Lin had sent out detection equipment, but all the detection machines did not come back. Zhu Ning and his 5-member team had only been in for 15 minutes, and now the two sides have been disconnected. There are only intermittent images, and because of the delay in the images, what they see may be the previous situation. Meaning, Zhu Ning and his team may even be dead now, but they don't know it. The 5-member team is like Schrodinger's cat, completely entering another state. After he put forward his point of view, suddenly no one took over. If it has reached this level of pollution, it means that the high wall of Area 103 has completely lost its function. They just listened to Wenzi's speech and some written evidence on display. But this was the first time that the seriousness of the problem was truly realized. The disaster escalated. The cleaning center was already in chaos, and now there were all kinds of opinions. Some people thought that more demon hunters should be sent to the hotel for support. Some people thought that the A-level procedure should be started directly in the hotel to prevent the spread of pollution. Some people completely recognized the reality at this time. No matter how passionate Wenzi's public report was, the destruction of District 103 was a foregone conclusion. They wanted to take the opportunity to leave and completely abandon this sinking ship. Wenzi was detained, and no one stood up to stabilize the situation for a while. Xian Qing kept frowning. She wanted to find an opportunity to take action, but the current situation made it impossible for her to make any effective decisions. Zhu Ning and the others did not convey any effective information at all, and she was still thinking. Suddenly, the lights inside the hall flashed violently, and everyone fell silent at the same time, looking up at the incandescent lamp. So many light sources above their heads flickered together, as if a ghost child was playing a trick on people and kept pressing the switch. The figures of the people flickered, and the faces of people near them suddenly appeared, and then suddenly drowned in the darkness. The familiar faces seemed extremely strange at this time. The lights kept flickering, like some kind of mental pollution. The picture of Zhu Ning and his side on the monitoring screen was stuck, and for a while, the temperature in the hall of the cleaning center seemed to drop by several degrees. On the screen, Zhu Ning had just entered the meeting room, and the seats that were originally empty were full of people. Those people were recorded by Zhu Ning's camera, and the densely packed people sat with their backs to them. Their backs were distorted, disappeared, appeared, disappeared, appeared. As the frequency of the lights flickered, everyone felt a feeling. It was cold and damp, like a cold snake crawling over. And those pollutants seemed to overflow into the hall of the cleaning center along the screen. The blue halo on Zhu Ning's temple was flashing. The same was true for Su Meng and Dr. Fu. The human-machine joint device of the three people all failed. Dr. Fu looked the worst, Su Meng was slightly better, and Zhu Ning didn't have any bad things that would cause his worldview to collapse because he didn't like Prometheus. But the loss of signal means they have lost contact, which also means there is no support. What will the cleaning center do? Will they not be trapped in a hood like the mechanical aquarium? Dr. Fu looked ashen, and he spread his hands. It's over. This time he is finished. He wanted to come in to find the truth about the god's descent, and he was even prepared to sacrifice himself. Now even if he finds it, he can't pass on the information. Zhu Ning, cheer up. Dr. Fu surrendered too quickly. Zhu Ning said, did anyone notice when it failed? Dr. Fu shook his head. He thought he would never encounter such a thing in his life. His attention was on the outside world, and he would never look at his temple. Su Meng thought for a while, when you entered the conference room, we could still see your video. Zhu Ning asked, what did you see? Su Meng immediately transmitted his video to her. You suddenly couldn't stand up in the empty conference room, as if you were caught by something. Fortunately, the basic functions of the helmet are not problematic at present. Zhu Ning received Su Meng's video, and she browsed electronic materials faster, and it only took 1 second to finish. Su Meng's video was the same as what she said, and Zhu Ning looked particularly strange. Dr. Fu had already transmitted the video like Su Meng, I saw a person. Zhu Ning stopped moving, and the video of Dr. Fu was playing inside her helmet, and it happened to be stuck at a certain frame. There was really a person on the screen, and this person was widened by the video, just in front of Zhu Ning, and suddenly turned around. With a snap, Zhu Ning immediately turned off the video to avoid any possibility of contamination. She felt that this place was more chaotic than she thought. The contamination should have started since I entered the conference room. What Zhu Ning saw, what Su Ming saw with the camera, and what Dr. Fu saw were all slightly different. It should be the mental contamination of everyone in the contaminated area, all of which were hallucinations. Su Ming suffered the lowest contamination, and Dr. Fu suffered the highest. Zhu Ning, be careful next time, the things you see may come out. Dr. Fu was a little confused. I don't understand. Zhu Ning, blinking, camera shutter, are all like some kind of door. If my previous guess is correct, when we blink, it's like a camera taking a picture, and the moment the shutter opens, it brings in the contamination, and this thing will deform and spread, like a virus. Zhu Ning felt that things were very troublesome. Because it is an illusion, all kinds of forms are possible. People cannot control the frequency of their blinking, and the camera shots may be distorted. Everything is unreliable next. Su Ming, no wonder Prometheus lost contact. This place is simply incompatible with the demon hunter. Humans have explored for so many years, and developed a set of scientific methods to deal with pollutants. Find out the rules, then record the video, conduct it inside the helmet, and use technology to make up for the inherent deficiencies of humans in polluted areas. Now it has been directly wiped out, and the advantage has become a disadvantage. Excessive use will increase the risk. Zhu Ning, next, all three of you turn off the automatic recording function of your camera. Zhu Ning turned it off first, followed by Su Ming, and Dr. Fu was a little hesitant. People like him who grew up in a safe zone naturally trust technology. Turning off the camera in a polluted area is like closing an eye and returning to the original state, which makes people feel insecure. But Dr. Fu still turned it off. If what Zhu Ning said is right, this method can save lives at this time. After turning it off, the screen is like a piece of pure glass, and the people in the protective suit are like observing the polluted world through a piece of glass. Dr. Fu asked, "Where is the human-machine joint device?" The blue halo on their temples is still flashing, and the hyphae on the device pierces the temples of people. If you want to take it off, you must take off the helmet first, and then you can manually remove it. But this is a paradox. If you take off the helmet, it will be contaminated. Zhu Ning, don't worry about it. If there is a signal somewhere, maybe you can contact us. Su Ming nodded. We need to find Chu Ling and Chao Wei now. This place is so dangerous, it may be dangerous. Zhu Ning also thought that the greatest fear of human beings is the unknown, and this place simply brings the unknown to the highest level. The pollution we saw was hard to tell whether it was real or fake, and it might all be the illusion of the experimental subjects. The signal was disconnected without us noticing, and everything captured by the camera was unreliable. The two teammates were missing, and there were still groups of cockroaches outside the door. And they seemed to be getting farther and farther away from the truth of the god's descent. Zhu Ning asked, "Can your ability take us underground?" Su Ming shook her head. "I can't, the distance is too far." They were on the 9th floor, and Su Ming's ability could not support it, and she had not swam in front of the cockroaches for a long time. Dr. Fu didn't know how to fight, he only knew that the situation was anxious, and he couldn't give any useful suggestions. Zhu Ning looked at the corridor again from a god's perspective. The cockroaches were even more crowded. There were several human faces lying at the door of their room, trying to get in through the gap. This door probably won't last long. It would be bad to face the enemy head-on. If these cockroaches can also glide, Zhu Ning will be buried by cockroaches as soon as she goes out. The elevator can't be used. The emergency passage is blocked. She can only use the employee passage. But the employee passage is also gathering cockroaches. Use fire? It's not very feasible. If she really fights, she will have to burn through the entire building. Do we really have to fight hard to break in? Zhu Ning and Su Ming are probably okay, but Dr. Fu is probably going to die on this road. Su Ming, what about the window? Window? Su Ming was groping by the window. The master bedroom has a floor-to-ceiling window that can't be opened, but there are 2 windows in the living room that can be opened. She has already opened a window. There is no wind outside, no sound, and it is quiet. There was no night view outside the window. There was a gray fog, and the gray-black lines of the polluted area were struggling. Zhu Ning reached out and touched the gray fog. She thought it was just fog, but she didn't expect to touch a solid object. A ball of gray-black liquid was left in her palm. She stretched out her hand and twisted it. The texture was like diluted oil, and it also looked like the secretion of some insects. What is this? Zhu Ning looked at the fog from a god's perspective, but found nothing. There was a crackling sound outside the door. There was a cockroach scratching the door. Was it really going to go out the window? Zhu Ning lowered her head. It was only the 9th floor, but it seemed bottomless. Once you enter, you will be buried. Chapter 203. Go to the known cockroach nest? Or go to the unknown window? These two options are like two rotten peaches, and Zhu Ning found that she lacked a talent for making the right choice. Zhu Ning felt something strange in her abdomen. She didn't know what the ghost hands did to her, so she hasn't recovered yet. Zhu Ning rubbed her lower abdomen and said, "You choose." Su Ming, I choose the window. Su Ming has the intuition of cats, and she usually makes the most favorable choice for herself. Dr. Fu hesitated for a while. His helmet was full of the stench of vomit, thinking of the cockroach man who fell on him before. He didn't want to go back even if he died. Dr. Fu, me too. Okay, Zhu Ning doesn't need to vote. Two pale fingers have already drilled in from under the door of room 910, like two tentacles, squeezing in. There was not much time for them to hesitate. Zhu Ning opened the window. The protective suit had a rock-climbing function. He pressed the third button on his left hand, and his palm would be covered with a layer of special material that could stick to the wall, making him a Spider-Man. To ensure safety, it was best to tie a rope to avoid a tragic fall from a high altitude. Zhu Ning was worried that something might happen to Dr. Fu, so he tied all the ropes himself. Su Ming's ability was very suitable for exploring the way. She was the first to go down and moved very quickly, but as soon as she went down, Zhu Ning could not see the person clearly, and could only see a vague shadow of a helmet. The cockroach people at the door were squeezing in, and half of their faces had been piled in. Their bodies were extremely flat, and their entire faces were pressed like a piece of paper. Zhu Ning used his talent for metal manipulation to pile up metal objects such as televisions at the door, buying a little time. Zhu Ning waited for Dr. Fu to go down before taking action. Dr. Fu's legs were shaking with fear. Zhu Ning was also a little nervous facing the abyss outside the wall. She held the window edge with both hands and carefully reached down with one foot. She also tested the strength. The protective suit was of good quality and was very firm after being absorbed, as if it was hung on the wall. The wall felt very strange. It was not as hard as ordinary buildings, but rather a little soft. After touching it, it felt a bit like touching the flesh of some creature through a layer of board. Both feet stepped down, and the climbing device on the shoes was also absorbed on the wall. Now the whole person was outside the wall. It felt completely different from what Zhu Ning thought. She thought she would be suspended in the air and feel weightless. But the strange thing was that when her body came down completely, she felt a sense of blockage. It was hard to describe this feeling. After all, it was the first time I encountered it. It was a bit like entering a swamp, and a bit like entering the flesh of something. There was not much room for movement on the back, and there was obvious resistance, which gave Zhu Ning an illusion that she was a flat cockroach walking in the cracks of the wall. The three of them had the same posture, facing the wall and facing the gray mist. Because the camera was turned off, people's perspective was limited. They could only see what was in front of them, but not their backs. Even from a god's perspective, they couldn't see the back clearly, and they felt extremely insecure. At this time, if a hand reached out from behind and touched her back, she would probably be scared enough. On the outer wall of an unfamiliar hotel, the road ahead was unknown, and she had no idea what would happen. And she didn't feel like she had entered the air or water at all. There was a heavy sense of oppression on her back. Zhu Ning looked down. Dr. Fu was probably afraid. He was still waiting for Zhu Ning, so she could still see Dr. Fu's body clearly, but Su Ming's body was completely invisible. The three of them turned off all video functions. As they were not sure whether voice communication could be transmitted through sound, they agreed not to use it if possible. Zhu Ning gestured to Dr. Fu, meaning that he should continue. Dr. Fu moved his head and slowly moved down. There should be 3 people lying on the outer wall of the entire building now. Even in the normal world in broad daylight, it would be weird for someone to climb the building like this. Zhu Ning went down while paying attention to the movement above. From the god's perspective, he could see the wall inside. The room they were in before was squeezed in by the cockroach people. They quickly flooded the entire room, their slender bodies wandered on the floor, and finally dozens of faces lay by the window, looking down. Zhu Ning was afraid that they would chase them. Once they caught up, it would be meaningless for them to choose this path. But I don't know if it was due to the rules or something else. The cockroach people did not move, just lay by the window and watched. They were still breathing, and the hot air they exhaled sprayed on the glass surface, condensing into a white mist. One of them stretched out his tongue and licked the glass surface. It was just a simple action, without any aggression, but it made her shudder and extremely disgusted. His licking was greedy, like a dog licking a piece of meat through the glass. Dr. Fu asked, "What's wrong?" He paid special attention to Zhu Ning's movements, and Zhu Ning said, "Nothing." She didn't want to tell Dr. Fu about the scene of a bunch of cockroach people above. The three of them were like mountaineering enthusiasts going down the mountain. It was easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. As they went deeper, the sticky feeling became heavier, as if they were tearing some flesh to move forward. Finally, they came to the first visible window, which should be the 8th floor. Zhu Ning suddenly thought that this route actually had an advantage, because they were very purposeful, going directly from the 2nd floor to the 9th floor, without even looking at the floors in between, and had no idea what was going on below. Was it also a room where the experimental subjects lived? Or was it an ordinary guest room? Zhu Ning was one step faster than Dr. Fu. Her feet stepped on the edge of the window on the 8th floor, and her palms were attached to the window. Zhu Ning's eyes went dark, and then she actually saw a black figure in the darkness. She almost broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively thinking it was a pollutant, and then she realized that she was overthinking. The lights in this room were off, and the room was pitch black, so there should be no one living there. The black figure she saw was her own shadow, and she almost attacked her own shadow. Unconsciously, the mental pollution was deepening, and Zhu Ning exhaled a breath of turbid air and observed the current situation. As she went deeper and deeper, she felt as if she had sunk into something so sticky. Zhu Ning glanced at the gaps between her fingers, which were filled with some petroleum-like mucus. Are they really outside the building? Where exactly is this place? Zhu Ning felt that her breathing was a little difficult, and her body was getting more and more itchy, so she could only climb down with her head held high. The 6th and 5th floors were also dark, and there were no more clues along the way. Now she came to the 3rd floor, which was very close to the ground, but they couldn't move next. Su Ming was obviously the first to go down. She stopped, and Dr. Fu stopped too. The three of them were like a convoy stuck on the viaduct during the morning rush hour. Zhu Ning's position was a little higher, and Su Ming was the deepest. Zhu Ning had been climbing for so long, but this was the first time she saw Su Ming. Just now, she wondered if Su Ming would disappear quietly. Seeing Su Ming suddenly now feels unreal. Su Ming said, "It's hard to walk ahead." Zhu Ning felt relieved when she heard Su Ming's familiar voice, but she thought that she probably couldn't tell the difference if the pollutant pretended to be Su Ming. If it was an ordinary space, Su Ming's shadow could enter anywhere, just give her a crack. But it was so sticky here that she couldn't use her special ability. Maybe she chose the wrong road, and this road was the most dangerous. Zhu Ning also felt her chest was compressed, and her abdomen was aching. She gave herself a shot of a strong healing agent. Zhu Ning came to where Su Ming was, and her legs seemed to be stuck somewhere, and the feeling of backlog became stronger. Zhu Ning asked, "Are you breathing normally?" Dr. Fu was waiting for Zhu Ning to ask this question. "I'm almost suffocating." He had been holding back because he was afraid of losing face when he said it, but now when he heard Zhu Ning ask this, he blurted out, "My protective suit has the automatic oxygen supply turned on." Zhu Ning's protective suit also had the oxygen supply turned on, but they were not only short of oxygen, but also felt so squeezed. What if they were crushed to death later? Zhu Ning, go down and have a look. It was almost close to the ground, and this was the only way to go, otherwise all the previous efforts would be wasted. Su Ming, go down a little further. If we can't get through, we kick open the 3rd floor window and walk down the stairs. There's still a way to go back. Zhu Ning gestured to Su Ming, meaning it was okay. She didn't want to speak because she couldn't breathe well. Su Ming and Zhu Ning went deeper, and came to the 2nd floor. The windows on the 2nd floor were covered by curtains. Zhu Ning remembered that the 2nd floor was a meeting room, and there were also several rooms. Zhu Ning asked Dr. Fu to follow. Theoretically, there was one floor above the ground. Zhu Ning felt more and more uncomfortable. Her legs seemed to be squeezed by a force to the point of deformation, and her thinking became slower. No, if this continues, these three people will be crushed into meat paste. Su Ming in front said, "I used a weapon?" Zhu Ning nodded. She had already planned this. She felt that her ankle was entangled by a sticky liquid. Now, even if she wanted to turn back, she had to cut off the obstacles below. Su Ming threw out a knife. Zhu Ning had seen it before. Her knife was like a weapon made of some pollutants, and was extremely sharp. Su Ming swung it hard below. It looked like she was waving it at the air. After a crisp sound, Zhu Ning actually felt that her breathing was a little smoother, and the squeezing feeling was not so strong. What did Su Ming cut open? What place is this? After she cut it open, Zhu Ning actually felt that the wall fluctuated a little, like a living thing suddenly breathing. Zhu Ning's body immediately froze, and Dr. Fu held onto the wall tightly, not daring to let go, fearing that he would be thrown away. The hotel building seemed to have an earthquake, and the squeezing feeling turned into a creeping feeling. Zhu Ning's hair on the back stood up, and a strong discomfort came over her. Zhu Ning's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if instinct was desperately telling her the truth. After a moment, the creeping feeling stopped, and the building returned to calm. Zhu Ning. She suddenly heard Su Ming calling her, and Su Ming's voice was a little trembling, as if he was very uncertain. You have something beside you. Something? Zhu Ning slowly turned her neck and looked to her right. She first saw a brown mass. Before today, she probably couldn't recognize what it was, but after Dr. Fu's guidance, she recognized it immediately because it was so impressive. This is the egg sheath. On Zhu Ning's right side, there was a pod-shaped egg sheath. I don't know if it moved to Zhu Ning's side because of creeping, or it was here a long time ago, but the three of them didn't see it. The pod was embedded in the wall, with a narrow gap on the side. A white piece of white appeared in the gap, and a white head with two white and transparent eyes was embedded on it. It was only the size of a human baby, and lay quietly in the pod. There was more than one person inside. At least 5 or 6 faces were squeezed together, wrapped in egg sheaths, as if they were half-hatched. Egg sheaths would not appear alone, and seeing one meant there were many. Zhu Ning realized where they were going. Just by imagining it, she could imagine that in the unclear gray-black lines, countless egg sheaths were hanging outside the building, quietly hatching. Spirit value decreased by 2%. A mechanical sound rang in Zhu Ning's mind. She hadn't heard the system prompt sound for a long time. Chapter 204. Zhu Ning felt her legs sinking deeper and deeper, and pressure came from all directions, swallowing her. The three of them were like rabbits stuck in a swamp, unable to extricate themselves. No wonder the cockroaches stopped attacking them after seeing them walk outside the wall. After all, there was a big one outside the wall. Do it! Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and immediately fired at the bottom. If she didn't use hot weapons now, she would be courting death. The bullet seemed to have hit some flesh, without any bangs, and disappeared as soon as they hit. Su Ming had already started. She pulled out 2 narrow-backed long knives. At this time, cold weapons were actually more useful than hot weapons. Su Ming's body turned into a half-shadow, like a pool of liquid, minimizing the sense of squeezing. Zhu Ning only saw a flash of cold light in front of her eyes, and the sense of restraint under her feet disappeared, but soon something new was entangled. Su Ming could only get a moment of respite at most. And this action probably really stimulated the pollutants. In an instant, it was like an earthquake. The entire outer side of the building was shaking, and wave-like patterns appeared on the surface of the wall. Zhu Ning was the poor ant on the wave. Zhu Ning had just experienced it once, but she didn't expect it to be more violent this time. The protective suit could not be completely absorbed, and she was almost thrown off. Suddenly, her eyes went black, and she only felt a figure sliding down quickly. Zhu Ning was at least a martial artist, and Dr. Fu was just an unlucky guy. In the case of the violent fluctuations of the wall, Dr. Fu had long lost his grip, like a food swallowed into the throat of a huge monster, sliding down uncontrollably. Dr. Fu felt that the surroundings were particularly crowded, and he couldn't find the east, south, west, or north at all, and could only slide down. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by a huge force. When his body passed by Zhu Ning did not dodge, but grabbed his hand with one hand and held him tightly. Dr. Fu felt that most of his body was strangled, and his chest was squeezed by the huge force, and would soon be crushed. The terrifying force was pulling him down, and Zhu Ning's force was extremely small in comparison. Let go, Dr. Fu said. Zhu Ning wanted to roll his eyes. What line was he saying in an idle drama, hanging on the edge of a cliff, and saying let go, and leave me alone and walk away? Zhu Ning could not resist the force at all. She pulled Dr. Fu with her left hand, and the black mucus drilled out from the gap in the protective suit, and tied Dr. Fu tightly like a vine. She tied it very firmly, but it was so firm that if Dr. Fu fell, they would both die. Zhu Ning called out the black mucus, wanting it to eat this place. But the black mucus was extremely resistant, and made it clear, "Thank you, I won't eat it." Zhu Ning, still picky about food? Zhu Ning was dragged down 3 meters by Dr. Fu, and her arm was almost pulled off. She gritted her teeth, and clung to the wall with her right hand. Now they were on the 2nd floor. They couldn't go down, and they couldn't go back. Zhu Ning opened the system panel. System prompt: do you want to use corrosive potion? Yes. The part covered by her right hand suddenly collapsed. The corrosive potion was effective, but it was a bit slow. System prompt: Do you want to use the dentist's electric drill? Yes. Juning only needed to use her mind to use the system panel without speaking, but she even felt that her thoughts were cut off when she was squeezed, and she used it reluctantly. The dentist's electric drill quickly rotated along the dent caused by corrosion. As expected of the hardest material, it soon corroded a small hole. After piercing through, Juning clearly felt that she had passed through the wall, and the dentist's electric drill was a little loose for a while. But this time, it seemed to be painful enough. The egg sheaths around her began to wriggle violently, and they were going to hatch here. The head of the baby in the egg sheath was drilling out, and the wet teeth opened. Juning felt like a prisoner who had escaped from prison. The jailer was at the door. She just dug a thumb-sized hole with a small iron spoon. She wanted to use the three-dimensional defense space, but the button was gray, indicating that there was not enough space to open. She was almost squeezed to death. Dr. Fu below was no longer making any sound, and she had no time to care. She used the pigman's guillotine, but the big knife had no practical effect on the wall, leaving only a knife mark on the surface. Without identifying the metal, the dentist's electric drill soon failed, and she needed to use it again. But in this gap, her palm suddenly darkened, and a pool of shadows was flowing. Su Ming turned herself into a shadow, and she was like a black flowing mochi, drilling out of the narrow cave. The thumb-sized hole that Juning had just drilled out became a passage for Su Ming to pass through. Juning forgot that she only needed to give her a gap. This ability is really good. Juning gritted her teeth and continued to use the dentist's electric drill, while pulling it down hard, trying to make the hole bigger and let Su Ming walk faster. Su Ming's speed lived up to expectations, and had passed the outer wall. Juning's body was dragged down. If it weren't for the dentist's electric drill here, she would have died long ago. The wall fluctuated more obviously, and new cockroaches were indeed hatched in the egg sheath. Unlike the large black cockroaches, the newly hatched cockroaches were pure white, even a little transparent. The black mucus on Juning's body was flowing, lingering above the helmet, and the cockroach man quickly crawled over. At the critical moment, this rebellious son was no longer picky about food, and actually took an attacking posture. Su Ming's shadow was getting fainter and fainter, and it seemed that he was about to pass smoothly. Juning's eyes were black and her consciousness was a little unclear. Her brain was buzzing, and the system made a crackling sound. If she lost consciousness, the passive combat would be turned on. Once she turned on the passive combat mode, she would probably use a bomb, and in that case, everyone except Juning would probably be blown up. Juning's eyelashes were heavy, and her eyelids drooped. Suddenly, she felt something cold on her right hand. Something wrapped around her protective suit, and the protective suit transmitted the touch to the device. It was obviously cold, but Juning felt very familiar. That was Su Ming's shadow. The cold shadow wrapped around her hand, and Juning could close her eyes. She felt that feeling with her heart, and the three-dimensional became two-dimensional, and the whole person turned into a shadow. Juning dragged Dr. Fu, and before the cockroach man attacked, his eyes went dark. Cough, cough, cough. Juning couldn't help coughing, and at the last moment, she could suddenly breathe deeply. The protective suit automatically supplied oxygen, and fresh oxygen soaked her, and she was like reborn. Juning wiped the helmet, and the protective suit was covered with black mucus like oil. Su Ming next to her was not much better. She supported her knees and gasped. Maybe she used her superpowers too much. Juning's first reaction was to look at the wall. They entered the second floor, and were now in the corridor on the second floor. There was a thumb-sized hole in the wall of the hotel, and they just came out from here. God knows what they went through. Dr. Fu next to him didn't move. Juning had no strength, and could only kick him with her foot. Is he dead? Dr. Fu didn't respond. Juning was shocked. Could he really be dead? Su Ming, he's not dead. The protective suit is on. The protective suit has a life monitoring function. If he is dead, it will be marked in red. Juning wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but the situation did not allow it. She soon heard a rustling sound. The cockroach people on the 9th floor were surging down. Juning stood up. Take him and go. Su Ming didn't waste any words. She grabbed Dr. Fu. Dr. Fu's eyes were half closed and half open. It was estimated that he couldn't recover. His legs were weak. Su Ming directly pulled Dr. Fu away. The cockroach people were too fast. This contaminated area started the attack mode earlier than other places. She heard countless footsteps. The destination was underground. Juning and Su Ming ran quickly, but the cockroach people had already arrived and spread out from the ceiling, blocking the light, and the whole corridor became dark. Countless black shadows attacked. If the cockroach man's terror index is 1 star, The flying cockroach man is 5 stars. A strong sense of oppression came over me. Bang, 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 Zhu Ning fired. She had a good shooting accuracy, and shot every shot in the head, but shooting cockroaches at this time was too inefficient. It was like you were besieged by zombies. You only had a gun in your hand, and you were also eaten. Moreover, the cockroach man could still move after the headshot. Go! Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and threw a small bomb. She had to control the force, and could not use 2 heavy weapons, otherwise they would be buried together. Su Ming gritted her teeth and walked with Dr. Fu as if she was carrying a sandbag. She did not turn her head back, and only heard the sound of bangs behind her. Su Ming's movements were rarely hesitant. Her ability could still take one person away, but Dr. Fu was useless. If Su Ming had to choose, she would choose to take Zhu Ning away. Let's go! Zhu Ning said as he ran. Zhu Ning's voice was behind her. Su Ming thought that Zhu Ning was the captain this time, and she knew that she had to obey the captain's orders unconditionally when she was on a mission. Because it was Zhu Ning's order, she had to move forward even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. They had already run to the safe stairs, and they came from this road at that time, but they were too reckless. At that time, there was an airtight stone wall blocking the stairs, and Zhu Ning blew up the wall before going upstairs. Now it seems that the wall was to trap the cockroaches and prevent them from spreading out. But Zhu Ning had already blown up her own defense, and it was impossible to build another defense in a short time. Su Ming stepped over the stairs. She was now half shadow, and the first time in her life that she ran up the stairs was like rolling down the stairs. Su Ming was panting. She turned around and saw Zhu Ning. She was covered with a monster slime. The left side of her protective suit was damaged. She was in a very bad state. She was chased by cockroaches. The closest one was only half a meter away from her. Zhu Ning used the rotten fish head's maximum acceleration function, but the fish head couldn't outrun the cockroaches. She would still be caught up even if she adjusted the speed to the highest. Zhu Ning crossed the hole in the stone wall. She had blasted the hole open at that time. It was so easy when she blasted it open, but now she regretted it so much. Su Ming was terrified. Zhu Ning's body surpassed the stone wall, and so did a dozen cockroaches. This line of defense could not stop Su Ming, and Su Ming could not run away. Su Ming put down Dr. Fu, and prepared to fight with Zhu Ning. Her knife flew out of the air, and stabbed fiercely into the head of the cockroach man approaching Zhu Ning. But it was not enough. Killing only a few of them was not enough. The main force was still behind. A large number of cockroaches were about to get out of the hole. Time slowed down. There were too many cockroaches. When they gathered together densely, they seemed to form a hole, a big hand, reaching out to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was too close to them at that moment. The first thing Su Ming noticed was actually the sound. With a sizzle, it was like a high-speed rotating blade piercing through the body, and it pierced through a large number of bodies. Then, there was a crackling sound, which was the sound of meat falling to the ground. Su Ming did not react. Cold sweat pressed down, wet her eyelashes, and it felt stinging when it flowed into her eyes. She looked at the staircase again, only to see the connection between the first and second floors. It was originally a hole in a stone wall, and now there were silk threads on it. Spider silk. Zhu Ning spread the spider silk in the corridor. It was originally transparent, but now it was wet with blood, which made it clear. The blood dripped down along the spider silk. She built a new line of defense. The cockroach man had inertia in his attack, and he could no longer retreat, but could only move forward, and then was cut into countless pieces. The wall and the spider silk were closely connected, becoming an efficient machine that specialized in killing cockroaches. For a while, the hotel was filled with the sound of killing insects. Zhu Ning built the spider silk when she rushed through the corridor, and several cockroach men completely rushed through the spider silk defense line. Zhu Ning was exhausted, and couldn't even lift her fingers to fight back. Su Ming immediately opened fire. She loaded the gun, fired, and kept repeating this action, and then killed the cockroach men one by one, without letting any cockroach man get close to Zhu Ning. It was quiet after 3 minutes, and all the fish that escaped the net had been dealt with by Su Ming. Other cockroaches were eager to try at the entrance of the cave, lying near the entrance, looking over with their teeth bared. Zhu Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her bones were about to fall apart. She didn't care about anything, and sat down against the wall to open the car. Behind her was a pile of cockroach corpses. This was terrible. Zhu Ning was not afraid of cockroaches, but a pile of these things was really visually terrifying. Zhu Ning wiped her helmet, the helmet wiper started, and the cleaning process began. If you don't know, you would think this is your trophy. Su Ming's voice sounded. Zhu Ning looked back. The scene was really weird. If someone took a photo, she could have another title. Professional Pest Control Warrior. I found a side job, Zhu Ning said. Assuming that this shitty world didn't end, Zhu Ning could open an insecticide company after retirement. Su Ming stood in front of Zhu Ning and didn't express any feelings about this joke. They turned off screen sharing, and there was no camera recording. The helmet screen had a privacy film, so people could not be seen from outside. So they were clearly facing each other, but they could not see each other's expressions. Inside the helmet, Su Ming's face was extremely pale. She was sweating all over from using her superpowers too much, but she still stood straight, and there was nothing unusual from the outside. Su Ming asked, "Can you use spider-type superpowers?" Zhu Ning, "I just got it. I went to do a private job when you were unconscious." Zhu Ning also sent a message to Su Ming, but Su Ming did not reply in time. When it came to this, Su Ming was silent for a moment, and his attitude was a little unnatural. Zhu Ning wanted to use spider silk when she saw the cockroach man, but she had to construct a space. If there were cockroaches everywhere, she couldn't use it at all. It was best to walk to the corner of the stairs at that time, because the wall was still halfway up, and only the amount of spider silk needed to block the hole was needed. "You just let me go first," Su Ming said suddenly. Zhu Ning thought about it, and realized what Su Ming was talking about. Just now, Zhu Ning used an electric drill to open a hole, and Su Ming was the first to get out. Zhu Ning asked, "What's wrong?" When Zhu Ning spoke, the black mucus on his body covered the wound on his shoulder. Su Ming asked, "Aren't you afraid that I won't go back to find you?" It was very dangerous just now, and Zhu Ning let Su Ming go first, without considering whether Su Ming would throw him away. Zhu Ning thought Su Ming was really weird. What should I be afraid of? Zhu Ning was probably really tired, and she had never thought about this issue at all. Su Ming was silent. Zhu Ning's excessive trust made her very uncomfortable. People like Zhu Ning, once they trust, they will trust to the end, and they will trust to the end even if they have doubts in their hearts. That's why she and Su Ming can cooperate well. Whoever can go out first will go out first, because the one who goes out first will definitely find ways to come back and rescue people. This is the tacit understanding that doesn't need to be said explicitly. Su Ming didn't say anything else, and they fell into a strange silence for a while. Zhu Ning wanted to ask her what happened, but Su Ming didn't take the initiative to say it, so she didn't ask. It's normal for adults to have some secrets. Ugh. Dr. Fu finally turned over, and there was a violent gasp from his side. Dr. Fu's bones seemed to be crushed, and he immediately injected himself with 2 shots of powerful healing agent. He woke up in a daze, only to see Zhu Ning sitting, and Su Ming standing opposite her. They didn't know what they were doing. But Dr. Fu's attention was soon attracted. There was a cockroach man's corpse next to him, and the corridor was even more terrifying. The corpse was like a garbage mountain, and it couldn't stop sliding down. Dr. Fu didn't even want to vomit now, he just wanted to die immediately. Don't faint from fear. Dr. Fu didn't know where to look. Zhu Ning reminded him, "I finally got you out." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Dr. Fu stuttered. "Don't thank me." Zhu Ning stood up. "Su Ming, what about your injury?" Zhu Ning was injured. She was not suitable to fight immediately. Zhu Ning felt a tingling in her shoulder when she moved, thinking that although Su Ming didn't know what secrets she was holding back, at least she cared about her. "Zhu Ning, this place is not safe. Let's go to another place. I guess they will reproduce soon." Zhu Ning looked at the corpses on the ground. Some cockroaches broke through the defense line. Their stomachs were wriggling, and they might hatch soon. This polluted area is definitely the most troublesome one Zhu Ning has ever been to. The reproduction ability is too strong, it is impossible to prevent it, and the first floor may be polluted soon. What Zhu Ning said was right. All 3 of them had witnessed the reproduction. They immediately walked to the hotel lobby. The hotel door was closed, and the outside of the glass door was also the color of the contaminated area. They originally came in from here. If they open the door and walk out now, they should see a group of cockroach eggs. They split up in the hotel lobby. Where is the other team now? There was still no one in the hotel lobby. The clock showed 4 before, and now it showed 12. Do you say it is 12 o'clock in the evening or 12 o'clock in the afternoon? Zhu Ning asked. They completely lost the concept of time, and couldn't tell whether it was day or night. Dr. Fu, we have been here for 8 hours. He felt that it was at most 2 hours. Su Ming did not participate in the conversation between the two. She was looking for clues. She pushed open a door behind the front desk. If there is a door behind the front desk, it is usually for the staff to rest, but this hotel is not necessarily the case. Behind the door is a deep corridor, and no one knows where it leads to. Su Ming said. They walked this way. Zhu Ning looked in the direction of Su Ming. There was a series of footprints on the ground. There was a lot of dust in the hotel, and the footprints on it were clearly visible. Dr. Fu squatted down and looked carefully. One of the shoes is too big, like a man's foot, probably Chao Wei. Zhu Ning, can you tell? Dr. Fu, those who study medicine will always look more. Zhu Ning's brain is like a computer. She can compare it with the Chao Wei in her memory with her naked eyes. It is indeed his. This is Chu Ling's, Dr. Fu said again. Zhu Ning was curious. How did you tell? Dr. Fu was writing. This footprint is narrow, but not short. Chu Ling is 185 centimeters tall and has long feet. Women's feet are naturally narrower. Zhu Ning nodded, pointed to another one, and asked, whose footprint is this? The footprint Zhu Ning pointed to looked only size 34, and looked like a woman's foot, right next to Chu Ling's footprint. Dr. Fu didn't answer, and the three of them felt a chill on their backs. There was actually a third person following them at the time. Chapter 205. Is the third person a human or a pollutant? And when was this footprint left? There are three possibilities. The first is that when Chu Ling and Chao Wei entered, something followed them, and they were unaware of it. The second is that this is a pollutant, similar to an NPC, a character in the polluted area, and the three of them went together. The third is that Chu Ling and Chao Wei followed this set of footprints in. It is difficult to determine which one it is, but it is certain that they are likely to be in danger. Zhu Ning assigned the task at that time to let them explore below to see if there is an entrance. Logically, they would not act on their own initiative. Shouldn't they leave a signal for their teammates under normal circumstances? They would also let them know before entering. What made them act? The footprints extended all the way, and the ones in the distance could not be seen clearly. The body of the cockroach man in the hotel lobby began to twitch, his stomach bulged, and the little cockroaches were about to break out of the body, making a sticky sound that made people's scalps numb. What happened to Chu Ling and the others? We must go in to find clues. Zhu Ning said, let's go. This time, Su Ming took the lead. Zhu Ning was injured and gasped in pain when she moved. Her voice was very soft, but Su Ming heard it. In the narrow corridor, Su Ming asked, is your injury so serious? Zhu Ning was covered in blood, and Su Ming couldn't see her injuries clearly just now. I don't have external injuries. Zhu Ning felt very strange. My stomach hurts. She had been in pain since she entered the meeting room before, and later she took a strong healing agent and thought she was cured. After all, nowadays, with black technology, broken legs and arms can be healed quickly. Zhu Ning initially thought that she had only scratches or minor injuries, but it seems that this is not the case at all. She rubbed her lower abdomen, and it was hard to describe the pain, as if there was a muscle inside. Zhu Ning, is there something in my stomach? The corridor was very narrow, and Dr. Fu was sandwiched in the middle. He saw three people's shadows projected on the wall, which were stretched like ghosts. Just looking at the wall, Dr. Fu seemed to be sandwiched between two ghosts. Hearing this, Dr. Fu asked, are you contaminated? I don't know. Zhu Ning said, maybe there are worms in your stomach? Dr. Fu's face was pale. This contaminated area was simply overwhelming him. This was more terrifying than all the ghost stories he had heard. Dr. Fu's brain was not bad. He thought about it again. You had a stomachache and then met the cockroach man. There must be something unclean in the conference room. I will help you check it later. Dr. Fu just lost his backpack outside the wall, otherwise there would be medical equipment in his bag. Zhu Ning nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. There is a doctor in the team who is not bad. Zhu Ning held his stomach and felt that this hotel was really weird. It attacks people earlier than ordinary polluted areas. Generally, they first conduct mental pollution and try to assimilate. But here, the attack mode was turned on after they entered the 9th floor. Why? Because they found some key information? But what is the key? It's just the personal information of 2 defective products and the cockroaches in the room. Zhu Ning thought while walking. The road ahead was getting narrower and narrower, and he had to crouch down to move forward. It was too narrow and made people feel very depressed. Zhu Ning's back was forced to be pressed down. If he was Chu Ling's height, he might have to squat here. Su Ming walked faster to detect danger in advance. Suddenly, Dr. Fu felt that the person in front of him stopped. Dr. Fu saw Su Ming's back and asked, What happened? Detector? Su Ming said. The inspection department had sent out detectors before, but Zhuang Lin said that none of the machines came back. Zhu Ning and his team went upstairs before, probably because the stairs were blocked and the detectors could not go upstairs, so they were all concentrated downstairs. The inspection equipment in the cleaning center is very high-tech and has various shapes. The smallest detector is made into a simulated B shape. Now it is scattered all over the ground, like a pile of corpses. Su Ming was originally bent over, and now he was half squatting, saying, "All of them are out of order." The bee's eyes should have flashed blue light, but now it was pitch black. Su Ming tried to turn it on manually, but no matter how he operated it, there was no response. Dr. Fu, like Prometheus? Will the communication equipment in this place be restricted in some way? There were corpses at Su Ming's feet, blocking her like a line of defense. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, making her feel a little cold on her back. The sixth sense of cats told her that the front was very dangerous. Once she crossed this line, there was no turning back. Su Ming did not move immediately. Dr. Fu was a little puzzled behind her, and Zhu Ning, who was at the end of the team, covered her stomach. The closer she got, the more her stomach hurt. After about a minute, Su Ming started to move. She crossed the line of corpses, followed by Dr. Fu and Zhu Ning. The three of them stepped into the gate of hell. After Zhu Ning came in, he felt that his vision was opened up. It was extremely narrow and cramped just now, but now it was suddenly transparent, like the sense of sudden enlightenment described in Taohui Wanji. Unfortunately, this is not a paradise, but a dark cave. Like a mine, there is a bottomless cave in the center. It seems that some monsters that were buried there have left now, and it seems that countless gold mines have just been dug out. The only thing that can be confirmed is that humans are so small compared to mines, and can be easily swallowed. The light of the protective suit is like a searchlight used by miners. 3 beams of light shine into the darkness, but they cannot reach the end of the cave. In the dark underground, any sound is amplified. There is a wind-like cry in the empty surroundings, and it seems that there are some monsters lurking in the corner. The monsters are lying on the wall of the cave. If there are cockroach people here, this is probably the grave of the 3 people. The 3 people maintained a tacit understanding, and no one dared to speak, for fear of disturbing the unknown creatures in the dark. There is such a place downstairs of the hotel of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? They thought it was a laboratory, or something like that. Su Ming narrowed her eyes, and observed that the ground was not flat, but slightly tilted downward. Su Ming took the first step. She moved. Zhu Ning and Dr. Fu could only follow. They walked for a while, and could roughly understand part of the structure here. It was like an inverted screw shell, winding downward in circles. Walking along the right side, they would continue to get closer to the underground. Because of the silence, the concept of time was very confusing. They lost a lot of reference lines, and had no idea how long they had walked. Even their physical condition became strange. They did not feel tired or depressed, but only numb, as if they were slowly approaching death. They walked deeper and deeper, and when they looked up, they could no longer see the way they came. Finally, a pavilion appeared in front of him. The red pavilion was a cube, and it suddenly appeared very strange. Dr. Fu stopped. For some reason, the appearance of a building in this place was more frightening than the appearance of a monster with a green face and fangs. The pavilion might be used for observation or for standing guard. No matter what it was used for, it proved that they were getting closer to the core. This was the outpost of a certain base. There were automatic guns on the observation pavilion, and there should have been some infrared laser defense line at the door. Now, I don't know what happened, and all of them are ineffective. Su Ming approached the observation pavilion and found that the building was much larger than he thought, about 30 square meters, with a simple bed inside, probably for temporary rest. There was a box of mental healing agent and a box of nutrient agent on the ground. There was no ordinary food, all of them were these injections. Su Ming checked it out and found that the nutrient agent had expired for 3 years. Someone must have worked here. And it was abandoned a long time ago. When was this place abandoned? And when was the contaminated area created? After they entered and looked for clues, Zhu Ning felt that something was really wrong with his body, and his face looked very bad. There was a medical kit hanging on the wall, and Dr. Fu flipped through it and found that it was not expired. Dr. Fu said, "Why don't you take a rest first? Let me see Zhu Ning's injuries." This was the first sentence they said after entering the underground, which seemed very unreal. Zhu Ning did not show off, and sat on the simple bed. The quilt on it was so tattered that it seemed to be decomposed. Dr. Fu began to check Zhu Ning's injuries. The first thing he noticed was the injury on Zhu Ning's shoulder. The protective clothing here was damaged, and it was easy to be infected. It was covered with blood and some messy mucus, and Dr. Fu poured some medicine that outsiders could not understand on it. Dr. Fu carefully checked her wound, which had healed and was scabbing. It was probably because of the strong healing agent, or because of the mucus in Zhu Ning's body, that her injury was not serious, and the cockroach man did not cause any serious injuries to Zhu Ning. Dr. Fu thought of the black mucus, and he still remembered that when he was climbing the wall outside the building, the strange creature that emerged from Zhu Ning's body grabbed his hand. Dr. Fu asked, Are you alienated? Dr. Fu had only seen something similar in alienated people, something that would coexist with humans and appear as a specific entity. Zhu Ning didn't know how to answer, and honestly said, That's an alien species. Alien species? Dr. Fu thought he had heard it wrong, and he said, I didn't know that alien species could coexist with humans. As far as he knew, alien species feed on fear, they must rely on polluted areas to survive, and they died soon after leaving the polluted areas. Aliens can't even survive, let alone coexist with humans. Dr. Fu asked, Are you sure? Zhu Ning, not sure. She had no idea what the hell was on her body, but Dr. Fu's words suddenly reminded her that she had assumed it was an alien before. What if it wasn't? Dr. Fu felt very strange. Looking at Zhu Ning was like looking at a monster, and he could understand why some people said she was a demon. Are you afraid of me? Zhu Ning asked. It was too easy to be contaminated in the polluted area, so it was normal for Dr. Fu to be afraid. Dr. Fu shook his head. Zhu Ning had saved him several times, and he always felt that the fusion of humans and pollutants would definitely happen, and he had no aversion to Zhu Ning. What needed to be solved first was Zhu Ning's stomachache. Why did it hurt? Dr. Fu took out a thing similar to a stethoscope. The cleaning center's detection tools were very advanced, and he hadn't used a stethoscope for a long time. He asked, Do you mind? Zhu Ning shook his head, and felt a stethoscope against his lower abdomen. It was quiet underground, with only the sound of Su Ming flipping through documents. Dr. Fu's attention was on the stethoscope. A very subtle sound came over, and Dr. Fu was as careful as if he was looking for a small ring on the beach. Dong, Dr. Fu was startled, and his heart seemed to tremble along with it. Such a light sound was more terrifying than a bomb exploding next to him. He heard a heartbeat. Dr. Fu thought he had heard it wrong. Was this some kind of mental pollution? He was not sure, so he listened again and moved the stethoscope carefully. Dong, 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 dong. This time the sound was louder, like a heart contracting. Dr. Fu quickly withdrew his hand, as if he was burned, and he looked at Zhu Ning's abdomen in disbelief. There was a living thing in her stomach. Chapter 206. Click, the stethoscope fell to the ground, and Dr. Fu froze in place. He wanted to go crazy, but also wanted to run away immediately. Zhu Ning could guess from his reaction that Dr. Fu was very interested in pollutants, and had wanted to open Zhu Ning's brain before. He was a slightly fanatical doctor. He was afraid of cockroaches, probably because he was a germaphobe. He was not afraid of the alien on Zhu Ning's body. But his reaction now was full of fear. His mental value dropped to the critical point, and he might go crazy soon. Zhu Ning did not speak. She picked up the stethoscope on the ground. This thing was very easy to operate, and even doctors knew how to use it. It was different from the stethoscope of Zhu Ning's time. One end was connected to the interface of the protective suit, and the other end was connected to Zhu Ning's belly. So the movement of Zhu Ning's abdomen could be transmitted. In Zhu Ning's time, many people played the game of paper cup voice transmission when they were young. They used cotton thread to connect two paper cups in series to make a simple megaphone. Two children can hide and hear the other person's reply in the corner. This game is very childish, provided that the person playing the telepathic game with you is a human, not a ghost. Now Zhu Ning is playing the telepathic game with a ghost. She has no experience, and the stethoscope moved around in the abdomen for a long time before finding the specific source of the sound. Boom, it's so clear. The stethoscope transmitted the heartbeat. Through a thin layer of belly and protective clothing, there is something in the stomach. Zhu Ning asked, Is it a heartbeat? She is still very calm now, and needs to confirm with Dr. Fu whether this is an illusion. Dr. Fu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Zhu Ning put down her stethoscope. She had been to so many contaminated areas, but this was the first time this happened. The contamination started from the inside of her body. But when? Why did it break through the protective suit? Protective suits are useless against this thing. What is the law of transmission? Why was Zhu Ning the only one who was infected? Zhu Ning took one more step than the two of them. She was the first to enter the conference room. She sat in the wrong position, and a pair of ghost hands hugged her waist. No one could answer the questions in her mind. Zhu Ning lowered her head. Her lower abdomen was flat, without bulges, but there was a living thing inside. Was it the ghost hands? Was it a cockroach man? Or some other more terrifying creature? Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and the black mucus was mobilized by her to flow downward. This thing has been attached to the gaps in her bones for many years. She tried to sense it through the black mucus. But the black mucus wrapped her abdomen, and she did not make any reaction, and she could not see the inside clearly through the perspective of the black mucus. Dr. Fu was trembling. He looked at Zhu Ning on the bed, as if he was looking at a potential demon, and was very afraid that Zhu Ning would suddenly become alienated. The same thing happened to Su Ming behind him. She heard the conversation between Dr. Fu and Zhu Ning, and now stood behind Dr. Fu. Their situation had changed. They were a closely connected group before, but now the atmosphere had quietly become strange. Zhu Ning could sense it, so she asked calmly, "Are you worried that I will become a contaminant?" Zhu Ning was always very direct. She would directly point out the problem. Su Ming nodded silently, while Dr. Fu nodded vigorously. Zhu Ning remembered that she was also at risk of infection at the mechanical oceanarium before, and Su Ming helped her out. The current situation is not as simple as the damage of the protective suit. This time, it was Su Ming who spoke up, "We will not abandon you." Su Ming made the final decision and explained his position. Dr. Fu nodded, "Yes, I need more sophisticated instruments to check you. Maybe it's just a form of mental pollution." Su Ming sighed, "Don't be afraid." Dr. Fu agreed, Yes, don't be afraid." Dr. Fu only realized that in this situation, Zhu Ning himself should be more afraid than him. "We will complete the mission and go back. I have a way to cure you." Dr. Fu's back was covered with cold sweat, and he was still comforting Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning was not comforted by these words and said, "If I am contaminated, I suggest you kill me as soon as possible." This was said to Su Ming, and Su Ming's hands hanging by his side tightened. Zhu Ning continued, "It must be done before it is really contaminated, otherwise I may become an S-level contaminant, and it will be difficult for you to kill me at that time." Through the helmets, the three of them could not see each other's expressions, but Su Ming could feel Zhu Ning's gaze, as if there was a weight pressing on her. Dr. Fu finally realized what Zhu Ning was doing. She was explaining how she would die. Zhu Ning was the person with the highest mental value in District 103. If she was contaminated, her fate would be very serious, so she chose an executioner for herself, Su Ming. An experienced demon hunter can analyze the current situation and make the best choice. In other words, Zhu Ning was ready to die. The five of them entered the hotel to find the secret of the god's descent, and everyone had this awareness. "Is it okay?" Zhu Ning asked. "Captain?" Su Ming was stunned. She called herself Captain. Every word Zhu Ning said was very clear. She was extremely calm from beginning to end. Su Ming clenched her fists and squeezed out a word from her teeth for a long time, "Okay." She promised that if Zhu Ning got into trouble, Su Ming would become Zhu Ning's executioner. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you found any clues?" Su Ming took a deep breath and digested the emotions just now, and then said, "This is an observation booth. There is only a visitor registration list inside. I don't know any of the people on it. It is equivalent to a security booth they explored in a place, but the information of the visitors is useless to them. Su Ming, the only valuable thing is this." Su Ming took a piece of paper from the table. The paper might have been used to relieve boredom. There was a chessboard drawn on it, and Go Bang was drawn when bored. Now there is a bunch of messy lines on it, and Zhu Ning can't understand it. Su Ming said, "The internal language of the demon hunters, which means danger ahead, hurry up." The demon hunters are completely different from the cleaners. They are more professionally trained, and some symbols and gestures are universal. Zhu Ning, a cleaner, can't understand, but Su Ming can. Su Ming said again, "The second line, the second warning, return immediately." These symbols are hidden in the Gomoku, and outsiders only feel like some kind of graffiti. Zhu Ning asked, "That's it?" Su Ming shook his head. "Just these two sentences, both warnings." Zhu Ning asked, "Did Chu Ling and the others leave it?" Su Ming, "I don't know, any demon hunter could, I can't tell the time." Su Ming's answer is very interesting. Any demon hunter could. Su Ming must have seen the content in Cheng Mafei's bracelet, so this signal could be left by Cheng Mafei back then. Everyone who wants to go underground must stop here first. Someone is warning the latecomers. Zhu Ning felt her stomach hurt more. No matter what was in her stomach, she didn't have much time left. Zhu Ning, keep going. There were no more clues in the observation booth, so they chose to move forward. This time, Su Ming took the lead again. Zhu Ning followed at the end of the team without saying a word. She was now very weak, and the food in her stomach seemed to be eating away her vitality. After walking about 1,000 meters, they encountered another observation booth. After walking another 1,000 meters, the third observation booth appeared. If it weren't for the different things inside, they would have thought they were in a ghost wall. There was no more information in the observation booth. It was very quiet along the way, the kind of dead silence. Until they passed 12 observation booths, they suddenly saw a huge building, which was too abrupt and they didn't dare to recognize it. The three of them seemed to be drifting in the sea, and suddenly saw a ghost ship in the fog. Their first reaction was not happiness but fear, because there must be no people in front. A building appeared in front of them, emitting a faint green light. They carefully identified it, not believing whether it was an illusion or something real. The building was surrounded by iron fences. Zhu Ning felt that the muscles in his stomach were tense to the extreme. It was a hospital, or maybe a sanatorium. There was a deep cave under the hotel, and there was a hospital under the cave. Nothing could be more incredible than this. The defective products were selected as test subjects, and then where did they go? Now there was an answer suddenly. The lights in the hospital were on, but there was no one inside. It emitted a faint green light, as if attracting ignorant people to move forward. Su Ming thought that Zhu Ning was not feeling well, so she suggested to check it out herself. Zhu Ning saw Su Ming turn into a black shadow, and then disappeared quickly. Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and used the god's perspective to see. She could not see clearly, but could see an outline. Dr. Fu next to her injected herself with a mental healing agent again. He clearly saw the most familiar place in his life, but felt the greatest fear in his life. After a while, Su Ming came back. I looked around, there was no danger, and no one was seen. Zhu Ning also opened her eyes, and she also saw no one. Empty? There is nothing in such a large building? Could it be that the only pollutants in this polluted area are cockroaches? They carefully pushed open the door of the underground hospital. This place does not look like a hospital at all, but more like the 18th level of hell. In fact, compared with the current general hospitals, the area of this hospital is not large, but it is built underground and looks very large. They walked into the building. The ground was wet. Now they had shadows on the wet places, and they could see at a glance that this place was very suitable for cockroaches to breed. There is a bloodstain on the wall. I don't know when it was left. There is a small window on the door of each room. You can see the inside clearly. It is an ordinary ward. There is some information written on the door. This door says, Subject, number 087. Stage first. Status, docile. Docile? Why use this word to describe it? This is the way to describe pets. Su Ming is looking for clues, and Dr. Fu is looking for equipment. After Su Ming said that there was no one inside, Dr. Fu became much bolder. He found a consulting room with some old equipment inside. He wiped the dirt on it and tried to open it. As long as he opened it, he could give Zhu Ning a regular test, and he would know what was in Zhu Ning's stomach. Dr. Fu pressed the button and heard a crackling sound. This instrument could actually be used. Dr. Fu was extremely excited. This would be the greatest discovery of his career. On the other side, Su Ming walked into the nurse station. She was looking through the staff's records. Such a place must have a work log to record what happened. Su Ming's movements were very anxious, because Zhu Ning was infected, and the time was very short. They had to finish early, and get out early. The nurse station was turned upside down by Su Ming, and many paper documents in this place were soaked. Su Ming's eyes were a little crazy. She was tortured by a pain for a long time, and she wanted to know the answer too much. Zhu Ning was walking in the corridor. There were railings in the corridor, which were specially used for patients with limited mobility. Zhu Ning's stomach pain was almost beyond her endurance. She held the railing and moved in small steps. She looked at each ward, and suddenly stopped. This door was open. In front of many closed doors, only this door was open, like a trap open wide. And Zhu Ning actually walked towards this door. The information posted on the door was completely different from the other doors. Waiting for admission, Lulu. Lulu? Zhu Ning blinked unconsciously, feeling that the name was very familiar. Her thinking speed slowed down, and then she remembered that it was the information she got from the conference room. In the only empty seat in the conference room, there was a defective personal information in the corner. Her name was Lulu, only 15 years old, and Zhu Ning also met the cockroach man in her room. Is she the source of pollution? Zhu Ning took a step and walked into the door. She had a stomachache at the time and just wanted to find a place to sit down. She sat on the yellow bed, her face pale, and looked down at her abdomen and the palm of her hand. Zhu Ning thought, oh, it turns out that my role is an experimental product. Chapter 207. Zhu Ning's breathing became heavier, and she felt that the creature in her stomach seemed to be eating away her vitality. Pollutants feed on people's mental value. Zhu Ning's mental value is slowly decreasing, and hers has dropped by 10%. If this continues, she will be sucked dry by this monster. She couldn't hear the voices of Dr. Fu and Su Ming. Everything around her seemed to be fading away. She could only hear the heartbeat. Boom! The creature in her stomach was slightly agitated, as if the fetus had mischievously kicked the mother's belly. Under normal circumstances, the mother might feel happy or excited, but now there was only fear. It was kicking her. The life that didn't belong to her was kicking her. Zhu Ning's face was covered with cold sweat. A knife had slipped out of her right hand, and the sword was pointed at her abdomen. She wanted to kill this thing. The monster in her stomach seemed to sense her murderous intention and slowly calmed down, like a wronged puppy. I don't know if it was Zhu Ning's illusion. She felt that it wanted to live. The tip of the knife was against the protective suit, and the tough fabric temporarily blocked the sharp blade. Just stab it, Zhu Ning thought. It was so close to her, separated by a thin layer of belly. Zhu Ning could know its exact position. Zhu Ning's body was a cage for it. It couldn't escape. Once it started, the blade would cut open the abdomen and kill the monster, and it would not move. Zhu Ning's wrist was stiff, and she hesitated to move. Finally, Zhu Ning moved her wrist and threw the dagger to her feet with a clang. She was almost contaminated. Once she killed the monster in her belly, she would definitely die. What was he doing? Let her end her life? Zhu Ning didn't understand the logic of the pollution here, but she sensed a sense of malice. The monster in her belly was wasting her life. It was already inside. Either cut it open or let it come out naturally. But either way would hurt Zhu Ning's body. She was bound to a monster for life and could never break free. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, patted her right arm, and injected a mental healing agent. But the effect was not great. Her mental value was already much higher than others. Zhu Ning's situation would only get worse. Zhu Ning stood up with the help of the wall. The communication was unusable. She wanted to find Dr. Fu and Su Ming immediately. When she stood up, her stomach was obviously a little strange. The monster seemed to deliberately attract her attention and hit her lower abdomen hard from the inside. Zhu Ning was too lazy to pay attention to it. This was normal. This was normal. She kept repeating this sentence in her heart to divert her attention to other places. Zhu Ning groped for the door and had one hand on the door handle. She remembered that she didn't close the door when she came in. She pressed the handle, but found that the door was locked. When? Why didn't she feel anything? Zhu Ning was about to use the master key prop, when suddenly, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and she squinted her eyes instinctively. The overly bright light hurts the eyes, and makes people dizzy, and Zhu Ning blinked instinctively. This room was originally a ward, with a small bed and a chair next to it. Now a white screen appeared opposite the bed, and the light gradually became less stimulating. But just like in the snow, the white light makes people want to squint. Zhu Ning looked for a while, and found that this was not an ordinary ward, but an observation room. The person behind the white screen should be an observer, and Zhu Ning is the observed experiment. There was an observation room in the cleaning center before. Zhu Ning had to make sure she was not infected every time she came back from a mission. She was used to having her eyes on herself. But the main purpose of the cleaning center is to make you feel comfortable and relaxed. Here people feel depressed and stuffy. Has it started? Is this contaminated area finally showing its true colors and starting to pollute? Zhu Ning did not open the door and walk out. She stopped quietly at the door for a while, then walked back to the bed. She chose the identity of a victim for herself. She had to follow the logic of the contaminated area to know the secret. Hello, it's another beautiful day. A man's voice came from behind the white screen. His tone was very warm, and he even said beautiful. Zhu Ning didn't even know how many people were behind him. You performed very well yesterday. The man said, now let's continue with yesterday's question. Continue what? Zhu Ning looked up and saw a picture suddenly appeared on the opposite screen. What is this? The man asked. Zhu Ning frowned. After seeing the photo on the screen clearly, she subconsciously tilted her head and even wanted to leave immediately. On the screen was a statue of a flower-picking god. The surface of the statue was uneven, as if it had goosebumps. The statue was smiling. Zhu Ning had never felt that this smile was so ironic. The image changed again, but she recognized it. Why did he show her this? Was this part of the experiment? To let the gods come in this way? Zhu Ning wanted to close her eyes, but suddenly realized the characteristics of this polluted area and didn't want to open the door. Any action of opening the door is very dangerous, and it is unknown which action will trigger it. Zhu Ning looked away, not daring to blink. Feeling her eyelids heavy, she knew that she had a limit to her persistence and would soon give up. The man behind the screen asked, "What is this?" His voice was gentle and not anxious, as if he had been waiting for Zhu Ning's answer for a lifetime. Buzz, Dr. Fu turned on the equipment in the examination room. He turned on the equipment of the old instrument, but the lights in the whole room were on. Dr. Fu half closed his eyes, and the whole person was a little confused. What happened? He took a look at the equipment and saw that it was working properly. He immediately wanted to find Zhu Ning. As long as Zhu Ning lay on it and let him take a look, the picture would be sent back immediately, and he would know what kind of creature was in the abdomen. Whether it was cut open or kept as it was, Dr. Fu had a way to deal with it. Dr. Fu was about to push the door open, and his footsteps stopped, and he heard a voice. There were only 3 of them who had entered this strange underground hospital, but the noise outside was definitely not something that a few people could make. Footsteps, voices, and the rustling of flipping through documents. This contaminated area is alive. Dr. Fu realized this immediately. It was his first time entering a contaminated area. He only read some quick guides when he came, and then he was left alone. He didn't even know what to do first. He had to follow the logic of the contaminated area and find an identity for himself. Dr. Fu lowered his head and looked at the instruments in the examination room. His identity was a doctor. Dr. Fu hurriedly put on the white coat on the hanger, like a clumsy actor who accidentally entered the set. He looked outside the door. The frosted glass door showed a figure outside. There had always been a person standing at the door, quietly. It was definitely not Su Ming or Zhu Ning at the door. It could only be contaminants, and now it looked like a ghost. Dr. Fu was stunned. He was alone now, and Zhu Ning could not rush to save him. Neither Zhu Ning nor Su Ming made any movement, proving that their situation might not be good either. Dr. Fu's heartbeat quickened and his breathing slowed down, but the figure just stood there, not speaking or breaking in. Dr. Fu was in a stalemate with him, and felt his eyes getting more and more sore. This was not a solution. He immediately judged that someone was blocking the door, and he was the one caught in the trap. He had to find a way to break the situation. Dr. Fu moved his body carefully. He was wary of the movements of the people outside while searching in this office. This clinic seemed to belong to a doctor. There were a dozen patient records in the drawer, and a file bag on the desk. Dr. Fu flipped it open casually. He was distracted, and had to watch the person outside the door at the same time. Now, he couldn't look away after just one glance. The words inside were so dense that outsiders would never understand them, but Dr. Fu could. Is this the patient's research data? Dr. Fu's attention was distracted. After seeing the data, he was like a traveler in the desert seeing water. He had never seen such strange data before. He read it greedily at a glance, while comparing it with the information of the patient next to him. The patient's data was recorded in more detail, and each person's data was as thick as a book. Just as he guessed, the defective product originally lived in a hotel. There was surveillance inside the hotel. In addition to the patient's self-narration, there must be researchers observing and narrating. Research must have a third-person perspective and a first-person perspective, and only by comparing the two sides can accurate data be obtained. The records from the third-person perspective are even colder, and all the reactions of the defective products are recorded in detail. The symptoms of the door in the first month of taking the medicine were unstable. Door, the word was used in the record, and no complicated nouns were used. Was Zhu Ning's previous guess correct? Is it really necessary to open the door in the human brain? After taking the medicine, the door in the brain will be temporarily opened. In the data that Dr. Fu saw, the opening time of this person's first medication was 40 seconds, 1 minute on the second day, and 1.5 minutes on the third day. From the perspective of the experimental subject, the time of seeing hallucinations is getting longer and longer, but in the eyes of the researchers, it is the time of the door opening that is getting longer and longer. The purpose of their experiment seems to be to increase the time this door is open. After taking drug A, hallucinations occur, that is, the door is opened. But drug B does not eliminate hallucinations. Drug B is a very common vitamin, which is a placebo effect. If the hallucinations really disappear after taking drug B, it proves that the experimental subject is not stable. Those people thought their hallucinations were cured, but in fact they were not. After the experimental subjects are stable, they will move out of the hotel and move into the underground hospital for more detailed examinations and the second phase of the experiment. Dr. Fu did not read the second phase, but he could guess what they were going to do. If the door could be opened, God could be born? This is impossible. How could it be done? After Dr. Fu came in, he has been subverting his 3 views. He has been practicing medicine for 30 years and has never heard of such a thing. What is the composition of drug A? What stage has their experiment lasted? Does this have anything to do with the monster in Zhu Ning's stomach? He wanted to save Zhu Ning. The room was filled with the sound of flipping papers. Dr. Fu was too anxious and his eyes were more and more obsessed. Dr. Fu couldn't help himself, just like opening a corner of the magic box for the first time, and was about to peek into the complete truth. The 5 of them risked their lives to come in for this. Suddenly, Dr. Fu knocked a bunch of documents to the ground, and the white papers flew like snow. He regarded the documents as more precious than gold, and immediately bent down to pick them up. The scattered documents were like a deck of playing cards, forming a new picture on the ground. Dr. Fu stopped picking up the documents, like Newton was hit by an apple that day, like he suddenly woke up when he was enlightened one day. So that's it, he knows, he knows. Dr. Fu silently recited these 4 words, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He finally knew. Dr. Fu couldn't help laughing, and the smile became bigger and bigger, almost tearing the corner of his mouth. If there were people around, they would have realized that he had been contaminated and told him to get a shot of mental healing agent. But he didn't. Dr. Fu was immersed in joy and couldn't extricate himself. He heard a strange sound and raised his head belatedly. He was still in excitement and couldn't react. Dr. Fu's smile froze on his face. There was nothing outside the glass door. The figure disappeared. Dr. Fu felt a chill on his back, as if a poisonous snake was licking his neck from behind, and a dark shadow was cast. He came in? Chapter 208. Su Ming was flipping through the documents at the nurse station when she suddenly heard footsteps coming slowly, and then someone walked past her. As if activated by a single button, pollutants suddenly appeared around. Most of the people here were wearing pure white, including doctors, nurses, and security teams. Su Ming did not move, and remained calm as much as possible. She was an old demon hunter, and of course she knew that this was a form of the polluted area coming back to life. The walls of the old hospital seemed to be revived, and the place was restored to its unpolluted state, just like what Su Ming had seen. Su Ming did not tell Zhu Ning that she had looked at Cheng Mafei's bracelet before coming in, and there were some fragments of information in it. The picture in the bracelet completely overlapped with this hospital. Because there was no complete investigation report, the second half of the information left by Cheng Mafei was incoherent and somewhat unbelievable. Cheng Mafei made a request at the end of the video, which was really difficult for Su Ming to execute. Su Ming could only walk in to find the real clues, and only after experiencing it herself could she make the best judgment. The Cheetah team members have been looking for Cheng Mafei for 9 years. Finally, today, Su Ming walked to the place where Cheng Mafei had been on a mission. He worked here 9 years ago, as a small fry in the security team, codenamed Fat Cat. Now Su Ming seems to have revisited the old place, an undercover agent infiltrating the mysterious organization. This was what Cheng Mafei did at the time. The people around were very busy, they didn't seem to notice Su Ming, or Su Ming was very inconspicuous here. Anyway, no one noticed her, and didn't even stay on her. Su Ming took a step, and countless pictures in her mind were displayed, as if she was looking at a weird album. She was probably a little polluted. Last time she came down from the cloud of consciousness, her spirit was not fully recovered. Su Ming's head was slightly tingling, as if a tiny crack had opened on the surface of her brain, and her brain was swollen inside. Su Ming took an injection of mental healing agent, and she almost instinctively moved towards a certain place. She walked to the end of the corridor and opened a door. There was another door behind the door, and the one at the deepest part of the door emitted a strange red light from the crack. Instinct told Su Ming that the thing was very dangerous, and she should not look directly at it. But she was stunned after taking a look. What Cheng Mafei said was actually true. God was really born. Zhu Ning's eyes became more and more sour. The white light was bright, and the limit of not blinking was about to be reached. Time seemed to be slowing down, and every minute and every second was difficult to endure. Zhu Ning only needed to turn her head to see the statue opposite. With her understanding of this polluted area, the ugly god might use herself as a medium to crawl out. Zhu Ning's heartbeat was very loud, and her hands began to grope like a machine, slowly reaching for the gun on her waist. She couldn't stand it anymore. If you can't control your blinking, then go and destroy the things on the other side. Stop. A gentle male voice came from behind the screen. Please put down the gun. Zhu Ning's abdomen was getting more and more painful, and cramps came. She raised her hand, without even looking at the target, and after pulling the trigger, a bullet hit the large screen covered with white light. There was only a bang, and the glass shattered all over the floor. At the same time, Zhu Ning's tense eyes finally blinked. There was no one behind the screen at all. It was empty. What on earth was she talking to just now? Zhu Ning had no time to think about it. Her eyes were stinging and her hands were shaking. At this moment, the monster in her stomach kicked her in the lower abdomen. She covered her stomach, half bent down uncontrollably, and hit her stomach hard. Quiet, but the thing inside seemed to be against her, struggling more fiercely. Every time it turned over, every subtle movement was a torture for her. She had no choice but to ignore it and endure it. Zhu Ning's trembling hands touched the door handle, opened the door with the master key, opened the door, and walked out. Someone was calling outside the door. "Hey! What's wrong with you?" A woman supported her. "Hey! Where's the doctor? Come and take her back." "Ah!" Zhu Ning pushed the woman away. Many people tried to push her back to the ward along the way. She was like a patient trying to escape from a mental hospital. Zhu Ning exerted force, and the knife in her hand pressed against the abdomen of a male nurse. Then blood was scattered all over the floor, screams spread immediately, and the lights in the corridor began to flicker. Once force was used, it would not be long before the contaminated area was attacked. She wanted to find Dr. Fu and Su Ming, and Dr. Fu must be in danger. Zhu Ning's face was pale, and she was about to lose her will in pain. There was a clinic on this corridor, and she pushed the door open. The clinic was full of flying information, dyeing the whole room white, and all of it was written in words that Zhu Ning could not understand. The equipment in the room was functioning normally, but Zhu Ning did not know how to use it at all. Her stomach hurt more and more, and at the same time she felt something was falling, and her mental value also dropped at an unimaginable speed. Her mental value was still 68%. If it was less than 50%, she would have a mental breakdown. Zhu Ning stopped and saw a thin bloodstain. The smelly blood spread from behind the desk, soaking the documents on the ground and staining them red. She looked up and saw a pair of feet, very familiar feet, wrapped in metal protective clothing. Zhu Ning pushed open the swivel chair and saw a person half lying behind the desk. Dr. Fu's protective helmet had fallen off, leaving only a pair of blood holes where his eyes were originally. Blood flowed from his eye sockets like tears, soaking his face. And there was a very strange smile on his face. He is blind? Dr. Fu? Zhu Ning realized after she spoke that she had been calling him Dr. Fu and didn't know his full name. Ha ha ha. Dr. Fu actually laughed after hearing Zhu Ning's voice. "Zhu Ning, I know. What do you know?" Zhu Ning's abdomen hurt so much that she barely stood up by holding the desk. Zhu Ning's eyes were red, and she asked, "Who did it? There was a pollutant attack? Is he still indoors?" Zhu Ning's eyes patrolled the clinic, trying to find a potential murderer. "Me!" Dr. Fu shouted. "It was me." Zhu Ning did not find the murderer, but found a helmet on the ground. She wanted to put it on Dr. Fu, but later found that this action might be meaningless. "Did you dig out your own eyes?" Zhu Ning asked uncertainly. "Yes," Dr. Fu said proudly. "I dug it out myself. I closed the door, ha ha, no one can get out." Zhu Ning held the helmet and didn't know whether to put it on him. After hearing this, she probably understood that Dr. Fu had encountered some pollutants. He knew that blinking was the medium of the door, and every blink brought pollutants into the world. Because he couldn't control blinking, he closed the door by physical means. Dr. Fu temporarily saved his life, but he also lost a pair of eyes. Zhu Ning looked at Dr. Fu, whose face was covered in blood, and said, "I give you an injection of a powerful healing agent. Maybe there is still hope. As long as you get out as soon as possible, the pollution may be controllable." "God," Dr. Fu said suddenly. Dr. Fu turned his neck and looked at Zhu Ning with two bloody holes. "God has been born." Zhu Ning stopped moving and felt that his brain was about to explode. Dr. Fu groped for the information on the ground and held the paper in his arms like a pile of treasure. He said intoxicatedly, "God has been born, I know." Zhu Ning put down his hand dejectedly, and Dr. Fu's helmet was put on the ground again. Zhu Ning knew that Dr. Fu had been deeply infected, and he was absolutely hopeless. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and accepted this reality. She asked with a choked throat, "What?" Dr. Fu fumbled for information. He probably wanted to find some information to show Zhu Ning, but he was blind, so he couldn't see clearly. Only humans can have mental breakdowns. "Do you remember my guess? The huge pollutant underground may not have a mind at all." Zhu Ning remembered that this was also the purpose of Dr. Fu's coming in. He couldn't understand this. Dr. Fu spoke very quickly. His tone revealed excitement. "Zhuanglin showed me the information when I came here. You found a huge pollutant underground. Its pollution can make insects have wisdom, and combine people with pollutants, which is what you call unnatural humans. Zhu Ning nodded. It can do miracles that we can't do like a god, but it's not a god, because it has no wisdom, can't respond to specific prayers, and humans can't communicate with it. The corners of Dr. Fu's mouth rose wildly, and he cursed. Mad? Ha ha, they are just crazy. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical wants God to be born. They made a bold assumption, and wanted to directly combine the huge underground pollutants with humans. Are you crazy? I've read in the information that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical had this plan decades ago. They want to combine machinery and pollutants. Zhu Ning's heart was shocked. Her hands were shaking. She even forgot her own pain, and looked at Dr. Fu without blinking. But Dr. Fu was blind, and had no sense of Zhu Ning's gaze. That plan failed. It couldn't succeed. How could machinery and pollutants succeed? It's too bizarre. Dr. Fu muttered to himself, and kept shaking his head. Zhu Ning didn't even know what expression to make when she heard this. She was the defective product of that plan. Dr. Fu knew nothing about this, and was completely absorbed in his own research. Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals knew that pollutants could not be controlled mechanically, and that God could not be manipulated by humans. Instead, they made a crazier assumption. They wanted God to be born. Birth. This word is fundamentally different from the Alpha series of experiments. Zhu Ning is a test subject who controls pollutants mechanically, while birth means that a new life comes into this world. Zhu Ning's heartbeat quickened, and she felt that she had understood the truth. Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals found the key door, and tried to open it to bring God into reality, but ordinary humans could not last long enough, and the experiment kept failing and making no progress. At this time, they found the perfect carrier. Dr. Fu's face was pressed against the information, revealing a childlike innocent expression. Cockroaches, they are cockroaches. Dr. Fu was crazy, but Zhu Ning understood what he said. Cockroaches have a strong reproductive capacity. Female cockroaches only need to mate once to lay eggs for life. Even if the cockroach's head is cut off, it can survive for more than 10 days. The egg sheath in its body can absorb the mother's nutrition to continue hatching. At the same time, parasitic insects such as parasitic wasps will look for cockroaches as surrogates, and use the mother cockroaches to hatch their own larvae. Cockroaches have extremely strong vitality. They have lived from the dinosaur era to today. Even if the whole world is destroyed after a nuclear war, cockroaches may not die. The best experimental carrier in the world is cockroaches. Just like parasitic wasps look for cockroaches as surrogates, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical looks for cockroaches as mothers. Dr. Fu's back has formed a shiny black shell, and black blood vessels are spreading on his neck. The shell breaks through the boundaries of the protective suit. Zhu Ning knows that pollution is happening, and he is about to become a brand new cockroach man. Dr. Fu's spirit will gradually collapse, and the human part will slowly disappear, but in the last moment of his consciousness, he lowered his head, and looked devoutly at Zhu Ning's lower abdomen, as if he could sense the creature inside through a layer of belly. It's a god. Dr. Fu didn't dare to touch it, and whispered like a believer, "That's a god." Chapter 209. Cleaning Center. There was chaos inside. The lights of the entire building went out, and the demon hunters had to defend urgently. Xianqing had never dealt with such a complicated situation before. Now everyone was no longer concerned about the situation of Zhu Ning's team. Now, let alone the distant problem of doomsday, the enemy was right in front of him. Something unknown spread into the cleaning center through video. They appeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianqing was forced to expose her superpowers in front of people. Her superpower was mental control. It was not a small fight. The strong control made everyone around her become her puppets, similar to Prometheus' control over humans. Xianqing's red pupils flickered, and the eyes of the people around her also lit up. "Don't blink," Xianqing said expressionlessly. "Close the door, and turn off all cameras." She discovered the pattern of pollution, but it was like an infectious disease that had spread. She heard a scream from a staff member behind her. A huge black shadow was projected onto the ceiling, and no one dared to move. Opposite the New Century Hotel, the members of the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation have all evacuated. They did not go far, but just opposite the hotel. Su-hee, wearing a red coat and neat short hair, sat at the bar, facing a huge French window. The view here is very good, and the location of the hotel can be seen from afar. Originally, the city center was very lively, but after Wawencey published a public report, the city center has been sparsely populated. The hotel is like an abandoned child, staring at Su-hee from a distance. The video of Wawencey was playing on the screen in the room. Su-hee listened to the video many times, and played it in a loop. It must be said that Wawencey is a very strong opponent, and it is difficult for people to ignore him. Suhee knows how to cherish talents. Unfortunately, there is no commander of this level in their team. Suhee didn't want to care about this matter at all, but after watching Hwawensi's speech, she chose to stay. She was playing a game of chess with Hwawensi in the air, and was looking forward to Hwawensi's choice. Hwawensi sent Juning into the hotel. It was a boring move, like Sisyphus rolling the stone, which was always in vain. It was late, and what could they do after they found the truth after entering? The best time to stop it had long passed. God had come and left long ago, and what was left there was just a mess. Hwawensi also sent out a trump card for this matter. Suhee had thought about whether to take action against Juning. Now she didn't need to intervene too much. Juning stupidly led people into the contaminated area. Once a person sits in a high position, he will feel that he is superior. Suhee didn't think so, but she often experienced that feeling. It was as if she was the hand called fate, which could manipulate the lives of others. To be honest, it was addictive. Suhee was waiting bored, and her fingers were rolling a piece of fruit candy, like rolling a stone. A man next to her said, "They went in for an hour and a half. The pollution inside the hotel has reached S level." There was no news for an hour and a half. It was a bad omen. Suhee hummed. The cleaning center is really in chaos. His tone was full of admiration. There were only a few days left before the end of the world. No matter what Hwawensi wanted to do, Suhee wanted to weaken their strength. After today, the center will at least be in chaos. The man felt relieved when he thought of this. Now even God is helping them. Zhu Ning, Su Ming and Chao Wei were on the assassination list given by Bao Ruiming. Now all three of them have entered the contaminated area. They remembered Bao Ruiming's death. He said, "They are definitely dead." Even if Zhu Ning is the trump card, what's the matter? The hotel is an excellent trap. They have made all the arrangements. Suhee did not respond to this sentence. Her eyes became deeper and deeper. She stared at the hotel opposite. The candy in her hand fell from the table and rolled away. Under the hotel. In the hospital buried deep in the underground cave, Dr. Fu is experiencing alienation. Dr. Fu's face was pressed against the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a huge smile at the corner of his mouth. Because the smile was too unnatural, saliva dripped down the corner of his mouth. The black carapace behind him was very thin, like a new set of armor. Dr. Fu's eyes never left Zhu Ning's abdomen, and he kept muttering, "God, it's God." Zhu Ning didn't know if he was going crazy. Although Dr. Fu was sometimes out of tune and always watched Zhu Ning's mission videos on the forum, he was very serious in his words, not like now, lying on the ground and repeating God, God, God. Dr. Fu was a good man. He noticed that Zhu Ning's brain was not right, but he didn't tell anyone. He walked into the clinic and turned on all the machines, probably to check Zhu Ning. He said that as long as there was equipment, he would definitely be able to cure him. Zhu Ning still remembered that now that the equipment was turned on, Dr. Fu could no longer cure him. Zhu Ning asked, "Have you achieved your goal of coming in?" Zhu Ning's voice was very light. At this time, he asked a question without a beginning or an end. "Have you achieved your goal of coming in? Do you have any regrets in your life? Do you regret entering the contaminated area at this time?" But Dr. Fu could not answer this. He only repeated God and chanted the same word, God, 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 like spiritual pollution. His right arm made a crisp sound, and his arms twisted in an inhuman posture. Dr. Fu has lost his mind. It won't be long before he will grow a complete shell, and his stomach will be filled with egg sheaths. He will wear a human face and attack humans irrationally. Zhu Ning's gun was against Dr. Fu's forehead. The other party could probably sense that it was a gun, but he had no fear. In his eyes, Zhu Ning was the mother of God, and God could do anything to him. It was God. With a bang, Zhu Ning pulled the trigger, and the bullet penetrated his head. Dr. Fu's body stiffened, and then he fell to the ground like a collapsed building. Before he was completely transformed, Zhu Ning killed him. Zhu Ning had killed her teammates in the zombie world, and it was best to act immediately once she was infected with the virus. After she was reborn, she thought she would not have to go through this again, but she did not expect that she would repeat the same situation in a different world. For her own safety, she killed her alienated teammates, and she thought it would be calmer this time. But no, she trembled every time she killed her teammates. This was her disadvantage, and she might never learn to kill calmly in her life. Zhu Ning stretched out her hand to cover Dr. Fu's eyes, wanting to close his eyes, and then realized that Dr. Fu no longer had eyes. He was so resolute that he closed the door. "Really, I don't even know your name." Zhu Ning's hands fell to the ground, and her palms were full of Dr. Fu's blood. The blood was warm, and she could clearly sense this. Zhu Ning fumbled on the ground and found the helmet on the ground. She turned the helmet over and took a look. There was still a light blue light inside, and the oxygen supply function was still on, as if waiting to protect the next demon hunter. Zhu Ning buckled the helmet on Dr. Fu. His death was not good looking. A carapace formed on his back, and one of his hands had become very thin, but after Zhu Ning buckled it, he was wrapped up very well. Like a real demon hunter. Dr. Fu sat in an office all his life, and died like a demon hunter in the end. Research materials were scattered on the ground, some of which were wet with blood, and some were crushed by Dr. Fu. She might never know what Dr. Fu saw before he died. The examination machine showed a bright light, and Dr. Fu turned it on, probably originally to examine Zhu Ning. He was still thinking about the monster in Zhu Ning's abdomen until he died. He had promised many times that he would cure Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's abdomen was cramped, and she hit it hard, but this trick didn't work on it. Dr. Fu was dead, and the others were missing. Without knowing the logic of the contaminated area, she might be torn apart from the inside by the monster here. She sat there woodenly for a while. It was useless to cry or throw a tantrum. She took a deep breath and stood up. This matter is not over yet. The source of the pollution was not found, and what happened in this damn place was not figured out. Chu Ling and Chao Wei were not found. This matter is not over yet. Even if Zhu Ning died, she would not die in such an unclear way. She knew that the obstacle ahead might be a peak that she could not overcome, but she stood up. She had to go out. She didn't know how the other teammates were doing now, so she would take as many as she could. Zhu Ning climbed onto the examination bed. No one helped her here. The only doctor who could help her, Dr. Fu, had been killed by her. Zhu Ning lay down in a protective suit. She couldn't touch the button outside. This kind of thing required at least another person to help. Zhu Ning looked at the top of the medical cabin. After entering, she fell into a brief darkness, as if she was lying in a coffin. Blue data streams burst out of her eyes. One hand gently touched the medical cabin. She shared data with the medical cabin. At this moment, she was a patient, an examining doctor, and her partner. A data window opened in front of her eyes. The machine scanned her whole body. She was not precise in her control, and found the position of her abdomen several times. The camera was aimed at her lower abdomen. The monster in her abdomen seemed to have noticed it, and was pushing against her abdomen frantically, trying to end it all. Zhu Ning's face was pale, and she was covered in cold sweat. The internal attack was more painful than any external injury. She seemed to have been suffering from internal attacks all her life, and always had to suffer internal pain. At this time, Zhu Ning inevitably thought of Zhu Yao. Although it was very rustic, she thought of it at this time. The Zhu Yao in the zombie world in her memory, I don't know if it is the Zhu Yao who exists. When Zhu Yao gave birth to her, how did she feel? Was she in so much pain? Would Zhu Yao feel so painful that he wanted to hit her? Would Zhu Yao regret giving birth to her? Now the monster in Zhu Ning's abdomen seemed to be gnawing at her flesh, eroding her life and spirit, and she felt so painful that she wanted to kill someone. The inspection device kept moving down and aimed at Zhu Ning's abdomen. Due to improper operation, the image set back was blurry and had no focus. In this long torture, she almost lost her mind. Spirit value decreased by 3%, the system prompted coldly. Now her spirit value was only 60%. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and ignored the pain in her abdomen. The inspection camera transmitted a new image, the only clear one after she took more than a dozen waste films. Zhu Ning finally saw the things in her abdomen clearly. It was not a dense black cockroach, nor a tumor-shaped egg sheath. It was a pair of pale hands, which sank into her abdomen and squeezed together with her internal organs. A pair of hands were rushing around, and 10 fingers were squirming. Every movement was squeezing the living space of the internal organs, and the color of the pale ghost hands and human internal organs was in extreme contrast. This scene was terrifying enough that ordinary people would be frightened if they saw it, but Zhu Ning laughed instead. Her laughter was low at first, but later it became more and more unbridled, like a madman who was mentally polluted. Her stomach hurt from laughing so much that she couldn't help but curl up her body. The strange hand in her stomach seemed to tear her apart from the inside, and she felt severe pain, but she didn't care and just laughed. There was no God, there was only a pair of ghost hands in her stomach. She seemed to understand the logic of this polluted area. Chapter 210. Zhu Ning was hugged by a pair of ghost hands at that time. His imagination was once divergent. Would those hands sink into his abdomen and become another internal organ of his? Now it has come true. The examination report clearly shows that a pair of hands are in his stomach. What did Dr. Fu see before he died? Zhu Ning was not sure just now, but now he is sure. He said before that he saw a ghost in the camera, and he should have seen it again. In order to protect himself, or perhaps because of serious mental pollution, Dr. Fu blinded his eyes, and the ghost could not approach him. But he had to open the protective helmet to carry out this action. When his mental value was in danger, he was exposed to a high concentration of pollution, and was infected. There have always been two kinds of pollutants in the hotel. One is the cockroach man, and the other is the bloody stuff seen in the elevator and the conference room. Those should be the creatures brought behind the door. Either killed by the cockroach man or killed by the creature behind the door. Zhu Ning's forehead was against the bed, and her forehead was against the edge of the helmet. She was tired of laughing and felt unprecedented fatigue. This polluted area was more difficult than any she had ever been to, and she felt oppressive. The things behind the door can be transformed into physical objects. Zhu Ning already had a monster in her abdomen. If she wanted to get rid of these hands, she could only open the protective suit and perform physical surgery like Dr. Fu. There was only one last method left, killing the source of pollution, and these hands would naturally disappear. Zhu Ning carefully recalled what Dr. Fu said, because the severe pain made her thinking particularly clear. Dr. Fu said that it should be true that God was born through the human body. The underground pollutant was called Wumai by the villagers outside the wall. Huwensi said that the literal translation means placenta. What about the fetus? Those who have looked directly at Wumai have all had a bad end. God cannot be looked at directly. For this sentence, Zhu Ning's focus has always been God. Now he thinks that the focus is the last four words, cannot be looked at directly. Zhu Ning's hair would stand on end when he looked at God through Li Xian's memory. Huwensi lost one eye when he watched their investigation report on the videotape. The pollution of this God can be spread through the media, cameras, photos, human memory, including eyes. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is very courageous. They discovered the law of the spread of miracles. The experiment must be based on this to succeed. Is what they created really a god? Zhu Ning has never seen the original information. Dr. Fu died after reading it. His words before he died were crazy. He suspected that Zhu Ning's stomach was a god. What did they transport from here before? Bao Weiming firmly believed that God would definitely come. Does it prove that God has left here? What is the source of pollution here? Is it the mother body that once stayed here? If so, if we want to find the source of pollution, do we have to find the experimental subject? Where is the experimental subject? Zhu Ning rolled over from the bed, her legs were weak, and the monster in her stomach was eating her, as if there was a countdown. Even if she was lucky enough not to be killed by other monsters, it would be easy to be drained of her spirit and life. Zhu Ning glanced at the office, which was frosted glass, and there were several figures standing outside. Because of the glass, we can only see that they have human shapes, and it is difficult to judge what they are. They stood gloomily, as if waiting for an opportunity. Dr. Fu's body was still lying on the ground, and the blood flowed to Zhu Ning's feet. The strange creature chasing Dr. Fu might also kill Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning had figured out the rules of pollution, and the existence of rules proved that it was not impossible to resist. She endured the severe pain in her abdomen, touched the edge of her helmet, and opened the helmet with a click. If it were an ordinary person, they would not dare to do this in the polluted area. Opening the helmet meant pollution, but Zhu Ning had tried it, and found that she was not so easily infected in the polluted area. After she took off the helmet, she breathed the air that really belonged to the polluted area. The stench was mixed with the pungent smell of medicine, and even the smell of blood was not obvious. There was pollution outside the door, and her stomach was still aching. At this time, she made a bold move. She tore her collar, pulled off a long strip of cloth, and then covered her eyes. There was only black in front of her eyes. Zhu Ning moved quickly and immediately put on the protective helmet. The helmet screen had a layer of black protective film. The god's perspective is also a kind of eyes, and it is also closed for safety reasons. Now she has completely fallen into darkness, and can't even see a vague shadow. If you lose your sight, and walk only by hearing, you will feel extremely insecure because it is difficult to judge which direction the enemy is coming from. This approach is risky, but it may be useful. If the eyes are a door, Zhu Ning now chooses to temporarily close the door. Dr. Fu finally died of infection rather than direct fatal injuries, which proves that it was useful for him to poke his own eyes out and close the door. I don't know if it's her illusion, or she has been numb from the pain. After she covered her eyes, the pain in her abdomen was not so severe. What she needs to do now is to clear her mind and stop imagining, slowly move in the underground hospital, find other teammates, and find the source of pollution. That's the theory, but it's hard to implement, because shooting athletes rely most on vision. Zhu Ning touched the edge of the examination table with both hands. She tried to take a step, thinking that at least walking would be no problem, but she was almost tripped by Dr. Fu's legs. The imagined foothold is not consistent with the actual foothold. Zhu Ning needs to coordinate her hands and feet again to adapt to the new sense of space. She took out a retractable knife from her backpack. It was about 1 meter and 2 meters long when fully opened, and it became a guide stick. Zhu Ning used the retractable knife to explore forward. There were many obstacles in front of her. When she stepped on the paper, it would make a rustling sound. After losing her eyesight, all sounds were amplified. Zhu Ning had never felt the sound so carefully, and hearing became the biggest life-saving talisman. It took her some time to find the door handle, and stopped for 2 seconds, as if to deal with the doctor's silent warning. She should leave here. Zhu Ning opened the door. She saw someone outside the door just now. If these people are still there, Zhu Ning should be in close contact with them. After she walked out, she felt a chill. Is the ghost next to her? How close is it? Is there someone face to face with her? Looking at her silently. Wait, what is she doing? I can't imagine. This place seems to induce people to imagine and keep going deeper at one point. The previous polluted areas also have similar, repeated and repeated, because this is the traditional mode of mental pollution, but this seems to be particularly intense. By the way, why is there no sound? Zhu Ning encountered several pollutants on the road, and they blocked her like NPCs in the hospital. What about those people? Losing vision is like closing the door, and it is also impossible to know anything. She didn't even know what was happening now, or which direction to go. She was stuck. Her stomach was aching again, and it was not easy to use the retractable knife. Zhu Ning wanted to hold onto the wall. She remembered that there was a handrail here. In the darkness, she touched a soft object, which seemed to be another person's hand. She instinctively retracted her hand and almost wanted to open her eyes to see. Just like when she was playing hide-and-seek as a child, she would want to open her eyes if she accidentally touched a bug. Zhu Ning held her breath and was sure that something was right in front of her, and that person was breathing. Zhu Ning held the gun in her left hand. If she needed to take action, she needed to ensure her initiative. As long as she didn't open her eyes, she was still safe for the time being. She touched the handrail again, and this time she touched the cold metal, and the hand on it was gone. Gone? She didn't have time to think about it. After stabilizing her body, she decided to go to the right. She remembered the general direction. They walked in from the hospital gate, which was on the left. They had not been to the area on the right. Su Ming might also be on the right. Zhu Ning walked slowly, like a blind man placed on the edge of a cliff, carefully reaching out his hand to explore. If he was not careful, he would fall off the cliff. Zhu Ning felt that she had passed by some creature, but she did not dare to look or have any curiosity. Once curiosity is aroused, you can't help but start to imagine. Although it is very dangerous, this road is actually useful. Zhu Ning remembered that this corridor was very deep. What was at the end of the corridor? Dr. Fu was dead, so what about Su Ming? Would she be in trouble too? Zhu Ning? Suddenly, Zhu Ning heard a faint cry. She stopped, thinking she had misheard. Zhu Ning! The man continued to call her name, and Zhu Ning recognized it. It was Chao Wei's voice. Because she had lost her eyesight, Zhu Ning could only walk towards the source of the voice. Chao Wei was in front of her on the left. Zhu Ning walked and thought, why is Chao Wei here? His voice seemed very weak. Was he injured? What did he and Chu Ling experience? Why did he enter the underground without leaving any clues or marks? Chao Wei's voice sounded hoarse, and he shouted sadly, Chu Ling is dead. Chu Ling is dead? Zhu Ning's head buzzed, as if her head was hit hard by someone, and another teammate died. The speed of death here is faster than she thought, and she didn't even have time to mourn. Zhu Ning didn't know how to react. She gritted her teeth. Now hearing the news of other people's death doesn't even feel real, as if hearing about eating and drinking water is as common as normal. Zhu Ning slowly approached Chao Wei and touched him for a long time. She half squatted down. Chao Wei might be half leaning in the corner of the corridor. Zhu Ning thought she would touch his leg, but she missed and touched a hand full of liquid. She didn't react at first to what she touched. My leg is broken. Chao Wei made a painful sound. Zhu Ning couldn't see it. As soon as Chao Wei finished speaking, she felt the wetness under her palm. It was a handful of blood. Zhu Ning's hand trembled. There was still warm blood in her palm. Chao Wei might have lost the lower half of his body. She was stunned for a long time before she said, I help you take a look. Chao Wei, okay. Zhu Ning still had healing agents on her body. She needed to check on Chao Wei's condition. The reactions of a blind person and a real blind person were completely different. Blind people will not regain their vision under any circumstances, but fake blind people can easily open their eyes. When a teammate is injured, especially after hearing the news of his death, most people will definitely help him. Zhu Ning's eyelids trembled, and she almost opened her eyes, but she stopped abruptly. Her heartbeat accelerated, and the blood in her hands had turned cold. She asked, "Are you really Chao Wei?" Zhu Ning couldn't see, so how could she be sure who was in front of her? If it was the real Chao Wei, the first reaction would be to explain the information he got in his injured state. Although cruel, this is almost the instinct of demon hunters. They have to make sure that they can pass on the message while they are still alive. The message is more important than life. The man in front of him didn't reveal anything. "Chao Wei, what are you talking about?" Zhu Ning retracted her hand. If she had eyesight now, she could see that the person leaning against the wall was not Chao Wei at all, but a monster with a blurry face. It was bloody, holding a human head in its hand. The head was wrapped in a demon hunter's protective helmet. The helmet panel was broken, revealing Chao Wei's face. His face was gray and white, and he had been dead for a long time. His mouth opened and closed mechanically. "Zhu Ning, what are you talking about?" Zhu Ning closed his eyes tightly and stepped back. This polluted area actually induced people to open their eyes.